This entire round of drinks will be on young Master Qin. The bar, already noisy, instantly boiled over into utter frenzy. Make them say thank you. Qin Luo sat in the VIP booth, crossing one leg over the other. People should know basic manners, he remarked. Yes, Luoga. The accompanying manager nodded and bowed obsequiously. The manager then rushed to the booth door and roared, "Everyone thank young Master Qin. Where are the screams? Thank you, young Master Qin." The bar erupted into a storm of jubilant shouts. Qin Luo looked thoroughly satisfied as he grabbed his clothes and rose to his feet. Young Master Qin. The manager walked over, face brimming with a flattering smile. Thank you for taking care of my little bar's business. You're not only handsome. Enough. Qin Luo cut him off, slipping into his clothes as he walked out. I'm leaving. Get some decent liquor next time, and I'll come again. Don't keep fobbing me off with royal salute. All right, Qin Luo said lightly. This round still counts on me. Keep the music going, keep dancing. Got it. The manager shouted excitedly. This round is still on young Master Qin. Everyone send young Master Qin off. Young Master Qin, take care. Young Master Qin, I love you. Waves of voices crashed through the bar like a tsunami. As the door closed behind him, Qin Luo walked straight toward a dazzling blue Bugatti. The car roared to life, immediately drawing a chain of envious gazes from all around. Qin Luo put on his sunglasses, feeling impossibly dashing at that moment. He was the most handsome guy on the entire street. In truth, he did not belong to this world. Half a year ago, he had died suddenly by accident and crossed over here, and even gained a billionaire father with assets in the trillions. What thrilled him most was that this father doted on him beyond measure. The only thing he was required to do every day was to splurge recklessly, squander to his heart's content, and live as wildly as he pleased. For someone who in his previous life had bought a house on the highest interest rate and faithfully repaid the mortgage while grinding 996 overtime, he was finally experiencing what a true super-rich lifestyle meant. Having money really does let you do whatever you want. Qin Luo laughed, stamping his foot on the accelerator. Awesome. Just as he was about to speed up, a dark figure suddenly slammed into the car. Bang! The dark figure crashed hard onto the hood, then was flung more than 2 meters away. Damn! Qin Luo was startled. I've seen cars hit people, but never people hitting cars. Before he could think further, the figure that had been hurled away was already struggling to her feet, stumbling as she ran toward him. Under the streetlights, a face half veiled by long hair revealed a fragile, heart-wrenching beauty. Qin Luo stared dumbfounded. The woman before him might not be stunning enough to topple nations, but she was still extraordinarily rare, carrying a kind of purity that was already nearly extinct in society. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Compared with the women he usually saw, her bearing was far superior. Just then the car door suddenly swung open, and the woman climbed in. Qin Luo jumped. Hey, why are you getting in the car, you? His words were cut short as a cold blade pressed against. Miss, we can talk this through. Qin Luo hurriedly raised his hands, gulping as his throat rolled. Do you want money or the car? My body is also negotiable. Just don't use the knife. Don't step onto the path of crime. Shut up. The woman glared at him fiercely. Drive. Now. Just as Qin Luo was about to speak, a group of burly men in black suddenly burst out from a nearby alley. Each looked ferocious, clutching a samurai sword as they charged straight toward the car. Holy crap. Qin Luo slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The 12-cylinder engine erupted with terrifying power, shooting the two of them forward like an arrow. Watching the men in black receding rapidly in the rearview mirror, Qin Luo broke into a broad smile. Even Fujiwara Takomi wouldn't be able to catch up with his Bugatti. Beauty, the bad guys are shaken off. How about putting the knife down now? He turned with a squinting smile. Relax. With me here, no one can hurt. Qin Luo yelped and almost crashed into the roadside. The woman had suddenly driven the knife deep into blood, spurted wildly, dyeing a large area crimson. Qin Luo shouted in fright. I wasn't even planning to hold you accountable. You don't need to go this far to apologize. The woman wrenched the knife out, clamping her other hand tightly over the wound. Save me. She looked at Qin Luo weakly. Send me too. Before she could finish, she slumped completely into unconsciousness. Qin Luo was startled. Hey, you, what's wrong with you? Seeing no response, Qin Luo slapped her cheeks hard several times. Her face flushed from the blows, yet she still showed no reaction whatsoever. Qin Luo was speechless, stabbing herself and then asking to be saved. This woman looked beautiful, but surely there was something wrong with her head. Looking at her face, still clear and pure, even in unconsciousness, he shook his head helplessly. For the sake of your looks, I'll save even a lunatic, he muttered. Qin Luo took out a handkerchief and quickly wrapped her wound in a simple bandage. Fortunately, the blade had not gone too deep. The injury was not life-threatening. He then wrenched the steering wheel hard, driving the car toward the nearest hospital. Ding! Sudden incident detected. System officially activating. Qin Luo was first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Half a year after crossing over, he never expected the system to finally arrive at this moment. Ding! Host is requested to immediately rescue the critically endangered female military intelligence agent. Only upon completion will the system be able to fuse and bind. Qin Luo's eyes widened. He had to complete a mission first. I'm already taking her to the hospital. Will arriving there count as finishing the task, he asked. Ding. The rescue target has been afflicted with an intense heat-type toxin. The poison has already flared up. She will not survive more than 20 minutes. There is no time for the hospital. Host must detoxify her immediately. Friendly reminder, if the host fails the mission, the system fusion will fail, and the system will self-dissipate. Damn it all, Qin Luo's face lit with wild excitement. You're forcing me into heroics. He looked at the woman beside him, who now seemed to be breathing in but not out, and sighed deeply. Such a beautiful girl. If she dies just like this, what a waste. He rubbed his hands together. I'm sorry, miss. I'm actually a decent gentleman. I really did want to send you to the hospital. Forgive me, Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly. With a turn of the wheel, the car headed toward a secluded area. An hour later, in a small grove, Qin Luo slumped against a tree, panting heavily. His body was utterly spent, and his expression was full of helplessness. Beside him, the woman said nothing as she quickly straightened her clothes. Qin Luo looked at her back and sighed. Weren't you poisoned? Weren't you unconscious? How did you just... Shut up. A flash of cold light, and his neck suddenly felt icy. He jerked in shock. A knife was already resting against his throat. Hey, you're going to kill your savior. The woman's face was filled with killing intent. I told you to send to the hospital was fine. Who told you to? Feeling the pain in her body, the murderous light in her eyes grew even stronger. Hey. As the blade seemed about to pierce his neck, Qin Luo shouted, don't you know you were poisoned? You wouldn't have made it to the hospital. You'd be dead. I was saving you. Don't be so ungrateful. The corners of the woman's eyes twitched violently as she glared at him, but the blade did not move forward another. Of course, she knew exactly what kind of poison she had taken, and she also knew Qin Luo was telling the truth. But it had been her first time, and she had given it to this strange man before her. Qin Luo saw how ugly her expression had become, and spoke softly. Beauty, at the very least, we now count as husband and wife. Enough. A thick, murderous aura surged in her eyes as she drove the knife fiercely toward his head. Bang. Qin Luo looked over in shock. Most of the blade had sunk into the tree beside him, the handle trembling violently in the air. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Such strength, stronger than before. Shut up, the woman snapped, yanking the knife out and laying its edge against his cheek. Qin Luo quickly pressed his lips together, sealing his mouth tight. The corner of the woman's eye twitched. The man before her looked decent enough, but no matter how she saw him, there was something shameless about him. Listen, the woman said, rolling the knife slowly across his cheek, making Qin Luo sit bolt upright in fear. If a single word of tonight's events leaks out. She gave him a cold smile. No matter where you are, I'll slaughter you. Got it, she growled. Without thinking, Qin Luo blinked frantically. What are you making faces for? She glared. Speak. Qin Luo looked aggrieved. You told me to shut up earlier, and now you tell me to talk. Am I supposed to be silent or speak? The woman rolled her eyes. You may speak now. Qin Luo pulled a bitter face. I'm a grown man, and I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even if you asked me to tell people, I'd have no face to mention it. Enough. Now you can shut up. The woman's face flushed, so red it almost bled. She had indeed been rather rough just now, but she'd had no choice. After the poison flared, her body was no longer under her control. She remembered what she had just done and lowered her gaze, mortified. Remember this. Forget everything. The woman shot Qin Luo a hard look, then turned to leave. Hey, he called after her. What else is there? Her icy gaze fell back on him. Qin Luo displayed a worn-out, contemplative smile. You're just leaving like this. What else should I do? She snapped, glaring. Qin Luo slowly rose to his feet. Beauty, I'm your life-saving benefactor, yet you just pat your butt and walk away. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Her cheeks flushed scarlet. Then what do you expect? Qin Luo gazed at her with a lecherous squint. Leave me your contact information, of course. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. She had never met anyone so persistent and shameless. Are you insane? She said weakly. Tonight was just a misunderstanding. In short, nothing happened. A misunderstanding. Qin Luo stared at her. Then misunderstand me once too. Let's go somewhere else. Suddenly cold steel flashed, and Qin Luo threw up his hands in fright. Hey, what is wrong with you? Qin Luo shouted angrily. Everything in life should be reasoned out. He started to rant. The woman felt on the verge of insanity. She pulled a wad of cash from her pocket and flung it at him. Thanks for saving my life just now. This is your payment. From now on, we're even. With that, she turned and strode away. Qin Luo stared at the scattered banknotes on the ground for 2 seconds, then exploded in fury. You bully me, and then humiliate me. And it's all in small bills. He fixed his gaze on her disappearing back and shouted, just you wait. You won't get away. It won't be that easy to shake me off. The night wind rustled the leaves as his unresolved anger hung in the air. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. The system is officially activating and is now fusing and binding with the host. Qin Luo froze for a moment and his rage dissipated at once. With the system added to his current self, he would be like a tiger given wings. Money power combined with superpowers was practically the fusion of Batman and Superman. For the first binding, a novice gift pack will be granted and is now being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained Gene Enhancement Grade C. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained One Punch Superhuman Grade C. Ding, first check-in successful, reward 50 superpower points. The next second, Qin Luo's entire body shuddered violently. He immediately sensed a surge of abundant strength pouring into his lower abdomen. Then like an explosion it rushed swiftly toward his four limbs and bones. His entire body convulsed as though electrified, shaking hard twice. The body that had been utterly drained was instantly replenished like parched land receiving sweet, life-giving rain. I actually shivered again. This feels incredible. At the same time, detailed information about the two superpowers flooded into his mind. Gene Enhancement could multiply his physical fitness and comprehensively strengthen his bodily functions. At the current grade, Qin Luo's body had risen to the level of an amateur athlete. This ability is excellent. Qin Luo's face lit up with a broad smile. The physique of the body he had transmigrated into was truly too weak. Otherwise, as a grown man, he wouldn't have been so passive just now, without even the slightest chance to resist. Now that he had this ability, Qin Luo immediately straightened up. If the same situation occurred again, he would be like a little electric motor spinning without pause. How could the initiative possibly fall into her hands? One Punch Superhuman. A caped bald figure instantly appeared in Qin Luo's mind. Yet the system's explanation was vastly different from what he had imagined. So-called One Punch Superhuman was literal, a single punch carried boundless force. Almost no one could withstand the power of that fist. However, there were conditions to its use. After throwing that one punch, regardless of whether it hit the target or not, he would immediately enter a cooldown period. It was not a power he could throw out endlessly at will. Currently, the cooldown was 5 minutes, and the force was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Having absorbed all the information, Qin Luo leapt up in excitement. Since transmigrating here half a year ago, he had never felt as vigorous as he did now, his entire body brimming with inexhaustible strength. He rolled his shoulders and strode toward a large tree. Let me see just how powerful this punch truly is. Bang! His fist shot out, striking squarely at the center of the trunk. The entire tree trembled violently, and Qin Luo instinctively took 2 steps back. Swish, swish. Leaves cascaded down like a sudden blizzard. Qin Luo stared with eyes wide in shock. The spot where his fist had landed looked as if the trunk were made of tofu sunken in a large, deep depression. Damn! Qin Luo stared at his own fist in disbelief. Thighs was done by me. He swallowed hard. That single punch carried at least the equivalent of 20 years of cultivated strength. Who could possibly withstand it? Suddenly, he lashed out twice more at the tree like lightning. This time the tree was unscathed, while Qin Luo's teeth ached so much they felt like they were flipping out of his mouth. Damn it, it really only allows one punch. The pain was excruciating, but it also clarified the limitations of the One Punch Superhuman ability. Clearly, when striking, he would have to seize the perfect moment. Otherwise, if that one punch failed to land, the consequences would be dire. System, since it's grade, can it be upgraded to higher tiers? Ding. As long as the host completes missions, superpower points or new abilities may be obtained. Superpower points can be used to raise ability grades up to a maximum of SS grade. Then hurry up and issue missions. Qin Luo rubbed his hands excitedly. I've had enough of being a useless rich young master who only spends money. I can't wait to become stronger. In his previous life, Qin Luo had read countless novels in which every transmigrator was heaven-defying. Now it was finally his turn. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. My name is Qin Luo, and I'm about to start showing off. Ding. New mission issued. The host is requested to join the military. Upon completion, a random superpower or superpower points will be granted. What the hell? Qin Luo was dumbfounded. Join the army. It felt like being cast from heaven straight into an icy pit. With superpowers plus his financial might, this should have been the perfect time for him to swagger across the world. And yet now he was to enter the army. This system's full name is the Safeguard the Homeland Display Martial Glory. Special Superpower System. Qin Luo listened, his mind turning to mush. Well, what did you just say? In brief, this system aims to forge unprecedented super soldiers and master strategists, ultimately escorting and protecting the nation. Therefore, the host must enter the army, otherwise the system will reclaim all abilities and dissipate. Mission duration 10 days. The corner of Qin Luo's eye twitched. At last he understood why the system had remained inactive for half a year after his transmigration, only to suddenly awaken now. It was because that woman was a military intelligence officer and she had just happened to trigger the activation point. Damn it, so I really have no choice but to go. Qin Luo sighed helplessly. He could afford to abandon his current lifestyle for a while. If he wanted it back, it would always be within reach. But if the system vanished, it would be gone for good. Fine, I'll join the army. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Since only the military could preserve his system, he might as well take the chance to pursue her and make her willingly kneel and sing of her surrender. Qin Luo's gaze burned with fury. After trampling all over me, she wants to just pat her backside and run. No way. System, can you check which unit that woman belongs to? Qin Luo asked. Since he was going to enlist, he at least had to be in the same unit as that woman. If he were sent somewhere entirely unrelated, he would be finished with no way to find her. Ding. Reporting to the host, relevant information has been obtained. Shun Shinran, female captain of the Tianling Special Forces Brigade in the Northwest War Zone. Qin Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. So Shun Shinran is it? You did say before that once I found you I could do as I pleased. Don't you dare go back on your word. 5 days later at dusk, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sped down a main road before turning swiftly onto a narrow lane. Qin Luo kept craning his neck to look ahead. Are we there yet? We'll be arriving very soon. The butler Wang Rifa replied, his face creased with worry. Young master, I still think that abandoning trillions in family assets to become a soldier is something you should at least discuss with the master first. He rushed back overnight yesterday. He should be arriving about now. Qin Luo shot him an irritated look. Old one, you know perfectly well why I'm hiding my enlistment from him, don't you? If he found out, would he ever let me join the army? Wang Rifa's face remained drawn. But you're giving up the life of a super-rich heir to become an ordinary private. People will assume the master abuses you, or that there's something wrong with you. Enough. Qin Luo cut him off. I'm doing this to protect the nation. My father should feel proud and honored. Oh, others ought to feel ashamed by comparison. Stop talking. You've already contacted the unit, and our Qin family never breaks its word. All right. Wang Rifa muttered, rolling his eyes, though his heart remained deeply uneasy. But regret came too late. The car soon pulled up before the gates of a military base. 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as Qin Luo stepped out, thunderous shouts rolled out from within the camp. From afar, watching squads of soldiers marching through the training grounds, Qin Luo felt an urge to turn back to the car. If not for superpowers and Shun Shinran, returning to his comfortable life would have been far better. Outside life was a blur of decadence, flinging money around and doing as he pleased every day. Here he would be worked like an ox and a horse. 2 years, just 2 years. Qin Luo clenched his fists. Within those 2 years, I'll win Shun Shinran over, then return to the world armed with a body full of superpowers. By then I'll still be the brightest one of all. Manager Wang. Just then several officers walked out from within the camp. The middle-aged man at the front wore the insignia of a colonel. Commander Qi, we meet again. Wang Rifa beamed, extending his hand. Don't call me Manager Wang, just call me Old Wang. I'm only the master's butler. Qi Xingli let out a hearty laugh. Manager Wang, don't be so modest. You deliver care packages to us every holiday. We ought to be calling you Chairman Wang. Watching Wang Rifa play the genteel gentleman, Qin Luo's lips curved into a small smile. Coming to enlist without alarming his father and sending the butler instead had indeed been the right move. If his father knew he was joining the army, given his doting nature, he would probably threaten suicide to stop him. Wang Rifa chuckled. Commander Qi, what we do is nothing worth mentioning. The master often says we must return what we take from the people to the people. You, the people's soldiers, risk life and limb to safeguard the homeland. Without your sacrifice, how could the country remain stable? If the country isn't stable, where could we do business? Qi Xingli nodded firmly. Your Chairman Qin isn't donating a mere paltry sum. The commanders of our war zone often praise him, saying he is a representative of the people's entrepreneurs. Wang Rifa heard Qin Luo's soft cough and looked at Qi Xingli awkwardly. Commander Qi, this is our young master Qin Luo. Young master. Commander. Qin Luo strode up to Qi Xingli, raised his right hand, and snapped off a salute. The officers were slightly taken aback. They had not expected his salute to be so precise. Clearly, he had practiced beforehand and come prepared. Qi Xingli smiled faintly, then turned his head. Gao Kun. Here. A lieutenant colonel stepped forward in a single stride. Qi Xingli looked at him. I'm entrusting him to you. You have only 1 month to bring him up to the average standard of the new recruits. Time is short, and the task heavy. I do not wish to see him sent back. Understood. Yes, sir. Gao Kun snapped a salute. Please rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete the task. He gave Qin Luo a cool nod. Come with me. Yes, sir. As Qin Luo turned, 2 attendants rushed over carrying 4 large pieces of luggage. Gao Kun glanced at the oversized bags and frowned slightly, but since Qi Xingli said nothing, he could only hold his tongue. Commander Qi, Wang Rifa whispered to Qi Xingli at that moment. I've handed him over to you. Please proceed exactly as we discussed. Qi Xingli smiled. Don't worry, Manager Wang, I've made all the arrangements. but I'll say the unpleasant part up front. Oh, Wang Rifa looked at him in surprise. Qi Shengli's expression turned grave. The recruitment work has already ended and new recruit training has been underway for 2 months. By rights, he shouldn't be allowed into the army. However, Chairman Qin's status is special and he has made enormous contributions to the development of our force. Therefore, on higher orders, an exception has been made to allow him into the new recruits company. Qi Shengli's tone shifted. But the army is not society, we have our own discipline. Every soldier exists to safeguard the homeland. So he has only 1 month to catch up with the other new recruits. If he cannot catch up and fails the recruit assessment, then I'm sorry, but I will have to send him home. Wang Rifa nearly burst out laughing. This was an unexpected boon, even better than his original plan. Thank you, Commander Qi. He shook Qi Shengli's hand vigorously. Rumble. At that moment, a roaring sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter rapidly approaching in the distance. This is bad, my dad. Qin Luo was startled. If his father caught him now, he could forget about entering the army. Commander, sir. Qin Luo grabbed his bag anxiously. Let's go. Gao Kun eyed Qin Luo's anxious expression and nodded slightly. Very well, come with me. The two walked one behind the other into the camp. Qin Luo glanced back at the helicopter and cheekily stuck out his tongue. Dad, goodbye. When he turned back again, the entire camp seemed to surge toward him. Shin Shinran. Qin Luo's face was full of wicked glee. When you see me, don't be too shocked. Your man is just that capable. My son. Qin Jiaqing sat down heavily on the ground, crying out in despair at the camp. Why are you thinking? Your father has no ability and can only give you money to spend. But if you want something, just tell me, why did you want to join the army like this? Wang Rifa looked at the strange expressions of the soldiers, awkwardly pulling Qin Jiaqing up. The young master doesn't think about anything, he just wants to be a soldier. This way he will be embarrassed inside. Damn Wang Rifa. Qin Jiaqing was furious as soon as he heard, Sir. Wang Rifa was startled. Qin Jiaqing grabbed his collar. Good for you, Wang Rifa, I asked you to take good care of Xiao Luo while I was busy. And you just sent him to the army to suffer. Are you trying to take his place to inherit my family's fortune? Wang Rifa looked speechless. Sir, I swear on my conscience. It was the young master who forced me to pull strings to get him into the army. If I didn't comply, he would commit suicide. Besides, you said before you left that no matter what the young master wanted to do, I had to cooperate. You? Qin Jiaqing felt guilty. How dare you talk back? Then why didn't you let me see him one last time? Just maybe I could persuade him to change his mind. Wang Rifa grimaced. This is a military restricted area. The army won't let you fly over, otherwise they will shoot you down. Qin Jiaqing was furious. Then why did he join the army? Is it because the money I gave him wasn't enough, or is it because you didn't take good care of him? Wang Rifa clutched his chest. Sir, I have almost treated the young master like my ancestor. He joined the army to chase girls. What? Qin Jiaqing was dumbfounded. Chase. Military flowers. Wang Rifa sighed. Sir, you know the young master's temperament. He has never been interested in women, and suddenly has someone he likes. I simply couldn't stop him, and I couldn't reach you by phone, so I had to arrange it. Qin Jiaqing looked at the military camp. Chasing military flowers truly has taste just like I did back in the day only. Wang Rifa looked at him with a worried expression, sighed. Sir, I know you don't want the young master to join the army so I specifically arranged something in advance. Qin Jiaqing's eyes lit up. What did you arrange? Wang Rifa chuckled. The young master has been spoiled since childhood, never experienced hardship, and is completely inept. How could he be suitable for the army? So I specifically instructed Commander Qi to be strict with him, never to go easy on him because of your status, and to be even more severe than others. Qin Jiaqing smiled slightly. You want him to be unable to endure hardship, and then be sent back by the army. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. And there's good news. Commander Qi said that since he got in through the back door, he will only be given a month. If after a month he can't complete the assessment, then. The two looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Rifa, you dog. Qin Jiaqing patted him hard. No wonder you have been with me for so many years. Wang Rifa laughed. Sir, I have already picked out an island for the young master. When he has suffered enough and knows to retreat, I'll let him go to the island to relax, and not be so unhappy. Qin Jiaqing smiled and pointed at him, then looked at the military camp again. Son, you must not hold on too long. If you can't take it, come back quickly. The army is not a place for you to stay. If you don't spend my money, it will all be inherited by that dog Wang Rifa. At the new recruit training regiment headquarters, in the regiment commander's office, Gao Kun sat across from Qin Luo, pretending to look at the information while secretly glancing at Qin Luo. He was very dissatisfied with the arrangement made by Qi Shengli. Not only did they give him a connection, but they also assigned the best squad leader and class leader to this kid, making Gao Kun even more unhappy. But there was nothing he could do. Qi Shengli said that the kid's father was a patriotic entrepreneur who had made significant contributions to the army, and they had to help him. Even the benefits Gao Kun received this year were given by that person. What are these big packages? Gao Kun pointed at Qin Luo's bags. Are you moving? Qin Luo, looking around in curiosity, immediately laughed at Gao Kun's words. Commander, it's my first time here, so I brought some local specialties. Local specialties? Gao Kun looked astonished. Yes, yes. Qin Luo nodded with a smile, then opened the bag and took out 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, handing them over. When you're away from home, you must bring some local specialties. Here, take a taste, don't be polite. Gao Kun looked at the cigarettes and liquor, his eyes twitching. Is this a local specialty? Of course. Qin Luo nodded. Commander, don't be polite, I hope you'll take good care of me in the future. Bang. Gao Kun slapped the table, jumping up angrily. You. Put all of this away. Qin Luo turned around and took out 2 more bottles. I have more, take as much as you want, you don't need to be polite with Qin Luo. Gao Kun's voice turned strange with anger. Put it all away right now, immediately put everything away. Qin Luo looked astonished. Was Gao Kun really angry? It shouldn't be. Before coming, he had Wang Rifa find a few retired veterans. After a few days of intensive study, he had gained quite a bit of understanding of the army's rules and disciplines. A soldier must not only have solid military skills, but also know how to get along with people, ideally being loved, especially towards officers. One must show respect and obedience. Only then can one live a good life, so Qin Luo concluded that gifting was the way to go. Qin Luo planned to stay here for only 2 years to gain some super abilities and then retire. He didn't want to live a hard life, so he intentionally brought many items to curry favor. But why was the current commander not falling for this? Previously, Qin Luo had always succeeded by offering gift, put things away, then stand by the side properly. Oh, Qin Luo rolled his eyes. If this were outside, anyone who dared to yell at him like this would have already been dealt with. But now he was in the army, a place he chose to come to. Qin Luo had no choice but to endure. As he stood properly, Gao Kun pointed at him angrily. Qin Luo, listen up, I don't care what your identity is or how rich you are. But this is the army. We are here to protect the country. Once you are here, put away your old tricks. If you want to be respected, you must show your abilities and become a good soldier. Flashy tricks won't work. If you try to bribe me again, don't blame me for being rude. Do you understand? Yes. Qin Luo nodded. He just wanted the commander to give a word to the subordinates so he could have a more comfortable time, but unexpectedly this guy, Gao Kun, shot him an annoyed glare, then looked at the liquor. Using this kind of thing to test the officers almost made me make a mistake. 30-year-old aged Moutai TSK. Ding. System prompt: host has successfully entered the army and completed the task, gaining new super abilities. Unlocking. Qin Luo's face was instantly filled with excitement. Quickly unlock it. What super ability is it? Having already gained 2 super abilities, he wondered if the new one would allow him to fly, transforming him into a superhero. Ding. Unlock successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained super imitation. Level. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 25 super ability points. Super imitation. Qin Luo was stunned. The first thing that flashed through his mind was a talent show. What use is this? Super imitation allows the host to easily imitate anyone's actions, demeanor, expressions, and even voice and speaking tone. The higher the level, the higher the proficiency of imitation and the greater the similarity. No, absolutely not, Wu Ziyuan yelled. Whoever wants it can take it, just stuff it wherever you like, I certainly want. Bang. You've gone too far. Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table, startling Qin Luo. Do you think this is a market where you can haggle with me? Qin Luo smiled slightly. It was indeed the commander with such imposing presence and authority. But the next moment he was stunned, not expecting Wu Ziyuan to also slam his palm on the table, causing Qin Luo to jump again. Damn, is this company commander really that fierce, daring to slam the table in front of the commander? Commander, I will unconditionally execute correct orders. For incorrect orders, I have the right to question them. He pointed at Qin Luo irritably and said, is he a Ancina Millennium genius or an exceptional talent? It's been 2 months since the new recruit started and am the commander of this brigade. If you stuff someone in here now, aren't you just harming me? Are we still going to aim for first place in the new recruit brigade this time? Qin Luo's eyes twitched fiercely. After all, he had a special identity. Saying he was a Ancina Millennium genius was not an exaggeration. Aren't you lucky to have found a treasure, but still unhappy? Qin Luo felt speechless. Little Qin waited outside for a moment. Yes. Qin Luo cast a displeased glance at Wu Ziyuan and turned to close the door. As soon as the door closed, Gao Kun slammed his palm on the table again. Wu Zun, you've become increasingly reckless. You're being disrespectful. I was your father's soldier before, but now I'm your commander. Have you forgotten military discipline? How can you speak to a superior like this? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down. Uncle Gao. Call me commander. Gao Kun glared at him. Outside the door, Qin Luo gaped in surprise. So the company commander has such a strong background. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant and even yell at the commander. Wu Ziyuan helplessly said, Commander, let's discuss matters based on facts. Our company is currently the best in the new recruit training brigade, and we are leading by a wide margin. Is it that old man who is deliberately suppressing me, making you trip me up, eh? You're talking nonsense. Gao Kun growled angrily. Is your father that kind of person? What father doesn't wish for his son to succeed? If you're good, he'll be happy. Then why stuff someone in here to make things difficult for me? Wu Ziyuan suddenly raised his voice. Oh. I got it, you're using connections to get someone in. Commander, how much did you take from them? Bang. Gao Kun slapped his palm pained and yelled, you're talking nonsense. Let me tell you, that kid came in through connections. But since he brought his child to the army to endure hardships, it's to serve the country. Wu Ziyuan's tone was equally firm. If you want to be a soldier, come in justly. Those who use connections to get in can't have good intentions. You know I hate using connections. Ooh, I have never relied on my father. Gao Kun was left speechless, realizing he was talking to a wall. He had guaranteed his superior that Qin Luo must pass the assessment. Although Wu Ziyuan was stubborn as a mule, he was indeed the most capable company commander. Gao Kun took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. Wu Ziyuan. Let me tell you, kid, this is not a negotiation, it's an order. You have only 1 month, and you must turn him into a qualified soldier and pass the new recruit assessment. If he can't pass, send him back. Don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll discipline you severely. And your company, none of you will escape. Wu Ziyuan held his head high. Commander. Shut up. Gao Kun spat. Say one more word, and you won't be in the new recruit brigade anymore. Oh, just wait for your punishment. Wu Ziyuan's eyelids twitched. He felt that the commander was not joking, but truly angry. He hurriedly puffed out his chest. Report, Commander. I will definitely complete the mission. Get lost. Gao Kun waved his hand forcefully. Before the new recruit assessment, don't let me see you again. Remember, this order comes from the superior, it must be executed. Yes. Wu Ziyuan answered weakly while Gao Kun glared at him angrily. You little rascal, I won't let you off so easily. Outside, Qin Luo was already standing straight. Wu Ziyuan angrily walked past him, not looking back as he headed downstairs. Looking at his back, Qin Luo turned to glance at the office. Commander. Gao Kun was angry, and as soon as he saw Qin Luo's head, he slammed his palm on the table again. What are you still standing here for? Go with him, hurry up. Okay. Qin Luo nodded, looking at Wu Ziyuan's furious back, sighing helplessly. This guy is not a good person. Oh, would he make things difficult for me? Qin Luo touched his pocket, and a confident smile appeared on his face. First, stabilize him. As long as he doesn't cause me trouble with my current abilities, I can easily get by. After that, no one will be able to make things difficult for me. He picked up his bag and hurried after him, but suddenly the company commander ahead stopped abruptly, and Qin Luo collided directly into him. Bang! Wu Ziyuan was almost knocked down, glaring at Qin Luo angrily. Do you not watch where you're walking? Can't you see such a big person in front of you? Qin Luo looked down at the company commander, who was half a head shorter than him, and awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I was looking up and didn't see below. Wu Ziyuan raised his head, his face reddening. Was he implying that he was short? Stand straight. Wu Ziyuan took 2 steps back, glaring coldly at Qin Luo. Is this how you start to assert your authority? Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him closely. I don't care what connections you use to get in from which department, but let me tell you, I absolutely detest people who are incompetent and rely on connections trying to gain without working for it. So let me tell you frankly, I really particularly extremely dislike you. Qin Luo clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. For him, this was no longer asserting authority, it was an insult. Outside, he was a super rich second generation whom everyone wanted to kneel and call Big Brother. Yet Wu Ziyuan had made him feel utterly worthless. Even the Jade Emperor could not endure this. Commander, Qin Luo suddenly shouted. Speak. Wu Ziyuan stared at him intently. Qin Luo looked down at him. I also particularly dislike people who harbor prejudices and casually label others. To define others without knowing them at all, I really dislike such people, just like gossipers. Oh, Wu Ziyuan was stunned. This new recruit was challenging him. For a moment, he was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Qin Luo. After so many years, it was the first time a new recruit had confronted him like this. Wu Ziyuan stared hard at Qin Luo. All right, very good, at least you have a tough mouth. He snorted coldly and said sternly, you don't want to be casually defined by others, right? Good, then tell me. Wu Ziyuan, spitting words, shouted. Others have been training for 2 months, and you only have 1 month left. Even if you sprout wings, there's absolutely no way you can catch up with them. Unless you're a genius. Tell me, are you a genius? Qin Luo's eyes brightened, and he honestly nodded. I wasn't before, but after joining the army, I am now, and I am a 19th century genius. Wu Ziyuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been in the army for so many years, and had never encountered someone so shameless, daring to claim that they were a genius, let alone a 19th century one. But little did he know Qin Luo was not lying at all. With his special identity, he would soon possess various superpowers, and saying he was a 19th century genius was not an exaggeration at all. You? How can you be so shameless? Wu Ziyuan trembled with rage. Using connections was one thing, but this guy was so arrogant. This year their 9th company still wanted to compete for first place in the new recruit brigade. Now that Qin Luo had arrived, this guy was like a fly in the ointment. Wu Ziyuan did not want him to spoil the whole broth. Commander, Qin Luo looked at him innocently. I'm just stating the truth. I heard the army values being realistic. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan rolled his eyes in anger. Qin Luo watched his face turn red, looking as if he was constipated. Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan shouted loudly. With your attitude, it's absolutely impossible to complete the new recruit assessment in such a short time. Qin Luo smiled at him. Commander, do you think you don't have the capability to train me well? No problem, I'm confident I can complete the recruit assessment. And I'm sure my results will be excellent, so don't worry. Wu Ziyuan was almost driven mad. Looking at Qin Luo's confident expression, he simply could not understand where this kid's confidence came from. You're so arrogant, so cocky, Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. You think you're really impressive, don't you? He snorted. I can be extremely harsh during training. For the remaining month, I will make you remember this for a lifetime. Thank you, Qin Luo said casually. What? Wu Ziyuan was a bit dazed. What did you just say? Did I not say it harshly enough, or is this kid naturally fearless? He actually thanked me. I said thank you, Commander, Qin Luo said lightly. Since you are so concerned about me, I must be polite. Wu Ziyuan gasped in disbelief. Challenging me, this is definitely a challenge to my authority. He clearly does not believe what I just said. Originally, Wu Ziyuan wanted to give Qin Luo a show of authority, hoping he would obey and ideally scare him off. Without this fly in the ointment, he would have confidence in winning first place in this year's new recruit brigade. Yet he never expected that Qin Luo not only was not scared by him, but also dared to provoke him. Are those who use connections so inexplicably confident now? Did Liang Jingru give him the courage to speak like this? All right. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously, his face looking like it was cramping, gritting his teeth, and saying, It's rare to encounter such a motivated soldier. Let's go, follow me back, please. Seeing Wu Ziyuan's expression of disdain towards him, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. One should be polite, otherwise one would either get scolded or beaten. Qin Luo felt that it was about time just to show his attitude, letting Wu Ziyuan know that he was not a soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. However, next he still had to work under him. To avoid trouble, he still needed to maintain a good relationship. Commander. What? Wu Ziyuan looked at him coldly. Qin Luo took out a card from his pocket and slapped it into Wu Ziyuan's hand. I'll need your care in the future. Oh, just a little token. Take it. Qin Luo smiled. I will pass the new recruit assessment, so don't make things difficult for me. I'm pretty straightforward. If I say something wrong, please bear with me. Wu Ziyuan looked down at it, his eyes nearly popping out. It was a diamond gold card from the wealthy Platinum Entertainment Club. This. Wu Ziyuan's corner of the eye twitched violently. Qin Luo smiled slightly. This is my exclusive gold card. You can spend freely there, all drinks are free, and you can choose any girl, bringing as many people as you want. Just mention my name, and they will arrange a luxury room for you, with a big waterbed and various props. Qin Luo was full of confidence. Oh, what man does not enjoy going to such places? This time he definitely sent the right gift. Afterwards, Wu Ziyuan should not cause him any trouble. Wu Ziyuan held the card, his jaw hitting the ground, shaking with rage. Damn it, this door-opening soldier dares to challenge my soft spot right after arriving. Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan exclaimed, jumping up in anger. What's wrong, squad leader? Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Stand at attention. Wu Ziyuan was spitting with rage. He slapped Qin Luo on the chest and shouted, Put away your nonsense from the outside world. This is the army. Do you understand? Qin Luo looked at the slap mark on his chest, his eyelids twitching. He hadn't even sent it out, and what Wu Ziyuan said was the same as what the commander said. Do the people here really not like to accept things? Mouse droppings. Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at him. Let's see how you pass the new recruit assessment. Qin Luo looked at his back, feeling helpless. He never dreamed that the tactics he used in society would not only be useless here, but would also lead to embarrassment. If you don't want to accept it, then forget it. Qin Luo snorted coldly. After all, he had superpowers and wasn't afraid of being targeted. He could endure some hardship. Just 2 years. Qin Luo reassured himself. Once he gained more superpowers, he could retire. Enduring some hardship would be worth it. The 9th company was located at the far edge of the new recruit instruction corps. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Qin Luo finally arrived in front of a row of barracks. Call all the squad leaders. Yes. The guard immediately ran off. Wu Ziyuan stopped in front of the barracks, hands behind his back, ignoring Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolled his eyes, and he ignored Wu Ziyuan as well. Moments later, figures rushed out of the barracks, quickly standing in front of Wu Ziyuan. Then a squad leader saluted him. Report, squad leader. All squad leaders have assembled. 10 were supposed to be here, and all 10 are present. Please give instructions. At ease. All of them relaxed immediately. Wu Ziyuan scanned the crowd, and then pointed at Qin Luo behind him. Let me introduce you, this is Qin Luo, the new recruit, who just arrived. All the squad leaders looked over in astonishment. The new recruit training had already been going on for 2 months. How could there still be new recruits coming in? Wu Ziyuan said loudly, to be honest, I don't want this soldier, the commander forced him on me. Moreover, he requires that our company must bring him up to the average level of the entire unit within the remaining month. Then he must pass the new recruit assessment a month from now. If he fails, we will be punished. He coldly raised his voice. We will all be punished together. Qin Luo's eyelids twitched again. Looking around, all the squad leaders were glaring at him. Good heavens, are they trying to make me a target? Qin Luo clenched his fists. So this is how it's going to be. Fine, I Qin Luo am afraid of no one. Let's see how you play this. Wu Ziyuan coughed. That's the situation. It's an order from above, and we must carry it out. This kid loves to brag. So I need a capable squad leader. Who can step up? After saying that, he stepped aside, allowing Qin Luo to stand directly opposite all the squad leaders. Seeing the hostile and displeased expressions on their faces, Qin Luo felt helpless. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's thick eyebrows and big eyes, he didn't expect him to be so cunning. Did he want me to become the most disliked person in the entire company right from the start? Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Luo with a wicked smile. Aren't you arrogant? With the whole company hating you, how can you still have the face to stay here? After a long silence, Wu Ziyuan coughed. No one wants you, huh? Then you choose for yourself. The new recruit training would end in a month. At this time, no one wanted a burden that would only drag down the entire class's performance. Everyone immediately avoided Qin Luo's gaze like the plague. Qin Luo looked at their disdainful expressions, feeling speechless. A bunch of blind idiots having me is like finding treasure, do you know that? Hurry up and choose. Wu Ziyuan urged, don't waste time. He wore a smug look. At this moment, no matter whom Qin Luo chose, the selected person would definitely be filled with anger and would definitely try to take revenge on Qin Luo later. Qin Luo glanced at all the squad leaders, his gaze landing on a tall, thin squad leader. No other reason, he was the one dodging the most, leaning backward. This squad leader. Qin Luo pointed at him. All the other squad leaders immediately sighed in relief. The one pointed at turned pale, his eyes nearly popping out. Damn it, I dodged so well, yet you still chose me. Are you using some kind of auto-targeting system? You really know how to choose. Wu Ziyuan looked at Qin Luo in surprise. Chang Lei, our company's best squad leader. Skilled and capable. All the other squad leaders nodded frantically. Yes, he's the best here. Chang Lei looked distressed. Squad leader. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. Chang Lei, it's meant to be. I'm entrusting you with this daunting task. You must complete it, understand? Execute the order. Yes. Chang Lei nodded with immense grievance. Taking on a new recruit is crucial to their future. But now with Qin Luo as a burden, how can he fare well? Wu Ziyuan scanned the crowd and said coldly, squad leader, take him back for now. Everyone else gather at the company headquarters for a meeting later. Yes. Wu Ziyuan glanced coldly at Qin Luo. If you want to suffer, I will satisfy you. I'll give you the best squad leader and the most rigorous training. For the next month, you better be fully alert and don't chicken out halfway through. Qin Luo stared back defiantly. Rest assured, squad leader, I always keep my word. Wu Ziyuan sneered. All right, let's see if you can stick it out. He walked towards the company headquarters, his face filled with pride. Arrogant, keep being arrogant. Oh, I'll watch how you hold up next. As soon as the squad leader left, all the squad leaders returned to their icy expressions. Each of them glared fiercely at Qin Luo, and then sympathetically patted Chang Lei. After giving him an encouraging look, they all left. Chang Lei stood dumbfounded, his face a mix of innocence and despair. It's over. Where did this troublemaker come from? Squad leader. Chang Lei was startled and turned to see Qin Luo, smiling widely, leaning close to his ear. What are you yelling for? I'm not deaf. Chang Lei was filled with anger. Qin Luo grinned and said, everyone else is gone, it's just the two of us left. Chang Lei looked around. Indeed, everyone had left, so he glared coldly at Qin Luo. Troublemaker. No, you're Qin Luo, right? Since you're my soldier, now you must give me your all. If you drag our class down and lower our overall performance, I won't be polite. Yes. Qin Luo nodded. Squad leader, since I chose you, don't worry, I definitely won't drag you down. Chang Lei stared at him, saying coldly, you better do that. And remember, this is the army, not the outside world. Here soldiers must obey orders absolutely and follow commands completely. Every word I say you must obey without question. Understood. Qin Luo nodded. Chang Lei gave him a cold glance. Let's go. Qin Luo picked up his bag and immediately followed him towards the class. Class 1 was on the first floor of the barracks. When the squad leader spoke just now, it had already attracted the attention of all classes. The new recruits in Class 1 were peering out of the window for a long time. Chang Lei walked in with a stern face, and everyone immediately stood at attention. Let me introduce you, Chang Lei said coldly. This is Qin Luo. Qin Luo, let me introduce you. This is Chang Haonan. Huh. Qin Luo was taken aback, the top boss of Copper Gong Bay. The guy at the front was over 6 feet tall with dark skin and a sturdy build. He looked nothing like the suave image of Haonan in the movies. He looked more like the black bear spirit from Journey to the West who stole the Kasaya. This guy glared at Qin Luo with displeasure in his eyes. But Qin Luo didn't mind and continued to look at the next introduction. Zheng Qian. This soldier looked lean with small eyes that twinkled with intelligence. When introduced, he even gave Qin Luo a seemingly friendly smile. How duo. This soldier immediately gave Qin Luo a silly grin, flashing a set of big white teeth that shone brightly. He radiated a kind of pure stupidity, looking not very smart. As the squad leader introduced, each one Qin Luo couldn't help but complain inwardly. What a bunch of oddballs. If this were outside, these guys would probably be kept at least 10 meters away. His bodyguards would send them flying. Once Chang Lei finished the introductions, he coldly stared at Qin Luo. The new recruit training has already started for 2 months. Your progress is a full 2 months behind theirs. In front of you, they are practically veterans now. Each new recruit proudly raised their heads, having been trained like dogs by the squad leader. They never expected that in front of Qin Luo, they would be considered veterans. Chang Lei continued, from now on, to quickly improve your overall quality, everyone in the class is obligated to help comrade Qin Luo improve. I'll manage the training, but during regular times teach him everything you know. If he doesn't understand something, you can correct him immediately. Understood? Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. They never expected they would have a day to guide a new recruit. Chang Lei glared at Qin Luo. I'll be keeping a close watch on you. And remember, if you dare to hold back our class, I won't be polite. Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. After a while, you'll come to like me. Chang Lei, I'll head to the company headquarters now. You all get him familiarized. Teach him what you can right now, and make the most of every fragment of time. Yes. Chang Lei shot a glare at Qin Luo, growing more irritated the more he looked at him. He then turned and quickly walked outside. Many other new recruits were already gathered outside. Hearing that the new recruits had been training for 2 months, and yet there were still newcomers, everyone wanted to come over to see the spectacle. What are you looking at? What's so interesting? Chang Lei was furious. Are you all done training, or is your squad leader not managing you? Get back to your... The new recruits scattered like frightened birds and all ran back. What's the matter with you all? Chang Lei snorted coldly and strode out. Watching the squad leader leave, Qin Luo picked up his bag and smiled at everyone. Hello, everyone will be comrades from now on. How Duo grinned at him, but was immediately poked by someone next to him. He had to immediately put away his smile and stood awkwardly in place. The others all looked at Qin Luo unfriendly, their eyes full of hostility. Who the hell said we're comrades? Cheng Haonan glared coldly at Qin Luo. You're just a new recruit. Qin Luo was speechless. Did these guys really think they were veterans? Qin Luo looked at this group of oddballs, completely uninterested in engaging with them. In a month's time, he would never see these people again. There was no need to deal with them. He saw an empty bunk and walked over with his bag. Just as he was about to set it down, a large foot suddenly stomped on the edge of the bed. It was Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo frowned slightly. What do you mean, Haonan? Cheng Haonan glared down at him, his tone unfriendly. Kid, did the veterans agree to let you sleep here? Do you understand the rules in the army? Don't you know you have to pay your respects first? Qin Luo chuckled. Paying respects, as if it were some kind of street gang. He put down his bag and smiled at the other party. What do you want? Chang Lei arrived at the company headquarters. Instructor Kong Xiang was startled, spitting out a mouthful of tea. Class leader, what are you doing? Can't you knock? Chang Lei immediately made a long face. Instructor, I am wronged. What are you wronged about? Kong Xiang put down his teacup. You just had bad luck. No one bullied you. Besides, you were the best class leader in the entire company. So I deserve to be unlucky. Chang Lei looked completely innocent. All right. Wu Ziyuan walked in with a smile and patted Kong Xiang. Old Kong, don't get angry. Giving him such a headache, anyone would feel wronged. Class leader. Chang Lei stared at him. You know, I only have this last chance left. If I don't get promoted, I have to report back home. At a time like this, you give me such a thing. Wu Ziyuan said with a smile, I know you best. As long as you give it your all, even the worst soldier will be trained well by you. Class leader. Chang Lei said with a sad face, if he came with the other soldiers. Even if just a month later, I could still manage. But he arrived 2 months late. The others have already completed all the subjects. In just 1 month, no matter how hard I try, I can't get him through the rookie assessment. Wu Ziyuan patted him firmly. Just give it your all. Remember, you must give it your all when training him. But execute the order. Wu Ziyuan's smile faded. Yes. Chang Lei nodded bitterly. Class leader, if I end up being a bit harsh, you can't blame me later. Wu Ziyuan smiled again. Even if you're harsh, I won't blame you. After all, we are completing the mission assigned by the regiment commander. Don't worry about it. Chang Lei's face was grim. There was no way he could feel at ease. Report. At that moment, all the class leaders arrived at the company headquarters. Wu Ziyuan cleared his throat. Come in. The door opened, and each class leader walked in one after another. Take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Wu Ziyuan said, "Before the meeting, there's something I need to address. I'll keep it brief." He clasped his hands behind his back, scanning the crowd. "This year, our 9th company aims to win first place in the rookie group. But now a connection has been forcefully shoved into our company. The regiment commander has given a strict order that we must comply. But I absolutely cannot let this nuisance drag our entire company down." The class leaders immediately united in anger. "Class leader, you decide what to do. We will follow your lead." Wu Ziyuan nodded. "It's simple. Well, I've already instructed class leader 1 to use all means to train him. Everyone knew class leader 1's capabilities. As long as he put in the effort, there was no soldier he couldn't train well. Right?" Everyone looked at Chang Lei in agreement. Chang Lei's eye twitched. The flattery felt utterly uncomfortable. Wu Ziyuan clapped his hands. "As for you, your main task is to assist class leader 1. Encourage Qin Luo more, keep him occupied. He shouldn't have a moment's idleness. He should either be training or preparing to train." "Understood." "Yes." Everyone nodded vigorously. They naturally understood what Wu Ziyuan meant. This was quite simple. "All right, let's start the meeting." A moment later, the routine meeting concluded. As they closed the door, Kong Xiang sipped his tea and said, "Old Wu, your trick is quite underhanded." Wu Ziyuan beamed with pride. "Old Kong, look at what you're saying. I'm clearly trying my best to execute the regiment commander's orders. Where's the underhandedness?" Kong Xiang chuckled. "You intentionally made Qin Luo someone everyone in the company dislikes, and then you let him choose a class leader, stirring up Chang Lei." All right. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand, seeing through it. "Doesn't mean you have to say it." Kong Xiang shook his head. "By doing this, Chang Lei will have to train him day and night, and the other class leaders will keep a close watch on him. If he can't take it and leaves, how will you explain it to the regiment commander? If he can't take it and leaves, that's his problem. It has nothing to do with me." Wu Ziyuan spread his hands. "I have wholeheartedly trained him. If he leaves, it's his own inability. In that case, Chang Lei won't have to worry, and it's a win-win." Kong Xiang laughed. All right, so that's your game. But do you think the regiment commander is a fool? Will he believe you? If he doesn't believe me, then just punish me." Wu Ziyuan shrugged. "I'm not afraid." Wu Ziyuan's expression was carefree. "The army is meant for combat. It needs combat power, not just anyone who wants to join." With that, he turned around, full of vigor. "Kid, let's see how you act next. Soon you won't even have the strength to eat." Kong Xiang watched his departing figure, smiling ruefully. The offspring of a military family is indeed proud and confident. Sooner or later, you have to be responsible for fetching water, and you must pay attention to cleanliness in the class. Cheng Haonan looked coldly at Qin Luo. "Moreover, the army is a place that emphasizes uniformity. In the future, the quilts must be uniformly placed, and the toothbrush and toothpaste must face the same direction. The water bottles must be neatly arranged, and the tables must be free of stains. No smelly shoes allowed indoors. If there are, brush them immediately. Also, the bunks must always be kept clean and tidy, with no wrinkles." He flashed a grin at Qin Luo. "From today on, all these tasks will be yours." The other rookies chuckled, folding their arms to watch the fun. Only Hao Duo shrank aside, watching Qin Luo with concern. Anger surged in Qin Luo's eyes. He had already held back a bellyful of rage today, first scolded by the regiment commander, then by the company commander, and finally being played a trick on by the company commander. Since he couldn't afford to offend the regiment commander and company commander, now even these rookies were bullying him. He had always been the one demanding from others, and no one had ever dared to demand anything from him. Did they really think that Qin Xiao had no temper? Trying to intimidate me? Bullying me? Do you really think you're the Haonan brother from Copper Gong Bay? Even if you were, I wouldn't care about you." Qin Luo glared coldly at Cheng Haonan. "What's Copper Gong Bay?" Cheng Haonan looked confused. But he immediately reacted, looking coldly at Qin Luo. "We are caring for you, wanting you to improve quickly. If you're unhappy, you can go to another class. We don't welcome you." Zheng Qian on the side laughed. "I don't think other classes will welcome him either." "Exactly," the other soldiers echoed. "Our class ranks at the top in the entire company. With you here, we will be at the bottom. We have endured so much hardship to achieve our current results. With you here, you will become a burden, and all our efforts will be in vain. If you don't want to do it, just get out. We can't wait for you to leave." Cheng Haonan raised his chin, looking smugly at Qin Luo. "I know you have connections, but here no one will pamper you." "Fool." Qin Luo rolled his eyes and turned to continue tidying the bunk. Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. You insulted me." Qin Luo said without looking up. "We're all rookies. What's with the act? Do you think you're not a fool?" Cheng Haonan grabbed Qin Luo's shoulder. "You dare insult me? Looking for a fight?" Qin Luo was pulled back a step, and anger surged in his eyes. Having endured for so long, he could no longer hold back. He suddenly turned around and raised his fist, ready to strike. Ding! New mission published. Please unite with all class comrades and integrate into their midst. Qin Luo almost knelt on the spot. Did they want him to become one with this group of oddballs? What use would that be? Taking them out made Qin Luo feel embarrassed. Cheng Haonan was startled by Qin Luo's reaction, but quickly reacted. Seeing Qin Luo's fist, he suddenly laughed. "Oh, you still want to resist and fight me? Come on, let's have a good. Chung Haonan rolled up his sleeves. Before I joined the army, I was known as the street bully, able to take on 20 at once. They'll let you strike first, otherwise if you end up on the ground you'll say I bullied you. Qin Luo looked at his arrogant demeanor, wanting to punch him hard. If this were outside, with a single word from him a group of little brothers would have beaten Chung Haonan to death. Would he have even been able to say another word? But for the sake of the mission. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He had his own goals in coming here and never intended to befriend this group of oddballs. Integrating with them is impossible, but it could work. Hey, are you going to fight or not? Chung Haonan looked smug while the other rookies laughed, waiting to see the show. Qin Luo took a deep breath, pushed Chung Haonan away, and said, I came here. Leaving is impossible, and I don't want you all to trouble me. So I have an idea. All the rookies exchanged glances, and Zheng Qian nodded. Go ahead. Qin Luo said, do you have a leader? Huh. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Qin Luo pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. If there's no leader, then today you can acknowledge me as your leader. I have no demands of you, just don't bother me, and you handle all the chores and this money is yours. Follow me and you'll enjoy a good life, just be obedient. Saying this, he handed the money to Chung Haonan. Chung Haonan stared at the cash, his face turning green. Is it too little? Qin Luo took out another handful of cash. This is all I have for now, but as long as you listen I can. Looking at the bright cash, all the rookies swallowed hard. They had never seen anyone as generous as Qin Luo. Take it. Qin Luo said nonchalantly, say thank you. Chung Haonan's eyes nearly popped out. You a rookie? Actually want us to be your little brothers? Is having money really that impressive? Qin Luo was taken aback. You're right. Having money means you can do whatever you want. Damn you, I hate people like you the most. Chung Haonan angrily swung a punch. Hearing the wind from the punch, Qin Luo instinctively stepped back, the fist sweeping past his face and almost hitting him. You're really crazy. Qin Luo's eyes ignited with rage. For this super-rich second generation, he had already given the other party a lot of face. Out there, even if he didn't pay, how many people wanted to kneel and call him daddy? Now he offered money to acknowledge a brother, and he was still being hit. Zheng Qian hurriedly shouted, Haonan Qin is quite sincere. You. Shut up. Chung Haonan glared angrily at Qin Luo. This is the army, everyone is equal. How could he use money to make us his little brothers? This rookie, this bastard, has to be properly taught a lesson today. After saying that, he swung another punch at Qin Luo. Zheng Qian sighed helplessly. Why can't this kid just give the money to me instead of to Chung Haonan? How duo cautiously asked Qian Go. Why is Chung Haonan so angry? The others also curiously leaned in. Zheng Qian whispered, I heard his dad was forced into dangerous work by the contractor on the construction site for extra pay, resulting in an accident and becoming paralyzed. The contractor ran away and the construction boss didn't care. People have money and power while Haonan's family can't get anyone to care no matter how they sue. Everyone suddenly understood Qin Luo's money had missed the mark entirely. Chung Haonan unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Qin Luo to retreat to the corner. Chung Haonan roared, aren't you looking to fight with me? Look at you, you can't even beat a woman, can you? Come on, show me what you've got. This sentence struck a nerve with Qin Luo. Damn it, you're pushing your luck, aren't you? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Luo's eyes flashed coldly. This is your own doing. My punch is quite powerful, just brace yourself. Knowing fear, just hurry up and admit defeat. Chung Haonan said proudly while waving his fist. Isn't having money supposed to let you do as you please? If you don't admit defeat, I won't stop. Qin Luo leaned against the wall, watching Chung Haonan throw another punch, taking a deep breath. His right hand clenched into a fist, and his entire aura suddenly changed. The power of One Punch Man instantly activated, gathering all his strength into his right hand and amplifying it infinitely. At that moment, Qin Luo felt the veins on his arm bulging, filled with explosive power. Wanting to make a move, huh? I'm going to satisfy you. Qin Luo swung his fist fiercely, and a sound like the wind breaking through the air could be heard. He had already held back some of his strength, fearing that Chung Haonan might be killed. He was certain that soon these guys would all submit to him. What are you doing? Suddenly a shout came from the doorway. Everyone was startled and immediately stood at attention. Qin Luo's heart sank. Oh no, it's the squad leader. Qin Luo's fist came to an abrupt halt. However, at the moment he was only at C rank, unable to control the force freely. The backlash was nearly making Qin Luo burst. Although he had dissipated most of his strength, his fist still struck Chung Haonan's abdomen. Bang! Chung Haonan's expression changed, and he immediately bent over. A series of loud farts erupted like thunder, causing everyone to frown and cover their noses. Chong Lei walked in with a cold expression, glancing at Qin Luo, and then at Chung Haonan. What are you two doing? Qin Luo's face turned crimson, and he quickly lowered his fist. He felt even worse than Chung Haonan. His body was churning, and he couldn't even speak. Speak! Chong Lei raised his voice sharply. Report, squad leader. Zheng Qian stepped forward. We were teaching Qin Luo, but he refused to submit, and even hit someone. Yes. Chung Haonan nodded eagerly, saying aggrievedly, Squad leader, look, he made me fart. This guy disrespects veterans. Chang Lei then noticed a foul smell wafting over and quickly covered his nose. Qin Luo. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with icy eyes. You're really something just arrived, and you're hitting a comrade. Do you know that fighting in the army can get you sent back? At this moment Qin Luo felt incredibly uncomfortable and couldn't utter a word. Qin Luo felt anger rise as he looked at the smug expressions of Cheng Haonan and the others. As long as they spoke in unison, the squad leader would definitely believe them. Alright, you want to play with me? Your Luo brother plays with the ancestors of humanity. Suddenly his legs went weak and he collapsed. What's wrong with you? Chang Lei exclaimed, rushing over to help him. The new recruits were equally confused. Zhang Qian stared at Cheng Haonan and whispered, what did you do to him? Cheng Haonan looked aggrieved. Come on, he was hitting me, and I almost shat myself. At this moment Qin Luo was already helped up by Chang Lei, looking incredibly weak. Of course he was indeed feeling a bit unwell, but half of it was an act. Qin Luo, what's wrong? Chang Lei asked anxiously. Well, a new recruit causing trouble right after arriving, he certainly couldn't evade responsibility. Qin Luo weakly said, squad leader, does it look like I hit him, or he hit me? What the hell? Cheng Haonan jumped up in anger. You little brat, do you even have any shame? Clearly it was. Shut up. Chang Lei growled, then turned to Qin Luo, continue speaking. A barely noticeable smile crossed Qin Luo's lips as he weakly said, squad leader, the moment you left they bullied me. They said I was a new recruit and should wash their underwear and socks among many other things. I refused and they hit me. Squad leader, he's talking nonsense. Cheng Haonan angrily spat. Clearly he wanted to be our boss and even wanted to pay us. Pay? Chang Lei looked at him incredulously. That's impossible, squad leader. Qin Luo forced a smile. Look at my small frame, can I beat them? Besides, even if I wanted to pay to recruit underlings, I wouldn't recruit them. Moreover, this is the army, and we are comrades. Squad leader. Cheng Haonan anxiously said, he hit me so hard that I farted, and I think I... Shut up. Chang Lei stood up coldly, looking at Cheng Haonan. I understand everything. You guys have gone too far. Bullying a new recruit, and framing him. Everyone do push-ups for me. Chang Lei said sternly. Next time you'll be sent back immediately. Cheng Haonan and the others looked like their jaws were about to hit the ground. They clearly didn't grasp the situation and had been led astray. Cheng Haonan wanted to explain, but was pulled down by Zhang Qian. If he spoke now, it would only make Chang Lei angrier. Qin Luo, Chang Lei said to Qin Luo, don't be afraid. If you encounter such things in the future, tell me. Yes. Qin Luo looked at Cheng Haonan smugly. This was to teach you all a lesson in martial ethics. He was almost sent back because of this, and that system would have been lost too. Dealing with them was a light punishment. As for subduing them, Qin Luo snorted coldly. He had plenty of time. It shouldn't be hard to subjugate these misfits. Bastard, I won't let this go with you. Cheng Haonan glared fiercely at Qin Luo, his eyes filled with rage. Not only had he failed to teach Qin Luo a lesson, but he had also been beaten and punished. He could not swallow this anger. Qin Luo. Present. Qin Luo stood up straight. Did they just explain the standards of housekeeping to you? Chang Lei asked. Report, squad leader. Zhang Qian laughed as he lay on the ground, answering eagerly. We just explained everything to Qin Luo. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. It was a pity that Zhang Qian didn't go earn money. He was very good at reading the room and had a clever mind. Chang Lei nodded in satisfaction, then coldly looked at Qin Luo. Housekeeping is a soldier's foundation and something every soldier must master. Tonight you will practice folding blankets. You can only sleep once you fold them correctly. All the new recruits smiled, while Cheng Haonan looked at Qin Luo with glee. Just wait. I'll make you suffer while folding. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, but before coming here the veterans he talked to said that as long as one had good military quality in the army, everyone would like and respect them, and they could even kick the platoon leader's butt. Right. A hint of excitement appeared on Qin Luo's face. If I want to win them over, I don't necessarily have to beat them. I can suppress them militarily, making them respect and be in awe of me completely. Zhang Qian. Present. In our class your blanket is folded the best. Teach him, don't be polite to... Zhang Qian smiled like a sunflower. Yes. Squad leader, don't worry. I will teach him well. The group of new recruits looked at Qin Luo with malicious intent. Zhang Qian's teaching meant that they were all teaching him together. Cheng Haonan was especially happy. They could now properly deal with Qin Luo. Let him be arrogant and wild. Folding blankets could make a new recruit cry and break down. Once Qin Luo got scared, he might even voluntarily leave class 1, and everyone wouldn't have to worry about being dragged down in the overall score. Let's start. Chang Lei walked to the side and sat down. All the new recruits immediately got up. Zhang Qian, like a homeroom teacher, waved at Qin Luo. I will demonstrate for you now. Make sure to open your eyes wide and don't miss a single detail. You'll have to fold it yourself later. Cheng Haonan had a wicked smile. If you don't fold well later, we might just throw it in the toilet. Li Dehai chuckled. And then you can fold it in the toilet. Qin Luo glanced at Chang Lei, who was coldly watching him. They really want to make a fool of me. A hint of a smile crossed Qin Luo's lips. He had a super imitation ability. Earlier he thought it was useless, but just now Zheng Qian said he would demonstrate. I can put this ability to good use now. I'm starting. Zheng Qian smirked and directly lifted Qin Luo's blanket. Kid, let you be arrogant. Sheng Haonan lowered his voice. It's still not too late to apply to leave our class now. Apologize to us, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, get out of the way. Don't block my view. Qin Luo pushed him aside. Sheng Haonan was infuriated, nearly exploding. Fine, you continue being arrogant. Later you'll regret it. Qin Luo didn't even hear what he said. His super imitation ability had already activated. At this moment in Qin Luo's eyes, Zheng Qian had turned transparent. But his body outline transformed into golden lines, almost as if he were watching a slideshow. His brain started operating like a computer, rapidly recording every movement of Zheng Qian, then transmitting the information into his instinct. Chang Lei, sitting nearby, saw Qin Luo intently staring at Zheng Qian and nodded slightly in satisfaction. He's quite serious, I just don't know how good his brain is. If he can't even fold a blanket, well, he definitely won't do well in other subjects. All right. Zheng Qian looked at Qin Luo with pride. Did you see clearly? Qin Luo glanced at the blanket that looked like a big bread loaf and chuckled. I saw it clearly, but how come what you folded looks like a big bun? Zheng Qian's face instantly turned red, stammering. This is a new blanket. It's very hard to fold. It's impressive that I can fold it at all. Are you still picking at it? Sheng Haonan quickly chimed in. A new blanket uses new cotton, and it takes time to fold it well. What do you know? How dare you question a veteran? Squad leader, this kid is too rebellious. Chang Lei looked at the lump of big bread with a twitching brow. But Zheng Qian was indeed a new recruit. Being able to fold it like this was his limit. Qin Luo, Chang Lei said coldly, a new blanket is indeed hard to fold. If you can fold it like this today, you'll pass. Just this. Qin Luo felt a surge of excitement. Hey. Zheng Qian glared at him angrily. What do you mean by that tone? Don't think it's easy. If you can fold it like this, it's already impressive. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This big loaf of bread had already been copied 100 by his imitation ability. It wasn't difficult at all. Qin Luo felt it was a waste of his imitation skills. Squad leader, if I fold it better than this, do I not have to work overtime? Qin Luo asked. You fold better than me, eh? Zheng Qian was furious. Can you? Don't talk, I'm asking the squad leader. Qin Luo interrupted him directly, then turned to Chang Lei. Chang Lei nodded. I keep my word. If you can fold it like this, you can pass tonight. Yes. Qin Luo rubbed his hands. Squad leader, can I start now? My. Chang Lei looked at him in surprise. You want to see it once? Squad leader, this blanket is not difficult at all. Qin Luo said relaxedly. Watching it again would be a waste of time. Qin Luo. Zheng Qian was so furious that he jumped up. You're too arrogant. This is a veteran who has been in the army for 2 months folding this. You. Zheng Qian's eyes were almost popping out because Qin Luo lifted the big loaf right in front of him. Bastard, I worked hard to fold that. Zheng Qian was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Can't you show a bit of respect and gently spread it out? Stop shouting, old Zheng. Sheng Haonan pulled him. Just watch him fold. If he doesn't do well later, we'll throw his blanket out. He's so arrogant, the squad leader definitely won't say anything. Zheng Qian clenched his fists in anger. Fine, I'll see how he folds it. But less than a minute passed, and all the new recruits were wide-eyed in shock. Qin Luo seemed to have revved up his hands, moving back and forth, repeatedly pressing the blanket. The originally thick blanket was pressed down significantly, the harsh scratching sound echoing throughout the room. At this moment in Qin Luo's mind, it was as if a slideshow was replaying every detail of how Zheng Qian folded the blanket. Suddenly Qin Luo stopped pressing, quickly folding the blanket, and it fit together perfectly, without any. All the new recruits craned their necks, their eyes wide open, and Chang Lei inexplicably leaned forward. Qin Luo was now fully engaged, his movements flowing like water, incredibly smooth, and his speed was astonishing. After another 3 minutes, Qin Luo had already folded the blanket into shape. It was far superior to Zheng Qian's. It was like heaven and earth. Zheng Qian's eyes were nearly popping out. It wasn't just that Qin Luo folded it better than him, but this kid was not only better, but was even trimming the edges and corners. What the hell? Chang Lei finally couldn't help but stand up and quickly walked in front of Qin Luo, watching intently. The blanket twisted under Qin Luo's hands, and every edge and corner quickly took shape. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Qin Luo suddenly stood up. Done. A square, well-folded blanket was placed in front of everyone. Qin Luo smiled at Zheng Qian. How about that? Did I fold it better than you? Seeing Qin Luo's smug expression, Zheng Qian was almost about to explode with anger. This square blanket compared to his big loaf was an insult. Wasn't this just ridiculing him while publicly showing off? Fuming, he looked around for help, but Sheng Haonan and the others were all staring at the blanket in shock, completely ignoring Zheng Qian. Qin Luo then turned to Chong Lei and asked squad leader, does this pass? Chong Lei was currently peering closely at Qin Luo's blanket, his ears buzzing as if a train were passing by. Can a new recruit fold something like this? It has angles and edges. Although it's not as good as what the veterans can do, it's still far better than any other new recruit. It's already much better than what I could do back in my day. Chong Lei swallowed hard. Squad leader. Huh. Chong Lei was startled, staring blankly at Qin Luo. Did you call me? I wanted to ask, is this blanket considered qualified? Chong Lei swallowed again. I guess it's acceptable. After saying that, he wanted to slap himself. He had never folded a blanket this well when he was a new recruit. It was indeed acceptable. Chong Lei felt a bit embarrassed. Well, you should take a break today and practice the other things tomorrow. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo smiled slightly and turned to lift the blanket. Everyone was stunned to see the blanket being lifted. What are you doing? Zhang Qian angrily pointed at him. You can't lift the blanket until the lights out signal is blown. Do you want to sleep now? Chong Lei also frowned slightly. Who said I was going to sleep? Qin Luo glared at him. I just want to fold it again to make it better. I can't be worse than you guys. Everyone was stunned, and Chong Lei's mouth hung open in shock. They all thought Qin Luo was going to sleep, who knew he was trying to improve his housekeeping skills. Watching Qin Luo busily pressing the blanket like a hard-working farmer in the field, Chong Lei couldn't help but smile slightly. This kid doesn't seem so bad after all. Oh, who knows? What are you looking at? Chong Lei shouted, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. He looked at them, then at Qin Luo, feeling his anger rise. Without comparison, there is no harm. Chong Lei pointed at them, and then at their blankets. Look at theirs, then look at yours. If I were you, I would throw my blanket in the toilet. All the new recruits were frightened into silence, not daring to breathe. Chong Lei angrily pulled off Zhang Qian's blanket. Weren't you just cocky? What kind of mess is this? How dare you be complacent? Look at him folding it so well, and still trying to improve. All of you go fold your blankets. You can only sleep when I am satisfied. All the new recruits rushed toward their blankets, and Chong Lei turned around satisfied as he glanced at Qin Luo, feeling a slight fondness for him. Qin Luo secretly glanced at everyone, a smile creeping onto his face. Now you know my prowess, right? Let's see if you submit. Once they finished tidying up and completed the task, he would surely pass the new recruit assessment, and life would be much more comfortable for him. Ding, new task released. Qin Luo was taken aback. The previous task wasn't completed yet, and a new one was issued. Ding, please do not be negligent. Actively strive to achieve first place in the new recruit assessment. Upon completion of the task, you will randomly receive super abilities and super points. Qin Luo's eyes nearly popped out. First place among new recruits. How hard would that be? He didn't want to keep struggling. System, can I skip this task? Being a soldier king is too exhausting. The host must successfully complete 10 tasks before gaining advanced privileges to selectively accept tasks. Otherwise, the system will dissipate itself and all abilities. Fine. I get it. Qin Luo sighed helplessly. No questions asked, it was just the system settings. If he didn't want his powers to disappear, he had no choice but to comply. I just want more super abilities. You can't make me work myself to death. 10 tasks, right? Qin Luo gritted his teeth. I'll just complete them, Heaton. As long as I can get super abilities, I will gladly retire. Trying to take first place among new recruits was challenging for ordinary people, but for him it was nothing difficult. Qin Luo took a deep breath and got busy again. Watching Qin Luo madly folding blankets again, Zhang Qian was almost in tears. The squad leader had always praised him for having the best housekeeping skills, yet Qin Luo had only been there for a few hours. He had gone from a sweet kid to a wilted flower in front of the squad leader. Old Zhang, don't cry. Who the hell is crying? Zhang Qian quickly wiped his eyes. I'm angry. This kid must be doing it on purpose. He clearly knows how to fold blankets, but pretends not to. He's deliberately trying to make us look bad. Cheng Haonan said seriously, this kid must have learned how to fold blankets. He came prepared. Damn it, we should have taught him a lesson. Now not only is he above us, but he also made us fold blankets together with him. Old Zheng, don't worry, we'll definitely— Zhang Qian looked at him in surprise. Do you have an idea? Cheng Haonan lowered his voice. What good is just being able to fold blankets? He definitely won't excel in other subjects. When the time comes. The next day, just as dawn broke, a sharp whistle echoed throughout the training regiment. Then a melodious song. Get up, get up. Chong Lei jumped off the bed and was about to grab his clothes when he suddenly froze. By the window, Qin Luo was holding a notebook, muttering to himself. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Chong Lei asked. All the new recruits slowly got up. After lights out yesterday, they had folded blankets for 2 hours before sleeping, and they were still a bit dazed. In memorizing the regulations. Qin Luo held up the booklet. Huh. Chong Lei was shocked, his mouth agape. The regulations were given to Qin Luo by him, but he hadn't asked him to memorize it, yet not expecting him to be so proactive. You can wait a couple of days to memorize it. Chong Lei said. Qin Luo smiled. I heard that the assessment will check the regulations, so since I have nothing to do, I might as well memorize them to avoid cramming last minute. In truth, he didn't want to memorize it at all. If it weren't for wanting to take first place among new recruits, he would have thrown the booklet away long ago. But Chang Lei was grinning from ear to ear. He had never seen such an ambitious recruit. At this moment the other recruits were also getting up, and they were all fuming at Qin Luo's words. Truly he was just showing off, making himself seem all the more capable. If such a person were in school, he would have been bullied on the first day. Besides, he had made them fold blankets for so long the previous night, causing them to sleep so late. Meanwhile, he slept like a dead pig, snoring louder than Cheng Haonan, which was so annoying. Good, very good. Chang Lei smiled as he patted Qin Luo on the back. Keep it up. I believe you might catch up with everyone. All right, everyone hurry down. Everyone shot Qin Luo an annoyed glance as they continued to get dressed. Qin Luo scanned the group, noticing that they didn't seem intimidated by his blanket folding. Then I'll change things up so you really respect me. He had heard that the military respected the strong. As long as one's abilities were strong, one would earn respect. Qin Luo smiled slightly, suddenly feeling that winning over these guys wouldn't be that difficult. Bang bang. Everyone ran toward the training field in perfect unison. However, Qin Luo following the line appeared particularly awkward. While others ran in perfect formation, he was hopping left and right, drawing everyone's attention. Wu Ziyuan became increasingly furious. If it weren't for the superior's orders, he would have kicked this guy out right now. After running 2 laps, another whistle sounded. The duty officer shouted, "All companies return to organize your housekeeping and clean up. First company right turn. Second company right turn. Hurry up 10 minutes to tidy up housekeeping, then clean the designated area. This week, we must reclaim the moving red flag." As soon as Chang Lei entered the barracks, he immediately shouted. Everyone quickly ran to their respective beds to begin tidying up. Suddenly, he saw Qin Luo walking past him and pulled him back. "Squad leader, is there something wrong?" Chang Lei rarely smiled Qin Luo about those regulations. "It's actually not urgent. The priority now is. I've already memorized them." "Oh, okay." Chang Lei nodded with a smile, but the next second his eyes widened. "Wait. What did you just say?" "Squad leader." Cheng Haonan shouted. "He's lying to your face, boasting. We the veterans haven't even memorized that thick regulation book. How could he have done it?" "Exactly." Zheng Qian mocked Qin Luo. "Don't act tough in front of the squad leader. We soldiers need to be pragmatic." Chang Lei's expression turned serious, and the little goodwill he had for Qin Luo instantly vanished. "Qin Luo, your boasting is a bit too much. As soldiers we must be down to earth," Chang Lei said with obvious dissatisfaction as he looked at Qin Luo. "I know you want to show off, but we must be practical." Qin Luo rolled his eyes, uninterested in listening to more of his nagging, and spoke directly. Chapter 1, Article 1. In order to fully implement the strict military governance policy, strengthen the discipline of the Dragon Country's soldiers, maintain and reinforce ironclad discipline, and ensure the military's. Chang Lei was stunned, his mouth agape, while Zheng Qian and the others slowly straightened up, staring at Qin Luo in surprise. Qin Luo quickly recited. Article 6. Maintaining and reinforcing discipline primarily relies on regular education of ideals, beliefs, morals, and discipline, as well as strict management. Article 10. The rewards and commendations specified in this article for individuals and units. The new recruits who had been waiting for a joke were now stunned into silence. Shock was written all over Chang Lei's face as he hurriedly opened the regulations for the parts Qin Luo had recited. He could no longer remember. His mimetic ability made Qin Luo's brain as sharp as a computer, allowing him to remember books instantly. Within an hour he had memorized those regulations perfectly. Chapter 2. Qin Luo continued to recite, his speed increasing. Chang Lei could hardly keep up with the speed of turning the pages, while Cheng Haonan and the others were sweating profusely, feeling an ominous sense. Chapter 3, Article 21. All right. Chang Lei waved his hand, now drenched in cold. If Qin Luo continued, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Many of the things Qin Luo recited were ones that this 8-year veteran could barely remember. Chang Lei licked his lips, astonished, and took a deep breath. "Qin Luo, did you memorize this before?" Qin Luo spread his hands. "Squad leader, this is internal military information. I saw it for the first time last night." Chang Lei was dumbfounded. "You memorized so much on your first time?" Qin Luo nodded. "I ate a lot of fish when I was young, so my brain is particularly good. Next, I still need to memorize the soldier's code." Chang Lei nearly spat blood. In 8 years, he hadn't memorized as much as Qin Luo did in one morning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This topic needed to be ended immediately, or he would lose face completely. Chang Lei laughed heartily. "Qin Luo, not bad, not bad. You've done well, so for now, let's stop. As soldiers, we should focus on military training." Yes. All the new recruits nodded vigorously, cheerfully agreeing. "Qin Luo, that's enough, stop now. We need to concentrate on military training." Everyone in their hearts had already cursed Qin Luo's ancestors. If he continued like this, they would all have to memorize along with him. Memorizing regulations was painfully tedious. Qin Luo smiled slightly at Chang Lei. "All right, I'll listen to the squad leader." By the way, I've tidied up my personal belongings, so I'll go clean the designated area now. Good. Changlei laughed and patted him on the back. He turned to look at Qin Luo's improved bed arrangement, and then at Qin Luo's retreating figure. His fondness for him increasing exponentially. This kid not only has a fighting spirit, but is also quite clever. It seems that as long as we strengthen his training, he might have a chance to catch up with the others. Changlei made up his mind, and suddenly turned around to glare at all the new recruits, his expression immediately turning serious. What are you looking at? Is there anything worth looking at? Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone was frightened and quickly lowered their heads to fold their blankets, their hearts pounding. Don't think that lowering your heads will help you escape, Changlei shouted. Starting today for me, everyone must memorize the regulations. I will conduct random checks. The faces of the new recruits twisted in anguish. What bad luck. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is a harbinger of misfortune arriving, just as we are getting unlucky. Zheng Qian looked at Qin Luo's bed, his face filled with anger. This guy loves to show off. He wants to outperform us all so he can legitimately take the lead. Damn, Li Dehai exclaimed in shock. What you said is somewhat true. He wants to crush us and make us submit. Then he won't have to spend any money. Damn it. Cheng Haonan angrily said. During training, let's embarrass him and let this arrogant kid know how high the sky is. To think he wants to be our leader, what a dream. All the new recruits were filled with rage. They had been together for 2 months, shedding tears and enduring scoldings together, and had long become brothers. To them, Qin Luo was just a stranger from outside, and he might even drag their class down. If Qin Luo could be more friendly and polite to them, they would definitely be able to accept him. But Qin Luo was a young master, and his current attitude was just his most polite demeanor from before, making it naturally difficult for both sides to get along. In the designated area, Qin Luo swept the ground clean and leaned against a stone, stretching. When had the young master of the Qin family ever done manual labor? Sigh. If it weren't for completing the system task and being the top new recruit, he wouldn't need to work so hard. He glanced in the direction of his class, a slight smile curling his lips. He could tell that Changlei's attitude towards him had greatly improved. He's no longer so hostile towards me. Next, I will let him teach me more things. Being the top new recruit will definitely be no problem. Moreover, as long as his strength improves, Changlei should take good care of him, making things a bit easier. As for those, Qin Luo snorted coldly, confidence written all over his face. He had just revealed a bit of his ability. It should have left them in awe. Turn left, turn right, turn around. Bang, bang, bang. In the corner of the training ground, with each command from Changlei, Qin Luo completed a flawless turn at the fastest speed. Moreover, each movement had to be more precise than the last. Only his feet were moving while his upper body remained utterly still. Changlei's face was filled with joy, his fingers trembling with excitement. After teaching only once, he had not expected that Qin Luo not only learned it, but also improved on his own without needing Changlei to correct his mistakes. This kid, could he be a genius? Changlei was so excited that he could hardly contain his smile. On the other side, all the new recruits were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. This? Cheng Haonan looked helplessly at Zheng Qian. He's so good right from the start, we don't even have a chance. Zheng Qian swallowed hard. Stay calm, stay calm. This is just basic drill, moves. A learning quickly isn't surprising. There are still 3 major formations to go. Surely he will struggle later. He will still fall behind us. Everyone nodded vigorously, their eyes fixed on Qin Luo. March. Go. Quick march. Go. Run. Go. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the new recruits stared blankly as Qin Luo executed the standard 3 major movements, completely frozen. Each of them gaped, their expressions dazed, staring at Qin Luo as if they were mentally challenged. This guy. Is he even human? Li Dashing swallowed hard, looking at the others. The squad leader taught it once, and we didn't even learn the breakdown of the movements. How did he walk so well? How Duo said seriously. I feel like he walks much better than I do now. No, it seems like everyone can't compare to him. Cheng Haonan looked helplessly at Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, what do we do? This kid has no flaws to exploit it. Zheng Qian's eyelids twitched. He had thought that losing at folding blankets would allow them to redeem themselves during military training, reinstating the dignity of the veterans after 2 months. But who would have thought Qin Luo was a prodigy in everything? Speak, old Zheng. Cheng Haonan asked again. Zheng Qian felt like his head was about to explode. You asked me. I want to know how to deal with this too. This guy marches more accurately than I do. Everyone swallowed hard. Seeing how perfectly Qin Luo marched, it was better not to cause trouble, otherwise they wouldn't know who would end up in trouble. Stand still. Changlei shouted, and Qin Luo stopped in a standard position. Squad leader, am I doing anything wrong? Qin Luo asked seriously. If there's a problem, please let me know, and I will correct it immediately. Changlei laughed heartily, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. No issues, absolutely no issues. Your movements are almost catching up to the veterans. Ha ha ha, Qin Luo, you are the best soldier I have ever trained. You have insight and talent. Qin Luo smiled slightly. Squad leader, let's keep practicing. I feel like I can improve further. The three major movements are not as simple as folding blankets. They require not only physical coordination, but also precise control of strength. Qin Luo's current mimetic ability had a similarity of only 70%. To be the top new recruit, he must practice. The higher the similarity, the better. Qin Luo did not want any mishaps to occur. Chang Lei was delighted to hear Qin Luo's request, his smile stretching widely. He had trained so many new recruits, but had never seen one so proactive and eager to improve. Now he could be certain that Qin Luo was definitely not one of those soldiers who relied on connections to get ahead. This kid is truly a genius. Chang Lei's smile nearly overflowed from his face. Squad leader, this time you truly misjudged, sending me a great gift. Once I train him, well, I'll surprise you. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of other new recruits. Chang Lei immediately turned around, and all the recruits saw his unfriendly expression, quickly standing at attention. Look at them. Chang Lei pointed at them, exasperated sigh. I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. Starting today, during lunch breaks, everyone will practice drill movements. Huh. Cheng Haonan frowned. Squad leader, if we don't sleep at noon, we'll collapse in the afternoon. Then improve your skills. Chang Lei said impatiently. Whenever you are ready, you can rest. For now, practice together. Look at you are all worse than Qin Luo. Don't you want to be the first to fly? All the new recruits nearly knelt down in unison. Qin Luo had only been here for less than a day, and these 2-month veterans were already being called dumb birds. They still had to catch up to this newcomer. Bastard. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Luo. This jerk really wants to ride on our heads. As noon approached, an old soldier hurriedly ran over. Oh, it's Chun Liang, Chang Lei said with a cheerful expression as he walked over. Hey class leader, why are you so happy? Chun Liang asked in surprise. Chang Lei turned to look at Qin Luo, grinning from ear to ear. When one encounters joyful events, the spirit is lifted, right? Ha! Exactly. Chun Liang laughed. With the end of the new recruits training, you'll be promoted. From now on, I'll have to salute you whenever I see you. Hearing this, Chang Lei smiled even more. In just one morning, Qin Luo had learned all the drill movements, and he executed them quite well. With his skills, he could easily rank among the best in the entire new recruit company. Qin Luo was no burden. He was clearly a treasure, leading him towards success. By the way, what brings you here? Chang Lei asked. Chun Liang chuckled. Didn't a new recruit join your class? His personal items haven't been collected yet. All right. Chang Lei slapped his forehead and turned around to shout, Qin Luo. Here. Qin Luo responded and immediately ran over. Chun Liang widened his eyes in shock. Wow, you run so well. Qin Luo immediately stood tall and reported. Report class leader, it's all thanks to our class leader's good teaching. Chun Liang raised his thumb in admiration. Class leader, you truly are a person destined for promotion. You've only been here for less than a day. You're way too capable. No, I only have a tiny bit of talent, haha. At this moment, Chang Lei felt incredibly comfortable, happier than a massage. He had completely forgotten how wronged he felt yesterday at Wu Ziyuan's place. All right, Chang Lei tried to suppress his smile. Qin Luo, grab your personal items and go with class leader Chun to put them away. Once in the army, all non-essential items must be stored uniformly. Yes. Qin Luo nodded and then said to Chun Liang, class leader, please wait for me. Chang Lei glanced at Qin Luo's back and then walked over to the other new recruits. However, his thoughts seemed to be focused on Qin Luo, occasionally glancing in his direction, appearing somewhat inattentive to the other soldiers. It was like a child suddenly receiving a dream toy, wanting to hug it, even while sleeping. Suddenly, the smile on Chang Lei's face slowly froze. On the small path leading to the storage room, several class leaders were sneaking by. What the hell? Chang Lei's mind buzzed. Are these guys planning to carry out the captain's orders to target Qin Luo? If it were yesterday, he would have pretended not to see them, hoping Qin Luo would leave early. But now Qin Luo was the light of hope in his eyes. Let alone these guys, even if the captain wanted to scold him, it wouldn't be alright. He couldn't let them target Qin Luo, and he absolutely couldn't let Qin Luo leave. This was a naturally good soldier. Chang Lei's eyes twitched, and suddenly he made up his mind, turning sharply. Everyone crawl 2 laps around the playground in 3 different postures, hurry up. I will check back later. After saying that, he ran towards the storage room without looking back. The new recruits watched his retreating figure, helpless and teary-eyed. This bastard Qin Luo really got us into trouble. I won't let it go with him. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Stop talking, just crawl, Zheng Qian sighed. Otherwise, when the class leader returns, we'll be in for it. A group of new recruits reluctantly headed towards the playground, but in their hearts they had already begun to resent Qin Luo. The faster and more standard Qin Luo learned, the more it made their incompetence look foolish. Who could stand that? The wind howled, and the scenery around Chang Lei rushed past him quickly. Chang Lei sprinted towards the storage room at full speed. Qin Luo, you hold on tight, the class leader is coming. With the class leader here, there's nothing to fear. Chong Lei's expression was extremely serious. At this moment Qin Luo was his treasure. Whether one came in through the back door or arrived by rocket, they were still a rare talent. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't let anyone destroy Qin Luo's confidence. Flames ignited in Chong Lei's eyes, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Later, if anyone dared to mock Qin Luo, he would curse their ancestors for 18 generations. Today he was going to stand up for Qin Luo. Even if the captain came, it wouldn't matter. A wall appeared ahead, and Chong Lei showed no signs of slowing down, charging directly into the wall. As he got closer, he leaped suddenly, then pushed off the wall with his foot, swiftly changing direction. After landing, he rolled to dissipate the force, then immediately dashed towards the storage room. Just as he reached the entrance of the storage room, Chong Lei didn't have time to turn. He simply pushed off the ground with his right foot. His body transformed from a sprint into a leap to the left, landing and sliding smoothly across the grass. He glided like a slippery fish, skimming along the grass until he arrived at the storage room entrance. "Qin Luo," Chong Lei shouted while sliding, "the class leader is here." He raised his head, and several class leaders were smiling, standing at the door with Qin Luo. Seeing Chong Lei sliding on the ground, all the class leaders were momentarily dumbfounded, staring at him as if he were an idiot. Chong Lei stopped in front of them, looking at their stunned faces, and was immediately taken aback. The class leaders looked down, staring at Chong Lei, who was still in a sliding position. The air seemed to grow quiet. Both sides fell into awkward silence. "Class leader, how did you end up sliding here?" Qin Luo chuckled, looking at him. The group of class leaders suddenly snapped back to reality. "Yes, class leader, your sliding technique is quite standard. How did you slide all the way here? You glided quite far. That was smooth. That must have been at least 10 meters, right? Applying soap wouldn't make you slide this well. Care to perform again?" "Class leader, this is a unique skill. You must teach us." Chong Lei's face turned red, and he quickly lifted himself off the ground. What are you all doing here?" Chong Lei glared at the class leaders. The class leaders were taken aback for a moment, then all burst into laughter. "Nothing, just strolling. Oh, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll go stroll elsewhere." The third class leader waved at Qin Luo. "Little Qin, make sure to train well. Class leader is the best in our company. You can learn a lot from him." The fifth class leader patted Qin Luo. "I believe in you. You will definitely pass the new recruit assessment. Where there's a will, there's a way." The second class leader encouraged from the side. "Little Qin, if class leader doesn't have time to teach you later, feel free to come to me. I will definitely help you." Qin Luo waved at them. "Thank you, class leaders, for your kindness." Everyone waved goodbye to him with smiles, as if parting ways with close friends. Chong Lei was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. These guys didn't seem like they were here to provoke Qin Luo. Why did it look more like they were visiting relatives? If he had known, he wouldn't have rushed over. Now his backside was still aching. After watching them walk away, Chong Lei quickly asked, "Qin Luo, they didn't do anything to you, did they?" Qin Luo shook his head. "Nothing happened." Chong Lei looked skeptical. "Really nothing? Did they say anything to you?" "Don't worry, you don't need to be afraid. If they do anything to you or say anything, tell me, and I will stand up for you." Looking at the serious expression on the class leader's face, Qin Luo felt a warmth in his heart. Before joining the army, as long as he was willing to spend money, many people would flock to him, eager to be his friend. But besides his father and Wang Rifa, no one had ever cared for him so genuinely. Seeing the class leader's protective demeanor, if he were truly bullied, it seemed they would be willing to fight for him against the other class leaders. However, what had just happened was something he absolutely could not say. Although they had only known each other for a day, Qin Luo could see that Chong Lei was just as upright as Wu Ziyuan. So some things were better left unknown. Qin Luo smiled faintly. "Really nothing. The class leaders were just encouraging me to work hard." Chong Lei's mouth dropped open in shock. Had those guys' heads been messed up? Or had they not understood the captain's? "Wu Ziyuan told you to encourage him, and you actually did. Didn't you realize that was sarcasm?" Wu Ziyuan awkwardly nodded, but immediately became serious. "Qin Luo, remember, you are my soldier. No matter what happens, you must tell me immediately. Although the class leader's abilities are limited, I will definitely stand up for you." Looking at Chong Lei's serious face, a strange smile crossed Qin Luo's lips. Looking at this attitude, Chong Lei would be willing to go through fire and water for him. Qin Luo never expected Chong Lei to be so naive and so quickly caring for him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. "Okay." Also, Chong Lei said seriously, "Don't take what they said to heart. With their mediocre skills, they haven't even trained their own soldiers well. I will train you well. If you have any questions, come to me." Qin Luo smiled and nodded. "Sure thing, class leader." Chong Lei also showed a smile and pulled Qin Luo into a hug. "It's almost time for dinner. Let's go." Qin Luo looked at Chong Lei's determined side profile with a smile. This class leader with a sharp tongue but a kind heart actually seemed pretty good. Not far away behind the wall of the toilet, the second class leader stretched his neck, sneakily watching as Chong Lei took Qin Luo away. Once they had walked far away, he looked around before retreating back. They're gone, the second class leader said excitedly. "Quick, let's see, take it all out." The several class leaders exchanged glances and grinned simultaneously, pulling open their clothes. Inside each of their shirts were stacks of Huazi and Jiu Wu Zun. The eyes of the group lit up in unison, tears flowing from the corners of their mouths. Captain. The third class leader swallowed hard. He must have misjudged him. Such a good young man, how could he hold our company back? Right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Captain must have mistaken him. Even the old horse stumbles sometimes. The third squad leader drooled with envy, the 9-5 Supreme. I've only heard about this smoke, and it's my first time seeing it. What kind of luxury is this? Why is it still flat, a golden box, and like this? The fifth squad leader exclaimed in surprise, this is the best in the world, right? This smoke must be very expensive. The fourth squad leader rolled his eyes and said, no kidding, of course it's expensive, and it's a limited edition. Even most smoke shops might not have it. Wow. The second squad leader swallowed hard. That Qin Luo kid really is a good comrade. He's so polite to the older comrades. Several of them nodded vigorously and then immediately started to divide the goods. Usually they only smoke those worth 5 or 10. If they could smoke something worth 15 a pack, that would be a celebration. But this time Qin Luo directly stuffed each of them with 4 or 5 packs of expensive cigarettes. With such a thoughtful comrade, how could he possibly be the burden and nuisance that the squad leader spoke of? However, they did not know that just as they were about to find trouble with Qin Luo, he happened to be packing his bag, revealing a full pack of cigarettes and alcohol. Qin Luo immediately noticed that these squad leaders who seemed to be coming to pick a fight were all attracted by the items in his bag. He couldn't help but smile. He was beginning to think that the gift-giving tactic was losing its effectiveness, but it turned out to still work. For Qin Luo, if a problem can be solved with money, then it's not a problem at all. The second squad leader nodded vigorously. If you ask me, our squad leader just likes to view people through colored glasses. What does it matter that someone comes 2 months late? As long as they have ambition, that's enough. Exactly, the first squad leader is so capable, he will definitely be able to guide him well. The fifth squad leader spoke mysteriously. I can tell at a glance that Qin Luo is a very hard-working, very diligent soldier with great talent. The third squad leader coughed. Speaking of which, everyone, since we accepted Qin Luo's gifts, shouldn't we also do something for him? Absolutely. The second squad leader said righteously, first of all, we cannot assist the squad leader in bullying him. With such an ambitious comrade, we should encourage him more and cheer him on regularly. Right. The sixth squad leader nodded vigorously. Besides cheering him on, we can also teach him more during our free time to lighten the first squad leader's burden. Did he not just ask us for help? Then let it go. The third squad leader chuckled. The first squad leader is so capable, who among us can compare? We should just encourage Qin Luo. Everyone exchanged glances and revealed mischievous smiles. Let's smoke, quickly get started. Yes, just like that. Watching Qin Luo switch from a low crawl to a standard side crawl, Chang Lei clapped his hands excitedly like a child. You're crawling very well. Yes, just like that, push hard with your legs. High crawl, quickly. Hearing the command, Qin Luo, who was already panting from crawling, immediately switched to a high crawl. His elbows and knees coordinated powerfully, moving him quickly forward. Beautiful, just like that. Chang Lei's smile was so wide that he couldn't close his mouth, and his applause sounded like thunder. Now he could be sure that Qin Luo was not just a talented soldier, but a true genius. This kid is born to be a soldier. He only had to be taught the 3 tactical movements twice, and not only did he grasp them, but he was also continuously self-correcting, getting better and better. Baby, my precious baby. Chang Lei now wished he could hug Qin Luo and give him a big kiss. Old squad leader, is that you? You must be reluctant to let me retire and go home to farm, so you've guided him to my side through the cosmos. Chang Lei looked excitedly at the sky. Don't worry, I will definitely turn him into the best soldier, I promise. Xiao Qin, hurry up. Chang Lei shouted excitedly as he ran after Qin Luo. On the other side, Cheng Haonan and others stood straight as sticks. The reason is simple, they just completed the 3 major formations, and they were not as good as Qin Luo. So in a fit of anger, Chang Lei had them practice their basics well. Each of them had 2 bricks under their feet, and their hats were still on their heads. If they fell, the consequences would be severe. Hey you guys. Zheng Qian watched Chang Lei smilingly chase after Qin Luo, his eyes twitching. If this goes on, this new recruit will become our squad leader in the future. It's possible that the squad leader will even have him train us. Damn it. Cheng Haonan angrily glared at Qin Luo crawling on the ground. This brat is just a joke. He arrived 2 months late, and is still so arrogant, wanting to ride on our heads and be our boss. Cheng Haonan will be the first to disagree. What good will it do to disagree? Li Dashing sighed. Can't you see? This guy is very talented. He learns everything quickly. If I were squad leader, I'd like him too. It doesn't matter if we're not convinced. Exactly. How Duo said in a muffled voice. I still can't crawl properly, and Qin Luo learned it right away. I think he can really teach us. How Duo, shut up. Cheng Haonan said impatiently. How can you boost someone else's confidence while undermining your own? Which side are you on? I was just speaking the truth. I really can't. Shut up. Cheng Haonan glared at him, then looked at Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, you're the one with the most tricks up your sleeve among us. Think of a way. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes. You don't speak too well either. What tricks? I'm just wise. All right. Cheng Haonan said anxiously. You're the smartest, so hurry up and think of a way, or that kid will really command us in the future. I don't want to endure that kind of humiliation. Others echoed him. After all, they had been together since entering the new recruit squad, and they had already formed bonds. Even if Qin Luo was amazing, he was still new and had no ties with them. They were all young people, naturally hot-blooded, and they were fundamentally unwilling to listen to Qin Luo, the newcomer, from the bottom of their hearts. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes, suddenly smiling. Now there's only one way left. But it requires everyone to unite together. Quickly say, what is it? Cheng Haonan asked excitedly. As long as it can deal with him, our squad will definitely unite. Right, we're all listening to you. Old Zheng, hurry up and say it. Zheng Qian chuckled. The method is simple. Find trouble, intimidate him, make him afraid. After Zheng Qian finished speaking, everyone looked puzzled. Will this work? Li Dashing asked doubtfully. Can he listen to us? Of course he can. Zheng Qian said proudly. We have the numbers, and he is all alone, or it's difficult for him to stand against us. As long as we hold a big stick in one hand and honey in the other, we will definitely be able to subdue this kid. Li Dashing took a deep breath. I think what old Zheng said makes sense. The reason we're suffering now is that this kid loves to show off. If we can make him stand with us, then the squad leader will treat everyone the same, and we can live normal lives again. Cheng Haonan suddenly laughed heartily. Old Zheng, when it matters, it really is you who comes to the rescue. He looked at everyone, his face darkened. No one is allowed to back down. We all do it together. Even if the squad leader finds out, we all stand together against it. Whoever backs down, I won't spare him. Good. Everyone blinked vigorously. Cheng Haonan. Here. Cheng Haonan stood at attention and fright. Chang Lei yelled from a distance. Your hat fell off. Do 100 push-ups, and then continue standing. Off. Cheng Haonan opened his mouth in grievance. He was too excited just now and forgot that his hat was still on his head. It fell off as soon as he turned his head. Squad leader, I didn't mean to. Can you reduce it? 200. Chang Lei shouted. Without a second thought, Cheng Haonan immediately lay down. If he dared to say more, he might have to do more. He glared fiercely at Qin Luo, who was still crawling with fire in his eyes. Kid, it's all because of you, otherwise we would be training normally. You wait, your good days are coming to an end soon. All right, take a breather. Chang Lei issued the order, then immediately grinned and handed his water canteen to Qin Luo. Qin Luo lay sprawled flat on the ground, panting heavily like a spent hound. Sweat gushed down his forehead as freely as water from an open faucet. Sergeant. Sergeant. Qin Luo swallowed hard, his voice ragged. I crawled. How was it? Chang Lei beamed and gave him a hearty thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Nearly flawless. I'd wager no other recruit in our company could match your performance. Qin Luo exhaled deeply, relief flooding through him at last. His exhausting effort had not been in. Still, this training was brutal. Were it not for his mission, to claim first place among recruits and thereby unlock extraordinary abilities, he would never have pushed himself so hard. He'd have long since settled into idle comfort. Qin Luo drew a deep breath. Once my abilities are strong enough, I'll request early discharge. No question. Then I'll travel the world. First to settle scores with the Japanese, then confront the Koreans. Chang Lei chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. You truly are a prodigy. Taught you this morning. By afternoon, you're already mastering it. I believe you're ready for tactical combination drill. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched violently. He was already utterly drained. Combination drills sounded like a death sentence. Chang Lei burst into laughter. I know. You're exhausted. No worries. Rest a while, then we'll resume shortly. Watching Chang Lei's infectious enthusiasm, Qin Luo stared blankly. Gaining extraordinary abilities, it seemed, would demand far more than he'd imagined. Sergeant First Class. A booming shout cut through the air. Chang Lei turned. Chun Liang stood there. What is it? The company commander has called an assembly. Chun Liang barked to the company headquarters. Immediately. Understood. Chang Lei nodded, though his mind swirled with questions. The company commander rarely convened meetings, and when he did, it was always after dark, never mid-training. Could something urgent have arisen? Sergeant, go quickly. Qin Luo gasped, still catching his breath. In Chang Lei's eyes, that small gesture signaled growing concern. Little did he know Qin Luo only wished to lie still and recover. As long as Chang Lei remained, rest remained impossible. Right. I'm off. Rest well, then review what you've learned. When I return, we begin tactical combination drills. Qin Luo forced a wry smile and nodded. Gather round, everyone. Chang Lei called out toward the distant platoon, practicing formation drills. Train alongside Qin Luo. Yes, sir. The recruits roared in unison. Chang Lei glanced once at Qin Luo, then sprinted toward the company headquarters. From afar the recruits exchanged knowing glances, grins spreading across their faces. At last, our chance. Sheng Haonan clenched his fist, eyes fixed on Qin Luo lying motionless on the ground. Let's pay him a visit. Let's go. They surged forward in unison, striding purposefully toward Qin Luo. Meanwhile, Qin Luo inhaled deeply, gazing up at the azure sky, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Claiming top recruit is exhausting beyond words. He sighed helplessly, thankful at least that Chang Lei had departed. One more crawl, and he'd collapse entirely. Qin Luo shook his head. First priority, complete the mission. Acquire awe-inspiring superhuman abilities, or failing that even just some ability points would suffice. He no longer expected immediate powers. Even a modest boost of ability points to enhance his current capabilities would be welcome. Though his physical constitution now rivaled that of a seasoned amateur athlete, Chang Lei trained him with merciless intensity. His present foundation simply insufficient. I must complete a mission first, and elevate my physical prowess by one tier. He resolved inwardly if this regimen continued, he doubted he'd survive to the end of basic training. Securing first place among recruits remains out of reach, for now. Better to focus on winning over those few troublemakers. That at least seems more attainable. As Qin Luo pondered, a shadow suddenly blotted out the sun. He squinted upward. Sheng Haonan's broad face loomed above him, wearing a sly, unreadable smile. Whoa! Startled, Qin Luo shot upright, only to realize the recruits had encircled him completely. What's going on? He scanned the group warily. Their expressions betrayed ill intent, unmistakable and unmistakably malicious. What's going on? Going to beat you up. Sheng Haonan hadn't finished before Zheng Qian yanked him aside and stepped forward, smiling amiably at Qin Luo. We're here to train with you. Didn't Sergeant just tell us to practice alongside you? Every recruit nodded cheerfully, but their eyes burned with fierce, unhidden challenge. Qin Luo wasn't foolish. He grasped their intent instantly. He flopped back onto the ground, limbs splayed wide. Go ahead. Train away. I'll supervise. After all, I'm considerably stronger than any of you. Get up. Sheng Haonan kicked him sharply in the leg. Qin Luo jerked upright, as if seared by what now? Planning to fight me? Sheng Haonan sneered, coldly locking eyes with Qin Luo's furious glare. Go on, try it. Still seething over that ambush you pulled last time. Fight. Zheng Qian smiled sweetly. Remember what Sergeant said. If you strike anyone again, you'll be sent straight back. And look around. We're all witnesses plus half the drill field. That's right. We're all watching. Fight. Go on, strike first. They taunted him boldly, Sheng Haonan, even nudging Qin Luo deliberately with his shoulder. Fury flared in Qin Luo's eyes. In one swift motion, he seized Zheng Qian. What the hell? You won't dare hit him, so you'll hit me instead. Zheng Qian smirked confidently. Go on, hit me. Qin Luo offered a faint, enigmatic smile, then gripped Zheng Qian's right hand. His one-punch man ability activated. A torrent of overwhelming force surged forth. Zheng Qian felt himself propelled backward, his arm wrenching uncontrollably outward. Slap. A thunderous open palm strike landed squarely across Sheng Haonan's face, spinning him cleanly around in a full 360-degree pirouette, stunned and defenseless. Stunned silence fell over the entire group. Qin Luo released Zheng Qian and leapt backward. As you wished. I delivered the blow. Sheng Haonan clutched his burning cheek, disbelief twisting his features as he whirled toward Zheng Qian. You struck me for him. No, I didn't. He used my hand. We're on the same side. I'd never strike you. It was all him. Zheng Qian nearly burst into tears. What the hell? Sheng Haonan whirled furiously toward Qin Luo. You dared ambush me. I'll kill you. But before his fist could rise, Qin Luo broke into laughter. Someone's fighting. Someone's bullying. At Qin Luo's cry, every nearby recruit turned in alarm. A duty platoon leader rushed over. What's happening? Who struck whom? Sir. Qin Luo pointed emphatically at Sheng Haonan and the others. They ganged up on me, the new recruit, and tried to bully me. The platoon leader snapped his gaze toward Sheng Haonan, who instantly retracted his fist, cowed. Impressive, the officer scoffed. 2 months in, and already picking on newcomers. Sir. Sheng Haonan protested, wounded. I didn't hit him. He struck me. Look at my face. It's swelling already. The platoon leader turned to Qin Luo, who shrugged lightly. It was clearly Zheng Qian who struck you, not me. Sir, ask them yourself. Is that true? The officer glared at Hao Duodua, who trembled under the scrutiny. Sir, yes it is, Hao Duo stammered near tears. Hold it. Zheng Qian cried desperately. Sir, it's not what you think. Qin Luo forced my hand to strike him. Enough. The officer barked, exasperated. Do you take me for a fool? If he used your hand, why did you let him? Exactly. Qin Luo chimed in, nodding vigorously. Zheng Qian looked ready to weep. His strength was overwhelming. Silence, the officer roared. I don't care what games you're playing, but neither of you is innocent. Drop and give me 200 push-ups, now. Sir, it's not what you think, 300. The officer bellowed, keep arguing, and you'll earn formal disciplinary action. Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian dropped instantly. They knew full well a record of misconduct would doom their prospects upon assignment to active units. You count, the officer ordered Qin Luo, pointing. No leniency, I'll watch closely. Yes, sir. Qin Luo replied, grinning broadly. 1, 2, 3. Qin Luo counted loudly while Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan performed each rep, eyes locked hatefully upon him. Despicable. You broke the code. You called for backup. Cheng Haonan snarled, livid. Qin Luo crouched beside him. Did you mistake this for a Wild West duel? With minds like yours you thought you could challenge me. You stand no chance. Don't get cocky. We simply slipped up. Zheng Qian glared back unblinking. Qin Luo smiled faintly. No need to save face. My earlier offer still stands. You become my junior brothers. Go to hell. Cheng Haonan spat furiously. Me, your subordinate. Dream on. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. I rarely accept juniors. I've already shown you tremendous courtesy. And under my guidance you'll enjoy privileges. Fine food, fine drink. Qin Luo, Cheng Haonan ground out, teeth clenched. You're afraid. Afraid we'll target you. You want peace, don't you? Only if you apologize publicly and accept my original terms. Otherwise this isn't over. Exactly. Zheng Qian nodded firmly. Qin Luo frowned. Must I submit, just to end this? Yes, they answered in unison. Cheng Haonan added coldly. You're arrogant, reckless, and dragged us into punishment with your antics. You will obey us. So negotiation is off the table. Qin Luo held their gaze. Absolutely, they affirmed together. Qin Luo smiled faintly. Others have always yielded to me. I've never backed down from anyone. Very well. Let's see how long you can endure. Cheng Haonan smirked triumphantly. We'll see how long you last. Sergeant. Qin Luo suddenly bellowed. This one's slacking off. Damn it. Cheng Haonan nearly exploded. You're still cheating. No honor whatsoever. Bang. The class monitor angrily threw his hat onto the bed, startling everyone in the class into standing at attention. Qin Luo Chong Lei stormed up to Qin Luo. However, upon seeing Qin Luo's face, his anger diminished significantly. He pointed at Qin Luo, trying to suppress his fury. You. Why didn't you clean your designated area properly? Huh? Qin Luo looked bewildered. He clearly remembered that there wasn't a single leaf left uncleaned. What do you mean, huh? Chong Lei pointed at his nose. There are several pieces of trash in your area, though our class was even criticized for it. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched, and he caught a glimpse of Cheng Haonan's smug face nearby. It's that bastard. Qin Luo's eyes blazed with anger. And your shoes are scattered everywhere. Chong Lei's voice grew louder. Your water bottle is also misplaced, and there are plenty of water stains underneath. Because of you, our class has to hand over the moving red flag this week. You? Chong Lei wanted to explode again, but looking at Qin Luo's face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. You have high comprehension, learn quickly, and excel in military training, Chong Lei said earnestly. But as soldiers we must meet standards in every aspect. You. Pay attention. Yes. Qin Luo straightened his chest. Chong Lei shot him a glare and sighed heavily in his heart. The day before yesterday, the company commander held an emergency meeting announcing that this new recruit assessment would be conducted alongside 2 other recruit training regiments. This was a big deal that was said that the military leaders would come to observe. If they achieved good results, it would be amazing. Qin Luo was already regarded as a prized asset in Chong Lei's eyes, making it impossible to scold him. All right, get back to what you were doing. You prepare for training later. Chong Lei turned to leave. Is that it, eh? Cheng Haonan looked speechless as soon as Chong Lei walked out. The others also looked equally dumbfounded. They hadn't even received the moving red flag, and the class monitor didn't punish Qin Luo at all. This is so infuriating. You guys are deliberately trying to set me up. Qin Luo glared coldly at everyone. No, I didn't. How Duo quickly waved his hands, but Li Dashing immediately jabbed him, causing him to retract his hands in pain. Hey, Cheng Haonan walked up to Qin Luo with a grin. You need evidence when you speak, don't bite like a mad dog. Someone didn't do well, and was criticized by the class monitor. Isn't that enough to make you cry, eh? Zheng Qian smiled, then just cry out loud. Cheng Haonan laughed triumphantly. Let's go, let's train, don't disturb someone who wants to cry. Hey. Qin Luo growled lowly, and everyone immediately stopped. What? Do you want to hit me again? Zheng Qian smiled, and withdrew his hand. No opportunities for you. Qin Luo coldly stared at them. You started it, so I retaliated. Cheng Haonan sneered at him. Who told you to love showing off so much, making us get scolded by the monitor every day? You deserve it. Who told you to be so incompetent? If the monitor punishes you, that's on you. You slapped me and made me do so many push-ups, so what are you being arrogant about? Cheng Haonan was furious and was about to charge forward, but was held back by Zheng Qian. Qin Luo, Zheng Qian smiled. We don't want to make things difficult for you, but don't make things hard for us either. As long as you keep up with the average level during training, we won't give you a hard time. If you like to exhaust yourself, we don't. He rubbed his hands together. It's simple to avoid difficulties with us. Just maintain the same level as everyone else during training. Also, you came later, at least you should respect us. Not gonna happen. Qin Luo replied decisively. Zhang Qian's smile instantly froze on his face. Are you deliberately opposing us? Qin Luo spread his hands. You are the ones who are trying to oppose me. It's my business to train well. If you don't keep up and get punished, what does that have to do with me? He said lightly. If you think being punished is too exhausting, fine, acknowledge me as your elder brother. I'll give you money to buy more food to supplement your health. Qin Luo, Cheng Haonan angrily pointed at him. We've given you a way out. I've also given you a way out. Qin Luo spread his hands. Zhang Qian snorted coldly. Let's go. If someone likes to be bullied, then we will accommodate him. All the new recruits glared at Qin Luo and turned to leave. Qin Luo looked disdainful. He aimed to be the top new recruit and would never maintain the same level as them. You don't want the way out, you want to play right. Qin Luo shrugged. I have 100 ways to scare you into submission. As the night deepened shortly after the lights out signal sounded, the dorms were filled with the sounds of snoring. Qin Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked up at Chong Lei's bunk. Chong Lei was sleeping deeply, mouth wide open. Qin Luo smiled slightly and slowly sat up. A glance around revealed that all the new recruits were snoring, with Cheng Haonan's snoring particularly loud. Qin Luo approached Cheng Haonan, and a foul odor wafted from him, making Qin Luo immediately cover his nose. Eating like a pig, looking like a pig, and sleeping like a pig. Qin Luo coldly snorted, then grinned mischievously. You deserved it for opposing me. He slowly turned his head and walked towards the others with a lewd smile. The night grew deeper and a cold wind blew through the barracks. The duty officer Xia Hui quickly wrapped his coat tighter. Xia officer. Chief of Staff Kong Xiang smiled. It's getting colder today, and let me handle the inspection. You should hurry back. Xia Hui chuckled. Old Kong, you know what the commander is like, right? If I don't inspect, and he finds out, he might report me to the higher-ups. I still want to advance. Kong Xiang laughed heartily. The commander is indeed serious about his work. Fine, let's go together. The two strode toward the dormitory of the 9th Company. They are all sleeping soundly. Xia Hui shone a flashlight into the dormitory. Kong Xiang smiled. Of course. In our training regiment, our company has the toughest training. Once the lights out signal is sounded, the new recruits fall asleep immediately. They have no energy to run around. Xia Hui nodded. Your company is indeed not bad. I'll check the other companies. Some new recruits still ran to the restroom late at night, others washed their clothes, and some even admired the moon. Damn it, they just weren't tired enough. Kong Xiang laughed. Such a thing would definitely not happen in our company. The new recruits are too busy training to have time for such things. Oh. Xia Hui suddenly jumped up, dropping his flashlight on the ground. Kong Xiang was startled. What's wrong with you? Xia Hui pointed at Class 1. What are these soldiers doing? In the dead of night, they were all staring at me wide-eyed. It was too damn scary. How is that possible? Kong Xiang looked incredulous. Class 1 has the toughest training in our company. They must be asleep at this hour. You hear that the snoring is so loud. It's real. Xia Hui nervously pointed at the dormitory. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Kong Xiang picked up the flashlight, looking incredulous as he shone it inside. Holy crap. After just one glance, Kong Xiang jumped next to Xia Hui, dropping the flashlight again. Is it true? Xia Hui stared at him. Are they all staring at you? Kong Xiang nodded, still shaken. Too damn creepy. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing, and got angry, picking up the flashlight to shine it back in. This time he saw clearly that it wasn't that everyone was awake staring at him, it was that these guys had drawn a big flower face, especially with eyes painted on their eyelids. Looking suddenly, it looked just like they were staring wide-eyed at him. Kong Xiang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Xia Hui slowly leaned over to him, grinning mischievously. Old Kong, your class, which trains the hardest in the regiment, really knows how to have fun, huh? Trying to scare me. It's not. Old Xia, it's not what you think. Kong Xiang was about to explain. At that moment, Cheng Haonan suddenly let out a high-pitched snore like thunder, startling both Kong Xiang. They turned their heads to see Zhang Qian turning his head, his fake eyes staring at Xia Hui, the corners of his mouth painted, as if smiling. Is he mocking me? Xia Hui angrily pointed at Zhang Qian. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed into a slit as he watched the furious Xia Hui outside, and immediately revealed a trace of a smile. I told you not to oppose me. Qin Luo snorted coldly. Your nightmare has begun. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone in Class 1 stood in a row obediently in front of the barracks. Wu Ziyuan circled around them with a flashlight, his gaze sharp, while everyone was so frightened that they focused on their noses and hearts. Kong Xiang stood aside, trying hard not to laugh at the Ultraman painted on Hao Doduo's face. He then glanced at Zhang Qian, whose face was adorned with a kitty cat, almost bursting out in laughter. Finally, seeing the upside-down rocket on Cheng Haonan's face, he could no longer hold it in, and burst out laughing. Wu Ziyuan quickly glared at him, and Kong Xiang hurriedly covered his mouth. but the giggles still slipped through his fingers. Puff. Ha ha. The new recruits looked at each other, unable to hold back their laughter. You have a big turtle on your face. You have a skull on your face. You have a big beard on your face. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan shouted, scaring everyone into silence. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Chang Lei glanced at the doodles on the new recruits' faces, his expression dark. At this moment, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Qin Luo looked at Wu Ziyuan's expression and secretly chuckled, knowing that the show was about to begin. All right, what are you all standing around for? Kong Xiang saw that Wu Ziyuan's expression was off and quickly tried to defuse the situation. It's getting late, hurry back to rest. Rest? What do you mean rest? Wu Ziyuan said angrily. Class 1 really knows how to have fun, right? Not sleeping at this late hour and even painting your faces. Are you preparing to perform? His gaze landed on Cheng Haonan's face and his eyes twitched fiercely. Others paint cats, dogs, and Ultraman, yet you damn it have just this on your face. Are you brain dead? Cheng Haonan almost exploded with rage upon hearing this yelling. Which bastard drew on my face? Come out, I'll kill you. Seeing his appearance, everyone else stifled their laughter to the point of tears. There were 2 circles and 2 dots drawn on Cheng Haonan's eyelids. At first glance they looked like eyes. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan growled. His murderous glare made Cheng Haonan shut his mouth immediately. Speak up. Whose idea was it? I'm wronged. Cheng Haonan shouted, startling Wu Ziyuan. Cheng Haonan cried out with a quivering voice, Squad leader, I'm wronged. We are all victims, it wasn't us. Others also chimed in, Squad leader, it's not our fault. We're all honest people. How could we do something like this? Then who did it? Wu Ziyuan glared at them. It was him, it must be him. Cheng Haonan pointed at Qin Luo, his eyes filled with rage. Yes, it's him. Zheng Qian quickly added, there's no one else but him. Kong Xiang looked at Qin Luo in surprise, and Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming sharper. Qin Luo immediately played the innocent act. Report, squad leader, they are framing me. He wore an expression of 3 parts innocence and 7 parts grievance. I trained so hard during the day, exhausted like a dog. As soon as the lights went out at night, I fell asleep immediately. I had no idea what happened afterward. I am truly wronged. Report, squad leader. Chang Lei quickly said. I can prove that Qin Luo definitely didn't do it. He trained really hard during the day and fell asleep as soon as the lights went out. I saw it with my own eyes. All the new recruits looked at the squad leader bitterly. No one expected that at such a crucial moment the squad leader would actually help Qin Luo. Qin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. When he had just been pretending to be aggrieved, his mimicking ability had unconsciously kicked in. With his emotionally charged performance, he could win a Golden Horse Award for a role in a tragic drama. Even the new recruits were left stunned by Qin Luo's incredible acting skills. Could it really not be him? Could it be that he was wronged? Was there a traitor among their own? But Cheng Haonan hesitated for only 2 seconds before suddenly reacting. Impossible. It's definitely him, no one else would stoop so low. Report, squad leader. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Ziyuan grabbed him by the ear, making him scream, What are you reporting? Are you framing someone here? Wu Ziyuan was furious. Even if you're pressed for time and can't paint your face properly, can't you ask someone else to help you? Even if you don't find someone else, you could at least put in some effort. How could you paint such a thing on your own face? You've got quite the personality. Cheng Haonan felt wronged and wanted to cry. Who would casually paint such a thing on their own face? I really didn't do it, I swear. Class leader. Wu, here. Chang Lei stood at attention immediately. Your class is really energetic. Wu Ziyuan was almost laughing from anger. Not only do you have vivid imaginations, but you're all artists. And you're all so united when it comes to framing someone. In that case, everyone except Qin Luo will run 3 kilometers before sleeping. Huh. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. What? Cheng Haonan 5 kilometers. Cheng Haonan felt wronged and wanted to cry. Why is it always me who gets in trouble? Chang Lei commanded, Class 1 on the command run. Everyone helplessly followed Chang Lei to the playground. But as they left, they all glared fiercely at Qin Luo, their eyes full of fire. Wu Ziyuan also cast a glance at Qin Luo before turning and leaving with Kong Xiang. Old Wu, how did you... Kong Xiang turned back to look, hesitating to speak. Wu Ziyuan snorted, Isn't it obvious? The drawings on Qin Luo's face are scarier than everyone else's. Clearly someone was targeting him, trying to mess with him on purpose. Are you sticking up for him? Kong Xiang asked with a smile. Wu Ziyuan snorted. Even though I don't like that kid, I have to be fair. As the squad leader, I must handle matters in the unit impartially, otherwise how can I earn their respect? I'm furious. Besides, Cheng Haonan's drawing is the most haphazard with the fewest strokes. He must have run out of time and just scribbled on his face, not expecting it to turn out like this. Who is wronging whom? Isn't it obvious? Kong Xiang nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. But that kid, of all things to draw, why did he have to draw that on his face? Old Wu, I really didn't see it. You have the potential to be a detective. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily, proudly saying, I have many skills. You think you can use me as a pawn? Not a chance. Watching the two walk away, Qin Luo secretly sighed in relief, feeling a surge of pride. Having succeeded with such a dangerous method, I truly am a genius. Fortunately, Wu Ziyuan didn't get suspicious, otherwise I'd have to run with the others as punishment. That would be like hurting 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of my own, a total loss. Qin Luo turned his head to look at the playground where a group of people were running in frustration. They were being kicked in the butt by Chong Lei as they ran, feeling as miserable as could be. Qin Luo smirked slightly, trying to play tricks with me. You guys are all just juniors. As the morning exercise ended, the new recruits tidied up their belongings and immediately rushed towards their assigned area with tools in hand. Just as Qin Luo swept a few times, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Yo! Qin Luo straightened up, smiling at everyone. You all worked quick today, finishing your cleaning, so was it you who did it? Cheng Haonan glared at him with fiery eyes. Qin Luo sternly replied, of course not. Bullshit, it must be you. Zhang Qian angrily pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo, you are despicable. If you can't do it openly, you play tricks behind our backs. You little shit'll top your lungs. Cheng Haonan shouted, pointing at Qin Luo. You took advantage of us while we were asleep and drew that thing on my face. Are you even a man? Looking at the murderous glares from the crowd, Qin Luo smiled and shrugged, not bothering to pretend anymore. Who threw trash in my assigned area? Who messed up my belongings while I was away? You started playing tricks first, so don't blame others. All the new recruits were furious, and Cheng Haonan clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. I think you little brat need a beating. What are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, startling everyone. 3 squad leaders marched over angrily, and everyone quickly stood at attention. Good morning, squad leaders. The squad leaders glanced at them, then looked at Qin Luo. Are they trying to bully you again? Don't be afraid. If there's anything, just tell us. The second squad leader snorted. You guys have no sense of unity. What did Class 1 teach you? You bullied him last night, and now you still want to bully him again. We outsiders can't stand to watch. The new recruits were all shocked. Since when did Qin Luo have connections with these squad leaders? They even came to stand up for him. What made the new recruits even more upset was that they were the ones who had been pranked last night. How did Qin Luo become the victim? Qin Luo, the 5th squad leader, patted him. Speak confidently. If they bully you, we will stand up for you. Right? The other 2 squad leaders nodded in agreement. The new recruits immediately looked at Qin Luo nervously, and Cheng Haonan instinctively took a step back. Qin Luo smiled at their frightened expressions. He didn't want to escalate the situation, just enough was fine. After all, the system task required him to win over these guys, so it was enough to let them suffer a bit, but not too much. Thank you, squad leaders. I'm fine, Qin Luo said with a smile. They just feel guilty because they pranked me last night, so they're here to help me clean the assigned area. I'm just trying to decline their help. Oh, is that so? The 3rd squad leader smiled. What's there to decline? This is what they should do, let them do. The new recruits widened their eyes in shock, completely dumbfounded. Who said they wanted to help you? The 3rd squad leader pointed to the side. By the way, cut this grass too. Look at how tall it's grown. Make sure everything is cleaned up before breakfast. All the new recruits were wide-eyed. This was outside their assignment. What are you staring at? If you don't clean up, well, you won't get breakfast. That's what we say. The squad leaders glared, looking fierce. A group of new recruits had bitter expressions, and they could only turn to grab tools. Damn Qin Luo. Zhang Qian complained. He actually brought other squad leaders to prank us. That bastard is a traitor. Fine, if he wants to play this way, I won't let him off easily. Cheng Haonan gritted his teeth. Every new recruit felt extremely wronged at this moment. Having been pranked last night, they were now pranked again early in the morning. Who could understand this feeling? Hey, you guys, move faster. The squad leader from the 3rd team shouted from a distance. We're all watching you here. Don't think about slacking off. The 2nd squad leader pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, saying, make sure to cut it neatly, or I'll tell your squad leader and make you run 3 more kilometers. All the new recruits hurriedly increased their speed as the scissors went snip, snip, snip. The 5th squad leader chuckled. This is the consequence for bullying new comrades. How Duo felt tears of grievance welling up, saying, we didn't bully him. Shut up. Cheng Haonan shot him a glare and looked at the others. We must take revenge. I was kicked more than 20 times by the squad leader last night. I got kicked 10 times on my butt. Zhang Qian gritted his teeth, even squatting down now. So how do we deal with him? Li Dashing turned to Zhang Qian and said, fighting definitely won't work. That guy has these squad leaders backing him. Zhang Qian's eyes shifted as he grinned. If fighting doesn't work, we'll use cunning. He's sneaky, but we can be. Meanwhile, several squad leaders retreated to a corner, blowing smoke rings while watching the new recruits work. The 3rd squad leader said while smoking, Comrade Qin Luo is really impressive. Even when bullied, he still asks us not to intervene. He truly embodies unity. The 5th squad leader nodded with a smile, and he's particularly good at dealing with people. It's just a matter of helping him get justice, and he even gave us cigarettes. How polite. Let me tell you all, this cigarette is not for free. We have to keep a close eye on Qin Luo in the future and not let him get bullied again. That is a must. They all laughed and nodded, then shouted towards the distant new recruits. Move faster, fast. After breakfast, Chang Lei took Qin Luo to a small grove. Don't take last night's events to heart. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo with a comforting expression. Qin Luo smiled. Squad leader, I'm not taking it to heart. Really? Chang Lei fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. Qin Luo nodded earnestly. Really? Chang Lei sighed in relief. It's good that you're not taking it to heart. He smiled and said, the army is a big collective and the squad is a small collective. You have talent and are very smart. I believe you can get along with everyone. Qin Luo looked at the squad leader's expectant expression and felt speechless. He didn't want to blend in with that group of misfits. They probably wanted to take him down by now. Don't worry, squad leader. I will definitely get along with them. Chang Lei patted him with a smile. The army is a big melting pot with its own rules of social conduct. Never mind, I believe you can do it. He patted him again and turned to leave. Qin Luo watched his back, his smile instantly fading. After being taken advantage of twice, they should be more obedient this time. As long as they call me Big Brother, the task will be complete. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. As before, Chang Lei had Qin Luo practice alone. The rest of the team had been doing drills all morning and also ran 5 kilometers, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. During mealtime, everyone glared at Qin Luo while serving themselves food as if they were seeing their father's murderer. Qin Luo felt speechless. These guys are so resilient. Even after all this, they still want to provoke me. His eyelid twitched. Since they were not willing to back down, he would continue. His body was almost at its limit. He had to unlock a new superpower quickly or upgrade his genes, otherwise he might really collapse from exhaustion. Therefore, he must complete this task first. After lunch, Qin Luo quickly returned to the squad, ready to see Cheng Haonan and the others' attitudes. But as soon as he entered the squad, he was stunned. Where's my blanket? Where did it go? And the sheets, where are they? He stepped back outside, looked up to confirm it was indeed the first squad, and then went back inside. On his bed, there was only a green mattress left. Oh, the young master is looking for his blanket. As Qin Luo was lost in thought, Cheng Haonan's smug voice came. Qin Luo turned abruptly, watching as several of them swaggered in his brow furrowing. What did you do with my blanket and my sheets? The new recruits exchanged glances and all started to grin mischievously. To make up for the mistakes we made last night, we gathered this morning after finishing our work to decide we had to do something to make it up to you. Cheng Haonan patted his chest, saying, seeing how nice the weather is, I took your blanket out to dry. By now the cotton should. At night it will definitely be warm and cozy. Qin Luo was instantly enraged. In the army, especially for new recruits, the worst thing to do is to dry blankets. Because once a blanket is dried, the cotton fluffs up, and it's hard to fold it back to its original shape. It took him a lot of effort to get it to this state. This drying completely ruined it. When Chang Lei finds out that his blanket is folded worse than when he first arrived, he will definitely get criticized. Also, Cheng Haonan said smugly, Old Jung saw how hard you were training and brought them to help wash all your dirty clothes and shoes. How about that? This apology is sincere, right? Qin Luo's head buzzed as he immediately opened his wardrobe. Sure enough, all his clothes, including his military coat, were gone, not even a pair of socks left. He was so furious that his eyes were blazing. Did you bastards wash all my clean clothes? I still need to change tonight. The new recruits all cackled mischievously. Cheng Haonan said proudly, if you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have washed them. Why didn't you say anything sooner? How were we supposed to know? We were just being well-meaning, but doing a bad thing. Zheng Qian said with a laugh. Haonan, how can you say that? We washed his clothes until they smell nice. Now he'll have motivation to train, right, Qin Luo? Ha ha. The others burst into laughter together. Qin Luo clenched his fists and stepped forward. You want to mess with me, huh? Cheng Haonan's smile faded as he coldly glared at him. You were the one who provoked us, new recruit. You brought this on yourself. Right? Zheng Qian said angrily. What have you turned us into? You brought this on yourself. Qin Luo sneered in anger. He initially wanted to talk to them further, but it seemed unnecessary now. He looked at his clothes, which were covered in mud and reeked, then glanced at the row of wet clothes hanging in the drying area outside, feeling his head about to explode with anger. Alright, you want to play like this, huh? Just wait and see. I'm going to have some fun with you today. Squad leader, thank you. Outside the supply room, Qin Luo smiled as he stuffed things into Chun Liang's arm. Chun Liang raised his arm with a serious expression. What are you doing? Qin Luo patted his pocket, smiling. For such a small favor you're willing to help, I must thank you. Squad leader, no need to say anything, everything is understood without words. Chun Liang sternly glared at him. No spreading this around, this is a one-time exception. Yes. Qin Luo saluted and happily ran out. After everyone had completely vanished from sight, Chun Liang looked at his pocket, and a smile crept onto his face. This kid is so good at dealing with people, it's just a matter of taking a bottle of cough syrup from his bag, and he's so polite about it. As the lights out signal rang, the lights in the various squads also turned off one after another. Everyone behave yourselves. Chang Lei lay in bed and said coldly, if anyone pulls any pranks, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, squad leader. Everyone responded while collectively looking at Qin Luo. Qin Luo acted as if nothing was wrong with the blanket covering half of his face. Zheng Qian nodded at everyone, signaling them to be cautious tonight. Everyone placed their pillows over their faces and tied strings around their ears. If Qin Luo wanted to draw their faces, he would definitely alert them. Time passed second by second. The training during the day was too exhausting, so everyone fell asleep within 20. Qin Luo opened his eyes slowly, lifted his head, scanned the whole class, and then quietly took out a small bottle as he got out of bed. Old Xia, our company commander, has already reprimanded us yesterday. In the early morning, Kong Xiang accompanied Staff Officer Xia as they walked through the camp. Kong Xiang smiled and said, they were just playing a prank. They've realized their mistake and definitely won't do it again. Xia Hui smiled slightly at him and said, Old Kong, to be honest, among all the new recruits in the entire regiment, your squad soldiers are the most mischievous. Seeing what they did to their own faces, I was also quite shocked. Kong Xiang smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he was also quite shocked. Let's go, Xia Hui said with a smile. Let's see if they've listened to you and are behaving. Kong Xiang patted his chest and said, don't worry about this, old Xia. Our squad soldiers are the most obedient in the entire regiment. Xia Hui smiled non-committally and walked straight to the first squad. When he reached the window, Kong Xiang confidently turned on his flashlight. Listen, they're making such a high noise, they must be sleeping soundly. They definitely wouldn't. What the hell? Kong Xiang suddenly jumped up in fright. Xia Hui was taken aback and quickly turned on the flashlight. Old Xia, don't. Kong Xiang suddenly reacted and tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The light from the flashlight shone into the first squad, and Xia Hui's eyes were about to pop out. He saw the new recruits sitting upright on their beds, staring blankly at him. This feeling made Xia Hui feel like he was watching a horror movie. A gust of wind blew past, and Xia Hui turned pale, glaring angrily at Kong Xiang. Old Kong, is this what you call obedient? They're not sleeping in the middle of the night, but collectively scaring me here. Kong Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Hui angrily said, your squad is getting more and more mischievous. In front of the dormitory building, a group of new recruits stood in a row, their faces filled with grievance. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells. At that moment, Wu Ziyuan stood opposite them, his murderous gaze fixed on them. Chang Lei, with an awkward expression, lowered his voice and said to everyone, what are you doing not sleeping in the middle of the night? You'd better admit your mistakes quickly. Admit what? Wu Ziyuan roared. Look at how scared the instructor and consultant Xiao are. It's too late to admit your mistakes now. Chang Lei sighed helplessly while the new recruits looked utterly aggrieved, tears welling up in their eyes as they gazed at Wu Ziyuan. Old Wu, the person has already been sent away. Kong Xiang ran over, panting and wiping his sweat, saying, it took me 2 packs of cigarettes to send consultant Xiao away. I was so dry I could hardly speak. Stand straight. Wu Ziyuan suddenly shouted, startling all the new recruits into standing at attention. Tell me, what on earth are you trying to do? Wu Ziyuan glared at them angrily. His gaze passed over Qin Luo, and the corner of his eye twitched inexplicably. He couldn't stand soldiers who couldn't be honest and sleep, especially those he thought were good. Wu Ziyuan, infuriated, shouted, speak. All the new recruits were startled, and Chang Lei hurriedly said, report, company commander, we originally wanted to sleep. But later, for some reason, we just couldn't fall asleep. Report, company commander, this is true. Zheng Qian quickly chimed in. I was almost asleep, but I suddenly felt wide awake for some reason. No matter how I lay down, I couldn't sleep, so I sat up to take a breather, and as a result, I ended up feeling even more awake and couldn't sleep at all. Li Dashing, with a mournful expression, said, company commander, we can't be blamed for this. We didn't mean to scare the leaders. Qin Luo struggled to hold back his laughter. He had given them 2 whole bottles of medicine, so there was no way they could sleep. If it's not your fault, then whose fault is it? Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily. Should I blame your squad leader? Huh? Chang Lei looked confused, wondering what that had to do with him. Everyone. Wu Ziyuan suddenly stopped, glared at Qin Luo, and continued to shout, so many people can't sleep together. Do you think I'm a fool? Kong Xiang, seeing the new recruits frightened, quickly said, old Wu, I think they realized their mistakes. How about class leader? Wu Ziyuan suddenly shouted, startling Kong Xiang. Present. Chang Lei stepped forward. Wu Ziyuan glared at him angrily. Your soldiers. The good soldiers you brought out. Not only are they not sleeping, but they also have to be seen by the duty officers every time. You all have disgraced our unit. Chang Lei blushed and shouted, report, company commander, it's all my fault. You can't escape. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. Take your group of rowdy soldiers and immediately run 5 kilometers, then do 300 push-ups. Aren't they not tired? Then they can stop only when they're exhausted. Yes. Chang Lei shouted, class 1, aim for the playground. Run. March. Qin Luo, get back. Wu Ziyuan said as he turned and walked away with Kong Xiang. I don't want this to happen again. Yes. Qin Luo smiled and saluted, shrugging at the new recruits as he skipped back. Class leader. Chung Haonan complained. Why him? Because he didn't wake up like you guys. Is that enough? Chong Lei yelled. His anger startled Chung Haonan, making him nod like a chick pecking for food. All the new recruits started running toward the playground, shooting glares at the dormitory as they ran. Tonight they lost face and had to endure physical torment. Their luck was truly terrible. Qin Luo turned back to look at them, a mischievous smile forming at the corner of his mouth. You think it's over? This is just the beginning. Let's see how you handle it. As dawn broke, the wake-up call sounded. Each class shouted their loud slogans, marching in neat steps toward the playground. 1-1-2-1. 1-2-3. Pop, pop, pop. Suddenly a series of sounds erupted from the ranks. The squad leader leading the group shot a glare at the ranks, then shouted 1-2-3. Pop, pop, pop. Another series of sounds rang out. All the new recruits in the entire company burst into laughter, and many of them covered their noses. No laughing allowed. The duty squad leader glared at everyone with a darkened face. All the new recruits immediately suppressed their smiles and marched forward obediently. The duty squad leader snorted coldly and shouted loudly 1-2-1-1-2-1-1-2. Pop, 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 pop. This time the sounds were even more intense and louder. The furious duty squad leader turned around and yelled, "Who is it? Who is it that needs to let one rip while I'm speaking?" Many new recruits were close to bursting into tears from laughter, but seeing the duty squad leader's furious face, they could only hold it in desperately. Not just them, even the other new recruits running past them burst into laughter. What's going on? Wu Ziyuan sensed something was off and hurried over. Report. The duty squad leader angrily said, "Every time I shout a slogan, someone in the ranks lets out a series of farts. Loud and stinky. Every time I shout, they come. This has happened 3 times in a row." Wu Ziyuan's eyes were filled with fire, but before he could turn around, Chung Haonan in the ranks suddenly shouted, "Report. I can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom." Wu Ziyuan glared at him fiercely. "It's you little brat, who has been." "Report. I can't hold it anymore either," Zheng Qian suddenly shouted, twisting left and right in obvious distress. "Report. I can't hold it anymore either," Li Dashing shouted urgently. "Report. Report." In an instant, all the new recruits shouted in unison, with only Qin Luo standing obediently in the ranks. "It's you again." Wu Ziyuan was so angry he looked like he might explode. But before he could lose his temper, Chung Haonan suddenly dashed out of the ranks. "Sorry, company commander, I really can't hold it anymore." Pop, pop, pop. Suddenly a series of explosive sounds rang out. Zheng Qian and the others turned pale, barely able to speak, and turned to run after Chung Haonan. But they hadn't run a few steps when traces were left behind by several people. Ha ha. A passing company happened to see this scene, and even their company commander joined in the laughter. Wu Ziyuan was so angry his mouth twisted. "Bastards, bastards. These scoundrels, why is it always them?" After breakfast, Qin Luo let out a satisfied burp and happily walked back to the dormitory. "Qin Luo." Suddenly a low growl came. Qin Luo turned his head and his heart skipped a beat. Wu Ziyuan stood under a large tree with a gloomy expression, waving at Qin Luo. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Could it be that he has discovered something? Qin Luo knew that Wu Ziyuan had always looked down on him. If he found out that it was Qin Luo who had been causing trouble, he would definitely send him back. Damn it, just deny it to the end. Qin Luo took a deep breath and ran towards Wu Ziyuan. "Good evening, Qin Luo saluted nonchalantly. Wu Ziyuan scrutinized him coldly and got straight to the point. "Was it you?" "Huh." Qin Luo feigned innocence. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. "Is it true that the other members of your class have been acting strangely lately, and that you were behind it?" "Company commander, are you joking?" Qin Luo replied with a look of innocence, but he felt relieved inside. He was already familiar with Wu Ziyuan's temperament, and knew he was a straightforward person. If he knew it was Qin Luo's doing, he wouldn't be asking, but would have directly thrown evidence at him. Clearly this was a test. How could I have such capability? Qin Luo shook his head repeatedly. Wu Ziyuan furrowed his brows. "Then why is it that everyone in your class, except you, seems to be in trouble?" Qin Luo felt a wave of amusement. Wu Ziyuan was indeed testing him. He shrugged. "Company commander, how would I know things that you don't? They don't include me in their activities." Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo for a long time, but couldn't discern any trickery. He snorted coldly. "You better not be the culprit, or I won't let you off. Also remember to get along well with your—" "Yes." Qin Luo immediately saluted. Wu Ziyuan shot him a glare, then turned to leave, shaking his head continuously, clearly baffled by what was going on with the first class. A smile crept onto Qin Luo's face as he looked towards the restroom, where pained groans were echoing. "This time you guys must be at your limits." Qin Luo smiled slightly. As night fell, the soldiers who had trained all day lined up neatly to head to the— Not long after dinner, the entire company organized to watch the news broadcast. There was no training tonight. After the broadcast, each class was free to engage in activities. The new recruits from other classes happily headed to the library or basketball court, while the new recruits from the first class trudged back to their dormitory barely alive. After a whole day, they were either passing gas or running to the restroom. They had run out of their own pants and were now wearing borrowed ones. At this point, they had lost all motivation and just wanted to find a place to hide. How utterly embarrassing. Not only their company, but recruits from other companies had witnessed it. They had become the laughingstock of the entire recruit battalion. This incident would likely leave a psychological shadow for the rest of their lives. Who allowed you to take a break? Chang Lei walked in right after, his face stern. Did you train all day today? Continue with physical training. No way, squad leader. Everyone protested immediately. Zheng Qian pleaded with a whine. Squad leader, we've had a rough day too. We really can't do more physical training or someone might die. Exactly, squad leader. Sheng Haonan chimed in, feeling wronged. I'm so big that I can't take it here. I feel completely drained. You can't make someone like Hao Duo do physical training. He's still growing. You can't let him be done. Hao Duo was so scared he started crying. Squad leader, I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. Chang Lei was initially furious, but seeing Hao Duo crying uncontrollably, his heart softened. All right. Chang Lei pointed at them. I let you rest well, but tomorrow you must all be normal. Everyone was extremely grateful. Suddenly a series of explosive sounds filled the air, followed by a stench that spread rapidly. Chang Lei shook his head helplessly and turned to find the company commander. Out of sight, out of mind, he feared that if he looked any longer he might die of anger. Once Chang Lei left, everyone turned pale and rushed out with paper in hand. Half an hour later, the new recruit sat on the ground, panting heavily. Why hasn't taking the medicine made things better? Cheng Haonan clutched his grumbling stomach. What's wrong with us? It must be Qin Luo, Zheng Qian suddenly said, and everyone collectively turned to look at him. Qin Luo. Yes. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. We just targeted him, and then we couldn't sleep and had diarrhea. If it's not him, who else could it be? Right. Cheng Haonan slammed his fist on the ground in anger. It must be that bastard Qin Luo who has caused us so much trouble. Old Zheng, think of a new way. Before Zheng Qian could speak, Qin Luo suddenly walked in with a beaming smile. Oh, everyone is here. Everyone glared at Qin Luo, as if he were a sworn enemy, their eyes blazing with fury. Don't look at me like that, Qin Luo said cheerfully. It's you guys who insisted on making things difficult for me. Damn, it really is you. Cheng Haonan angrily pointed at him. What exactly did you do to us? I didn't. Qin Luo spread his hands. I just gave you guys some strong caffeine and a powerful laxative. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. No wonder they couldn't sleep last night and had been running all day. It was all Qin Luo's doing. Bastard you. Cheng Haonan was about to rush over, but as soon as he exerted himself, he felt his stomach rumbling even more fiercely, which scared him into stopping. You mustn't get worked up, Qin Luo said with a broad smile. If you get agitated, your intestines will start moving faster. I only gave you a small dose, so as long as you keep calm, it won't happen so frequently. You don't have any pants to change into. Qin Luo, you bastard. Zheng Qian glared at Qin Luo angrily. You're really too heartless. It's mutual. Qin Luo shrugged. You guys washed all my stuff. You guys won't fare any better either. Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Qin Luo smiled. Don't worry, I actually have the antidote. It can help you return to normal. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Then hurry up and get it. Qin Luo smiled faintly. It's no problem for me to give it to you, but you must agree to one condition. Let's reconcile, and you must acknowledge me as your leader. Just acknowledging it is enough. In your dreams, get lost. Cheng Haonan shouted angrily. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. But before they could speak, Cheng Haonan had already pointed at Qin Luo. You made us suffer so badly. If you want to reconcile, you must first admit you were wrong then. All right. Qin Luo waved his hand. Then it's not negotiable. You guys can just keep going. Qin Luo smiled slightly and turned to walk out. So what do we do now? Li Dashing asked, holding his stuff. I don't believe his nonsense. Cheng Haonan snorted. What bullshit, strong laxative. It will definitely be fine by tomorrow morning. Don't be afraid. As the night fell, the lights out signal was sounded, and each class gradually turned off their lights. Not long after, snores began to echo from each class. At this moment in the first class, Chang Lei and Qin Luo were lying in bed sound asleep. Qin Luo even let out comfortable snores. As for the other recruits, they were all sitting there wide-eyed, each sporting a pair of large dark circles under their eyes. He's actually sleeping so soundly. Cheng Haonan glared at Qin Luo, his fists clenched in anger. I really want to kill him. Haonan, Li Dashing said energetically. Didn't you say the medicine wasn't strong? It's been 2 days and the effects of the medicine are still incredibly strong. Cheng Haonan was embarrassed. He hadn't expected Qin Luo to be truthful. The medicine's effects were indeed remarkably potent. This won't do. Zheng Qian shook his head. We can deal with the diarrhea, but not being able to sleep is definitely a problem. We'll have no energy tomorrow, and if it's still like this. Everyone swallowed hard. They hadn't slept all night yesterday, and while they looked energetic, they actually had no strength at all. During the day's training, they had performed terribly. Fortunately, Chang Lei thought they were just recovering, so he didn't say much. But if it continues like this tomorrow. Previously, they hadn't believed Qin Luo's words. But now that they had endured this much, they were scared to take any chances. Old Zheng, you're full of tricks. Zheng Haonan looked to Zheng Qian for help. Quick, think of a way. Everyone turned to Zheng Qian, placing their hopes on. Zheng Qian clenched his fists and looked at Qin Luo, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. There's no other way. We can only use this method. Everyone was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Will this work? Zheng Haonan said in disbelief. Do you have any other ideas? Zheng Qian glared at him. Everyone looked helpless. Zheng Haonan glanced at Qin Luo, then his eyes blazed with fury. We absolutely cannot let this brat keep laughing at us. Zheng Haonan nodded. Let's do it. Old Xie, tell me you've been checking for 2 nights in a row. Kong Xiang accompanied Xie Kanmu with a smile. Is there a need to check our company? We can handle it ourselves. Wu Ziyuan nodded vigorously but felt extremely anxious inside. Xie Kanmu looked at Kong Xiang, and then at Wu Ziyuan, smiling. As the commander, Wu Yu usually never checks patrols, yet you came today. What does that mean? It means you are feeling guilty, which means my coming here is absolutely correct. Therefore we must check. Kong Xiang quickly smiled. How could that be? Old Wu couldn't sleep, so he came along. We have absolute confidence in our soldiers, right, Old Wu? Wu Ziyuan nodded, but his expression was quite grim. Xie Kanmu glanced at Wu Ziyuan's expression and smiled slightly. All right, we've come this far. Let's see what's going on. Let's go. Kong Xiang had no choice but to quicken his pace to keep up with Wu Ziyuan. Did you just check? Is everything all right? Wu Ziyuan asked quietly. Kong Xiang nodded. I checked half an hour ago. Everything is fine. They're all behaving properly. No one is causing trouble. Wu Ziyuan sighed in relief. Then I can rest easy. The 3 of them headed straight to the first class, where Xie Kanmu turned on the flashlight. Kong Xiang asked with a smile, how is it? Is everything all right? Xie Kanmu's smile instantly froze. Damn. Wu Ziyuan was shocked and quickly leaned forward, immediately stunned by the scene before him. Damn. What do you want to do? Wu Ziyuan yelled, angrily spitting as he spoke. Outside the dormitory building, the new recruits stood in a row, trembling with fear. They never expected that simply wanting to sleep would lead to being caught by the unfortunate Xie staff officer. What is going on here? Speak up. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them, trembling with rage. Every day, it's some nonsense, not sleeping, then a collective pull, and now a collective suicide. Do you guys have a problem? Do you really want to go against me? What do you want to do? Wu Ziyuan shouted angrily, rushing towards Zheng Haonan. Zheng Haonan was so frightened, he nearly cried. Squad leader, we don't even know what we want to do. Wu Ziyuan was almost fainting with rage, while Chang Lei's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Qin Luo was desperately holding back his laughter. He also hadn't expected things to develop like this. They never thought that this group of people would come up with the idea of hitting each other to fall asleep. They figured if they knocked each other out, they could finally sleep. However, after hitting each other for a long time, not a single person lost consciousness, and instead Xie staff officer and the others witnessed a chaotic scene of people hitting each other on the head. Qin Luo was already happily flipping out. Who would have thought of such an idea and still be so unlucky? Beside him, Xie staff officer angrily pointed at them. Today has truly opened my eyes. You guys really are united. Do you have to do everything together? Hearing this, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei turned red with embarrassment. Kong Xiang hurriedly smiled and patted him. Old Xie, don't say that. They're all young, full of energy. It's understandable. When we were young, Xie staff officer shot him a glare. When I was young, I wouldn't gather so many people to do this kind of thing. Would you dare to do this with old Wu? This? Kong Xiang's face turned red. Look at what you're saying. Xie staff officer angrily pointed at them, suddenly noticing Qin Luo, who was stifling laughter nearby. This soldier is still somewhat normal. Xie staff officer pointed at him. Of the whole squad, he is the only one who is not crazy. Wu Ziyuan glanced at Qin Luo, his eyelids twitching. At that moment he didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. The new recruits all looked at Qin Luo angrily, nearly exploding with rage, because Qin Luo was making faces at them. At this moment, everyone wanted to kill Qin Luo. All right. Xie staff officer exhaled. I'm leaving. This is too painful to watch. Donald Xie. Kong Xiang hurriedly followed him. Give the young people a chance. Oh, please don't report this. Watching Kong Xiang and Xie staff officer leave, Wu Ziyuan scanned all the new recruits with a dark expression, scaring everyone into lowering their heads. Wu Ziyuan was so angry his voice was trembling. What are you all thinking about all day? Can anyone tell me? Let me know what you were trying to do. Squad leader. Chang Lei puffed out his chest. It's all my fault for not teaching them well. I bear the greatest responsibility. I haven't even addressed you yet. Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at him. How are you supposed to be a squad leader? How do you do your job? What are your soldiers thinking all day? Yes. Chang Lei replied gravely. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him for a long time, holding back his anger, before finally shouting, you one warning. Think hard about how to lead your soldiers. Yes. Chang Lei shouted. The smile on Qin Luo's face instantly vanished, his heart sinking. He only wanted to mess with Cheng Haonan and didn't expect to drag Chang Lei down with him. Squad leader. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan interrupted him, directly staring coldly. You are a soldier now. They think about how to integrate into the squad. Why don't they involve you in their activities? Suddenly he paused. Of course, I'm not saying you should do such things with them. I mean, think about why you are not liked and whether you are suited to be a soldier. Yes. Qin Luo nodded, but this matter has nothing to do with the squad leader. Please don't punish him. Squad leader. Zheng Qian shouted, this has nothing to do with our squad leader, it's all us. You all shut up. Wu Ziyuan angrily pointed at them. You've embarrassed your squad leader. You've also embarrassed. You all think about what you came to the army for. If you want to play, go home and play. Chang Lei. Here. Wu Ziyuan roared, now take them to do push-ups and think about it carefully. Remember, didn't you say if you're not tired, don't stop? Yes. Chang Lei shouted. Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned around, glaring at Qin Luo. You go back and sleep and think about my words. He snorted coldly and angrily walked towards the company office. Squad leader, we dragged you down. Zheng Qian looked at Chang Lei with bitterness. Chang Lei glanced at everyone, sighed inwardly. All right, let's not say anything and think carefully about what the squad leader just said. Let's go. Everyone followed Chang Lei towards the training ground, while Qin Luo watched their backs, looking helpless. Sorry, squad leader. Qin Luo exhaled. This was purely collateral damage. I was wrong, and I will definitely compensate you. The sky gradually brightened, and loud slogans echoed throughout the training regiment. Wu Ziyuan stood by the training ground with dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he were off-limits to strangers. Kong Xiang walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Didn't sleep all night. Can you sleep? Wu Ziyuan angrily said, after so many years in the army and leading many soldiers, I've truly never seen a class like this. Why am I so unlucky? Don't worry, I've already talked to CS staff officer. He agreed not to report it, giving the new recruits a chance. He patted Wu Ziyuan. Today's new comrades are all spoiled and pampered by their families. It's different from when we... In this new era, new methods of leading troops are required. Be patient. Wu Ziyuan sighed, then said coldly, but this is the army. We came here to be ready for war and to protect our country at any time. With them like this. Sigh. Kong Xiang smiled slightly. That Qin Luo, isn't he doing pretty well? Don't mention him. Wu Ziyuan said impatiently. The whole class does everything without involving him. He simply cannot integrate into the group. I really don't know what Chang Lei is doing. Why hasn't he kicked him out yet? Kong Xiang shook his head. You are too biased against him, so you can't see his brilliance. I think he's quite good. Good. Wu Ziyuan scoffed. Someone who relies on connections to get ahead can have any brilliance. No, you need to talk to Chang Lei and remind him not to forget our previous agreement. I don't want my good soldier to be dragged down by that thing. Kong Xiang looked at his stubborn expression and helplessly smiled. Wu Ziyuan didn't pay attention to Qin Luo, but he had been keeping an eye on him. He was well aware of Qin Luo's. However, Kong Xiang knew that no matter how much he said, Wu Ziyuan wouldn't believe it. Forget it. Let's wait for you to discover it slowly. A day passed quickly. After dinner, the new recruits squad organized everyone to watch the news as usual. After watching the news, each class conducted a small training session in the evening. Once the training session ended, it was everyone's brief rest time. Some new recruits rushed to the convenience store to buy some food. Others went to the toilet while some washed their clothes. The whole squad was bustling and lively. Bang! Cheng Haonan sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The other new recruits were not much better off, all collapsing in various corners. From last night until now, they had been continuously training without stopping. Since joining the new recruits, they had never been this tired. Everyone hurry up and wash up. Chang Lei said coldly while holding a basin. Get a good night's sleep tonight, but don't do any nonsense. Yes. Everyone replied weakly. Chang Lei shook his head and turned to leave. He had already exhausted all means to tire them out. He didn't believe they could still get into trouble. If they made trouble again, he would be powerless to help. Qin Luo also hurriedly picked up a basin and rushed out. He was exhausted enough today and just wanted to take a nice hot shower. Watching his retreating figure, everyone was instantly furious. This bastard has caused us so much suffering and hasn't even said a word of apology. Li Dashing clenched his fists angrily. An apology? Zheng Qian was filled with rage. He told me today that we should bow our heads and admit defeat to him, or else he has even more ruthless tricks up his sleeve. Damn him. Cheng Haonan jumped up angrily, but immediately felt a pain in his stomach, causing him to everyone. Cheng Haonan glared at everyone. It's no longer about him riding on our heads. Now we have a blood, right? Everyone's eyes burned with rage. Now the whole squad knows that they were caught doing that last night. Today, wherever they went, they were laughed at, and some even deliberately imitated them, mocking them. They were utterly humiliated, all thanks to Qin Luo. Old Zheng. Cheng Haonan glared at Zheng Qian. If we don't beat him up, we won't even be considered men. This matter is definitely not over. Today the common people are truly joyful. Hey. Qin Luo sang energetically while taking a shower. holding the soap like a microphone and spinning around. But just as he turned around, he froze. The soap in his hand flew out with a pop. As he was about to turn back to pick it up, he suddenly noticed a pair of feet standing next to the soap. Qin Luo looked up and saw Zheng Qian and Cheng Haonan among others. Seeing the group glaring at him with anger, his eyelids twitched violently. He hesitated, wondering whether to pick up the soap or not. Qin Luo swallowed hard. "I'm not doing that. I won't accept your apology in this manner." "Shut up." Cheng Haonan pointed at him angrily. "You think we're apologizing to you? How dare you say that? You scoundrel, we've suffered greatly because of you, and now I'm both tired and have a stomach ache. Today we will settle this." Qin Luo's eyes lit up. "Settle it? Really?" Zheng Qian snorted coldly and waved his hand at the soldiers who were still showering. "Gentlemen, this does not concern you. This is our class-owned conflict. Quickly leave and don't say anything outside." The new recruits, sensing something was off, hurriedly dried themselves and ran out wrapped in towels. It wasn't that they were afraid of involving innocent people, it was that this group had a notorious reputation and they were afraid of being. After everyone left, Li Dasheng went over to close the bathroom door, and everyone gathered around Qin Luo with ill intentions. Qin Luo quickly covered himself. Hey, I really don't like that. Although I was just singing. That was just a song, I didn't invite you here. Go to hell." Cheng Haonan's eyes burned with anger. "You bastard, how dare you use such vile methods against us? What are you thinking? Stop wasting time with him. Let's get it over with." Zheng Qian interrupted, then looked coldly at Qin Luo. "Qin Luo, we don't want to drag this out any longer. Let's resolve this today." Qin Luo had already put on his pants and smiled at them. "So you agree to my terms? It's about time. Be my little brothers and call me big brother, and I'll give you money. You won't lose out." "Shut up." Zheng Qian pointed at him. "I'm laying down the law. First you apologize to all of us and treat us to a meal as compensation." "One meal isn't enough." Cheng Haonan's eyes widened. "It has to be 3 meals. Right, 3 meals. Zheng Qian nodded. "Then we can forgive you. But from now on you can't show off during training. You can't make us face penalties every day." Qin Luo rolled his eyes. "Let's hear the second condition." "Second." Li Dasheng snorted. "If you don't agree to the first condition, we'll beat you until you do." Zheng Qian looked coldly at Qin Luo. "We've already made concessions, but it's best for you to agree. Otherwise we might just want to beat you to death." Crack, crack, crack. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, eyeing him like a hawk. Qin Luo was speechless. These conditions were equivalent to not proposing anything. Especially the training condition. If he agreed, how would he still take first place among the new recruits? "I don't want to agree to either of those conditions." "My." Everyone stepped forward immediately. "How about this?" Qin Luo smiled at them. "I'll take a step back too. You call me boss and I'll still give you money, but you won't have to do my work anymore. In the future during training, I can also teach you, helping you improve. How about that? Not bad, right?" "Hiss." Everyone gasped. You? Cheng Haonan trembled in anger. "You actually want to teach us? We've been here 2 months longer than you. Do you think you're a veteran?" Qin Luo shrugged. "I don't want to teach you, but aren't you always getting punished for being too weak? If I teach you, won't you avoid penalties?" "Damn. Stop wasting time with him." Cheng Haonan yelled angrily. "This guy must be beaten into submission." Zheng Qian nodded. "Qin Luo, you've been given a chance, and if you don't want it, we can't be blamed. Attack." He immediately stepped back and stood next to Hao Duo. Cheng Haonan and the others could no longer hold back and charged at Qin Luo with sneers. Hey, let's talk this over. I don't want to fight you." Qin Luo retreated to the corner of the wall. At the same time, he charged up his one-punch man ability, his right fist instantly brimming with power. "You still want to hit us?" Cheng Haonan laughed in anger. "I'll make you kneel and call me daddy." He raised his fist and smashed it directly at Qin Luo's chest. The others quickly followed suit, all knowing they couldn't hit him in the face, otherwise the squad leader would find out. But hitting his body was not visible. No. Qin Luo retreated while accurately punching out, "Don't come over, don't come over, don't." In the next second, Cheng Haonan's face twisted in an instant. It felt like his stomach had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his pupils dilated rapidly. His feet left the ground violently, his whole body bending into a C shape, uncontrollably flying backward. The 3 people behind him only felt a gust of wind rushing towards them. Then everything went black as a huge object crashed heavily into them, sending them flying backward together. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 soldiers rolled out like bowling balls. Cheng Haonan was even worse off. Not only did he fly over 2 meters, but when he landed he fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down from the pain. He quickly propped himself up with his hands, barely managing to avoid falling. But at that moment his posture looked more like he was bowing to an elder. Silence. An absolute silence. Zheng Qian and Hao Duo stared in shock, their eyes nearly popping out, quickly retreating several steps. "Hao Haonan, are you okay?" Zheng Qian asked stutteringly. Cheng Haonan struggled to lift his head and shook his finger at him, smiling faintly. "I'm fine." But when he got to the third word, he suddenly vomited everything he had eaten that evening. The amount shocked the other new recruits, who hurriedly stepped back and covered their noses. I can't believe how pungent this is. Zheng Qian looked at Cheng Haonan's miserable state and swallowed hard. He turned his head with difficulty to see Qin Luo slowly retracting his hand, a face of martial arts master solemnity. He never expected that this seemingly thin and weak guy could be so powerful. With a light palm strike, he turned the nearly 6-foot 200-pound Cheng Haonan into this sorry state. Moreover, he even sent 3 others flying. It should be known that Cheng Haonan had the title of a tank in the new recruit squad, and no one dared to challenge him. What kind of strength did Qin Luo possess? At this moment, Qin Luo was feeling ecstatic. He had struggled to hold back his strength last time, almost bursting from it. This time it had worked successfully, and he didn't expect the power to be this great. If he leveled up in the future, what would that? Qin Luo suppressed his overwhelming joy and slowly shook his finger at them. Originally, I just wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person. Why did you force me to show my hand? You know martial arts. Zheng Qian looked at Qin Luo in horror. Of course. Qin Luo waved his arms in the air, adopting the Wing Chun stance. Young men, I advise you to stop pushing me. You don't force me to act. That punch just now was the culmination of my 20 years of skill. Do you think you can withstand it? Beneath his unfathomable demeanor, Qin Luo was actually panicking. After using the One Punch Man ability, he immediately entered a cooldown period. If these guys charged at him now to gang up on him, he would only be left to take the beating. Fortunately, Qin Luo's movements were very standard, almost identical to those in Donnie Yen's films. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, all gasping. This guy is actually a master. Thank goodness they didn't rush in just now, otherwise the outcome would have been disastrous. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated them, Qin Luo let out a sigh of relief, but still threatened. So do you want to continue? Fine, come on, this time I'll take on 10. Just as Zheng Qian was scared to death, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Everyone immediately felt a rush of panic. Just as they turned their heads, the door burst open with a bang. Chang Lei and several other squad leaders rushed in, urgently followed closely by the company commander, but when they saw Cheng Haonan kneeling on the ground, everyone froze. Chang Lei yelled, "What are you doing? Cheng Haonan, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Cheng Haonan's expression was twisted, drooling as he forced himself to say, reporting. Squad leader, the ground is too slippery. I accidentally fell. Then why the hell are you crying? Chang Lei glared at him fiercely. Cheng Haonan felt a storm in his stomach, tears streaming down from the pain. It hurts, squad leader. You come here. You cry too. Chang Lei scanned the entire scene, and before he could speak, Wu Yuan pushed him aside. Seeing the platoon leader approaching, all the new recruits quickly stood at attention, and Qin Luo hurriedly put on his pants. Wu Yuan glanced at Qin Luo, and then at the others, immediately guessing what had just happened. His face darkened frighteningly. Well, they really know how to stir trouble with a new spectacle every day. This time a group of people ganged up on one, and they ended up like this. Truly impressive, he exclaimed. Platoon leader, I really just slipped. As soon as Cheng Haonan finished speaking, he immediately retched again. Enough, what nonsense are you talking? How can a slip lead to this? This is clearly someone getting beaten down. Several curious squad leaders interjected immediately, and Chang Lei's eyes twitched violently. It is said that family shame should not be aired in his soldiers. Causing such a scene was already embarrassing enough. Now, with so many people watching, his old face was completely lost. Wu Yuan looked at Chang Lei with a cold smile, and Chang Lei blushed, wearing a look of resignation, as if saying, just kill me already. Wu Yuan glared at him. This was his best soldier, and with no outsiders around today, he truly couldn't bear to punish him. Why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly. Instructor Kong Xiang hurried over to mediate the situation. Quickly tell the platoon leader the truth. Zheng Qian waved his hands, and the new recruits hurried to help the fallen ones up. Cheng Haonan was still in pain, tears streaming down his face, and even being helped, he could only bend over. He never expected that Qin Luo could actually fight. Had he known it would end up like this, he wouldn't have stood his ground against Qin Luo, even if it killed him. Wu Yuan snorted coldly. What else is there to say? Even a fool can see what happened. Kong Xiang nudged him and whispered, this incident doesn't look good. It shouldn't get out. They've already embarrassed themselves in front of the regiment, but do I need to worry about it getting out? Wu Yuan raised his voice. Kong Xiang awkwardly smiled and retreated helplessly, leaving them to fend for themselves. Wu Yuan's eyes burned with anger. A bunch of useless soldiers. Entering 2 months earlier than others, yet getting beaten up like this. If you were assigned to my squad, I'd train you to death. What a disgrace. Zheng Qian and the others were so ashamed they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Who knew Qin Luo was this formidable? Squad leader. Here. Your squad's energy is too high, Wu Yuan shouted angrily. You take them for 2 hours of running on the playground, not a minute less. Then tomorrow, everyone write a self-criticism in front of the whole squad. Yes. Chang Lei shouted. Platoon leader, the 5th squad leader said with a smile, let's let Qin Luo off. He was bullied, it was self-defense. Yes, platoon leader, the third squad leader quickly added, he didn't provoke anyone. He was merely responding instinctively. Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned his head, and the squad leaders immediately fell silent. Wu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Isn't he a soldier? Isn't he a comrade with them? Moreover, is fighting allowed in the army? All the squad leaders were speechless. Wu Ziyuan roared, the army is a collective sharing honor and disgrace, advancing and retreating together. Do I need to say more about this? Yes. All the squad leaders quickly stood tall. Everyone knew the platoon leader was furious and hoped not to be caught in the crossfire. Chang Lei, why are you still dawdling? Wu Ziyuan turned his head. Run. First squad. Chang Lei shouted, target the playground, run. Yes. All the new recruits followed Chang Lei with grim faces. Sheng Haonan grimaced in pain, tears flowing nonstop. But looking at the murderous glare from the platoon leader, he dared not make a sound. Qin Luo also finished dressing and quickly followed. Although he was punished, he felt quite good at the moment. He had long wanted to personally teach these guys a lesson, and he finally had the chance with the consequences not too severe. If possible, he wanted to give them another punch later. After all, Zheng Qian and the others hadn't tasted it yet. Qin Luo looked at the ridiculous state of Cheng Haonan and the others, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. This punch today should have taught them a lesson, right? Tomorrow maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Who knows, I might wake up and they come to admit defeat. A group of people rushed out of the restroom, and Qin Luo quickly dashed up behind Chang Lei. Squad leader, why don't you stop running? Qin Luo had principles. Whoever provoked him, he would seek trouble with. Chang Lei treated him well, but being scolded by Wu Ziyuan one after another was hard on Qin Luo's conscience. He'll run with them. Qin Luo said, you just watch from the side, we will not slack off. Zheng Qian and the others glared at Qin Luo. Really, you want to be the good guy now? Enough, Chang Lei said, running ahead without looking back. You are comrades and should care for each other. On the battlefield, you can entrust your back to one another. You may not be blood brothers, but you should be closer than brothers. He said solemnly, I have always focused on improving your military skills, neglecting to educate you on this point. It is my dereliction of duty. The platoon leader is right, you have become like this, and I bear a large responsibility. Run. Chang Lei growled, we need to reflect together. Looking at Chang Lei's back, not just Qin Luo, but everyone fell silent at that moment. Chang Lei was a good squad leader, but their conflicts had caused him to suffer continuously, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Qin Luo took a deep breath, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he still could not quite understand Chang Lei's words. Why should he entrust his back to someone else? Isn't it better to rely on oneself? Can others be trusted? He shook his head, not thinking further, and strode forward. The others silently followed with no one saying a word. Now it was Chang Lei's turn to look at their backs. I hope after today you all can grow. You are no longer social youths, you are soldiers now. At this moment, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang also walked out of the restroom. A few squad leaders greeted him and hurriedly scampered back. Old Wu, don't be angry anymore. Kong Xiang patted Wu Ziyuan. Chang Lei is your soldier, you must believe in him. He will surely lead these new recruits well. Wu Ziyuan clenched his fists. How can I not worry? I initially thought Qin Luo was a disaster, but now I realize that this entire squad is a handful. I'm afraid they will drag my best soldier down. He took a deep breath. I have been focusing all my energy on the 7th and 8th squads, neglecting them. It seems I need to shift my focus. Kong Xiang looked at Wu Ziyuan deeply, knowing Chang Lei's position in Wu Ziyuan's heart. When Wu Ziyuan had just become an officer, Chang Lei was already a squad leader, and they had been through many years together, naturally reluctant to let Chang Lei leave the army so easily. He sighed. I still say trust Chang Lei, he is a good squad leader. However, that Qin Luo has truly surprised me. Kong Xiang laughed. I didn't expect him to be so strong. This is an unexpected gain. Perhaps. What use is being strong? Wu Ziyuan said disdainfully. Even if he is strong, he doesn't act like a soldier. Just look at his relationships. Can the army accommodate someone like him? Don't speak well of him. I simply don't think highly of him. I can see at a glance that he is different from the others. At least his thoughts aren't the same as theirs. Kong Xiang sighed helplessly. This officer had a stubborn obsession. By the way, Wu Ziyuan suddenly frowned. Have you noticed that the attitudes of the other squad leaders are a bit off? Huh. Kong Xiang was taken aback. Is there? Of course there is, Wu Ziyuan snorted. I told them to target Qin Luo, yet look at them, they were just helping Qin Luo speak. These guys have a problem. Kong Xiang quickly coughed a few times. All right, stop overthinking. Let's hurry back. He pulled Wu Ziyuan toward the company office, fearing he would cause more trouble. In the dormitory, Qin Luo lay sprawled on the bed, snoring comfortably. The other new recruits were all exhausted, feeling like old men on their last legs. The 2 hours of running just now had drained them, yet they could not rest, feeling spirited for a moment. Looking at Qin Luo snoring like a pig, everyone clenched their fists in anger. But no one had the thought of beating him up again. Not wanting to involve the squad leader was one reason, but the main reason was they couldn't win. Zheng Qian saw the squad leader had already fallen asleep and whispered that bastard Qin Luo sleeps like a dead pig while we are in pain and can't sleep. It's really infuriating. Cheng Haonan angrily said this matter isn't over. Old Zheng, think of a way we have to get back at him. No way, Li Dashing said with a long face. Let it go, we can't handle him. Yeah. How Duo shook his head. We should just submit. He is too powerful. A bunch of cowards. Cheng Haonan glared at them. Zheng Qian shot him a look. Haonan, you were beaten to such a state. How can we fight him? What can you use to stand up to him now? Everyone nodded silently. They were truly afraid of Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan's face flushed. Yes, I can't beat him. Who would have thought he was so strong? Actually, I want to submit too. That punch still hurts a lot. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Zheng Qian laughed easily. In fact, he didn't do anything to us. It's us. But we can't submit now. What? Zheng Qian stared at Cheng Haonan. You. Just now. Cheng Haonan waved his hand. We can't just admit defeat because we were beaten. That would be too humiliating. At the very least, we have to win in some aspects. We can't let him ride over us and give us no face. How Duo whispered. I think Qin Luo isn't as you say. We just need to. Shut up, what do you know? Cheng Haonan said seriously. I won't be wrong about people. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes. You can read people. Even a pig could climb a tree. Are you trying to save face? Old Zheng. Cheng Haonan pleaded with him taking the hits for everyone. You can't be cowardly at this crucial moment. You have a lot of crafty ideas. Help me. Zheng Qian looked at the others. What do you think? Everyone. Cheng Haonan quickly turned to the others. I'm your brother. You can't back down now. Please. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Li Dashing nodded with a bitter face. Fine, but this is definitely, if you can't do it, you must admit defeat. I don't want to experience the golden rod that never falls again. The others nodded like they were in a nightmare. They never wanted to try that feeling again. Oh, it was too terrifying. Absolutely, Cheng Haonan said excitedly to Zheng Qian. Old Zheng, I'm counting on you. All right, Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. This is the last time. If we still can't win, we will admit defeat. The other soldiers nodded repeatedly. They were truly afraid of provoking Qin Luo and not living to see their new recruits. Qin Luo's methods had already left them psychologically scarred. Congratulations, sir, you've just secured 100 billion order. Wang Rifa smiled as he handed Qin Jiaqing a glass of Norman Conquest. Qin Jiaqing looked at the swirling red wine in the glass, heaved a heavy sigh. He slumped on the sofa, lacking any spirit. Wang Rifa asked quietly, sir, are you thinking about the young master again? Qin Jiaqing set down the wine glass. Yes. The army is so tough, the food is so poor. Xiao Luo must have lost a lot of weight. I wonder if he has been bullied in the army. I'm really worried about him. Wang Rifa comforted, sir, once the young master has suffered enough, he will naturally return. Your anxiety doesn't help. That's what they say, Qin Jiaqing said bitterly. But with Xiao Luo not around, not spending my money, I feel no sense of achievement or motivation, and I feel like a total waste. Wang Rifa smiled wryly. If those competitors he defeated heard this, they would probably faint in the restroom. He thought for a moment, and said, how about I call Commander Qi and ask how the young master is doing lately? Maybe he can't take it anymore, and is crying to come back. Yes, that's very possible. Qin Jiaqing suddenly perked up. Quickly, hurry up, what are we waiting for? Once he returns, I will have the motivation to earn money and work. Very well. Thank you, Instructor Qi. Wang Rifan hung up the phone with a smile, only for Qin Jiaqing to immediately step forward. Seeing Qin Jiaqing's eager expression, Wang Rifan nodded with a grin. Instructor Qi said the company your son joined is the most grueling training unit. So he'll likely collapse soon. Qin Jiaqing pressed anxiously. Then, when will he return? Wang Rifan replied. Counting the days, I'd say no more than 2 weeks. Qin Jiaqing finally exhaled deeply in relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. Now I'm at ease. Ha. I bet this young man already regrets joining the military. He's probably even hiding under his blanket right now, weeping secretly and thinking of me. Ha. Wang Rifan hesitated. Still, this time your son went specifically to pursue a military beauty. Returning so prematurely might wound his pride. Then send him on vacation to unwind, Qin Jiaqing declared with a sweep of his hand. Didn't you just buy him an island in the Caribbean? Bring over 100 supermodels. Host a grand seaside gala. In a few days he'll be perfectly recovered. Wang Rifan raised his thumb. Truly only the master could conceive such thorough planning. I'll see to it immediately. Wait. What is it, master? Qin Jiaqing's expression turned solemn. Once all arrangements are made, I must personally review them first. Not just any woman is worthy of approaching my son Qin Luo. Selection must be rigorous, absolutely meticulous. Yes, master, Wang Rifan replied awkwardly. What a devoted father you are. Atua. Outside Company 9's gate staff officer Xia smiled warmly. Colonel, I can handle the night inspection. There's no need for you to come personally. Gao Kun shot him a sharp glance. Don't waste words. As commander, I must know each company's condition firsthand, or else you'll all deceive me. Staff officer Xia chuckled sheepishly. Colonel, really? How could I dare? Company 9 is perfectly fine. No more chatter. Lead the way. Gao Kun strode forward impatiently, while Staff Officer Xia hurried to keep pace. He longed to warn Kong Xiang and Wu Ziyuan, but Gao Kun's sudden arrival left no time. Gao Kun marched ahead, face stern, seething with irritation. At this ungodly hour, Instructor Qi had roused him from bed with a call demanding updates on Qin Luo. How would he possibly know? After assigning the youth to Wu Ziyuan, he'd paid him no further mind. From the start, Gao Kun had disliked Qin Luo. His bearing reeked of streetwise arrogance, so he dismissed him entirely. Who knew what had possessed Instructor Qi to inquire at midnight? Gao Kun had offered vague reassurances, then rushed here to verify the situation himself. Otherwise, if questioned again, his stammering silence would spell disaster. This way, Colonel, Staff Officer Xia said, glancing toward Platoon 1, and steering Gao Kun toward other platoons instead. He harbored deep anxiety about Platoon 1's recruits, dreading Gao Kun's discovery of irregularities, and hoping to earn Wu Ziyuan's gratitude in the process. Qin, what was it? Qin Luo, Gao Kun suddenly asked. The last recruit assigned. Where is he stationed? Staff Officer Xia's stomach clenched. The very thing he feared had arrived. Staff Officer Xia forced a strained smile. Speak up, Gao Kun snapped, glaring. You mean you're unaware of his status? Then what exactly do you inspect each night? Defeated Staff Officer Xia pointed toward Platoon 1. Gao Kun strode off instantly. Sorry, old Wu, I did my best. Staff Officer Xia sighed inwardly and hastened after him. Upon reaching the barracks, Gao Kun snatched the flashlight and shone it directly inside. The dark dormitory flooded with light. Several recruits sat huddled in a circle, startled by the beam. They all whipped their heads around. Their eyes reflected the glare, wide, gleaming, eerily unsettling, nearly making Gao Kun recoil in shock. Damn it! What in blazes are you doing awake at this hour, holding a seance? Staff Officer Xia covered his face. This platoon is truly beyond redemption, utterly hopeless. Run, faster! On the training ground, Chong Lei growled furiously. You've truly honored me. I thought you'd reflect, but instead you stir up chaos. If the platoon leader doesn't run you into exhaustion today, I will. Run now. Chung Haonan and the others gasped for breath, sweat cascading in heavy drops. Zheng Qian had just devised a scheme against Qin Luo, and the group was deep in discussion when the night inspection arrived unexpectedly. We were already checked once. Why again? Why must we suffer such rotten luck? Li Dashing groaned. Chung Haonan wore a crestfallen look. Who'd have guessed leadership would be wide awake past 2 a.m.? Are they just too excited to sleep? Enough chatter. Chong Lei roared. Pick up the pace, run. With no choice, they gritted their teeth and sprinted forward. In the company headquarters, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang stood rigidly before Colonel Gao Kun. Staff Officer Xia stood nearby, shrugging helplessly at them. I apologize, Colonel, Wu Ziyuan said, his face grim. This is entirely my fault. Platoon 1's leader bears no responsibility. It's I who. Enough. Gao Kun waved dismissively. The incident mattered little. His sole concern was Qin Luo. Tell me, how has Qin Luo been faring lately? Kong Xiang instantly sensed Gao Kun's anger had subsided and quickly interjected with a smile. Colonel, he's utterly inadequate. Wu Ziyuan cut and his jaw set. Hopeless, so much so I recommend dismissing him immediately. Kong Xiang's scalp prickled as he glared fiercely at Wu Ziyuan. Can't you see the colonel came solely to inquire about Qin Luo? Why charge straight into the line of fire? Bang! Gao Kun slammed his palm onto the table, eyes blazing at Wu Ziyuan. What did you promise me? That you'd guide him well and fulfill your duty. And now you retreat before the first challenge. I praised you as our finest company commander. Yet you're worse than worthless, failing even to train a single recruit. Colonel, Wu Ziyuan raised his voice. I admit my failure. You're absolutely right. But you've seen it yourself. He cannot integrate into the unit. His platoon mates exclude him from every task. Is such a man fit for military service? Any human being can change. Gao Kun rose furious. The military is a crucible. Rusty iron emerges anew as tempered steel. If he hasn't improved, the blame lies squarely with you. Yes, sir. Wu Ziyuan snapped upright. I accept full responsibility. Nonsense. Gao Kun stormed forward, poised to unleash another tirade, then halted, swallowing his words. Leaning in, he lowered his voice. Wu Ziyuan, remember your own beginnings. You were arrogant as a cockerel, incapable of blending in. Yet you did, and through sheer effort forged yourself into who you are today. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched as memories of his younger self surfaced. Gao Kun softened his tone. Your father once declared you'd never amount to anything. Yet you chose the hardest path to become who you are now. I recall you telling me, no matter the hardship, I'll overcome it myself. Now, Qin Luo is that hardship, and you've surrendered. I say no more, Gao Kun said coldly. He will sit the new recruit assessment. If he fails, at least you'll have given your all. But abandon him now, and you lose to yourself. Once he donned this uniform, we as commanders cannot forsake a single soldier. Wu Zuan locked eyes with Gao Kun, whose gaze held firm, unwavering. Yes, sir. Wu Zuan affirmed, nodding firmly. Kong Xiang exhaled in profound relief, fearing Wu Zuan's stubbornness might provoke the colonel further. Gao Kun smiled faintly and clapped him on the shoulder. I'll be watching his performance closely. His success will also affirm your capability. With that, he strode purposefully out the door. Staff Officer Xie exchanged a quick glance with the political instructor and hurried after him. After escorting Gao Kun out, the political instructor returned beaming. Old Wu, you've finally seen sense. Tell me why dig your heels in so stubbornly. Wu Zuan slumped into his chair. Inform all platoon leaders cease harassing Qin Luo. Also notify platoon 1's leader. Give him your fullest support. Don't abandon Qin Luo. I owe him an apology. But tell him, if trouble arises, I'll still shield him. A subtle smile flickered across Kong Xiang's lips. He said nothing, but thought there's no need for your order. No platoon leader will dare target Qin Luo now, and Chang Lei has already thrown himself wholeheartedly into the task. At reveille, Qin Luo jolted upright instinctively. Just as he reached for his uniform, he noticed the other recruits rising listlessly, each shadowed by deep, exhausted circles beneath their eyes. What's wrong with you? Did you stay awake all night? Qin Luo asked curiously. They all shot him a fierce glare. Last night, he'd slept like a log. They'd been punished with running, and when they returned, his thunderous snoring had robbed them of any rest. What's going on? Qin Luo asked, bewildered. The recruits exchanged a silent look, then turned in unison, fixing him with a knowing, enigmatic smile. Before he could react, they'd already dressed and bolted outside. Qin Luo's eye twitched, utterly baffled. He muttered, what on earth has gotten into these fellows now? Beep, beep, beep. The urgent whistle sounded. All units assemble. The classes immediately erupted with excitement. All soldiers quickly rushed out and gathered in front of the dormitory building by their respective classes. They swiftly gathered towards the playground. Once the entire unit was assembled, Wu Zuan stood coldly at the front of the crowd. Let's talk about it. Bang. All stood upright with their chests out. At ease. Wu Zuan scanned the entire area and said coldly, we just received news that there are significant changes in this year's new recruit assessment. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. He continued, our army has 3 divisions totaling 3 new recruit training regiments, which will conduct assessments together. Everyone's face showed a hint of surprise, especially the class leaders. In previous years, the training regiments of each division conducted their assessments separately. After the assessments, the new recruits would be assigned to various units. It has never happened before for the 3 training regiments of the entire army to gather for assessments. Wu Zuan, full of vigor, said, this assessment doesn't require me to say much. Everyone should be quite clear. Since it's 3 training regiments together, we will not only compete with our regiment's recruits, but also with recruits from other divisions. At that time, not only will the division leaders come, but also leaders from the army. Whether it's a horse or a donkey, they will be brought out for a walk. You are not only fighting for the honor of our unit, but also for the honor of our division. In the time to come, each class must intensify training. If you can shine in front of the entire army, I don't need to elaborate on the benefits. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. The class leaders all looked excited. They were well aware of what the benefits mentioned by the unit leader entailed. If they could showcase themselves in front of the division leaders or army leaders, whether it be staying in the unit or being promoted, they would be prioritized. Qin Luo stood in the ranks with a smile on his face. The system mission rewards the first new recruit, but now that all 3 regiments are competing together, the difficulty has skyrocketed. If he could secure the first place, wouldn't the reward be doubled? Thinking of this, Qin Luo felt a surge of joy. But then he glanced at a few guys beside him and his heart sank. He had already asked the system. The order of tasks could not be skipped, meaning he had to subdue them before the new recruit. Otherwise, even if Qin Luo secured the first place among all new recruits exceeding the task requirements, he would still be unable to receive any rewards. Qin Luo took a deep breath. That punch from last night should be enough to keep them in line. If it was, he really had no other options. Classes disperse, continue training. Class 1 right turn. Class 2 right turn. Class 3. Each class marched in unison, running in various directions. Wu Zuan smiled slightly. Their unit's performance was currently first in the regiment. With all 3 training regiments together, securing a top 3 position should not be a problem. Suddenly his gaze fell on Qin Luo in the distance. He took a step forward, but immediately stopped. He originally wanted to personally encourage Qin Luo to work hard, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Forget it, the instructor has already spoken to Chang Lei. Wu Zuan clenched his fists. Qin Luo, I won't trouble you anymore. I've given you the opportunity. If that's still not enough. He snorted coldly, turned around and left. Stand still. Bang. Left turn. Bang. Everyone in Class 1 faced the class leader. Chang Lei looked at everyone seriously. You all heard what the unit leader just said, right? This year's assessment is more important than in previous years. If you can achieve good results, I will take you all to the division's reconnaissance battalion. Everyone's face showed immense excitement. They had long heard that the class leader and unit leader came from the division's reconnaissance battalion, the Ironblood 2nd Company. That place is where all soldiers dream of going, a place filled with strong warriors. It is said that the soldiers there can walk proudly in front of others. With their noses held high, they could carry themselves with pride. Chang Lei continued, therefore starting today, our training volume will also increase. We need to ensure quality while also improving your strength. This is a joint assessment of 3 training regiments, oh do not underestimate it, as there are hidden talents in other regiments. Yes, everyone shouted. Alright, as I mentioned this morning, Xin Luo will train with me alone, while the others will be led by Zheng Qian. This morning we will practice formation, your basics are too weak, and we will improve one step at a time. Report. Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted. Xin Luo looked over in surprise. Speak, the class leader nodded. Cheng Haonan said seriously, class leader, we have discussed this, and we request to train with Xin Luo. Xin Luo paused for a moment and Chang Lei also looked surprised, but you. Report, class leader. Cheng Haonan said seriously, we know that Xin Luo excels in every aspect, which is why we want to train with him. This way we can improve faster than if we trained on our own. Chang Lei was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into a smile. Did these kids finally see the light? Is that how you all think? Chang Lei looked at Zheng Qian and the others. Zheng Qian and the others quickly nodded vigorously. Report, class leader, we think the same way, we truly do. Then they all turned to Xin Luo, their eyes filled with pleading. They had genuinely surrendered. Xin Luo's strength was too formidable, and the power of that punch still left them a bit fearful. Now they no longer cared about being veterans versus new recruits. Continuing to clash with Xin Luo would likely land them in a poor unit. It was better to train well with Xin Luo to achieve good results in the upcoming assessments. Class leader, we beg you. Cheng Haonan stared intently at Chang Lei. We really want to progress. Cheng Haonan was unaware of Zheng Qian and the others' true intentions, still thinking they were supporting him. He provocatively looked at Xin Luo. Xin Luo's eyes twitched. He realized that Cheng Haonan was a big fool. Didn't he see that he was the only one left? All right. Chang Lei nodded with a smile. This is how soldiers should be. Recognizing shame and striving to improve, I believe you can all catch up to Xin Luo. We will not only catch up to him, but also surpass him in speed, height, and strength. Cheng Haonan shouted. The others looked awkward and Zheng Qian quickly said, Xin Luo is too strong, oh we might not be able to catch up. We just hope Xin Luo can teach us when he has time. We are good comrades. Yes, we are good comrades. Li Dashing and others quickly laughed. Cheng Haonan looked astonished, but everyone's eyes shifted away. Chang Lei could barely contain his laughter. These kids have finally gotten close with Xin Luo. Good, very good, this is how it should be. Chang Lei stepped back 2 paces, everyone spread out 2 meters, prepare for formation. Yes. Everyone immediately spread out. Kid. Cheng Haonan lowered his voice, glaring coldly at Xin Luo. Don't think you're impressive just because you practiced martial arts. I hadn't put in my full effort before, but now I'm serious. Just wait, we will beat you in military skills and rub you into the ground. Don't think being rich makes you great, plus poor folks can become stronger with hard work too. Upon hearing Cheng Haonan's words, Zheng Qian and the others shook their heads at Xin Luo, their faces filled with innocence. Xin Luo rolled his eyes helplessly. How much defiance did this guy Cheng Haonan have? Everyone else had surrendered, so why was he so difficult to deal with? How did this guy grow up? Listen to my command. Chang Lei shouted, march in place, break down the movements. Swish. Cheng Haonan almost simultaneously looked at Xin Luo and quickly executed the movements. Whatever Xin Luo did, he would follow, and if there was any difference, he would correct it immediately. The others were much more obedient. Although they also watched Xin Luo, they learned little by little, distinctly different from Cheng Haonan. Chang Lei wore a broad smile. It was natural for him to be happy when the whole class trained in unity. 2. Swish. As Xin Luo changed movements, Cheng Haonan immediately followed suit, still provocatively staring at Xin Luo. 1. 2. Over and over again, Xin Luo felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Cheng Haonan buzzed around him like a fly, imitating everything he did, making him incredibly annoyed. Is he really trying to wear me down? After the training ended, Xin Luo immediately walked up to Cheng Haonan. Cheng Haonan was startled by his gaze and quickly stepped back. Hey, let's talk, don't hit me. I just want to have a serious competition with you. Oh, you want to compete? Xin Luo coldly smiled at him. Then let's have one last match. If you lose, you have to obey me, all right? The whistle blew, signaling the end of the morning training. Xin Luo finally let out a long sigh of relief. Throughout the morning, Cheng Haonan and the others had not taken their eyes off him. Couples in love don't stare at someone like that. Xin Luo wanted to practice on his own, but later Chang Lei thought the effect was good and simply had everyone surround Xin Luo in a circle. This way they could observe more closely. But this was tough on Qin Luo, who spent the whole morning staring back and forth at Cheng Haonan. Whenever he tried to turn his head, he either saw Zheng Qian or the other new recruits staring at him with vacant eyes. Although their movements were not as good as Qin Luo's, it was still quite disgusting, making it hard for him to concentrate. After enduring until the training ended, Qin Luo thought he could finally catch his breath. However, he never expected that his class would compete with him not only in training, but in every aspect. The whistle for gathering for meals sounded, and the entire unit quickly assembled. Everyone in Class 1 marched with vigor, each movement incredibly precise. Just as Qin Luo wanted to relax for a moment, he found himself forced to march in perfect formation as well, making his class the most conspicuous in the entire unit. Arriving at the cafeteria ready to sing, Qin Luo hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Cheng Haonan let out a loud roar that overshadowed the entire scene, and Zheng Qian and the others immediately followed suit, shouting at the top of their lungs. Not only did they startle the soldiers from other classes, but even Qin Luo and Chang Lei, who were in the same class, were nearly scared out of their wits by their loud voices. Class 1 sang with such momentum that it felt like the entire unit was resonating. The delighted duty officer scolded the other classes thoroughly. After the song ended, Cheng Haonan and the others proudly raised their chins at Qin Luo, their faces filled with arrogance. Qin Luo was speechless. These guys were truly ridiculous. What was there to compete about? Entering the cafeteria, everyone immediately sat down in unison at the command. As soon as the command to start eating was given, Qin Luo had just picked up his chopsticks when Cheng Haonan and the others pounced on the food like ravenous dogs, their chopsticks falling like raindrops onto the dishes, almost leaving trails behind. The surrounding soldiers were left dumbfounded, only hearing the sound of clattering like a woodpecker. When they turned to look, the dishes on Class 1's table had vanished in an instant. Even Chang Lei was stunned. In just the blink of an eye, his bowl had magically filled with a pile of food. At that moment, Qin Luo held a bowl of plain rice, staring dumbfounded at the plate in front of him that was cleaner than a dog's tongue. He was utterly shocked. What the hell? At least leave me a bite. Cheng Haonan had his mouth stuffed full, slamming his empty bowl down on the table. With his cheeks bulging, he smugly declared, "I finished before you, I win, you loser." Qin Luo felt a wave of frustration. How childish. This wasn't kindergarten. Why were they competing? He shook his head helplessly, preparing to get some soup to go with his rice. But as soon as he moved, the other soldiers immediately sprang into action. Qin Luo watched dumbfounded as they finished all the soup, standing there like a wooden statue. What a bunch of beasts, even robbing the soup. Is there no humanity left? Cheng Haonan burped loudly, nearly spilling it out, and looked at Qin Luo with a grin, saying, "Soldiers, eat like tigers, learn from us, burp. Stop being so delicate." The others also wore broad smiles, finally having turned the tables. Qin Luo gritted his teeth, angrily sitting down to finish his rice. "Just wait, during training, I'll make you all regret this." After finishing the meal, Qin Luo strode towards the restroom. Approaching the urinal, he prepared to let it all out, when he suddenly felt a gust of wind beside him. Turning around, he saw several heads peering at him from both sides, and he jumped back in shock. "What the hell are you doing?" Cheng Haonan and the others glanced at Qin Luo's equipment, and then at their own, instantly lifting their heads proudly. "This isn't a competition." Cheng Haonan scoffed, "Competing in this is pointless." Right, not this." The others nodded. "This doesn't count." Zheng Qian laughed. "This is natural, not something you can train, so he can't win." "Exactly." The others nodded seriously. Qin Luo's temples twitched. He was utterly speechless. But the next moment, Cheng Haonan suddenly shouted, "Let's see who can pee further and stronger." "Right?" Everyone nodded excitedly. Cheng Haonan quickly positioned himself next to Qin Luo, and the others followed suit. Before Qin Luo could react, Cheng Haonan suddenly yelled, "Stand and shoot ready." With a whoosh, everyone swiftly drew their guns, looking like Western cowboys. P. Everyone blushed, straining their necks, and pushed their bodies forward. Streams of water shot out, forceful enough to spray over a meter. The streams hit the wall and bounced back, splashing their pants. Qin Luo quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding. "Huh?" Cheng Haonan laughed at the sight of him. "Now you know our power, huh? Scared, right? You lost again." Seeing them flaunt their victory, Qin Luo's face turned green with anger. "Damn idiots!" he roared. "Are you all crazy?" His urge to pee was gone, and he pulled up his pants and turned to leave, muttering under his breath. Li Dashing laughed heartily. Look, he can't compete with us. Scared, he's running away. Size doesn't matter, what counts is the power behind it." Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. "Right, small is small, but there's technique. Concentration is key." Hearing this, Qin Luo nearly fell over. This was just too ridiculous. When he returned to his class, Cheng Haonan and the others followed him closely. Qin Luo went to sleep, and they also laid down, but even as they slept, their eyes were fixed on him. "What's so interesting to look at?" Qin Luo couldn't hold back any longer and shouted as he stood up. Everyone quickly jumped up, and Zheng Qian smiled. "You're not good looking, but we want to imitate you and surpass, right?" Cheng Haonan nodded. "We'll make you acknowledge us." Qin Luo was too lazy to deal with them, simply lying down to sleep and ignoring their gazes. Finally, the afternoon training began, and Qin Luo glared fiercely at them, while they glared back at him with equal intensity, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chang Lei watched the scene grinning widely. In his view, soldiers weren't afraid of competition, but of not striving. Only by competing could everyone's military skills improve. I never expected Qin Luo could motivate the entire class to train harder. Moments later, the 5-kilometer cross-country run began. Qin Luo took the lead and dashed out. He had had enough of this day. If they wanted to compete, then let's compete properly. He ran with great strides, surpassing others lap after lap, almost using every ounce of his strength. Usually the other soldiers would simply ignore him. But this time, everyone chased him like they were pursuing a sworn enemy. Though they were out of breath, each one gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. Qin Luo rolled his eyes helplessly. Could these guys really be driven mad by him? Did they need to go this hard? After a day's training ended, the lights-out signal rang. Qin Luo lay on his bed feeling utterly exhausted from being pushed by these guys, and drowsiness gradually set in. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a series of breathing sounds coming from both sides of his bed. Qin Luo opened his eyes wide, seeing shadows fluttering up and down on either side. Startled, he jumped up from the bed. What the hell? At this moment, all the new recruits in the class had surrounded his bed in a circle. They were doing push-ups up and down, huffing and puffing. Qin Luo's eyes twitched with anger. Squad leader, can you control them? Chang Lei sat at the edge of the bed, awkwardly smiling. Qin Luo, just bear with it. They want to use you as a target to motivate themselves. I can't do anything, you just think of it as helping them. Qin Luo looked speechless. Looking down, he saw Cheng Haonan grinning like a lecherous pantomime. While struggling to do push-ups, he kept staring at him, mumbling, "We will surpass you, we will surpass you." The others quietly followed suit, chanting like they were reciting a spell. Furious, Qin Luo pulled the blanket over his head, pressing his hands tightly over his ears. But their voices still penetrated the blanket, seeping through the gaps between his fingers and into his ears. It was like a magical sound that nearly drove him insane. After 2 full hours, they finally calmed down and left, and Qin Luo finally fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he felt a gurgling in his stomach. He quickly held his stomach and sat up, grabbing some paper and sprinting to the restroom. He found a spot and squatted down, and soon his tightly furrowed brow began to relax. He closed his eyes, a look of comfort on his face. Suddenly, a series of loud cracks echoed from the surrounding stalls, nearly causing Qin Luo to retract what he had just released. In the dead of night, such a loud noise was as startling as firecrackers, and anyone would be shocked. Who? Qin Luo growled. Heads poked out from each stall. Cheng Haonan and the others smirked at him, trying to compete with us and taking a dump, huh? You've already lost. Keep going. Let it all out. A series of booming sounds followed one after another. The restroom instantly filled with smoke and a stench. Qin Luo's worldview was shattered. They were competing in urination and defecation. These people weren't just crazy, they were mentally deficient. He quickly held his breath, wiped himself, pulled up his pants, and left. Ha ha, he can't compare to us, ugh. It stinks. He can't pee better than us, nor can he take a dump better than us, we've already won you. Qin Luo stumbled in the dark towards the door, nearly banging his head against the door frame upon hearing this. He had to deal with them quickly, otherwise he would be driven to insanity. Otherwise he would eventually be forced into madness. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year, may all your wishes come true, and may you prosper every day. Also, please give more updates or rewards. The young author thanks you. For the next 2 days, Qin Luo found no moment of peace. This group of guys subjected him to relentless torment from every angle. In training, it was the same old story. Whatever Qin Luo did, they followed suit, enduring the pain with gritted teeth. Apart from the necessities, they once again shattered Qin Luo's worldview. Not only did they compete in speed while brushing their teeth, but they also measured who could make them whiter. After finishing, a line of people surrounded Qin Luo, baring their teeth in a menacing grin, causing him to have nightmares even in broad daylight. Bathing was also a competition, with the focus on who could scrub off the most dirt. Seeing a group of people flaunting their heaps of mud before him, Qin Luo felt he was on the brink of collapse. What baffled him the most was the competition over washing socks and underwear. In just 2 days, the socks and underwear of the entire group were already riddled with holes from their scrubbing. Even after all this, they didn't forget to flaunt their hole-ridden underwear in front of Qin Luo, boasting about how clean they were. By the end of 3 days, Qin Luo was nearly driven insane. No matter where he went, he would always encounter this group of people. They clung to him like a stubborn adhesive that he could. Even when Qin Luo spat, this group would collectively aim their saliva in one direction, then start competing over who could spit farther or with more force. After another 2 days, Qin Luo had truly had enough. He originally planned to crush this group of guys with military might, earning their complete submission. Thus, for the past few days, whenever it was training time, he exerted every ounce of strength he had. He pushed his physical limits to the max, striving for faster speeds and better completion. However, to his utter disbelief, as he pushed harder, Cheng Haonan and his crew also stepped up their game. During daily training, Qin Luo felt like he was the sworn enemy of theirs. Whatever he accomplished, the other recruits would absolutely match it without fail. Even when exhausted to the point of collapse, they still refused to give up. What frustrated Qin Luo the most was that this group completely abandoned their rest time. Every day, they were actually training voluntarily. When the lights went out, they would even proactively ask the squad leader to run an additional 5 kilometers on the field. When they returned, everyone would be drenched in sweat. Yet even so, they would gather around Qin Luo's bed practicing squats, push-ups, and even frog jumps in place. Their main tactic was to ensure that if they didn't sleep, neither would Qin Luo. He had begun to experience a bit of nervous exhaustion and couldn't fall asleep at all. A group of people surrounding him training like they were performing a ritual would drive anyone to madness. Originally, Qin Luo thought he could just bear with it, but now he truly couldn't endure a single moment longer. He had come to realize that these guys were determined to stick with him until the end. Aren't you capable? Aren't you militarily impressive? Fine, we'll show you who's more impressive. Let's see who can outlast who breaks first. The original pace of training had already exhausted Qin Luo, and now he was being chased like a dog by this group. Forget about completing tasks. He felt like he was living in hell every day. Qin Luo took a deep breath. I can't drag this out any longer, otherwise I'll either be worn out or driven insane. I need to negotiate with them. We must have a serious talk. The sky in the northwest was as changeable as a child's face. It was bright and sunny, yet a sandstorm was brewing on the ground. Fortunately, the new recruit training unit was at the foot of a mountain, which provided some shelter. But even so, visibility beyond 15 meters became a blur. Cheng Haonan spat out a mouthful of sand and coldly watched as Qin Luo approached briskly. Behind the restroom, where no one can see us. Cheng Haonan waved him over. Qin Luo glanced at the restroom with disdain, but it was the safest place in the entire new recruit battalion, making it the most suitable for negotiations. Following Cheng Haonan to the back of the restroom, Zheng Qian and others were squatting next to the cesspool. The person is here. Cheng Haonan signaled to the group, and everyone immediately stood up. Qin Luo, you've come to see us. Are you unable to hold on any longer? Want to surrender? Zheng Qian looked Qin Luo up and down. Qin Luo took a deep breath and solemnly said, everyone, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have insulted you with. Everyone was taken aback, but before they could react, Qin Luo continued, Cheng Haonan is right. Everyone in the military is equal. I disrespected you before. I shouldn't have insulted anyone with money. I apologize. Zheng Qian's mouth twitched. He actually hoped you'd insult him with money a few more times. We're all in the same squad. Let's make peace. There's no need to make it so tense. What do you want? Zheng Qian quickly asked. To be honest, they had long been unable to endure it. If it weren't for that fool Cheng Haonan, they would have backed down much earlier. Competing with Qin Luo was exhausting. Qin Luo said seriously, let's stop competing. There's no need for both of us to suffer. Everyone has been worn out lately, and besides, you can't win against me. What do you mean? Cheng Haonan suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was taken aback. Oh, was he stating a fact? Zheng Qian quickly pulled Cheng Haonan back. Old Cheng, he isn't wrong, we indeed. What's wrong? Cheng Haonan shook off Zheng Qian's hand and said he claims we can't match him, that we can't win. How Duo said, honestly scratching his head, we truly can't compare to him. Shut up. Cheng Haonan shot him a fierce glare and then pointed at Qin Luo. You're just temporarily a bit stronger than us. Don't think that just because you know some martial arts you're invincible in the world. Ultimately, you're just a rookie who has been here for less than a month. As long as we veterans are willing and put in a little effort, we can easily crush you to the point where you can't find. Qin Luo was speechless. Why was it so hard to communicate with this guy? Every time felt like talking to a brick wall. Ahem. Zheng Qian suddenly coughed a couple of times, and with a wink at Qin Luo said, Qin Luo, why don't you just admit you're not as good as Cheng Haonan? Before Qin Luo could react, Cheng Haonan waved his hand. No need. I have this strength. Ooh, I don't need others to falsely flatter me. He strode up to Qin Luo, fixing his gaze on him. What I'm doing is not to prove how strong I am, but to tell others that whatever I lose, I must win back, even if it's just once, just once. Let's go. Cheng Haonan marched ahead. Hey Haonan, Zheng Qian called out anxiously. Qin Luo is being sincere. Let's discuss this further. Discuss what? We'll see who wins. I will beat him. Watching Cheng Haonan coldly snort as he walked away, the other recruits all sighed, helplessly, listlessly trailing behind. What a great opportunity, Zheng Qian sighed, glancing at a somewhat bewildered Qin Luo. Qin Luo, don't blame Haonan. This guy watches too many Hong Kong movies and keeps trying to imitate Xiao Ma Ge. He smiled and added, regardless, thank you for being willing to talk to us. Your initiative to apologize shows you're a decent person. If you had come 2 months earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been such issues between us. Qin Luo felt a bit helpless. However, a small circle had formed, making it hard for newcomers to integrate. That was unavoidable. Zheng Qian patted him on the back. Although you are sincere, our relationship with Cheng Haonan is stronger. Even if we're exhausted, we will still support him. So sorry. After Zheng Qian left, Qin Luo stood still for a long time, feeling oddly complex. Since entering the new recruit battalion, he had thought of himself as just a passerby. The other recruits in his eyes were people he would never meet again after a month. Ouch, take it easy. Steam billowed thickly in the shower room, as Chung Haonan winced and bared his teeth in pain. How Duo wore an expression of pure innocence. Shall we switch? Your back is just too tender, barely a touch, and you're already yelping. Nonsense. Chung Haonan whipped his head around to glare at him. Weak. There's no one stronger than me in the entire platoon. Didn't I push myself to the limit this afternoon during belly-crawling drills, competing head-to-head with Qin Luo? Damn it. I was this close to overtaking him. Don't stop now. Keep scrubbing. Hurry up. How Duo crestfallen gripped the towel tightly. The moment he began scrubbing again, Chung Haonan let out another sharp cry. Lao Chung, Zheng Qian said while lathering his hair. Maybe it's time to admit defeat. Qin Luo isn't human. He's a freak. Why on earth would you pick a fight with a monster? Exactly, Haonan. You've given it your all. But that guy? He's absurdly strong. Calling him big brother wouldn't cost you a thing. He is like an elder brother. Powerful, commanding. And besides, we'd stand to gain something too. Shut up, all of you. Chung Haonan leapt to his feet. Do you think I want to compete? I'm practically collapsing from exhaustion day in and day out. We've been humiliated by him, publicly, repeatedly. If we don't beat him once, how will the veterans view us when we leave the platoon? And what will the new recruits think of us once we become veterans? The moment they see us, they'll only recall our most embarrassing moments. Chung Haonan lifted his chin defiantly. Besides, I've always been the big brother. Never, not once, have I bowed to anyone else as mine. So I must defeat him, at least once. Every soldier rolled their eyes in unison. Zheng Qian sighed helplessly. You're the textbook definition of pride before the fall. Dying for dignity, suffering for face. Here's the deal, day after tomorrow. One last match against him. The others shook their heads in weary resignation. How many times have you said that? Stubborn fool. Just then Qin Luo approached. Everyone froze, until in one swift motion, Chung Haonan shoved How Duo aside. His arms flailed like wings taking flight as soap suds flew across his torso, scrubbing left and right at 10 times the earlier speed, turning the simple act of lathering into something resembling double-stick martial artistry. Qin Luo's eye twitched involuntarily. Are you cosplaying Bruce Lee now? Come on. Chung Haonan tilted his head triumphantly toward Qin Luo. Let's race. Who can lather faster? Who can whip up denser, richer foam? Are you insane? Qin Luo stared blankly. Who in their right mind competes over this? If you've got real skill, beat me where it counts, in military drills. Can't win? Then concede gracefully. No more pointless theatrics. At those words, Chung Haonan puffed out his chest and stepped forward aggressively. Qin Luo waved him off with visible distaste. Back up. Back up. Such a tiny thing. I'd certainly hide mine if I were you. Chung Haonan instantly snatched up his towel to cover himself. Fine, military drills then. Day after tomorrow during physical training. We settle this once and for all. Qin Luo's eyes lit up instantly. A final reckoning. You mean it? Absolutely. Chung Haonan grinned smugly. Dare you accept? Qin Luo nearly jumped for joy. Everyone else had backed down, but this one reckless fool still stood defiant. The recruit platoon was nearing its end, yet his mission remained unfulfilled. He'd been racking his brain over what to do, when suddenly this guy walked straight into his path. You said it yourself. Qin Luo pointed sharply. If you lose, you will honor the bet. Cross my heart. I'll forfeit my manhood if I renege. Chung Haonan lifted his chin high. And if I win, you'll call me big brother. And every item in the canteen: instant noodles, ham, sausages, marinated eggs, soft drinks, and cigarettes. Not a single one missing. Agreed, Qin Luo smiled. But if I win, I'll call you big brother. Chung Haonan locked eyes with him, unblinking. And from then on, I obey your command. Delighted, Qin Luo rubbed his palms together with a sly grin. Should I win, you get nothing. Or how about this? Surrender now, and I'll give you everything you asked for. Are you afraid? Chung Haonan fixed Qin Luo with a piercing gaze. A faint knowing smile curved Qin Luo's lips. Done. It's settled. He gave Zheng Qian and the others a brief nod, then grabbed his basin and strode out. With Chung Haonan around, there was no hope of finishing a proper bath. Still, the resolution he'd long awaited would finally come in 2 days. His mood for once was light. Zheng Qian and the others exchanged glances, each wearing a quiet, satisfied smile. Chung Haonan was formidable, but everyone knew he stood no chance against Qin Luo's sheer prowess. This was truly the final trial. Once it ended, peace would return, and their hearts swelled with quiet jubilation. Day after tomorrow, Chung Haonan declared, brimming with arrogant confidence, I will defeat him and restore our honor. Haonan, do you really believe that? Where does such certainty come from? He's a monster. Li Daxing's eye twitched. Chung Haonan smirked. These past days, I've pushed my physical limits harder than ever. Not only will he be stunned, so will all of you. Suddenly he caught sight of a row of hairy feet appearing silently behind him. Chung Haonan whirled around in alarm, only to find dozens of recruits from other squads glaring at him, eyes blazing. Why are so many of you staring at my backside? What do you want? He hastily covered himself. All the recruits stared back dumbfounded, until a recruit with a bulbous ruddy nose stepped forward. Chung Haonan, we're here to deliver a warning. Effective immediately, no extra training during rest hours. Especially after lights out. Chung Haonan blinked bewildered. What gives, eh? What gives, eh? The ruddy-nosed recruit huffed indignantly. Train all you like, but go somewhere private. No one cares. But your racket dragged us out of bed for extra drills. So what gives? Our training is grueling enough already. The whole training brigade has assigned us the heaviest workload. Rest time used to be our only solace, and look what you've done. We barely slept before, and now, our squad leader adds 2 more hours of drills every night after lights out. I've developed permanent dark circles. Look at this once glorious face ruined by you. Zheng Qian and the others stood frozen, utterly unprepared for the realization that their secret preparations against Qin Luo had inadvertently tormented recruits from other squads. Zheng Qian hurriedly interjected, comrades, we sincerely apologize. We had no idea this would happen. Going forward, I'll train alone, Chung Haonan suddenly bellowed. That should satisfy you, right? Zheng Qian wanted to bury his face in his hands. You're pouring oil on the fire. Sure enough, the recruits surged forward en masse. Make no mistake, it's all of you who must cease training. Not just one, not some, all. Exactly. Even one person training means our squad leader will punish us again. Enough talk, no training period. You'll follow our schedule exactly. Zheng Qian frantically signaled Chung Haonan with his eyes. Stand down, Haonan. Look around. They've got numbers on their side. They'll skewer you like a porcupine if you provoke them. But Chung Haonan wasn't the type to yield. Qin Luo bullies me. Now you think you can. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you take me for some frightened child? He thrust his chin up, voice dripping with contempt. Whether I train or not is my business. What's it to you? Even the Emperor of Heaven couldn't stop my progress. So you choose to defy us? The ruddy-nosed recruit glared, fury burning in his eyes. Chung Haonan planted his hands on his hips, smirking. Fine, I'll train discreetly away from prying eyes. That's the most I'll concede. But forbid me entirely. Not a chance. Oh ho, getting hot under the collar. Getting hot. What? Do you plan to lay hands on me? I'm telling you. He had to win Qin Luo. Without extra training, what hope did he have? Before he could gloat further, the recruits charged forward en masse, hands reaching out from all sides. Hey, what are you doing? You dare lay hands on me. I'm warning you, I will scream. I swear I will. He tried to resist, but one pair of fists couldn't withstand a dozen. Within seconds, he was pinned beneath 7 or 8 bodies. Zheng Qian and the others lunged forward to help, only to be blocked instantly by a fresh wave of recruits surging in from behind, forcing them all back into the shower room. Lift him up, the ruddy-nosed recruit roared. In unison, 8 pairs of arms heaved, lifting Chung Haonan clean off the ground. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. This violates discipline. You'll face punishment. Comrades, don't descend into criminality. I'll count to 3. Drop me now, or it's too late. 3. Aha. Zheng Qian heard the shriek and cried out anxiously. Haonan, what's happening? You bastards. You animals. Monsters. Chung Haonan screamed. Zheng Qian and the others, already stepping forward, recoiled several paces upon hearing those words. Chung Haonan, one last chance. Will you stop training, or not? The ruddy-nosed recruit bellowed. Chung Haonan lifted his head, jaw set in stubborn defiance. You think I was born yesterday? Let me tell you, I'm the undisputed boss of South City. I yield to no one. Even if, OW. Damn it. Boss, huh? The ruddy-nosed recruit sneered. Unbending to pressure, huh? Then we'll meet force with force. Train again after lights out, and next time we see you, we'll make you pay, every single time. Everyone move in. The ruddy-nosed recruit waved his hand, and the recruits lined up like soldiers advancing swiftly, striking hard. Days of pent-up exhaustion erupted in raw collective fury. The unearthly wail tearing from Chung Haonan's throat sent Zheng Qian into panic. Don't go too far. I'll report you to our squad leader. Go ahead. Report, the ruddy-nosed recruit scoffed. Did we hit him? Is there even a mark? Zheng Qian faltered, realizing uncomfortably that the logic held. Oh. Tears streamed down Chung Haonan's cheeks. Brothers, let's negotiate. Yes, we can talk. No. Let's talk properly. No. The ruddy-nosed recruit scowled. First you bargain, then you beg. What kind of game are you playing? Keep going, harder. With a flick of his wrist, the ruddy-nosed recruit summoned even more recruits rushing in. The next morning, the platoon leader passionately delivered his training speech. Each squad then took turns to start their. Wu Ziyuan looked astonished. Did you not notice that the performance levels of each squad seem to have improved quite a bit? Kong Xiang smiled slightly. Recently, everyone in the platoon has been intensifying their training. After lights out, each squad practices for at least 2 hours. If they aren't improving, that would be surprising. Wu Ziyuan's mouth fell open in surprise. They're training that diligently. A smile appeared on his face. With such enthusiasm, our platoon is bound to achieve great results this time. Watching Wu Ziyuan happily run towards squad 3, Kong Xiang smiled broadly. If only you knew all of this is because of Qin Luo. Forget it, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Kong Xiang shook his head. Although Wu Ziyuan had changed his attitude towards Qin Luo, he still looked down on him. Once someone puts on tinted glasses, it becomes difficult to see the strengths of others. However, Kong Xiang knew that soon enough during the new recruit assessment, Wu Ziyuan would understand the truth. Old Wu, don't be too surprised when the time comes. He chuckled. This kid really is a bit like you. Cheng Haonan, why are you walking with your legs squeezed together? Chong Lei asked with a puzzled expression. They had just returned from their shower the night before when the lights-out signal was sounded. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. In the rush of the morning exercises, he only now noticed Cheng Haonan's strange walking posture. Qin Luo glanced sideways, looking speechless. He had heard about what happened last night and never expected that Cheng Haonan could still be so strong after being hit over 100 times. But no one knew the pain that Cheng Haonan felt inside. Last night he had wanted to give up, but for some reason those new recruits just couldn't stop, which made him feel wrong. Reporting to the class leader, Cheng Haonan said with a pained expression, "Yesterday I sat down on the parallel bars and got stuck." Chong Lei almost burst out laughing, desperately holding back as he said, "Well, that sounds a bit painful. Are you?" Cheng Haonan shook his head. "I checked, it's fine, just a bit painful." "Then how about you take a rest today?" Chong Lei said with concern. "This isn't a small matter." "No need." Cheng Haonan puffed out his chest. "I'm fine, I can train." "Really?" Chong Lei looked at him with doubt. Cheng Haonan nodded vigorously. He still wanted to compete with Qin Luo. If he rested, that would be like fleeing at the critical moment. "It's just a bit painful, he can endure it." Chong Lei nodded. "All right." The platoon leader just said that in 4 days the new recruit assessment will begin. The last day will be for you to rest, and for the next 3 days we will intensify physical training. Today we will go through all the physical training, and in the remaining 2 days we will focus on where we are lacking and strengthen those areas. Everyone right turn march. Everyone followed him as they walked towards the back of the camp. The Northwest is vast and sparsely populated, and the new recruit training regiment occupies a large area. One training regiment can accommodate 9 new recruit companies. There are 9 standard playgrounds, 7 or 8 400-meter obstacle courses, and a training equipment area. This is more than sufficient to meet the training needs of the entire regiment. Halt! With a loud stamp of the foot, everyone stopped on the playground. Chong Lei took out a stopwatch. "As usual, let's start with a 5-kilometer run at your fastest speed." "Yes." Everyone stood at the starting line, and Qin Luo lowered his voice. "Hey, it's still not too late to change your mind now." Qin Luo stared at Cheng Haonan. "Call me big brother, and you can get so many benefits. You want lose out after all, you can't beat me. Stop wasting time, let's go." Cheng Haonan took a deep breath. "I've been training hard these days, but I'm not the same as before. I can definitely win against you." Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This guy really wouldn't back down until he saw the coffin. Let's take him down once and for all. Go. Whoosh. With a loud shout from Chong Lei, a figure immediately dashed out. Qin Luo took the lead, charging ahead, followed closely by Cheng Haonan, who took large strides to keep a 5-meter distance from Qin Luo. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and the rest followed him in a line as they ran forward. They quickly completed a lap, and Qin Luo looked back to see Cheng Haonan glaring at him. You can't shake me off." Cheng Haonan forced a smile, but his breathing was clearly rapid. Qin Luo smiled slightly. He took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated. His pace was now twice as fast, gradually pulling away from Cheng Haonan. 2 laps, 3 laps. Qin Luo turned his head, instantly surprised. Although Cheng Haonan had fallen behind by quite a distance, he was still maintaining about 50 meters from him. At that moment, Cheng Haonan's breathing was completely out of control, each breath heavy and labored. But he still fixed his eyes on Qin Luo. "You can't shake me off." Qin Luo smiled slightly. Indeed, there was some progress, but the system had raised his physical capacity to that of an amateur athlete. But after this period of training, Qin Luo had indeed improved his physical stamina. Even if the veterans from the platoon came, they would be left far behind by Qin Luo, let alone Cheng Haonan. Qin Luo waved at Cheng Haonan. "Aren't you planning to win against me? I'm going to speed up now, come on." The next moment, he suddenly accelerated. His speed doubled compared to before. "Damn!" Cheng Haonan almost gasped. He had already exerted himself to the limit, but Qin Luo had only just started pushing himself. How could he catch up? "Haonan, just give it up. You can't beat him." Zheng Qian shouted from a distance. "Yeah, Haonan, give it up. Qin Luo is great and instant noodles are so delicious." Li Dashing also yelled. Chung Haonan's mouth twitched, but he gritted his teeth and continued to chase. I don't want to call him big brother. I just don't believe you can keep running like this. He clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and leaned forward using inertia to gain a bit of speed. Just as he was putting in effort, a figure suddenly came shoulder to shoulder with him. Chung Haonan turned his head to see Qin Luo smiling at him, startling him into jumping. Damn, where did you come? I caught up from behind you. Qin Luo shrugged. I've already lapped you once. Chung Haonan almost knelt down, his legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Now having been lapped, how could he catch up? Hey, Qin Luo said while running. It's still not too late to admit. Chung Haonan's eyes brightened instantly, but the next second Qin Luo said, but the conditions are cut in half. What? Chung Haonan jumped up directly. No way, not a single one can be less. Then you just keep going? Without waiting for him to finish, Qin Luo continued to sprint ahead. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Let's negotiate. Chung Haonan shouted anxiously, but Qin Luo had already run far away. Chung Haonan looked at his retreating figure nearly in tears. How has he gotten faster than before? What has he been eating lately? Now he regretted challenging that big freak. In fact, calling him big brother wasn't a big deal. But now that he was in deep, he had to grit his teeth and continue. Before long, Qin Luo ran up beside him again. 2 laps completed, Qin Luo held up 3 fingers. Before Chung Haonan could say anything, he started to accelerate. I know you want to keep going. Qin Luo, Chung Haonan shouted in a choked voice, don't go, I give up. Qin Luo suddenly slowed down, smiling at him. What? Chung Haonan gasped heavily with a mournful face. Don't just run away. You won, you're the big brother. And can the conditions not be reduced? If they are reduced again, there will be nothing left. The ham sausage is so delicious. The instant noodles are so fragrant. Pepsi is too good to drink. In the small shop, Chung Haonan held a luxurious instant noodle set, with 2 sausages, nearly moved to tears as he ate. Zheng Qian and others either squatted or stood crazily showing off their instant noodles. Beside Li Dashing were 4 marinated eggs. He would take a bite of noodles, and then a bite of the egg, his face full of satisfaction before entering the sage moment. Hurry up and eat, hurry up. In the small shop, Chen Liang, holding a cigarette in his mouth, grilled sausages, and said, the lights will go off soon, or if the duty officer catches you, you won't have a good time. Got a class monitor, shoo shoo shoo. Zheng Qian stuffed 10 spicy strips into his mouth and stammered, we're doing our best to clean up the battlefield. Chen Liang glanced at him with annoyance, then handed the grilled sausage to Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled and patted his pocket, saying, thank you, class monitor. Chen Liang looked at his bulging pocket, smiling broadly. No need to be polite, we take care of each other. He'll go get some cookies, do they want any? Yes. Chung Haonan jumped up directly, saying, I want scallion-flavored ones. I want teddy bear cookies. How Duo raised his hand. Class monitor. Li Dashing said, can you get me 4 more marinated eggs? Chen Liang's eyelid twitched, and he lowered his voice. Your class is full of foodies. Are you all reincarnated from starving ghosts? They've eaten nearly 3 days' worth of food for other new recruits. Qin Luo smiled awkwardly. Their training intensity is high, so their consumption is also high. Class monitor, just give it to them. All right. Chen Liang nodded, considering that Qin Luo often gave him cigarettes. It would be fine to go out and buy some now. This grilled sausage is so delicious. Chung Haonan bit down on an entire sausage, chewing and shedding tears of happiness. How come I never had this before? It's really too delicious. Qin Luo smiled. This is class monitor Chen's unique skill, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. He only sells it to class monitors and squad leaders and instructors. We new recruits definitely can't get any. You're really impressive, Qin Luo. Li Dashing gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for following you, we wouldn't be able to eat so many good things. Chung Haonan complained, looking at Qin Luo. Why didn't you invite us to eat earlier? If you had done this earlier, our relationship would have been smooth. We really enjoy this kind of thing. Zheng Qian nodded vigorously. Exactly, we're all the kind of people who get along very well. If you had invited us to a luxurious meal earlier, we would have treated you as our big brother. Qin Luo clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, I have invited you to eat before. After finishing, you didn't acknowledge it. Do you not remember? Now you pretend to have amnesia. It's really shameless. How can you call yourselves easy to get along with? You are the strangest bunch of oddballs in the world. So will you still compete with me in the future? Qin Luo looked at them nervously. Only 3 days left, let's just get through this normally. I admit defeat today, you guys ate my stuff. Don't worry. Chung Haonan stood up, his mouth full of oil, saying seriously, I love to be serious, but I'm not stupid. Only a fool would want to compete with you again. He said with a face full of grievance, I can't take it anymore. Do you know how hard it is to chase you day and night? It's so damn exhausting. As he spoke, Chung Haonan's tears fell again. If it weren't for you making us suffer so badly, making everyone embarrassed, I would have surrendered long ago. Anyway, whoever wants to compete with you in the future can go ahead. Oh, I want to compete with you even if it kills me. Qin Luo saw the muscular man, crying in grievance, looking like a black bear rubbing his eyes. Strangely, he was a bit cute. Qin Luo's lips inexplicably curved into a smile. However, he really wanted to tell Cheng Haonan, "You're really a bit naive. Can't you just tell me when you can't take it anymore? Cookies are here." Just then Chun Liang walked in holding 2 boxes. As soon as Cheng Haonan saw him, his face lit up with joy, wiping his tears and shouting, "Class monitor, bring me 10 more of those sausages." Chun Liang was so startled, he almost fell over, glaring at Cheng Haonan with annoyance. "You little pig, you've already eaten 3 bowls of instant noodles, 5 packs of spicy strips, 10 marinated eggs, and 10 grilled sausages. You still want 10 more? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Cheng Haonan awkwardly scratched his head. "Actually, I can eat a lot more." Chun Liang rolled his eyes in frustration. No, I'm not a street vendor. No." Before he could finish, Qin Luo quickly walked up to him and stuffed something into his other pocket. "Class monitor, he's big, and he's really tired from training these days. Trouble you with this." Chun Liang sighed, and then glared at Cheng Haonan. "It's only because of Qin that I let this go, otherwise I would have kicked you out long ago." "Thank you, class monitor." Cheng Haonan grinned, bowing 3 times to Chun Liang, which nearly made Chun Liang jump up in anger. "Are you going to a grave? Get far away and wait to eat." "Yes." Cheng Haonan smiled and picked up a bag of spicy strips again. At this time Zheng Qian stood up, wiped his mouth, and said, "Qin Luo, from today onwards we are friends. No, we are comrades." Qin Luo was stunned as Zheng Qian smiled. "Don't think too much, we're just here for this luxurious meal." Cheng Haonan laughed and hugged Qin Luo. "I've realized that you are talented and powerful. We definitely can. From now on we'll follow you. You are our goal, but we absolutely won't compete with you again. Right? We will all follow you from now on. Qin Luo, from now on we will listen to you, and following you will help us improve quickly." Looking at the sincere smiles of those around him, the heavy stone in Qin Luo's heart was finally put down. At this moment, he felt like crying from grievance. To complete the task and win over these guys, he had really exhausted himself. It was so damn tiring. But for some reason at this moment, he was strangely filled with a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly having this group of friends, although they looked like odd fruits, it was better than having none. Zheng Qian slapped Qin Luo on the shoulder. "Actually, it's thanks to you, otherwise our results wouldn't be so good now. By then we can definitely follow the class monitor to the reconnaissance camp." "Yeah." Cheng Haonan nodded excitedly. "Qin Luo, it's really thanks to you. I've heard that the class monitor's unit is particularly difficult to enter." "Of course," Chun Liang said with an unhappy face. "Your class monitor and our squad leader both come from the division reconnaissance camp, and they're from the most formidable iron-blooded 2nd Company. The division reconnaissance camp is already impressive. They rank 1st in reconnaissance competitions in the army. Your class monitor's 2nd Company is even more formidable. It's not something just anyone can enter. Usually they walk with their heads held high." "Really?" Cheng Haonan was extremely excited. "And they even cook for themselves." Chun Liang shot him a glare. "If you can get in, don't get too carried away. They are that formidable, but they are also strict with themselves. Once you get there, don't think you can slack off." "I'm not afraid," Cheng Haonan said with a smile. "As long as I can walk sideways most of the time, what's so bad about eating a bit of hardship, eh?" "Right." Zheng Qian also nodded. "Being a soldier means being the best. Being able to go to the reconnaissance camp is worth any hardship." All the new recruits were full of excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Luo said nothing. He originally wanted to find a regular unit to relax, complete the system task, and perhaps flirt with the military flowers. As for the reconnaissance camp, he didn't really want to go. But unknowingly Qin Luo's mood became a bit conflicted. It seemed he was somewhat reluctant to part with this group of oddball guys. "Luo, good." Qin Luo was taken aback and turned to see how Duo timidly staring at him. Qin Luo smiled faintly at him. "Do you still want him sausages?" Although the whole class had been against him before, Qin Luo could tell that how Duo had actually always been coerced by others. From the beginning, he never intended to make things difficult for himself, so Qin Luo had a pretty good impression of him. It's just that this guy looked weak and timid, and he hadn't seen much of the world, but he was actually the one with the best conditions among this group, coming from a middle-class family in a big city. Qin Luo was also puzzled. How could a city kid be even more awkward than one from the mountains? "No, I don't want him sausages." How Duo looked at Qin Luo with shifty eyes. "I want to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Qin Luo was taken aback. How Duo twisted his 2 fingers together desperately, his voice barely louder than a mosquito. I'm not smart. If I could be assigned to the same unit as you later, please can you take me with you?" Qin Luo was completely stunned, staring at how Duo, his heart feeling a bit complicated for a moment. How Duo carefully raised his head, forcing out a smile. Luo, go, actually, I think you're very impressive. I know I'm not clever, but I still want to be with you. I don't want to be separated from you guys. Please, I won't be annoying. I can help you with many things." Qin Luo suddenly extended his hand, firmly pressing it on Hao Duoduo's shoulder. He inexplicably smiled. Before he joined the army, he never thought someone would need him as much as Hao Duoduo did. At this moment he felt very satisfied. The feeling of being needed was truly wonderful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ear, Qin Luo felt a wave of emotion welling up almost to the point of tears. This task was incredibly difficult to complete. It was even harder than spending 1 billion in a day as his father had asked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 super energy points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new super ability, Eagle Eye. Qin Luo was momentarily stunned. Eagle Eye. Does that mean my eyes will turn into those of an eagle? In the next moment, a wonderful ability instantly merged into his eyes. A cool, refreshing sensation enveloped his eyes as if they were being treated to a massage. Moments later, the objects before Qin Luo suddenly magnified at an incredible speed. Hao Duoduo's face enlarged several times. He could even see a few protruding nose hairs. What the hell? Qin Luo was startled and jumped back. Hao Duoduo was also taken aback. Luo, brother Luo. What did I say wrong? Qin Luo pointed at him and shouted, nose hairs are stuck with boogers. Off. Hao Duoduo hurriedly tried to pick them. No, I can't find them. Qin Luo furrowed his brows and instinctively glanced at his nose. His eyes were like they had been equipped with magnifying glasses, every detail zoomed in. He could clearly see that hair covered in boogers moving back and forth between Hao Duoduo's fingers. Qin Luo felt as if he had discovered a new world and immediately turned to look. The door that was originally hundreds of meters away suddenly appeared to be right in front of him. Even the guard adjusting his underwear with his thumb was visible. He quickly turned his gaze in another direction, and the greenhead flies flying around in the flower bed tens of meters away were also crystal clear. The fly turned its head and flapped its wings, coming straight toward his eyes like a scene from a 3D movie. What the heck? Qin Luo was so startled that he stepped back several paces until he hit the wall. Qin Luo, what's wrong? Chun Liang looked at him in surprise, and the other new recruits also gathered around. Qin Luo shook his head and his vision returned to normal. I am fine. Qin Luo chuckled. At this moment he was overjoyed because he had figured it out. As long as he concentrated, his eyes would immediately transform into 8 times magnification. If he didn't want to use it, he could simply wish it back to normal. This ability is amazing, the squad leader said. We would be aiming guns after training tomorrow. With this ability, aiming would be a piece of cake. Shooting was his only weakness, but now Qin Luo felt no stress. This superpower came just in time. He had no worries about the new recruit assessment. With the Eagle Eye, wasn't it guaranteed to hit the target every time? What is he smiling about? Zheng Haonan looked at Qin Luo, who was beaming. Zheng Qian stroked his chin. He must be happy to be able to be friends with us. Zheng Haonan nodded with a smile. What's wrong? Qin Luo looked at him awkwardly. Zheng Haonan chuckled. I heard everything that Hao Duoduo said to you just now. I have something to ask you too. You do? Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Zheng Haonan winked at him. I need a shield. Huh? Qin Luo's eyes widened. Zheng Haonan said mischievously, Hao Duoduo needs protection and I need protection too. You're so capable and learn quickly. After we leave the team, you have to look out for me. You have to look out for me too. Zheng Qian shamelessly squeezed in. At critical moments you have to help us. Qin Luo, and us too, you have to look out for us. The other new recruits immediately crowded around, pushing Hao Duoduo, who had come first, to the back. What should we call you, Qin Luo? Zheng Haonan glared at everyone. From now on, Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Everyone shouted together. We need protection. Before Qin Luo could respond, Zheng Haonan patted him on the back. Alright, it's settled. We'll stick together in the squad following Brother Luo and making a name for ourselves together. Right? Everyone laughed happily. Let's make a name for ourselves with Brother Luo. Surrounded by everyone, Qin Luo felt a bit stiff and awkward in his smile. If this group of guys knew he had come to the army just to complete a system task and perhaps chase a girl, he was afraid. Forget it, why think about these things, say. Qin Luo exhaled. After the new recruit assessment, he would see how, if he could just lie flat in an ordinary unit, that would be best. In case of bad luck, if he were assigned to a reconnaissance battalion. Then doing something like being a communications officer or a clerk would be fine, at least it wouldn't be exhausting. He took out cigarettes from his pocket, distributing one to each person. Come on, let's smoke. After a meal, a smoke brings happiness like a god. Oh wow, real cigarettes. Damn, I haven't smoked in a long time. Such good cigarettes, I've only smoked them in my dreams. Zheng Haonan took the cigarette and inhaled deeply. The refreshing tobacco flavor made him shiver with pleasure. Good tobacco is indeed different. But I don't know how to smoke. Hao Duoduo held the cigarette, feeling at a loss. If you can't smoke, give it to me. Don't waste good stuff. Zheng Haonan grinned and took it. I'll smoke too, haha. Enjoying life. You guys should hurry up and smoke. Chun Liang reminded, it's getting late. Sure thing. Qin Luo smiled and lit everyone's cigarettes. Having been in the new recruit company for so long, everyone had basically not smoked. At this moment, each new recruit was exhaling smoke, looking incredibly content. Chung Hao-nan, with 2 cigarettes clamped between his lips, unconsciously stood up, his whole being seeming to float to the sky. He smiled with satisfaction. With food and drink and cigarettes to smoke, this is bliss. Brother Luo, following you life is good. Before Qin Luo could speak, Zheng Qian said irritably, where have you been? If you had reconciled with them sooner, we could have been living the good life, without all this misery. Chung Hao-nan slapped his own face, grinning at Qin Luo. It's all my fault, it's my terrifying and powerful vanity and pride that caused this. Losing to Brother Luo is only natural, it's my fault for being stubborn. I need to watch fewer triad movies and Hong Kong films. Qin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. I feel like you're praising yourself. No way. Chung Hao-nan laughed, waving his hands. Brother Luo, don't worry, I will self-reflect deeply. In the future, I will definitely not act foolishly in front of you. Qin Luo smiled faintly. This guy was actually quite likable when he wasn't being silly. Brother Luo. Suddenly Hao Duo looked at Qin Luo with a pitiful expression. His big eyes were full of expectation. About what we discussed earlier, did you agree? Qin Luo suddenly felt conflicted, unsure of how to answer Hao Duo, especially since he hadn't even sorted out his own affairs. Just then a sharp voice cut through the air. Everyone jumped and quickly crouched down. Chung Hao-nan jolted and crouched down as well. It's the duty squad leader. Chun Liang smiled as he leaned against the wall. This time you guys are in trouble. Zheng Qian, frightened, hurriedly crawled to the window. Just as he poked his head out, a beam of flashlight shone on his face, scaring him back. It really is the duty squad leader. Zheng Qian looked like he was about to cry. Don't think that hiding will save you. The big idiot who was smoking just now come out immediately. Everyone turned to look at Chung Hao-nan. Chung Hao-nan's eyes widened as he stared back. What are you all looking at? I'm not the idiot. Think of a solution. There's no solution. Zheng Qian shook his head. Only you can go out. What? Chung Hao-nan stared at him in disbelief. Aren't we buddies? Aren't we comrades? How can you say that? Qin Luo nodded in agreement. I think Zheng is right. Sacrificing one for the survival of many is the way. Hao-nan, now is the time for you to demonstrate the spirit of brotherhood and camaraderie. We will remember you. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on Chung Hao-nan. Then everyone together pushed the struggling Chung Hao-nan out with all their might. You traitors. Chung Hao-nan pointed dramatically at the little shop's door. I misjudged all of you. Big idiot, come here. The squad leader suddenly yelled. Chung Hao-nan jumped in fright, standing up in despair, his face filled with frustration. Why is it always me who gets the bad luck? Boom. A loud thunderclap echoed. Lightning flashed brilliantly, illuminating the whole night. Old Master, good news. Wang Rifa rushed into Qin Jiacheng's luxurious bedroom. Qin Jiacheng put down his newspaper and stood up excitedly. Little Luo has news. Yes, Wang Rifa nodded. I have already contacted Chief Qi. It's definitely good news. Qin Jiacheng burst into laughter. That brat is finally coming back. I just didn't expect him to last this long. But as long as he's coming back, that counts as an experience in his life. From now on, he just needs to think about how to spend his money peacefully. Old Master, Wang Rifa whispered, young master hasn't been sent back. You made a mistake. Huh? Qin Jiacheng froze for a moment, then began to spit out at Wang Rifa. Not sent back. What the hell is good news then? What's good about that, huh? My lord, please don't worry. Wang Rifa quickly reassured him. Nonsense, Qin Jiacheng glared at him. Don't you know that my greatest concern is for Xiao Luo? I'm anxious for any news about him. Wang Rifa sighed. Hey, race the thing. Instructor Qi said that the young master is training very diligently and has been persevering. It's impossible for him to be sent back. Qin Jiacheng hurriedly stared at him. So what good news do you have? Wang Rifa smiled. But I requested Instructor Qi to let us observe the new recruit's assessment. What? Qin Jiacheng opened his mouth wide. Wang Rifa said, my lord, think about it. The young master is persevering, but it must be for the sake of face. At his level, he can't carry or lift anything, so it's definitely impossible for him to pass the assessment. So we should just wait at the scene for him. Once he gets eliminated, then I'll be the first to comfort him and bring him home. Qin Jiacheng's eyes. Wang Rifa immediately gave a thumbs up. My lord, you truly are insightful. You saw through my little scheme at a glance. Qin Jiacheng suddenly burst into laughter. Not bad, not bad. If Xiao Luo gets eliminated, he will definitely feel down, and he might not want to come back. At that time, I'll have to go through great lengths to find him. Why not just wait at the scene, give him a loving hug directly, and then take him home? Qin Jiacheng rubbed his hands together. We can solve problems on the spot, saving time and effort. All right, Wang Rifa, well done. Wang Rifa smiled and nodded. My lord, they will have their assessment in 2 days. Please check your schedule. Then cancel everything that day. Qin Jiacheng exclaimed joyfully. Let's go pick up my precious son. As night fell, the sounds of snoring filled the room, each louder than the last. Qin Luo stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a moment. After experiencing so much, he suddenly had a new understanding of the military. Those who come to the army to serve are not just here to endure hardships and speak grand words about defending the homeland. Every person here is flesh and blood, capable of dislike, laughter, and warmth. Just before going to sleep, Cheng Haonan cheerfully brought him foot-soaking water. Zheng Qian patted his shoulder, and Hao Duo massaged his legs. No one spoke, but their smiles seemed to tell Qin Luo, "We were wrong before, please don't blame us." Qin Luo turned over. "Should I go with them to the reconnaissance unit? If I go, it will be exhausting. If I don't go, where else could I meet such a group of funny and righteous friends?" "Host, would you like to upgrade gene enhancement from C grade to B grade?" Qin Luo was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Report, host, your super ability points have reached 100, currently at 105. You can enhance any super ability." "Host, would you like to enhance gene enhancement or enhance other super?" Qin Luo's face was filled with joy. He had long wanted to enhance his physique. The stamina of an amateur athlete was simply insufficient for his current needs. As for the other super abilities, they seemed unnecessary for now. Enhance. Gene enhancement, don't get it wrong. He nodded and decisively chose to upgrade. Ding, deducted 100 super ability points, remaining super ability points 5. Gene physique CB upgrading, please wait. Just a few seconds later, the upgrade was complete. Qin Luo excitedly clenched his fist. He could feel the surging power within his body without even testing it. He could even clearly sense the muscles all over his body rapidly growing. He looked around, and his muscles were visibly starting to bulge. There was a surge of strength gradually developing in his arms and thighs. Previously, he only had faint outlines of abdominal muscles, but they weren't very noticeable. At this moment, just sitting here, he could see clear 8-pack abs. If he took a photo and posted it on a short video platform, it would definitely captivate many young girls. But thinking about it, it might also attract a lot of young men. Ding, congratulations, host, gene enhancement upgraded to B grade. Your physical abilities are now equivalent to those of a reconnaissance soldier. Qin Luo found it somewhat amusing. It was as if they were determined to have him join the reconnaissance unit. Forget it, no matter where I go, an enhancement in physical abilities is always a good thing. Qin Luo exhaled, and no matter whether it was the new recruit's assessment or encountering other problems with his current physical abilities, he could handle it easily. Qin Luo turned over, wanting to close his eyes and sleep. But his mind began to race again. Should I go or not? The next day morning, Wu Ziyuan gathered the entire company and delivered the final speech, after which each squad immediately took off. Today was the last day, and there would be no intense training. It mainly focused on filling in gaps. Military assessments are not like exams. You can't cram at the last minute. If you don't accumulate effort little by little during regular training, it won't help even if you try to cram during assessments. At this moment, Chang Lei stood before everyone, not only boosting morale, but also fearing they might make any mistakes. "All right, that's all I'm going to say." Chang Lei smiled and said, "Just remember to bring out your best abilities." "Yes," everyone shouted. "Squad leader, we will definitely work hard." Cheng Haonan shouted, "We also want to go to the reconnaissance unit." "Yes, squad leader, we all want to go." Zheng Qian shouted excitedly. Chang Lei smiled broadly. Good. As long as you all perform well, I am confident that you can all go." Hearing Chang Lei's affirmation, everyone beamed with smiles, and Hao Duo let out a huge sigh of relief. "All right." Chang Lei clapped his hands. "Today we want train physically. We'll practice formation and focus on the details." "Yes." Qin Luo, come here for a moment. Chang Lei turned and walked to the side. Qin Luo was taken aback, looked at the others, and then ran towards Chang Lei. "Squad leader." Chang Lei looked at him with a warm smile. "When you came, the captain wanted you to leave. I thought you were a burden, and the other squad leaders didn't think highly of you. But you have proven yourself, fiercely slapping all of our faces with your strength." Qin Luo immediately stood tall. "Squad leader, I know you care for me." Chang Lei waved his hand aside and said, "That's not what I mean." He said bitterly, "I just want to tell you that you don't have to push yourself so hard." He looked deeply at Qin Luo. "No matter what others say about you or how they see you, just remember the squad leader will always stand behind you, supporting you. The comrades in our squad are also always by your side, standing together with you. Together in trials and tribulations, sharing honor and disgrace." Chang Lei smiled and patted him. "You are a good soldier. Ever since you came, everyone in our squad seems to have changed. You have also taught me a lot. In any case, just do your best." Qin Luo stared blankly at the squad leader. From his sincere and gentle smile, it was evident. What he had just said came from the heart. For a moment, Qin Luo felt as if he were enveloped in a spring breeze, an indescribable joy. He suddenly realized that the saying "comrades are like brothers" was not just a joke. Squad leader Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo seemed to truly regard him as a close brother, and Qin Luo looked at his profile. The sunlight shone on Chang Lei's sturdy shoulder. He resembled an elder brother, exuding a sense of security. Qin Luo's heart was deeply touched, and his fists slowly clenched. "Damn it, I'm going to the reconnaissance unit." At worst, I can find connections to become a clerk or a communications officer. It's decided. I'm going to the reconnaissance unit. I can't just lie down and do nothing. Qin Luo made this difficult decision, but right after making it he regretted it, because going to the reconnaissance unit meant facing hardships that he simply had to endure. As night fell, the lights out call echoed throughout the camp. One by one the dormitories turned off their lights, followed by a chorus of snores. There would be no training tomorrow, a day of rest. For the new recruits, this was a rare relief. So that night, everyone slept exceptionally soundly. Beep, beep, beep. In the dead of night, a piercing whistle suddenly broke the tranquility. Qin Luo opened his eyes wide. Emergency assembly. Chang Lei jumped out of bed, lowering his voice. Quick emergency assembly, emergency assembly, the assessment officially begins. A shout from downstairs stunned everyone. What the hell, weren't we supposed to have a day off? Why is it starting early? Qin Luo looked speechless. They certainly knew how to play. Quick, pack your gear. Move fast. Chang Lei hissed urgently. Silence was mandatory during emergency assembly and lights were forbidden, so he had to keep his voice low. Yet everyone instantly sensed the urgency in his tone. No one dared hesitate. All sprang into action, lacing up their packs without delay. Qin Luo spread out his quilt stuffed in essentials, including his mosquito net, then folded it swiftly and tightly. The moment he finished, he dashed toward Hao Duodua, who stood flustered and disoriented. The sight of Qin Luo instantly lit up Hao Duodua's anxious face. Luo. Brother Luo. No time for chatter. Qin Luo cut him off, snatching the half-packed bag. Get the rest done now. Tears welled in Hao Duodua's eyes. Brother Luo, you're truly kind. If not for you, I'd never. Enough. Qin Luo kicked lightly at his shin. We're comrades. We support each other. That's duty, not favor. Though nearly toppled, Hao Duoduo swelled with quiet pride. The warmth of being looked after was profoundly comforting. Nearby, Chang Lei's lips curved faintly, a quiet smile of quiet satisfaction. At that moment, Qin Luo no longer resembled a raw recruit. He carried himself like a seasoned veteran, steadfast, reliable, unshakable. I'm ready. Cheng Haonan suddenly called out. Then get downstairs. Now, Qin Luo replied without glancing up. Same goes for the rest of you. Don't shame our squad leader. Yes, sir. Cheng Haonan nodded firmly and strode out the door. Then came Zheng Qian, followed by Li Dashing, and one by one figures surged forth like arrows loosed from bows. Chang Lei clenched his fists, pulse quickening with exhilaration. His gaze drifted back to Qin Luo, and in that instant he felt like fate's chosen beneficiary. Qin Luo wasn't just a recruit. He was a gift, sent from heaven itself. This young man will become an exceptional soldier, one who may even surpass both me and the company commander, Chang Lei thought, with absolute conviction. All set, let's go. Qin Luo tossed the packed bag to Hao Duodua, then seized his own and bolted down the stairs. Chang Lei steadied his breath and sprinted after them. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps hammered down the stairwell, urgent staccato, relentless. Some rushed outward, others doubled back, frantic and disoriented. Inside barracks, chaos erupted. Clanging metal, clattering gear, the clamor of soldiers scrambling like troops under fire. The emergency assembly had struck without warning. No one was prepared. Most had been jolted from deep sleep, panic inevitable. Upstairs, why are the lights still on? A major pointed upward from the barracks courtyard, voice sharp with reprimand. Don't you know the regulations for emergency assembly? And you, stop dashing about aimlessly. No one leaves until their pack is properly secured. You there, put your trousers on before stepping out. Haven't you noticed you're only wearing your undershorts? Standing nearby, Major Wu Ziyuan's face darkened, his eyes locked grimly on the building, knuckles white as his fists tightened with a low grinding crackle. Beside him, Captain Kong Xiang smiled faintly and murmured, calm down. It's already part of the evaluation. Once they're assigned to platoons, they'll be out of your jurisdiction. Rotten recruits. Wu Ziyuan growled, nostrils flaring. Until then, they answer to me. A disgraceful spectacle. Just then a formation of soldiers burst into view, halting crisply before the company commander and senior officers, snapping into perfect alignment. Wu Ziyuan's scowl melted into a broad smile. 3 minutes 15 seconds. An officer beside him nodded approvingly. Impressive. Hearing the time, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang froze in disbelief. New recruits were required to complete full emergency assembly, including properly packed gear and essential equipment, within 5 minutes. To achieve it in 3 minutes and 15 seconds rivaled even elite veterans, those rigorously trained, battle-hardened soldiers. That every member of First Squad had done so left them utterly stunned. Wu Ziyuan's gaze settled on Qin Luo, and a sudden, inexplicable unease prickled across his skin. He could understand how the others excelled, but Qin Luo, had he truly pulled it off? Kong Xiang nudged him playfully, told you not to underestimate him. Surprised, aren't you? He chuckled softly, never imagined, never in 1,000 years, that you of all people would misjudge someone so completely. Wu Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson, but he cleared his throat sharply. Speed in assembly means nothing. In combat he'll probably be the first to flee. This is only the beginning. Don't get too confident yet. Kong Xiang rolled his eyes. Emergency assembly existed precisely to sharpen battlefield reflexes, to outpace the enemy, to twist it into cowardice with sheer stubbornness. Meanwhile Qin Luo stood motionless in formation, yet his eyes darted ceaselessly, scanning the scene with restless intensity. Beyond the major, two captains stood observing quietly. These officers aren't from our training brigade, Qin Luo mused inwardly, his pulse quickening with quiet excitement. If they exceeded evaluation benchmarks, rewards might double. And if extraordinary abilities, truly awe-inspiring ones, were granted, even assignment to reconnaissance battalion wouldn't hinder him. He'd thrive. He clenched his fist, slowly, resolve hardening. The next test demands everything I have. 4 minutes 40 seconds. The major lifted his head, watching stragglers sprint in, then glanced again at his chronometer. Wu Ziyuan's and Kong Xiang's furrowed brows gradually eased. At 4 minutes 50 seconds the last recruit fell into place. Formation complete. They've passed. The major exhaled, relaxed. Not bad at all. Turning to Wu Ziyuan he added with genuine admiration, conducting emergency assembly under such relaxed conditions, and still meeting the deadline. Commander Wu, you truly are the most renowned platoon leader in the entire division. My sincere respect. Wu Ziyuan offered a modest, slightly awkward smile. Too kind, too kind. May I inspect them now? Of course. Not permitted, the major replied, his smile polished, courteous, and utterly immovable. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched violently as he glared. The major grinned. Commander Wu, please don't look at me like that. It's a direct order from higher command. The evaluation has officially commenced. Neither you nor the political instructor may intervene. Wu Ziyuan drew a slow, deep breath, then waved resignedly. By all means, proceed. The major nodded cheerfully and strode to the front of the formation. At ease, attention. Snap, snap. Every recruit snapped to attention in unison. The major barked, listen carefully. Everyone jump in place 30 times. Begin now. All new recruits froze, bewildered. What kind of order was this? Didn't you hear? Begin jumping. In place 30 times. And jump hard. The major roared. Jump. Qin Luo shouted, and leapt first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Squad leaders across other units snapped awake, shouting orders for their recruits to follow suit. One jump after another. Each recruit, strained muscles, burning breath, ragged. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang held their breath, palms slick with cold sweat. They knew exactly what this test measured: the integrity of each recruit's pack. How tightly it was secured, how resilient its structure. A poorly packed bag would unravel mid-jump, spilling contents onto the ground. A clear failure. When the final jump landed, Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang released a collective shuddering sigh of relief. Not a single item littered the ground. Nothing had fallen loose. The major turned beaming and gave Wu Ziyuan a thumbs up. Commander Wu, you're extraordinary. Your leadership is masterful. Outstanding. Wu Ziyuan laughed heartily. Just basics, standard procedure. Too generous, too generous. Ha ha. The major joined in. Well then, I'll take them from here. Go ahead, go ahead. Wu Ziyuan waved enthusiastically. Attention, all personnel, the major thundered. Right face, forward march, run. Snap. Every recruit pivoted sharply right and broke into a steady run. One at one, one at one, one at a forfer, one at a forfer. Voices rose in unison, strong and rhythmic. Wu Ziyuan and Kong Xiang exchanged a knowing glance and fell into step beside the formation. Still refusing to admit it, Kong Xiang asked, jogging alongside, Qin Luo's pack is rock solid. I watched closely. Didn't even wobble. And you still call him inadequate? Wu Ziyuan's grin vanished instantly. Fine, I saw it. You really do have a talent for ruining good moments with bad news. Kong Xiang laughed aloud. I'm merely speaking truth. He is an outstanding soldier. Wu Ziyuan snorted. I never denied his skill at packing. But that proves nothing. The Real trials begin now. Let's see if he's a stallion or a donkey. If he doesn't falter, I'll thank heaven. I'd rather not shoulder disciplinary blame for him. And, Wu Ziyuan added emphatically, this is also first squad leader's achievement. Without his instruction, how could Qin Luo improve so dramatically? Kong Xiang shook his head, smiling gently. He knew Wu Ziyuan's defiance was fading. Just surface stubbornness masking quiet concession. Before he braced for Qin Luo's departure, and the blame that would surely follow. Now he found himself cautiously believing maybe Qin Luo will stay. You're incorrigible. Always with the tough exterior, Kong Xiang teased. Wu Ziyuan's gaze remained fixed on Qin Luo's retreating back, steady, unwavering, perfectly aligned. His pack sat immovable, his running form textbook perfect. Flawless, authoritative, unmistakably veteran. Among the recruits, Qin Luo stood apart, like a lone crane soaring above a flock of sparrows. Wu Ziyuan's eyelid twitched again. Then he shook his head fiercely. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Just 1 month. No matter how skilled the squad leader, he can only reach baseline competence. Packing must be his strongest skill. It has to be. As dawn approached, a faint morning light spilled over the earth. Block them. Kill them. In a training ground, hundreds of soldiers surged forward with murderous intent towards several officers. However, the few officers being chased moved with the agility of rabbits and struck with exceptional ferocity. The dozen soldiers attempting to block their path were all knocked down, and then they quickly jumped into an off-road vehicle. Drive? Hurry up. They're not joking around, a colonel shouted, yet his face wore a smile. The major behind the wheel nearly pressed his foot to the floor, and the off-road vehicle let out a tremendous roar as it shot forward. Hu Fei, you bastard. Don't run if you have the guts. A colonel pushed aside a soldier relentlessly pursuing the vehicle. If you're brave, get down here and face me unknown. Those special forces think they're so great. Get down here, damn it. The colonel named Hu Fei smiled and poked his head out, waving vigorously at the pursuing colonel. Old Lei, stop chasing. You're old enough, take care of your health. By the way, remember to train your soldiers well. I won't go easy on you next time. Train your ass. Get down here, and I'll train you properly. Hu Fei chuckled as he settled back into his seat, the vehicle distancing itself from the group of soldiers. The officers in the car suddenly burst into hearty laughter, with the major almost in tears from laughing. Chief of Staff, are we being excessive? Shin Shinran in the passenger seat awkwardly turned her head. We didn't pick a single one from their select soldiers, and you just struck them hard again. Aren't you afraid? Enough, little Shun. An officer in the back seat chuckled. If we don't give them a good scare, they won't have the motivation to improve. You used to be in intelligence and haven't been with us. Our chief of staff picks people based on a gut feeling. If he finds someone he likes, even pig slaughterers will be accepted. If not, those elite soldiers are worthless. Shin Shinran was speechless. Aren't special forces selections supposed to be based on comprehensive qualities? The soldiers just now had already met the requirements. Looking at Hu Fei, who had closed his eyes in the rearview mirror, Shin Shinran couldn't understand what he was thinking. Chief of Staff, where are we heading now? Shin Shinran asked. I heard that Army C is conducting a collective assessment of all new recruits today, Hu Fei replied nonchalantly. Let's go take a look. What's so interesting about new recruits? Shin Shinran looked puzzled at the others. Everyone shrugged as if they had expected this. A collective assessment of new recruits from 3 teaching regiments in 1 army. Have you seen it? Hu Fei smiled and said, it's on our way, and since we have time to spare, why not find some fun? The people in the vehicle all lit up cigarettes with laughter except for Shin Shinran, who appeared bewildered. After being undercover for years, she had been assigned to the training unit upon her return. However, she completely didn't understand the operations here. Hu Fei didn't need to follow any procedures for recruitment. Picking soldiers was done at his whim, entirely based on his preference. Could it be that instead of choosing seasoned soldiers, Hu Fei wanted to pick from the new recruits? The cold wind swept across the land, and several small buildings stood like sentinels on the yellow earth. They stood like silent soldiers enduring the cold wind, while silently guarding the land beneath their feet. Squeak! A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of one of the small buildings. As Qin Jiaqing stepped out of the car, Qi Shengli approached him with a broad smile, extending his hand. Director Qin, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily, shaking his hand vigorously. I've missed you too, Chief Qi. By the way, 1,000 pigs were slaughtered at my subordinate's slaughterhouse to treat our soldiers, and they should be delivered to your unit shortly. You're too polite, Director Qin. You've already promised to repair our barracks, and are sending us so many things. Qi Shengli chuckled, nearly unable to contain his smile. I as the chief really feel too embarrassed. Don't be so polite. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. This little thing is just what I should do. By the way, where will we watch from? Qi Shengli cheerfully pulled him along. Let's go. Qin Jiaqing looked delighted, bringing Wang Rifa with him as they went upstairs together. Upon reaching the 3rd floor in a conference room, Qi Shengli personally pulled out a chair for him. Director Qin, sit here. He then handed him a walkie-talkie from his waist. This is for you, you know how to use it, right? Just press this to talk, and don't press it when you're not speaking. I've already set the channel. Qin Jiaqing looked confused at the walkie-talkie, and then at him. Wait, Chief, Qi, weren't you supposed to take me to see the assessment? What do you mean by this? Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Director Qin, it's like this. This assessment is not conducted solely by our regiment. It's a joint assessment of the teaching regiments from 3 divisions of the entire army, and even the military has sent people to observe. Is it Director Yu? Qin Jiaqing asked. I'm quite familiar with him. We had dinner together last month. No, it's not him. Qi Shengli shook his head with a smile. This assessment has reached a level of confidentiality classified, as military secrets and outsiders are not allowed to approach. But don't worry, I will use this to report the situation to you at any time. Moreover, the assessment site is nearby. If you listen closely, you might even catch some sounds. Qin Jiaqing's eyes nearly popped out. After all this fuss, this is it. This is no different from waiting for— Before he could speak, Qi Shengli quickly said, Director Qin, just stay here and don't run around. I need to hurry back. The leaders might have already arrived. I'm leaving. Pay attention to listen. As he spoke, he turned and hurried out. Hey, hey, hey. Qin Jiaqing shouted anxiously. Just as he was about to chase after him, 2 guards appeared at the entrance and blocked his way. Qin Jiaqing was bewildered. What's going on? A lieutenant walked over with a smile. Sorry, Director Qin. This is a military restricted area. The chief has instructed that you can only move around here and cannot go through this door. Qin Jiaqing's jaw nearly hit the floor. After traveling so far to not see Qin Luo's assessment, he was now being placed under soft detention here. What the hell is this? He couldn't care less about his image, angrily shouting into the distance, Qi Shengli, you bastard. The lieutenant smiled and said, sorry, the chief has gone too far, you can't hear him now. Qin Jiaqing was furious, nearly exploding. If I can't go out, what am I supposed to do? In the next moment, he was stunned. The lieutenant had already pulled out a spittoon with a red peony imprint and handed it to him. Just use this. The major said, we will clean it up later. Qin Jiaqing's eye twitched, then he angrily turned around and plopped down on the sofa. Wang Rifo approached with a pained expression. Forget it, my lord, at least we have come this far. Didn't Chief Qi say to listen closely? You might hear the young master's shouts. What shouts? Are you talking about his screams? Furious, he closed his eyes, his mind filled with images of Qin Luo. Forget it, it's better that kid doesn't see me. That way if he fails, he won't lose face and might throw a tantrum afterward, refusing to come back with me. Meanwhile, Qi Shengli's car sped along the dirt road, rapidly heading towards the observation platform. Squeak! The harsh sound of brakes echoed. As the car came to a stop, he dashed towards the observation platform. Chief of Staff. Qi Shengli ran up to a middle-aged man with a square face and saluted vigorously. Chief of Staff Qianlong returned the salute with a smile. Old Qi, don't be so formal with me. Qi Shengli smiled slightly, suddenly noticing the 2 individuals standing behind Qianlong. It was the other 2 division commanders of Army C, Yan Jun and Li Wenguang, who were also his competitors. In a place that values military strength, there is no first in culture and no second in martial arts. Especially in the army, if you want something, you must show your true skills. So whether for resources, funding, or training opportunities, Qi Shengli often competed with them. Watching the 3 men tense and bristling with hostility, Qianlong immediately said with a smile, all right, stop staring at each other like roosters. Your new recruits will be competing shortly, right? He said cheerfully. Before I came, the army commander and political commissar both said that whichever teaching regiment comes first will receive a bonus from the army at the end of the year, specifically to reward them. The eyes of the 3 commanders instantly lit up. The tension in their gazes was even thicker than before. The chief of staff looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. What he wanted was this mutual competition. If soldiers don't strive and fight, they would just be a bunch of cowards. How could they defend the homeland? Only by competing and striving will they become stronger. Quick look, the first unit is coming. A military officer suddenly shouted, and everyone immediately turned to look. They saw at the entrance of the training ground a company marching in with loud slogans, stepping in perfect unit. Which unit is this? Qianlong lowered his binoculars and glanced at his watch. They arrived quite early, nearly 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Report, this is the 9th Company of the A Division's teaching regiment, an officer shouted. Qi Shengli was taken aback and suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at Qianlong and then the other 2 division commanders, his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Sorry. I accidentally got so far ahead, really sorry, ha ha ha. The 2 division commanders clenched their fists in anger, realizing that this guy had bragged before the assessment even began. I already gave them a heads up to keep a low profile and not to let the B and C divisions get too far ahead. Qi Shengli pointed at the 9th Battalion with a smug look. But look at you all, your strength is just too overwhelming. We've already tried our best to keep a low profile, but it's just impossible. Yan Jun and Li Wenguang glared angrily. Qi Shengli, stop being so sarcastic. This surprise assessment caught our new soldiers off guard. The others are definitely stronger than you. Exact. Qi Shengli nodded vigorously. Your new soldiers weren't prepared, neither were mine. But how can they be so quick? What does that imply? Qi Shengli chuckled as he looked at them. It means my new soldiers are exceptional, just as formidable as I am. Seeing that the 2 division leaders looked ready to explode like a powder keg, Qianlong quickly interjected, Old Qi, don't get too cocky. The assessment has just begun. Oh, perhaps your soldiers simply got lucky. Exactly what are you so smug about? Li Wenguang scoffed. Yan Jun snorted coldly. The real test is yet to come. If you want to take first place, you need genuine skills. Qi Shengli held his head high. All right, you're all right. But I've already had a good start. How could it not go well from here? You all better be mentally prepared to continue losing. The 2 division leaders clenched their fists in anger. If it weren't for Qianlong standing in between them, they would have wanted to confront Qi Shengli right away. Before long, various units arrived one after another. However, compared to the 9th Battalion, which arrived first, their appearances were somewhat hard to bear. Some units came running, shedding equipment behind them with every step. There were flip-flops and army shoes scattered everywhere, and some even dropped their bedding. That was still considered good. Some of the soldiers who arrived later were even running while clutching their bedding. It was a complete mess. The faces of the 2 division leaders grew increasingly grim, but Qi Shengli laughed louder and louder. Old Yin oldly. Your new soldiers are really something, losing gear left and right. Chen Long chuckled awkwardly at them. If this were a battle, they'd be the enemy's supply team. The enemy would The 2 division leaders' faces turned crimson, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Looking at the 9th Battalion, their backpacks were as solid as rocks, and their new soldiers were simply not in the same league. Reporting. A major rushed over and saluted Chen Long. All units from the 3 teaching battalions have arrived, awaiting your orders. Chen Long nodded and said coldly, have they been checked? Reporting, sir. All units were thoroughly checked before entering the assessment area. The B Division's teaching battalion 5th Company performed the worst. Over half of their new soldiers' backpacks fell apart. Yin Jun was so embarrassed, he could have bled, grinding his teeth in frustration. The A Division's teaching battalion 9th Company currently has the best results. Not a single backpack fell apart, and they are extremely sturdy. Huh. Qi Shengli looked proudly at the 2 division leaders beside him. Sorry, but I won the first round. He smiled at the 2 of them. You all need to teach your new soldiers more. Feel free to come to me for advice. Don't be shy. Shut your mouth. The 2 were so furious they could hardly control themselves. You're just bringing up old grievances to show off, aren't you? Chen Long suddenly said, order all units that dropped items to turn back and retrieve what they lost. The major saluted and turned to run out. Chen Long then looked at the nearby lieutenant colonel. How's the second round of assessments going? Huh. The 3 division leaders were collectively stunned. This is the second round of assessments already. Reporting, sir. The lieutenant colonel said, we have already compiled the statistics. Yesterday, we secretly sent people to the 3 teaching battalions to photograph and score every company's internal organization. The C Division's 7th Company performed the worst, while the A Division's 9th Company performed the best. Especially the first class of the 9th Company, their internal organization is outstanding, almost comparable to veteran soldiers. Upon hearing this, all 3 division leaders gasped. It turns out the assessment started yesterday. Moreover, they secretly sent people to score each company, which is simply too underhanded. It's like a teacher suddenly checking students' recitations in class. Ha ha ha. Qi Shengli paused for a moment before bursting into laughter again, startling Chen Long and the 2 division leaders. Qi Shengli patted his thigh, grinning from ear to ear. I didn't expect it. I thought I had only won 1 round, but it turns out I've won 2. Sorry everyone, I'm about to win big. The 2 division leaders were furious, yet helpless. They could only glare fiercely at their new soldiers. They were too disappointing. Chen Long smiled, patting Qi Shengli's back. You really have a knack for this. Those 2 must be thinking they need to learn from you. Qi Shengli waved his hands with a smile. You flatter me, you flatter me. This is all standard procedure, isn't it what we soldiers should do? I always educate them that a soldier should treat every moment as an assessment, absolutely no slacking off allowed. That's why veterans lead by example. It's a tradition of our division. Ha ha. Hearing his infectious laughter, the 2 division leaders wished they could cover their ears. Chen Long turned his head. Once all units return, notify them to get ready for the next assessment immediately. Yes. At this point, Qi Shengli took out his binoculars and looked towards the direction of the 9th Company. He scanned the crowd and finally focused on the first class. After spotting Qin Luo, he immediately sneaked away to a side. Director Qin, can you hear me? At that moment, Qin Jiaqing was relieving himself into a spittoon. Hearing a sudden voice from the intercom, he hurriedly turned around. Up! Wang Rifa, who was sitting on the nearby bench, yelled, springing up suddenly. Qin Jiaqing looked at Wang Rifa, who was drenched with an awkward expression. Old Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't notice you were here. Wang Rifa wiped his face in despair. It's all right. Sir, you seem a bit on edge lately. You need to drink more water. You should hurry and grab the intercom. Right. Qin Jiaqing didn't have time to wipe his hands. He dashed over and grabbed the intercom. What's going on? What's the update? Director Qin, I've got good news for you. Qi Shengli said excitedly. The company that Qin Luo is in just received first place in 2 assessments. Especially the class he's in, their performance is particularly outstanding. Now not only have they passed the assessment, but he's about to be recognized by the military. Haha. How about that? I arranged it well, didn't I? The smile on Qin Jiaqing's face had completely frozen and his jaw nearly hit the floor. I was hoping he would be sent back, but now he's winning first place. Director Qin, a new assessment is about to begin. I'll report back to you shortly. The voice on the other end suddenly fell silent. Qin Jiaqing stood there in a daze, holding the intercom, utterly bewildered. He looked at Wang Rifa in disbelief. Slap me? Huh? Wang Rifa looked at him in fear. Sir, are you all right? Hurry, slap me. Qin Jiaqing shouted, I must be hearing things. Little Luo, how could he take first place? Is he even cut out for that? It must be an illusion, an illusion. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Jiaqing gave himself several hard slaps, startling Wang Rifa, who hurriedly grabbed his hand. It hurts, it really hurts. Qin Jiaqing gritted his teeth. Wang Rifa with a pained expression said, Sir, don't overthink it. Didn't Captain Qi just say that? It's the young master's class that came in first, and it has nothing to do with the young master. He was just swimming in muddy waters riding on others' coattails. Is that so? Qin Jiaqing looked at him expectantly. Can I take Xiao Luo back with me? Wang Rifa stared at him. You know the young master best. He is not someone who can endure hardship. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Jiaqing nodded excitedly. You are absolutely right. That little brat can't carry a burden, nor can he lift anything. He became a real man after a month in the army. He must be just a pretender. He chuckled, saying, when the next assessment comes he will definitely slip up and make a fool of himself. He is not cut out to be a soldier. He can only obediently go back and inherit our family's trillions of assets. Wang Rifa's eyes twitched. He also wanted to inherit some family fortune. This paternal love is too deep. He particularly wants to possess it. Last 10 minutes, all teams prepare. The assessment instructor shouted loudly with a megaphone standing in front of the crowd. All the new soldiers immediately became busy and tense, while Qin Luo looked ahead. This is the Army's vast outdoor training ground, incredibly large. Tanks from 7 or 8 regiments could race here, let alone soldiers from 3 regiments. They could all line up and run without any problem. The upcoming assessment content is as follows. First, a 120-meter tactical assessment, 30 meters, low crawling 30 meters, high crawling, and 30 meters prone crawling. The last 30 meters will be crawling over barbed wire in any position. Everyone collectively looked in the direction pointed by the instructor. Sure enough, a large number of barbed wires had already been set up ahead. From left to right, they connected into a single line. Each unit could be assigned 3 or 4 barbed wires. The instructor continued, after the tactical assessment, there will be a 5-minute break, then we will immediately begin the physical assessment. 150 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 50 parallel bar dips, and 20 pull-ups. After completing, take a 5-minute break. He shouted hoarsely, after 5 minutes we will immediately conduct a 5-kilometer long run. Afterward, take a 10-minute break, and then immediately start shooting training. The requirements. He showed a mischievous smile. The tactical assessment and physical assessment must be completed with your backpacks on. The 5 kilometers can be done lightly. Everyone gasped in shock. The new soldiers had grim faces while the squad leaders' eyes widened. The company commanders and battalion commanders also wore worried expressions. Is this meant to test the new soldiers? This clearly seems to be a test for the veterans. In previous training assessments, only the most basic projects were tested. Whether it was internal affairs, formation, physical fitness, or shooting, all were based on the foundation of regular training, with just a slight increase to serve as the assessment standard. Everyone went through the process like an organized physical examination, item by item, finally checking the total score. But today's assessment not only connects all the projects, but also has to be completed with minimal rest time. Is this achievable for new soldiers who have just joined the army for 3 months? Even dragging some veterans out might find it a bit challenging to complete everything. At this moment, the soldiers of Class 1 were all smug. Compared to their usual extra training, this level of training could at most be considered evenly matched, nothing remarkable. Sheng Haonan poked Qin Luo and whispered, Luo, go, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't been so arrogant before, we wouldn't have become so strong. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was you all who insisted on competing with me. But this unexpected turn of events was something he hadn't anticipated. It genuinely felt like a case of hitting the mark unintentionally. This assessment has no specific time requirements, the instructor continued. Whoever finishes the assessment first with the shortest time and with the most standard actions combined with shooting results will ultimately be selected as the winner. Everyone make your final preparations. There are still 10 minutes left. Remember, hurry up and check your backpacks. Don't let them fall apart again. If they fall apart, you will have to repack them and retake the assessment, and the time wasted will be on you. Immediately, all the units became chaotic. The battalion commander called all the company commanders over and passionately gave a speech. The company commanders quickly rushed back to their respective companies, calling all squad leaders over for another round of encouragement. There was no choice. This assessment had exceeded their expectations. It even surpassed the capabilities of the vast majority of new soldiers. Now they could only make temporary adjustments and mobilize everyone on site. Although the assessment content is different from previous years, Wu Ziyuan stared at all the squad leaders. I believe in you and all the new soldiers. Later, give them a good boost. Let them bring out all the skills they have. If they don't push themselves now, there won't be another chance. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Wu Yuan waved his hand to disperse the crowd. He understood that it was pointless to say more at this point. Only by boosting everyone's morale could they perform better. Class leader. Present. Chang Lei turned around, and Wu Yuan had already walked up to him. He glanced at Qin Luo in the ranks and asked in a low voice, "Give me the lowdown, is this kid capable or not?" Chang Lei stood tall. "Report Captain Qin Luo, is capable, very capable." Wu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Although he found it hard to believe in Qin Luo, he trusted Chang Lei. Wu Yuan could only nod good. But you still need to encourage him a bit, let him give it his all, don't let the whole class down especially. Don't let him drag you down. Chang Lei smiled slightly. Captain, just you wait and see. He will definitely bring glory to the 9th Company. Seeing him smile and turn away, Wu Yuan felt a headache coming on. Bringing glory to the 9th Company. As long as he doesn't hold Chang Lei back, Wu Yuan would be grateful. Chang Lei ran back to the front of the ranks, and everyone stood tall looking at him expectantly. Chang Lei also smiled and looked at them. "I won't say anything else, I will stay right beside you until the end. Bring out all your skills and show the entire army that you are the best new soldiers." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. Qin Luo turned his head to look at the observation platform. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as his eagle-like gaze instantly closed the distance. He clearly saw several officers standing on the observation platform hundreds of meters away. It's quite grand, so many high-ranking officials have come. If I get first place among the new soldiers, the system must give more rewards. Qin Luo excitedly clenched his fists. As long as the abilities provided are impressive enough, even the arduous reconnaissance battalion will become a piece of cake. It seems that this time I must go all out. Last 2 minutes to prepare. Moments later, the instructor shouted again. Cheng Haonan and the others were both excited and nervous. Hao Duo looked around at all the people and felt an inexplicable amount of sweat on his forehead. Qin Luo glanced at them and suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. System, if I lead my entire class to get first place among all the new soldiers, would that count as exceeding the task? Will there be more rewards? Qin Luo asked excitedly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ding. Report to the host, there is a certain probability. Qin Luo's eyes immediately brightened, confirming his initial guess. He took a deep breath. No matter what, having a certain probability is better than none. Hurry up. Organize each unit, all stand in line by class. Each company commander immediately directed their teams to the temporarily marked white line. With so many people competing together, this was also a new test for all the recruits. Prepare. The instructor rushed to the side of the crowd, shouting through the megaphone, last 30 seconds. The recruits instantly rubbed their fists in anticipation. Qin Luo turned to everyone. Earlier you said that you wanted me to cover you after joining the company. Right. Yes. Hao Duo nodded vigorously. We must cling to your leg. Luo Go, please cover us. Cheng Haonan raised his head. Luo Go, we are all the same. Zheng Qian replied with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Good. Qin Luo glanced at everyone. Later follow me. I will lead you to first place, and then we will go to the reconnaissance camp. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Good. Cheng Haonan nodded excitedly, and the others followed suit. Qin Luo smiled slightly at them, then turned to coldly gaze ahead. On the side of the examination field, Gao Kun smiled as he handed a cigarette to the other 2 company commanders. Come, have a cigarette, have a cigarette. The 2 looked at him disdainfully, but accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Gao Kun chuckled as he lit one for himself. Gentlemen, I apologize. The assessment just began, and I've already embarrassed you. He took a deep breath, exhaling a smoke ring, and said helplessly, I really can't be blamed. I don't want to compete with you. But the military insisted that our 3 regiments compete together. Isn't that just asking me to bully people? The 2 commanders were so angry that their hands holding the cigarettes trembled. But don't worry, gentlemen. Gao Kun patted his chest and said, I have already talked to the company commanders about the assessment. Let all the recruits hold back a bit. We can't let you be humiliated too badly. We are all old brothers, I understand. Old Gao, stop showing off in front of me. One commander pointed at him angrily. The last 2 rounds could at most count as you passing the internal affairs, but what good is that? When it comes to real combat, are your soldiers going to rush in to fold a quilt and suffocate the enemy? Another commander snorted coldly. The real competition has just begun. Don't be too arrogant. If you really let your recruits hold back, you will suffer badly later. Gao Kun nodded with a smile. Yes, you are all right. You are amazing. You are exceptionally amazing. I really think so too. The 2 commanders were furious at his smug demeanor. I tell you, don't be arrogant. Our regiment has many recruits who are athletes this year. One commander snorted with pride. Military subjects are our strong point, and you will be left picking up your teeth. Another one also snorted. Our regiment has many outstanding recruits this year, all personally trained by me. You will see. Gao Kun nodded seriously. Yes. You are all right. You are the best. You are the most amazing. The two were so enraged that they smashed their cigarette butts on the ground. Then in a lightning-quick manner they rushed forward and forcefully snatched a pack from him, leaving. Gao Kun anxiously chased after them. Hey, I have only half a pack of cigarettes left, leave me one, you bandit. Bang. At the same time the starting gun echoed throughout the training ground. Start. The instructor shouted loudly. In an instant the various classes that had been prepared rushed out, like fierce tigers sprinting towards their respective tracks. At that moment a team surpassed everyone. And they ran faster and faster, quickly pulling away from the other teams. The various recruit classes watched them run faster and faster, and each one hurried to speed up. It had just begun, and all the recruit classes were already in chaos. Go, go! Chang Lei was clapping hard in the distance, excitedly shouting. This standout team was Class 1. At this moment Qin Luo was leading with everyone following behind him. They disregarded everything, focused solely on the back of the person in front. In their minds they only had Qin Luo's words, just follow me and run. Drop! Reaching the tactical line, Qin Luo shouted loudly, and was the first to drop down. He slid nearly 3 meters on the grass. Then his body suddenly turned into a prone position. Using both hands and feet with power from his waist, he crawled forward quickly like a gecko sticking to the ground. After just completing the tactics and exhausting so much energy, are they really fine? Chun Long swallowed hard, and gave Qi Shengli a thumbs up. The recruits you brought are truly brave. Qi Shengli's face was filled with embarrassment, and before he could speak Li Wenguang sneered, brave indeed, but they lack brains. Exactly. Yin Jun chuckled. 120 meters of tactics, how much energy does that consume? I reckon they're barely able to catch their breath by now. Old Qi, you don't cherish your soldiers, do you teach them like this normally? Qi Shengli glared at them. Nonsense, I'm famous for treating my soldiers as my own children. They are just very strong, so they haven't rested. You just keep insisting. Yin Jun mocked him. I bet they won't last much longer before they give in. The two commanders exchanged glances and smiles appeared on their lips. They initially thought this squad was formidable, but unexpectedly they were quite foolish. In their view, it wouldn't be long before their recruits would catch up. Such a great lead was wasted. At this moment Qi Shengli clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intensely on the competition field. Qin Luo and the others were doing push-ups rapidly, showing no signs of fatigue. However, Qi Shengli's heart was in his throat. After just completing the tactics, even seasoned soldiers need to rest, but these recruits. Gao Kun, how are you leading your troops? Clearly they are good soldiers, why are they so foolish? You better pray they can maintain their lead. If someone overtakes them, I won't let you off the hook. Qi Shengli's fists were tightening. He had finally managed to show off in front of the other two commanders, and he didn't want to lose that joy so soon. Go, go! Outside the training ground, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan shouted in unison, their voices already hoarse. They almost shouted with all their might. On the training ground, Qin Luo was nearing the end of all his push-ups. He lifted his head and immediately noticed everyone struggling. It seemed that they had entered the physical assessment immediately after not resting. They were indeed struggling a bit. To exceed the task and earn more rewards, they must stimulate them to unleash their potential. Suddenly Qin Luo shouted, Cheng Haonan, aren't you supposed to be the street tyrant? Can't you manage this? If you get a girlfriend later, how will you make her happy? Hurry up, a man can't say he can't do it. Cheng Haonan was immediately provoked and instantly began shouting, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. Zheng Qian. Qin Luo yelled, do you want free instant noodles, spicy strips, and hot dogs? Biscuits, cola, chicken feet. Do you want any? Of course. Zheng Qian also started doing push-ups crazily. I'm going for it. Li Dashing, do you still want to smoke good cigarettes? Want to watch Japanese action films? Luo Gu, don't say that, I'm already at my limit. Qin Luo shouted around, finally looking at how Duo. This guy was sweating profusely, struggling to do push-ups with a butterfly stroke. Upon meeting Qin Luo's gaze, how Duo immediately said, Luo Gu, you can't just ignore me, can you? Then hurry up. If you want me to cover for you, get moving. Qin Luo glared at him. Yes. How Duo immediately went into overdrive, desperately pushing himself up. The instructor nearby was left in shock. Are these guys out of their minds? What stimulated them? Before long, a group of people collectively finished their push-ups. Get ready for sit-ups. Qin Luo shouted. Everyone lay down together, quickly following the rhythm set by Qin Luo. The instructor watched his eyelids twitching, instinctively moving away from them. Not far away, the newly arrived recruits who had just completed the tactics stared wide-eyed at them. Do these guys really not know what fatigue is? They were almost out of breath, yet still moving so fast. Truly a group of freaks. On the stands, Chun Long and Qi Shengli, along with the other two commanders, all stared wide-eyed in shock, watching from afar. At this moment, they forgot everything, their eyes only on these guys. Incredible, after consuming so much energy, they can still do the physical assessment this quickly. It seems they haven't stopped at all, right? Chun Long asked. Qi Shengli and the others shook their heads like a rattle. They haven't stopped, they've been going non-stop. Shenlong swallowed hard. These soldiers are too strong. Are they preparing to keep assessing them without giving any rest? He suddenly turned his head. Qi Shengli. Here. Qi Shengli stood up straight immediately. You didn't bring a bunch of seasoned soldiers to impersonate recruits, did you? Shenlong asked suspiciously. How could new recruits be this strong? The two commanders also reacted sharply. All right, Qi Shengli, after mocking us for so long, it turns out you brought in a bunch of seasoned soldiers. Shameless. To win you are resorting to such underhanded means. Qi Shengli jumped up anxiously. Who the hell brought in seasoned soldiers? They are all registered new recruits. If you don't believe me, you can check. The two commanders knew very well, but they needed to seize the rare opportunity to put him down, so they quickly added more comments. Otherwise, this guy would be flaunting his success again soon. Shenlong turned his head, intently staring at Qin Luo, who had already gotten on the pull-up bar, while the physical assessments of the other soldiers were nearing completion. Amazing, I haven't seen such fierce new recruits in a long time. Qin Luo, take some rest. Don't be in such a hurry. The other recruits are still far behind you. Recover your strength first. Chang Lei shouted anxiously from outside. Wu Ziyuan didn't care about his image anymore and shouted hoarsely, Qin Luo, you are doing great, don't push it. Just take it steady and secure first place. Qin Luo glanced at them, his eyelid twitching. Who wouldn't want to slow down a bit, but who knows if someone would suddenly catch up from behind. He looked back. The company commanders were shouting like mad, and the new recruits in each company were also frantically trying to do push-ups. Qin Luo's eyelid twitched, seeing how things were going. If he didn't hurry, someone would likely catch up. Then he wouldn't get the first place among the recruits, and all his previous efforts would be in vain. He chose to ignore the two's comments and turned to the crowd. Everyone was gasping for air while intently watching. Qin Luo's eyes gleamed, ready to give them another push. Let me ask you a question. Does the squad leader treat us well? All of them froze. Yes. Of course, especially well. Qin Luo fixed his gaze on them. This year the squad leader is getting promoted. If we perform well and secure 3 first places in the teaching regiment, he'll definitely get promoted. Do you want to help out? Everyone exchanged glances. Of course we want to, especially want to. Qin Luo revealed a sly smile. Then let's not rest and continue charging with me. Huh. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Sheng Haonan grimaced, but Luo Gu, we've already completed 3 tasks consecutively. We're exhausted. Can we at least take a break? Do you still want the squad leader to get promoted? Qin Luo stared at him. Aye. I'll take that as a yes. Qin Luo interrupted him, stating directly, then no rest. Didn't you see the other companies are catching up? We need to be faster than them to maintain our lead. If we win, I'll treat you all to a feast and give each of you a pack of cigarettes. How about it? Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, definitely. For the squad leader, we must strive for first place. Qin Luo smiled and nodded, who said money couldn't work. At critical moments, it was surprisingly effective. All right, I'll charge ahead first, because I want to take first place among the recruits. You guys follow behind, and I'll come back to lead you later. What? Everyone looked at him blankly. Luo Gu, this is a bit. A bit what? Qin Luo glared at them. If you call me Luo Gu and I don't showcase some real skills and exceed you all significantly, how can I live up to that title? Enough of the nonsense, Ron. After saying that, he turned and dashed out. I'll be back later, but don't let me not. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Actually, Qin Luo makes some sense. Being a big brother should come with big brother qualities. Luo Gu is really responsible as a leader. I'll listen to him. Then what are we waiting for? Zhang Qian urged. If they catch up, we won't get first place, and all the cigarettes and instant noodles will be gone. Oh, let's hurry. Charge. Everyone yelled in unison and sprinted towards the 5-kilometer starting line. The new recruits from several classes who had just arrived at the physical assessment were immediately stunned. Looking at the first class that was far ahead, every new recruit's face was as bitter as if they had eaten a bitter herb. What the hell, is there no letting us live? No, you guys. Are you out of your minds? Can't you take a break? We'll rest and kill you. This isn't a recruit assessment. It's clearly meant to utterly crush us. Damn it, we can't lose. On the other side, Chang Lei and Wu Ziyuan both opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at Qin Luo, who was running further away. Seeing him dash straight past the starting line, the two of them swallowed hard at almost the same time. This kid's stamina is too freakish, right? Is he not tired at all? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened. Chang Lei smiled and turned to him. Company commander, isn't he impressive? What? Wu Ziyuan looked at him in surprise. Chang Lei wore a proud expression. I'm asking you, isn't this soldier impressive? Doesn't he bring us honor? Wu Ziyuan awkwardly struggled to find words. Company commander, I just need you to say one word. Chang Lei looked at him excitedly. He has been misunderstood by you for so long. I just want to hear your honest words now. Is he impressive? Impressive, especially impressive. I was wrong, okay. I misjudged him. Wu Ziyuan shouted in surrender. After the assessment, I'll apologize to him. A formal apology, though I'll make sure he feels good about it. Chang Lei rubbed his hot eyes and laughed heartily. No need for the apology, but having your words is worth it. Cut the emotional stuff with me. Wu Ziyuan pushed him. Aren't you supposed to keep up with them? Are you chasing or not? They're about to run far away. Oh. Chang Lei suddenly reacted and hurriedly turned to chase after Wu Ziyuan. Thud, thud, thud. In the conference room, Qin Jiaqing clasped his hands behind his back, his brows knitted tightly together, walking around the conference table in circles. Wang Rifa said bitterly, Master, stop turning around. If you're not dizzy, I'm almost dizzy. Isn't this because I'm anxious? Qin Jiaqing replied as he continued to turn, I just don't know how that brat is doing. Has he been eliminated or not? May the ancestors bless us, please, don't let anything go wrong. Wang Rifa comforted, Master, there definitely won't. Qindong, are you there? Suddenly Qi Shengli's voice came through the intercom. Qin Jiaqing rushed over, grabbing the intercom with urgency. Captain Qi, it's me. What's the situation? Guess. Qi Shengli teased with a laugh. Qin Jiaqing and Wang Rifa almost choked in surprise. You son of a... Suppressing his anger, Qin Jiaqing forced a smile. Captain Qi, don't tease me at this moment. Just tell me I'm dying from anxiety. Huh. Qi Shengli laughed heartily. Qindong, I really have to thank you. Huh. Qin Jiaqing stared in astonishment with wide eyes. You've sent me a fine soldier. It makes me happier than you fixing up our barracks. However, the barracks still need repairs. That would make me even happier, haha. Qin Jiaqing felt as if struck by lightning, his head buzzing, his face swelling uncontrollable. Captain Qi. He swallowed hard and asked what exactly is going on. Oh, Qi Shengli said animatedly, your son really made a big splash today. Qi Shengli rambled on excitedly, while Qin Jiaqing slumped into his chair, his head still buzzing. Wang Rifa quickly set the intercom aside. Master, are you okay? Qin Jiaqing grabbed his hand with a dazed look in his eyes. Wang Rifa. Hey Master, I'm here. Xiao Luo. I don't understand him at all anymore. When did he become this kid? Wang Rifa also looked embarrassed, never imagining that Qin Luo could be so impressive. The young master has grown up. Maybe he's fully developed now. Wang Rifa awkwardly consoled. Qin Jiaqing slumped in his chair, his face full of sorrow. After all these years and hardships, I just wanted to give Xiao Luo a carefree life. If he joins the army, who am I making all this money for? I'm such a failure. Hurry up, give it your all. They've already disappeared. Oh, what are you doing here planting crops? Hurry up. Move it, let's go. The captains yelled frantically from the sidelines, their throats almost worn out. The two brigade commanders couldn't help but rush over, saliva flying. The new recruits were running like mad, sweat pouring down, yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on their speed, noticeably faster than usual. Even the officers on the viewing platform were dumbfounded. How could the new recruits' assessments be this intense? The instructors around the assessment area instinctively took several steps back, distancing themselves from the recruits. These new recruits were radiating killing intent, fearing they would be beaten if they got too close. This isn't a new recruit assessment. Even the veteran assessments weren't this fierce. I've been a soldier for 12 years, and it's my first time seeing such fierce new recruits. It's terrifying. They're all from the 1st Squad of the 9th Company, and they flipped 3 brigades of new recruits upside down. Especially the one leading, he's simply a lunatic. The officers nodded in envy and jealousy. At this moment, the entire place was in chaos. Only Gao Kun was leisurely strolling with his hands behind his back, smoking a cigarette like an old cadre inspecting the scene. Watching the other 2 brigade commanders yell until their necks were covered in veins, he smiled happily. Let you 2 flaunt in front of me before. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor in middle age. Today it's finally my turn. Just wait, soon I'll flaunt in front of you. Hoo. Qin Luo took large strides, leaning forward, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly, keeping it pressed against his body. Sweat ran down his cheeks like a string of pearls thrown behind him. He looked ahead, and not far off was a valley. This is the finish line. If I run over, I'll definitely be the first among all the new recruits. No one can catch up to me. Several instructors were currently standing at the mouth of the valley. We've arrived. Everyone immediately rushed to the finish line, taking positions in different directions, ready to start the stopwatch. At this moment, Qin Luo was already exerting all his strength, his legs filled with power, sprinting madly towards the finish line. As Qin Luo crossed the finish line, one instructor pressed the stopwatch hard, simultaneously signaling him to stop. However, Qin Luo didn't stop, though instead he zipped past him. He turned around completely stunned. There stood Qin Luo a short distance away, pulling down his pants and starting to relieve himself. Damn it. I was about to burst. So refreshing. A few instructors were twitching at the corners of their eyes. They had seen recruits collapse, fall, and lie down after running, but never one who pulled down their pants to urinate right after. Can you be any weirder? Instructor. Suddenly Qin Luo turned around and awkwardly smiled. What do you want to do? The instructor's eyes widened. Qin Luo smiled even more awkwardly. I just farted suddenly. I feel the urge to go. Oh no. The instructors were left speechless. This kid was truly bizarre. Forget it, I can hold it in. Qin Luo took a deep breath and managed to hold it back. The instructors watched his expression, all feeling a bit anxious for him. After all, one can believe anything but a fart. Qin Luo exhaled a long breath, feeling much better in his stomach. He then looked towards the main road. I still need to bring those guys back. If they get caught up by the others, I won't be able to secure the first place for everyone, and how can I get the extra rewards? Qin Luo shook himself, quickly pulled up his pants, turned around, and ran back. Hey. An instructor raised his hand, trying to stop Qin Luo. Yay! Qin Luo jumped up and slapped his palm. The instructor was instantly dumbfounded, frozen in place. By the time he reacted, Qin Luo had already run back along the original path. Hey, you've reached the finish line, you don't need to run back, stop running. But after relieving himself, Qin Luo was full throttle, and in the blink of an eye he had disappeared from sight. The instructor looked on speechlessly. This kid is not only bizarre, but also crazy. Running back after crossing the finish line. Suddenly he noticed water on his hands, and jumped up in anger. Damn it, that bastard even got me wet with his pee. Report. In the 5-kilometer assessment, a new recruit has completed it first. On the viewing platform, the voice of the endpoint instructor suddenly came through the intercom. Chunlong and Qi Shengli immediately perked up their ears. What's his name? Which unit? Report the results. An instructor shouted. Report his name is Qin Luo, a new recruit from the 9th Company of the A Division. The 5-kilometer assessment score is 15 minutes and 50 seconds. What? Everyone stared in shock with wide eyes. Yanjun opened his mouth wide. Is there a mistake in the report? Repeat it again. A certain voice replied affirmatively from the other side. Report, no mistake, 15 minutes and 50 seconds. We timed it simultaneously, there's absolutely no error. Chunlong hurriedly approached, snatched the intercom, and asked, have you checked his equipment? Did he miss anything? Report, it has been checked, nothing is missing. The scene fell silent for 2 seconds. The shock on everyone's faces intensified. All of them swallowed. Got it. Chunlong handed the intercom back to the instructor, looking at Qi Shengli in shock. Old Qi, this new recruit of yours is not just impressive. Before Qi Shengli could reply, an instructor suddenly said, report, I just checked, this recruit Qin Luo has broken the previous new recruit assessment record. Chunlong hurriedly asked, by how long did he break it? The instructor replied solemnly, 20 years. What? Chunlong stared in shock. 20 years. The instructor repeated, in the past 20 years no new recruit has achieved such results. The last one who did was 20 years ago. Everyone present was stunned, even Qi Shengli forgot to gloat. A record that hasn't been broken in 20 years has been shattered by him. Chunlong's face slowly broke into a smile. This assessment was truly well-timed. We've found a seed for a military king. The 2 division commanders looked at Qi Shengli and immediately turned their heads away. Their mood was already difficult enough, and they didn't want to see him gloat at all. How could such a good soldier be taken by Qi Shengli? At this moment, Qi Shengli was extremely excited, tightly gripping the intercom. I told Qin Dong a bit too early. If I tell him about Qin Luo's results, he'll probably be over the moon. How's the kid doing now? Is he in good shape? Chunlong asked with concern. Report, he's doing great. He relieved himself at the finish line and has already run back. What? Chunlong asked in disbelief. He ran back. What's he doing running back? Does he think he ran too fast and wants to do it again? Hurry up, keep up. Cheng Haonan panted as he ran at the front of the line with others trailing behind. Hao Duodua, who had exhausted most of his energy, was stuck in the middle. When he could no longer run, he grabbed the backpack of the person in front with those behind, pushing him. We seem to be in first place. Shouldn't we slow down a bit? Zheng Qian panted. Cheng Haonan wiped his sweat and looked back. I think it's fine. No one's chasing us from behind, so let's just slow. Anyway, Luo Gu doesn't know as long as we get to first place. You should have said that earlier. Li Dashing suddenly deflated. I was just holding in a massive poop. We didn't bring any paper. Everyone looked at him with disdain. It's okay, I can scrape with a branch, otherwise I can use my fingers. Li Dashing chuckled. Everyone collectively gave him the middle finger, disgusted. Stop dawdling, let's take a quick break. We're ahead by quite a bit, a 1 or 2 minute rest won't hurt. Zheng Qian shouted breathlessly. Everyone immediately started to slow down, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Luo's voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Why are you all so slow? You made me run so far. Hurry up. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out when they saw Qin Luo charging back. Oh no, he really came back. Cheng Haonan said with a gloomy face. Don't. We want to rest. Why are you back? Run fast. Qin Luo held a branch in his hand, glaring fiercely at a group of new recruits. So you think you can take a break if I don't come? Did you forget to help the squad leader with the promotion? Integrity, huh? Bam. Qin Luo struck the ground with his stick, startling all the new recruits into speeding up. Cheng Haonan, with a mournful expression, said, Luo Gu, I think this is enough. We're already first, the other recruits can't catch up. Bam. He struck the ground again, causing all the new recruits to jump in fright. Do you still want to make a name for yourselves? Do you want free instant noodles, hot dogs, marinated eggs, century eggs, biscuits, cigarettes? Stop talking, Lu. Cheng Haonan swallowed hard. I'm running, I'm running. Run, then Zheng Qian shouted for the snacks. Squad leader charge. Charge. Everyone shouted hoarsely, forcing themselves to charge forward. Qin Luo chuckled coldly. A bunch of fools thinking they could slack off. If we take first place, they'll double the rewards, and all of you can go to the reconnaissance unit. This is a win-win situation. Even if you can't run anymore, you better keep running. At that moment behind them, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were closely following. Hey. Why are they speaking? Wu Ziyuan pointed in shock at the front. Chang Lei's eyes widened. He clearly saw that Cheng Haonan and the others were nearly exhausted and had slowed down before. How come they started exerting themselves again? Chang Lei. Wu Ziyuan chuckled, patting Chang Lei on the back. I have to admit, you really know how to lead troops. Not only did you push Qin Luo, the connected soldier, so hard, but also, it's Qin Luo. Chang Lei suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. What? Wu Ziyuan followed his finger and indeed saw a figure resembling Qin Luo from behind. Is it really him? Wu Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. He didn't run ahead. How is he back here? Did they catch up to him? Impossible. Chang Lei said excitedly. If Qin Luo ran at full speed, no new recruit in our class could catch up to him. I could barely keep up myself. He must have run to the finish line and come back. What? Wu Ziyuan was so shocked he fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Squad leader, are you okay? Chang Lei hurried to help him. Wu Ziyuan, covered in dirt, grabbed Chang Lei incredulously, asking, You just said that Qin Luo ran to the finish line and came back? Yes. Chang Lei nodded with a smile. Squad leader, should I let you acknowledge him? Qin Luo is indeed a good soldier. He even said he would lead everyone to pass the new recruit assessment. In short, he is truly a good soldier. Wu Ziyuan turned his head in a daze, watching Qin Luo and the others run farther away, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. This kid, either he has a screw loose or he is a rare gem of a soldier. Otherwise, who on earth would run to the finish line and then run back? At the finish line, several assessment instructors were gathered, smoking. What do you think that kid just now did? Where did he run to? One instructor asked. Who the hell knows? Another instructor exhaled a puff of smoke. I've never seen such an enthusiastic soldier. The instructor, who had gotten urine on his hands, suddenly widened his eyes. Look, isn't that him? All the instructors turned their heads. They saw a group being driven by Qin Luo with a stick, gritting their teeth and rushing towards the finish line. Running in front, Cheng Haonan looked like a bear with his mouth open wide, drool flying back in the wind. Zheng Qian and the others didn't look any better, each one more ferocious than the last. Wow. All the instructors took 2 steps back in disgust, especially the instructor who got urine on him, instinctively retracting his hand and stepping back 3 steps. We made it. Qin Luo shouted excitedly. Charge. Cheng Haonan and the others used their last bit of strength, rushing madly towards the finish line. The instructors saw figures stumbling towards them, instantly frightened and retreating. Hey, stop. Oh, bang. Cheng Haonan and the others crashed into each other, knocking the instructors down like bowling. Qin Luo squatted at the finish line, looking at the sprawled new recruits, his face beaming with joy. Finally brought them to first place. Only one shooting test left, and no one should be able to surpass them now. Qin Luo let out a long breath, claiming first place among the new recruits, while Cheng Haonan and the others took the collective first. With so many buffs combined, the rewards must be significant. Hey! Suddenly a loud shout came, and Qin Luo turned to see Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei rushing over excitedly. Squad leader, battalion commander. Qin Luo hurriedly stood up. Chang Lei rushed over with a beaming face, hugging Qin Luo. You brat, ha! You brat. Qin Luo was spun around in his embrace, his face full of embarrassment. Squad leader, let me down. It's so weird being hugged by you. Chang Lei laughed heartily, setting Qin Luo down, then punched him on the chest. Battalion commander. Chang Lei turned to look at Wu Ziyuan. Wu Ziyuan awkwardly nodded at Qin Luo, suddenly asking, by the way, what were your scores? I don't know. Qin Luo shook his head. Wu Ziyuan immediately looked around. Where are the assessment instructors? The assessment. Suddenly he not far away, 4 instructors were lying sprawled on the ground, and one guy was even bubbling at the mouth. Wu Ziyuan pointed at them in shock. What happened to them? Qin Luo looked awkward. It seems they got knocked out. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were speechless. Knocking out instructors during an assessment was absolutely unprecedented. What are you standing there for? Wu Ziyuan shouted. Hurry up, are you waiting for the meal? All right. Qin Luo nodded, turning to kick each of Cheng Haonan and the others, urging them to run towards the shooting range. Chang Lei watched their staggered figures, looking bitterly at Wu Ziyuan, battalion commander. Don't say anything. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If you ask, we know nothing. We didn't see anything. Right? Chang Lei nodded vigorously, walking proudly with Wu Ziyuan towards the shooting range. A sudden screech of brakes echoed behind the observation platform. Amidst the rising dust, Hu Fei jumped out of the car with a smile, surveying the surroundings like a leader on an inspection. Enthusiastic and chaotic, Hu Fei said, beaming as expected of the new recruit assessment, It doesn't. Shen Xinran, who had just gotten out of the car, looked speechless. If it doesn't catch your eye, then why are you here? Isn't this pure nonsense? Chief of Staff, should we head back? Go. Hu Fei interrupted before Shen Xinran could finish, striding towards the observation platform. Shun Xinran's eyes twitched. If you think it's worthless, why go up? Don't just stand there, a smiling major said. After a while you'll understand the Chief of Staff. You have to listen to him in reverse. The less interested he is, the more interested he becomes. Shen Xinran rolled her eyes helplessly. Can't he just say things normally? A group of people ascended from the back of the observation platform. The guards tried to stop them, but were thrown aside by Hu Fei with a smile. Once they reached the steps, they saw Qianlong standing in the middle of the crowd. Hu Fei's smile grew even wider as he prepared to rush forward. Suddenly Qianlong exclaimed in shock, "What are you joking about?" He stood up instead of lying down, and even scored 50 rings. What? My God, did he actually hit the target? Are you guys kidding me? Hu Fei's foot suddenly stopped in midair, and his ears perked up. What happened? Shen Xinran asked curiously. Shut up. Hu Fei glared back fiercely, his murderous gaze almost making Shen Xinran back away. The major shrugged helplessly at Shen Xinran. Stay calm, you'll understand in time. Shen Xinran watched as Hu Fei peered forward like a thief, looking utterly speechless. She had been undercover for 3 years and thought she would have a fresh start after returning. But she never expected to be assigned such a neurotic leader. She couldn't fathom how this guy with such a loose screw became the Chief of Staff of the Tianlang Special Forces. At this moment, Hu Fei was fully focused on listening to Qianlong and their conversation, resembling a super nosy, and his eyes wide as saucers. After a moment, he turned around with a smile. Let's go back. Huh? The major gaped. We were leaving just like that. Not going up. What for? What for? Hu Fei glared at him, suddenly laughing. I've already gained unexpected insights. Why stay here? Am I supposed to let them prepare in advance? Go. Hu Fei cheerfully retraced his steps. Shen Xinran looked utterly confused, grabbing the major. What just happened? I don't understand. The major shrugged weakly. It seems he found a good soldier and is planning to sneakily recruit. A good soldier? Here. Shen Xinran turned in surprise. But these are all rookies, right? Rookies? Who knows? The major spread his hands. Hey, raise a piece of advice. Never try to guess what the Chief of Staff is thinking, because you'll never get it right. His code name is Sandfox. The major raised his chin. How can we normal people guess a fox's thoughts? Shen Xinran was left speechless, gazing at Hu Fei's figure from afar. No matter how she looked at it, she could not reconcile Hu Fei with the infamous Sandfox into one person. At that moment, Hu Fei jumped down from the observation platform, smiling as he walked towards the off-road vehicle. Qin Luo broke the rookie record set in the last 20 years. Hee, this is interesting. Ha ha ha. In front of the observation platform, Gao Kun and Zheng Wei jumped up in a lively dance, one on the left and the other on the right. The two swayed their heads and shook their waists as if they were about to take flight. Behind them, a group of new recruits carried Qin Luo on their shoulders, strutting towards the observation platform like a victorious rooster. Not far away, the squad leaders of the new recruits and 2 regimental leaders were all frowning coldly, watching them. A bunch of show-offs. What's so great about it? It's just that they got first place. What's there to be proud of? Everyone's faces were filled with envy and resentment, and they angrily turned and ran towards the training ground. Out of sight, out of mind, the more they saw, the more annoyed they became. Stand still. Gao Kun shouted loudly, and the entire team immediately came to a halt. Quickly put him down. Wu Ziyuan quickly yelled from behind, and the new recruits hurriedly put Qin Luo down. Qianlong and Qi Xingli approached with smiles. Salute, Gao Kun shouted, and everyone immediately snapped to attention. Qianlong and the others returned the military salute. Are you from the 1st Squad of the 9th Company? Report. Gao Kun replied loudly. They are indeed from the 1st Squad of the 9th Company. This is the squad leader, and this is the class leader. Wu Ziyuan nudged Chang Lei, and the two immediately saluted. Good day, sir. Chang Lei was unusually excited. After all, these were leaders from the military. He had been a soldier for so many years, and it was his first time facing such high-ranking officials up close. Good, very good. Qianlong smiled and patted Chang Lei on the shoulder. As a squad leader, you are truly capable. It's one thing to train one soldier, but to train an entire squad, you must be quite exceptional. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Chang Lei shouted excitedly. This is what I should. Wu Ziyuan quickly added, Sir, he should be promoted this year. Qianlong nodded with a smile. Indeed, indeed. Such a good squad leader deserves a promotion. Make sure to note his name. When it's time to file the application, prioritize it. Yes. The secretary nodded and immediately took out a notebook to write it down. Chang Lei trembled with excitement. He never expected that something that seemed as difficult as climbing to the sky could be resolved so easily today. He glanced at Wu Ziyuan, filled with gratitude. Wu Ziyuan also nodded at him, indicating that there was no need for courtesy. Wu Ziyuan. Here. Wu Ziyuan immediately stood up straighter. Qianlong punched him lightly on the chest, smiling and nodding, clearly familiar with him. Then he turned to Qin Luo. You're Qin Luo? Report, sir, that's correct. Qin Luo shouted, though he felt a bit nervous inside. He got first place to complete a mission, not to stand out. Please don't assign me any tough tasks. I just want to go to the reconnaissance camp to do some paperwork and be a communications officer. If not, managing the warehouse would be fine too. The more comfortable, the better. I just want to be a slacker. Shenlong smiled broadly. Good soldier. Good seed. Old Shi. Here. Qi Xingli came over with a grin. With such a good soldier, we must cultivate him. Well, don't let him go to waste. Understood. Also first in the entire army of new recruits. Shenlong smiled at Qin Luo. Shouldn't we award him for this? A third-class merit. Qi Xingli smiled. I had already thought about it, plus a commendation from the division. Holy smokes. Chung Haonan and the others looked at Qin Luo with envy. They had long heard that earning merit in the military was very difficult. If they could earn merit, it would be easier to get jobs when they returned home. But Qin Luo had only been here for a month and had already received the coveted third-class merit. Now they were genuinely envious. Chang Lei couldn't stop smiling. After all, this was the soldier he had trained. For a new recruit to earn third-class merit before even joining a company was unprecedented in the entire military district. In the future, no matter where he went, others would give him a thumbs up. All right, let's do it this way. Shenlong nodded, then looked at Qin Luo. Young man, work hard. You have great potential. As long as you don't drop the ball, you will definitely be a good soldier in the future. Learn from your squad leader. He is your role model. Yes. Qin Luo saluted hurriedly, but inside, he felt bitter. Why does a high-ranking official come to see a small soldier like me? It would be better if I could develop freely. Now the division commander remembers me. Qin Luo mentally greeted the entire family of Shenlong, hoping that the commander would forget about him quickly. He just wanted to relax. All right, you all go back first. I still need to wait for the assessment to finish. Shenlong waved his hand. Yes. Everyone saluted together. Shenlong chuckled and went back to the observation platform with the other two commanders. Qi Xingli stepped in front of them, scanned all the new recruits, and nodded with satisfaction. You all did very well. You just arrived and have already brought glory to our division. You are all good soldiers. Especially Qin Luo. Chung Haonan and the others were grinning from ear to ear, constantly stealing glances at Qin Luo. Qin Luo awkwardly smiled. Now he just wanted Qi Xingli to disappear quickly, hoping not to be overused and to avoid impacting his plans to be a paperwork communications officer. Qi Xingli stood with his hands behind his back. The chief of staff just said work hard, and you will have a bright future. Yes. Everyone shouted. Qi Xingli smiled and nodded at Gao Kun, and Wu Ziyuan encouragingly patted Chang Lei, then turned and ran up to the viewing platform. After he left, everyone exchanged glances and suddenly lifted Qin Luo up. Yage. Qin Luo was tossed into the air, caught after he fell, and then tossed again. Chang Lei and the others stood aside grinning, and if it weren't for their identities, they would want to join in. All right. Gao Kun laughed. I still need to check on other companies. You all take him back yourselves. Yes. Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei stood tall. Have a safe trip, Commander. All the new recruits quickly stood at attention and saluted the commander. Gao Kun smiled at them, then looked meaningfully at Qin Luo, his eyes filled with admiration. He really didn't see it coming. He thought this kid was a societal misfit, but he didn't expect him to be so impressive. He misjudged, truly misjudged. Gao Kun shook his head, smiling as he walked forward. Suddenly Wu Ziyuan turned around sharply. Seeing Wu Ziyuan's serious expression, the new recruits were startled and quickly stood at attention. Wu Ziyuan walked up to Qin Luo, coldly staring at him. Qin Luo, do you think you are a good soldier? Everyone's eyes widened, including Chang Lei's. What was the squad leader doing? Qin Luo also looked bewildered and quickly replied, Report, squad leader. Compared to the class leader, I don't consider myself a good soldier. No. Wu Ziyuan stared intently at him. I believe you are a good soldier. Suddenly Wu Ziyuan raised his right hand and saluted him vigorously. This startled all the new recruits, and Qin Luo instinctively took a step back. He suddenly realized and quickly returned the salute. Wu Ziyuan stared deeply into Qin Luo's eyes, his lips moving as if he were squeezing out words, and after a long pause he finally said, Qin Luo, yes. Does I? Huh. Qin Luo's eyes widened, and everyone else looked equally confused. Yes. I. Wu Ziyuan sounded as if he had a throat full of phlegm, mumbling incomprehensible. Squad leader, what are you saying? Qin Luo tilted his head to look at him. All right, I'm done, that's all. Take them back. All of you. Wu Ziyuan, as if relieved, quickly turned to leave. But after just 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, glaring at the group of new recruits. By the way, you all new recruits, come with me when this is over. Don't be happy. This is the start of your nightmare, and I will train you well from now on. He pointed at Qin Luo, the corner of his eye twitching, then turned and sprinted away. The first squad soldiers all stared at each other in disbelief. What did the squad leader just say? What does it mean? Li Dashing asked curiously. They all shrugged. Maybe the squad leader has a toothache. By the way, it seems the squad leader said we should follow him. Can we go to the reconnaissance camp? Zheng Haonan slapped his head excitedly asking. Zheng Qian and the others suddenly realized. Yes, yes, yes. The squad leader agreed, we can go to the reconnaissance camp. Ah, this is amazing. All of them shouted excitedly. Without waiting for Qin Luo to react, they tossed him into the air again. Long live Luo go. Long live Luo go. We can all enter the reconnaissance camp together. Qin Luo was thrown into the air again, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Don't throw me again. I need to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo, then turned to Wu Zhuan's retreating figure, shaking his head, with a wry smile. Squad leader, your damn pride. Qin Dong, Qin Dong. Hey, hey, hey. Is Qin Dong there? Are you still there? Qin Jiaqing anxiously grabbed the intercom, asking, Chief Qi, yes, yes, yes. It's me, what's going on? Congratulations, Qin Dong. Qi Shengli exclaimed excitedly. Your son made quite a splash in front of all 3 divisions. During the assessment of the new recruits from 3 divisions, he came in first. Even the chief of staff praised him. Qin Dong, you truly gave birth to a good soldier for the army. Don't worry, I will definitely make good use of him and place him in the most important position. With a bang, Qin Jiaqing slumped heavily in his chair, his face pale. It's over, it's over. I really sent my precious son to the army, it's all over. Wang Rifa rushed over. Sir, are you alright? Of course, Qin Jiaqing said with a sorrowful face. Xiao Luo joined the army. Who am I going to spend all this money on? He's going to suffer, and I let his mother down. Seeing Qin Jiaqing's tears streaming down, Wang Rifa hurriedly said, Sir, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. There must be other ways. Even if the young master really goes to the army, we can still find some connections to get him a more comfortable position. Let him relax for a couple of years. Don't be so upset, I think positively. Suddenly Qin Jiaqing jumped up, startling Wang Rifa. That's right. Qin Jiaqing wiped his face vigorously, revealing a smile. There are indeed other ways. Isn't he joining the army to chase girls? If I help him. Let's go, hurry, arrange it quickly. Wang Rifa was dumbfounded. What on earth was the master thinking? Qin Jiaqing dashed to the door, and as he opened it, he was stopped by 2 hands. The guard said sternly, Sorry, Qin Dong, you cannot go anywhere until you have received orders from Chief Qi. Please return to your room. Damn it, I can't even go home. Qin Jiaqing jumped up in a panic. On a roaring off-road vehicle, Hu Fei was resting with his eyes closed. Shen Xinran was sitting in the front row looking over documents when she suddenly said, The D Army's F Division has some good soldiers, all performing very well, but they are scattered across 3 regiments. Are we going to take a look today? She turned back to ask Hu Fei. Hu Fei kept his eyes closed, casually saying, Of course, not just the D Army. E Army is also going today. Isn't that going to take until dark? Shen Xinran's eyes widened. Hu Fei smiled. It's just a bit more traveling. What's wrong, Xiao Shen? Can't you handle this little hardship? Yes, I can handle it. Shen Xinran flushed. Chief of Staff, suddenly, said the major sitting next to her, according to your instructions, the soldier's information has been checked. As he spoke, he pushed a tablet in front of Hu Fei. Hu Fei immediately opened his eyes, looking at the screen, displaying Qin Luo's photo and information, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The child of a billionaire comes to the army. That's interesting, really interesting. Shen Xinran glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention, turning back to continue reviewing the documents. Qin Luo. Hu Fei tilted his head, smacking his lips. That name doesn't sound good. It should be Qin Zheng, much more imposing. What? That new recruit is him. Shen Xinran suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide as saucers. What are you looking at? Can you just see a third-class meritorious soldier whenever you want? Zheng Haonan stood at the door, arrogantly blocking the soldiers who came to watch the excitement. Not just a third-class meritorious soldier. Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows high. Our brother Luo has received commendation from the division. That's quite a high honor. Right? Zheng Haonan said proudly. Moreover, our brother Luo has been specifically chosen by the company commander to join the reconnaissance unit. Once he enters, he will be the leader among the new recruits, able to walk freely within the division. Zheng Haonan proudly swept over the new recruits in each squad. When brother Luo comes to your squad leader will have to welcome him, because he is the king of soldiers. Brother Luo is so impressive, said an excited new recruit. Haonan, let me talk to brother Luo for a bit, I hope he can take care of me once we're in the squad together. Haonan, let me meet brother Luo. I pooped with him last time, and chatted a bit. We have a connection. I've also peed with brother Luo before, not just once. Brother Luo, let's pee together again. Shut up, shut up. As the crowd rushed in, Zheng Haonan and Li Dashing hurriedly held the door to block them. Zheng Qian shouted with a smile. If you want to see brother Luo, come one by one. It's 2 minutes each. How Dwidwa collect the money? No change given. Zheng Haonan shouted with a smile. Sitting in the dormitory, Qin Luo was rolling his eyes in anger. Is this treating me like a monkey in a circus? He looked at Zheng Qian with displeasure. This guy's little brain is really wasting away not doing business with his dad. Qin Luo secretly decided to take Zheng Qian with him once he gets discharged. This kid is definitely good at making money and knows how to get along with people. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully become the top new recruit and completed the task. Qin Luo's face was full of joy. The moment of reward had finally arrived. He had been waiting since the assessment. System I exceeded the task and led the entire class to take first place. You said there was a chance for bonus rewards. Report to the host. The system will calculate shortly. Oh, please wait a moment. Qin Luo chuckled, eyes filled with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully gained qualification to enter the reconnaissance unit and completed the task. My. Qin Luo was stunned. Wait a minute. When was this task assigned? Report to the host. Originally, the task would be issued after the assessment. However, since the host completed it in advance, all rewards will be issued together. Additionally, the host has exceeded the original task by leading the entire class of new recruits to achieve first place in the military. Rewards are currently being calculated. Oh, please wait a moment. Qin Luo's face was filled with embarrassment, unsure whether to laugh or feel helpless. Initially, he had no intention of entering the reconnaissance unit, but unexpectedly the system had already arranged his path. Having superpowers isn't that easy to get. Qin Luo sighed helplessly. By the time he completes 10 tasks, he probably will have already become the king of soldiers. Now he only hopes that the superpower given to him is somewhat useful and that he won't have to suffer too much in the future. He really just wants to take it easy and find a chance to pursue Shinran. Ding. System calculation completed. Our rewards are being distributed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the elevator battle god ability, currently at level C. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blade god ability, currently at level C. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the super sensory ability, currently at level C. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,500 super energy points. Current total is 1,505 points. In the next moment, a surge of peculiar power rapidly flowed into his body. Qin Luo trembled all over and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. Like a tide, it crazily rushed into his consciousness. Moments later, Qin Luo opened his eyes and subtle changes occurred to his entire being. System, did the rewards explode? Qin Luo hurriedly asked. Report to the host, the rewards have been increased based on the original. Qin Luo nodded and immediately checked the newly acquired abilities. The elevator battle god ability means that within a limited space, Qin Luo is in an invincible state, even if his opponent is stronger than him or has a higher combat power. But as long as he is within a specific area, Qin Luo is like a god, able to fight however he wants. However, level C has a time limit, 1 minute. 1 minute should be enough to deal with 3 or 4 people, temporarily sufficient. Qin Luo was beaming. This ability seemed far more practical than Saitama's one-punch power. As long as he stays still within the limited range, he can hold out for a minute, being a real man. The blade god ability allows Qin Luo to master all cold weapons skillfully and use them flexibly. As long as he combines it with the appropriate strength, speed, and agility, he becomes the king of cold weapons. Similarly, level C also has its limitations. Currently, Qin Luo can only use 5 types of cold weapons: axe, fruit knife, kitchen knife, shovel, needle. Qin Luo almost struggled to breathe as he read them. He could bear a kitchen knife, but what on earth are a shovel and a needle? Especially the needle. Which good person goes into a fight with a sewing needle? Qin Luo couldn't imagine facing a horde of strong men with just a needle. Was he supposed to be the invincible East? At least let him be able to use a military dagger. Qin Luo was filled with frustration. He initially thought the super mimicry was useless, but now it seemed the blade god superpower is the real useless one. Next, Qin Luo was getting angry, but suddenly his eyes widened. His ears suddenly became sensitive, and the skin all over his body felt alive. He could even sense the air brushing against the hair on his legs. Wow, is this the super sensory ability? Qin Luo was overjoyed. Finally, another useful superpower had come. Immediately, a message flooded his mind. Super sensory can enhance the host's hearing and perception abilities. Through sound, air, wind, humidity, etc., he can discern everything around him. Currently, level C has a sensing range of 50 meters. Qin Luo couldn't contain his excitement. This ability was like giving him an extra pair of eyes. He immediately closed his eyes to focus on his perception, and indeed a hazy world appeared in his mind. There were no concrete images, but Qin Luo could sense everything within a 50-meter radius. The flowers and grass, sunlight hitting the ground, and even the ants crawling under the leaves were all within his perception. This ability is awesome. Qin Luo excitedly opened his eyes. In the future, if I encounter a surprise inspection, I can sense it in advance. Enjoying beer and chicken feet, they'll never catch me. Boom. Suddenly a loud rumble sounded near his ears, startling Qin Luo to jump up. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling grew louder, buzzing in his head. Qin Luo turned his head irritably. Cheng Haonan, are you still letting out continuous farts? Chung Haonan looked at him in surprise. I've been trying really hard to hold it and you could actually hear it. Damn, it's really stinky. Suddenly the crowd at the door collectively covered their noses and dispersed, all with disgusted expressions. Chung Haonan awkwardly laughed. Sorry, I ate a bit too much onion this morning. Qin Luo was speechless, but he gained a deeper understanding of his supersensory ability. I need to be careful in the future, otherwise my ears could blow up at any moment. What are you all doing here? Chong Lei's voice came from afar. Are you relaxing after the assessment? Everyone disperse. The new recruits gathered at the door looked reluctantly at Qin Luo, then all walked over to Zheng Qian and Chung Haonan with mischievous expressions. Hey, don't be impulsive. We are also going to the reconnaissance unit. Perhaps we will end up in your squad and let's talk things over. I can't refund the money. I'll arrange for you to meet Brother Luo. Before he could finish speaking, a group of people ran away. The new recruits from each squad immediately took off after them, and the entire new recruit unit erupted in excitement. Chong Lei shook his head with a bitter smile and walked into the squad. Squad leader. Qin Luo hurriedly approached. Please don't blame them, I know. Chong Lei smiled. The past 3 months have been tough for you new recruits, so it's normal to relax a bit. Once you get to the squad, that's when the real hardships begin. Qin Luo's heart sank. He was about to ask Chong Lei for a favor. Even though he had gained a new superpower, he still wanted to be a clerk or a communication officer, the easier the better. Squad leader, I have a favor to ask. Chong Lei smiled. What are you being polite for? Just say it. Qin Luo took a deep breath, his face full of smiles as he said, Squad leader announced that we're going to the squad tomorrow. I came to find you actually to ask for your help, so please don't let me. Don't worry. Chong Lei interrupted him seriously. I will definitely not let you go to a bad squad. I guarantee I will personally take care of you. Since I brought you out, I will always take care of you. Even if I get promoted, it will be the same. Qin Luo's jaw nearly hit the ground. Was that what I meant? I didn't say I wanted to go to a combat squad to suffer. Squad leader. Qin Luo hurriedly said with a smile. You misunderstood. I meant logistics. It's even less possible for you to go there. Chong Lei patted him on the shoulder. I know you're an ambitious. Don't worry. I will definitely make you the best soldier. The best soldier in our reconnaissance unit. There is no way I will let you go to logistics. Whoever sends you there, I will get angry with them. Qin Luo was about to explode. No, I want to go to logistics. Squad leader? A squad leader. Suddenly Chun Liang shouted from a distance. The company commander wants you to go over. There's a meeting. All right. Chong Lei responded, and then smiled as he patted Qin Luo. Don't worry, the squad leader will never abandon you. Watching Chong Lei leave with large strides, Qin Luo's eyes twitched. I need to find another opportunity to talk to the squad leader and make sure I don't go to the combat squad. The new recruit unit is already tough enough. I don't want to suffer anymore. Qin Luo clenched his fists. If the squad leader won't work, then I'll find the company commander. Isn't he disgusted with me? This time I'll bring him more gifts to annoy him, then he can send me away. Yes, that's the Qin Luo let out a long breath thinking about Wu Ziyuan's explosive personality. As long as he plays his cards right, he can definitely get Wu Ziyuan to send him to logistics. Qin Luo. Here. Qin Luo quickly turned around. It was Staff Officer Xia from the regiment. Staff Officer Xia looked around to see no one, then smiled and hugged him. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. Huh. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Who wants to meet me? The regiment commander. But before he could think too much, Staff Officer Xia had already hugged him and walked out. Charge. Chief Staff Shin, there's no need for you to drive me. I can handle this minor matter myself. The major, sitting in the front passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, spread his hands. After all, we're both staff officers. Our ranks are equal. You're making me feel quite flustered, Shin Shinran replied with a light smile. I've just returned and must quickly synchronize with everyone's pace. Otherwise I might end up causing an embarrassing blunder. Consider this your courtesy in helping me settle in. The major chuckled softly. Your sense of duty is remarkably high. By the way, let me share something confidential within Tianlong. 3 figures command absolute attention. You must take note of them. Shin Shinran blinked in mild surprise and immediately pricked up her ears. Having spent most of her time overseas on intelligence operations, she knew little about Tianlong's internal structure. Raising 3 fingers, the major declared, first, beware of Demon Wolf, second, White Wolf, and third, well, naturally our chief of staff, Sand Fox. Who are Demon Wolf and White Wolf? Shin Shinran asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Suffice it to say, they're both extraordinary individuals, extraordinarily eccentric ones at that. The major fixed his gaze upon her. But you must understand our chief of staff. Tianlang is a den of wolves, yet he alone is a fox. Think about it, what kind of fox could thrive so effortlessly amid such a pack? Shun Shinran nodded slowly, her mind instantly conjuring Hu Fei's irreverent, almost unhinged demeanor. But no matter how she turned it over, she couldn't reconcile that image with true exceptionalism. We've arrived, the major announced. Wait here, I'll be right back. Shin Shinran brought the vehicle to a halt and gazed into the distance. Two figures were approaching them. Her pupils dilated slowly, and her expression faltered. Even clad in uniform and tanned by the sun, she recognized him instantly. The very man she believed she'd never lay eyes on again. Qin Luo. It really is him. Shin Shinran's eyes widened in disbelief. That fateful night surged vividly back into her memory. Shin Shinran had never imagined this privileged scion would actually enlist. Sir, I just walked out like this, without reporting to anyone. Won't they come looking for me later? Qin Luo hesitated as he looked at Staff Officer Xia, whose perpetual mischievous grin made him feel as though he were about to be sold. Maybe I should go back and file my report first, he hastily suggested. No need at all. Staff Officer Xia seized him tightly in a firm embrace. The regimental commander has already approved it. Who dares refuse you? Don't worry, just follow me boldly. If anything arises, I'll handle it. Relax, take it easy. Qin Luo's heart lurched. Who on earth am I meeting? Could he truly be planning to sell me off? Sir, there, he's the one waiting for you. Go ahead. With a chuckle, Staff Officer Xia gave him a hearty pat on the back, and then shoved him forward with surprising force. Qin Luo glanced at the shadowy figure ahead, then turned back, only to see Staff Officer Xia already retreating while waving dismissively. Go on. Don't keep him waiting. It's rude. Qin Luo shot him an exasperated glare. What on earth? Hello. A voice cut through the air sudden. Qin Luo whirled around and found the figure now standing before him, beaming broadly. 2 bars and 1 star gleamed on his shoulder epaulets. A major. Greetings, sir. Qin Luo snapped to attention with a crisp salute, though inwardly astonishment overwhelmed him. Though he hadn't consciously activated his enhanced senses, his hearing had sharpened dramatically beyond its former limits. This man had clearly stood 10 meters away moments before, yet had glided soundlessly to his side without detection. Was he a ghost? Floating over. The major returned the salute, smiling warmly as he extended his hand. Comrade Qin Luo, pleased to meet you. My surname is Sure. Qin Luo paused, bewildered. It's worth knowing you at any time. What does that even mean? What's wrong? The major asked, studying him intently. Snapping back to awareness, Qin Luo grasped his hand firmly. Greetings, Director Sure. No need for formalities. Director this, Director that. We have no hierarchical relationship. Just call me by name. I'm Sure Luo. Yes, Director Sure Luo. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Sure Luo burst into hearty laughter, then fixed him with a penetrating stare. Tell me, have you heard of Tianlang? Qin Luo's pulse skipped, almost blurting out, Tianlang. The Tianlang Special Operations Unit. Sure Li's grin broadened. Even a raw recruit like you knows of us. So our reputation truly precedes us, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. Qin Luo offered a stiff, humorless chuckle. If not for that girl Shin Shinran serving in Tianlang, who'd even know your name? Sure Lu beamed. Among all units across northwest China, Tianlang reigns supreme. You're quite perceptive, excellent judgment. Qin Luo rolled his eyes. This man certainly knows how to praise himself. Would you like to join Tianlang? Huh. Qin Luo froze stunned. Sure Lu pulled a sheet of paper from his bag and placed it in Qin Luo's palm. He glanced down. It was a transfer order stamped with the military region's official seal. He stared blankly at the major before him, utterly baffled. Sure Lu stated plainly, Tianlang traditionally recruits only the most elite veterans. This time selecting you is an extraordinary exception. It's been ages since we've seen a recruit as exceptional as you. Top-ranked across the entire armed forces, breaking multiple records. TSK. You possess tremendous potential. Wasting you in a regional unit would be criminal. Look at you, young, vibrant, brimming with untapped malleability. Join Tianlang. Here you'll find the stage where your true brilliance can unfold. Qin Luo stood dazed. All he'd ever wanted was quiet comfort, fulfilling his duties smoothly, perhaps courting a few charming ladies along the way. Had it not been for his comrades, he wouldn't even have considered the reconnaissance battalion. Now they expected him to endure the grueling trials of special forces. Hell no, I won't go. Sir, no rush to decide, Sure Lu interrupted gently. This isn't merely a transfer order, it's an invitation. Take tonight to consider it carefully. Of course you may decline, but if I were you, I'd never refuse, for we are the undisputed leaders. Across the entire northwest, Tianlang walks unchallenged. No one refuses leadership. Even the division-level reconnaissance battalion pales beside us. Mere children in comparison. He clapped Qin Luo firmly on the shoulder and strode away. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. With a sharp thud, the SUV door slammed shut. Qin Luo blinked helplessly against the glare of its headlights. Inside the vehicle, Shin Shinran watched him closely, her expression a storm of conflicting emotions. She'd never dreamed she'd encounter Qin Luo here. And yet, within just 1 month of enlistment, he'd earned a rare direct recruitment into Tianlang. Shin Shinran suddenly recalled his parting words that day. Just wait. You can't run from me. I will find you. She swallowed hard. How did he locate me? Could it truly be for me? Watching the taillights recede into the distance, Qin Luo spat contemptuously. What a ridiculous joke. Expecting this young master to suffer hardship in your unit. Who's the fool? You or me? Not a chance. All he desired was 2 peaceful years in uniform, emerging with extraordinary abilities and winning the heart of his beloved. After discharge, he'd resume life as the carefree heir he was born to be. To thrust him headlong into such a crucible. Not in a million years. Let whoever craves elite training pursue it. He held no interest whatsoever. Qin Luo glanced at the transfer order in his hand, ready to tear it into shreds and toss it into the nearest bin. Ding. New mission issued. Accept the invitation and join the Tianlang Special Operations Unit. Mission completion grants randomized superhuman ability and supernatural points. His mind reeled, his thoughts collapsing into chaos. What the hell? Why did this infernal system always steer him toward disaster? He simply sought tranquility, yet it denied him even the smallest chance. Qin Luo sighed in despair. Look, system, even if you're trying to help me win hearts, this isn't the way. I've got my own methods. He'd already pledged to join the division-level reconnaissance battalion with his squad. Now this abrupt twist forced him to break his word. How could he face his squad leader? How could he look his loyal brothers-in-arms in the eye? Yet the mission had to be accepted. Otherwise the system would vanish and all acquired abilities would be forfeit. Moreover, he genuinely needed an opportunity to see Shinran again. For a long while Qin Luo stood motionless, paralyzed by indecision. If there's no alternative, I'll have to renege. After all, Tianlang is prestigious. They'll surely understand. A sigh escaped him. Hey, what are you staring at spaced out like that? Qin Luo spun around and nearly jumped as Staff Officer Xie materialized silently behind him. Damn, so absorbed he hadn't sensed even this man's approach. Oh, it's you, Staff Officer Xie. Qin Luo, what are those 2 papers you're holding? Staff Officer Xie peered curiously. 2. Qin Luo blinked. Wasn't it just 1? He looked down and nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. Holy hell, holy hell, holy hell. A slip of the hand, just idle talk. And yet the transfer order was actually torn. It's over, it's over, it's over. Qin Luo leapt skyward like a man of flame. Staff Officer Xie recoiled. What in the world are you shrieking about? Is your whole squad obsessed with startling people? Qin Luo paid him no heed, dashing frantically back toward base. He needed glue, immediately, to reassemble the document. Watching Qin Luo vanish in a blur, without so much as a farewell, Staff Officer Xie gritted his teeth in fury. I'd thought among your entire squad he seemed the most level-headed. Turns out he's just as unhinged. The whole damn squad is certifiably insane. The melodious singing floated through the camp. The new recruits began to grab their basins and toiletries, rushing towards the bathhouse. As Qin Luo entered the class, Cheng Haonan immediately stood up and asked, Luo Ge, where have you been? We couldn't find you anywhere. Yeah, we searched the whole building for you, and we were worried sick. Looking at the crowd gathering around, Qin Luo asked in surprise, what happened? What's going on? Everyone exchanged glances, rubbing their hands and grinning mischievously. Qin Luo frowned slightly. You all look so lecherous, what do you want? Zheng Qian chuckled and said, aren't we all supposed to go on a reconnaissance mission together tomorrow? Luo Ge, did you mean what you said before? Seeing everyone staring at him intently, Qin Luo was taken aback. What did I say? See. Cheng Haonan pointed at him. I knew you wouldn't keep your word. You said you would look out for us once we got to the unit. Everyone heard you say that. Yes, we all heard it. Luo Ge, you can't go back on your word. Li Dashing nodded vigorously. How Duo clutched his clothes, looking pitifully at him. Luo Ge, once we get to the unit, I'll rely on you. What should I do if you don't take care of me? Zheng Qian pulled How Duo aside, looking seriously at Qin Luo. Look at him, he looks so pitiful, like he's... With someone like him, if I were an old soldier, I could bully him 8 times a day, and it would never get old. They say that when new recruits join the unit, old soldiers celebrate New Year. Luo Ge, you are our backbone, you are the new recruit king of our batch, so you can't go back on your word. Luo Ge, you must protect us. Whether I can keep this handsome face depends entirely on you. Luo Ge. The scene was chaotic, everyone looking at Qin Luo with eager eyes. Qin Luo took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably guilty. He forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, there will definitely be instant noodles, cola, and sweet drinks. There will also be cigarettes. As long as we can be together, I will definitely take care of you. This name Luo Ge isn't just for show, I guarantee it. Oh, Luo Ge is so nice. Luo Ge, I love you. I want to have your children. Everyone excitedly surrounded Qin Luo, bouncing with joy. But seeing the sincere smiles on their faces only made Qin Luo feel more guilty. Although he hadn't spent much time with them after everything they had been through, they had already regarded him as their closest. The greatest magic of the army is its ability to bring together diverse people from all walks of life, binding them together. But now, Qin Luo felt uncertain in his heart and could only take it one step at a time. So. Zhang Qian leaned in with a grin, nudging him. Luo good, does what we talked about still count? Qin Luo was taken aback. What's going on again? Zhang Qian smiled and said, when you first arrived, didn't you pay us to help wash your clothes and shoes? Once you join the unit, we'll take over your chores. The price remains the same, unchanged, right? Yes, we have a monopoly. No one else can steal our business. Luo Gu, besides washing shoes and socks, I am also good at massaging legs and shoulders. I can offer you a monthly card for just 998. Qin Luo almost spat blood. These guys were too shameless. Are they really trying to fleece me? So I treat you as brothers and you treat me as an ATM. He rolled his eyes. Oh, wasn't it different when I first came? Now you want to remember me. What about your pride and dignity? Isn't that right, Xiaoma Gu? Cheng Haonan rubbed his nose, grinning foolishly. Back then we weren't familiar with each other, were we? Not familiar. Even if you offered 1,000,000, it wouldn't work. Now that we're familiar, for just a few trivial things we can be your loyal servants. All right. The others nodded in agreement, looking like scheming merchants. Qin Luo was speechless. You guys. Great. Luo Gu agreed. Before Qin Luo could react, Zhang Qian immediately jumped up and shouted, Luo Gu is so generous. Come on, let's bow to Luo Gu. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Luo Gu. Everyone bowed to him 3 times, laughing until they could hardly breathe. Being a soldier is too enjoyable. Not only do I have someone looking out for me, but I also get free snack gifts, and there's money to be made. This isn't just being a soldier, it's clearly living like a deity. What are you all doing? A low growl came from outside as Chang Lei walked in. The new recruits stuck their tongues out at Qin Luo with grinning faces. Cheng Haonan lowered his voice and gave him a thumbs up. Luo Gu, you are so loyal. No matter what, we will stick with you from now on. As long as we stick with you, we'll eat 3 meals a day. After saying that, he cheerfully grabbed his basin and ran outside. Chang Lei looked suspiciously at these little brats, wondering why they were so sneaky and mysterious every day. He turned to Qin Luo, his face immediately breaking into a smile. Qin Luo, we just finished a meeting. I proposed to the platoon leader and we reached a consensus. After joining the unit, you'll be in our class, and you won't go anywhere else. I said that as long as you want to be a good soldier, I will accompany you to the end. We say what we mean. Looking at Chang Lei's sincere smile, Qin Luo felt a mix of emotions in his heart. Because not only did he promise those new recruits, but he also promised the squad leader. Squad leader, What? Chang Lei looked at him with a smile. Don't you trust the squad leader? Don't worry, as long as it's something I can do, I will make it happen for you. Looking at Chang Lei's smile, Qin Luo wanted to speak, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. If it were the first day he entered the army, he could do whatever he wanted without hesitation. He wouldn't have to care about how others viewed him, nor would he need to consider how others felt. He had thought about telling everyone that he had only temporarily left and would come back later. But who would believe him? Qin Luo swallowed his words back down, forcing out a bitter smile. Thank you, squad leader. Chang Lei laughed heartily. Why suddenly be so polite? It feels quite awkward. Besides, I should be thanking you. You are a shining point in my military career. He patted Qin Luo firmly. Go wash up quickly and don't waste time. Yes. Today is your lucky day. An old wolf is treating us to chicken. Chang Lei sang a little tune, happily walking out. Qin Luo watched his retreating figure, feeling increasingly uneasy. His original purpose for joining the army was simple: to complete a mission and gain superpowers while also trying to woo a girl. As for the army and comrades, they had nothing to do with him. But he never imagined that one day he would care so much about how others felt. He couldn't quite articulate why, he just felt a tightness in his chest like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Luo slowly clenched his fists, his eyes vacant and confused, standing in place like a statue for a long time. Early the next morning, Chun Liang yawned as he came out of the bathroom. Squad leader. A face suddenly popped up, startling Chun Liang. What are you doing? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Qin Luo grinned at him and said, Squad leader, I need your help with something. In the small shop, Chun Liang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his face full of disbelief. You said you want to buy out the whole place. Did I hear that wrong? He looked around. Although there wasn't much stock in the shop, it was enough for an entire platoon of soldiers. This kid wants to buy out the whole place. What a lavish display of wealth. Yes. Qin Luo stuffed some items into his pocket. Squad leader, thank you for taking care of me this past month. I thought I would take care of you one last time. A little token of appreciation. Don't decline it. I hope we can meet again in the future. Chun Liang looked at Qin Luo's sincere expression, feeling warm inside. Although this kid came in through the back door in his 5 years of service, it was the first time he had encountered someone so sensible. He worked diligently, took training seriously, and was especially polite to the veterans. The key was that his military skills were outrageously strong. He was the #1 new recruit in the entire army. Such talent was exceptionally rare. Such a soldier is simply loved by all. Oh, who wouldn't like him? Good. Chun Liang patted Qin Luo firmly. We will meet again. We will definitely meet again. Where did Qin Luo go? Chang Lei kept looking outside and turned back to everyone. We're about to gather to join the unit. Have you seen where he went? I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Zheng Qian said he's been out for half a day and hasn't told us where. Chang Lei was anxious, stomping his feet. This kid hasn't packed up his things yet. He won't have enough time later. Squad leader will help him pack. Cheng Haonan waved his hand, and Zheng Qian Hao Duodua and a few others immediately went over to help him organize. In no time they packed up all of Qin Luo's belongings. Chang Lei watched this unfold, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. He still remembered when Qin Luo first arrived, the whole class looked down on him and opposed everything he did. No matter what method he used, he couldn't mediate, as if these people had enmity from a previous life. But in less than a month, everyone's relationship had become as close as one person. He's just a mouse dropping it. This kid will never fit into the first class. He's not a soldier at all. Wu Ziyuan's words floated in Chang Lei's mind, making him smile even brighter. Thinking back to last night in the office when Wu Ziyuan mentioned Qin Luo, he couldn't help but find it amusing how proud he looked. Qin Luo, once you get to the second platoon, you'll discover how different the platoon leader's attitude towards you is now. Right now you are his treasure, his big treasure. Squad leader. Upon hearing Qin Luo's voice, everyone quickly turned their heads. They saw him pushing a small cart filled to the brim with various snacks. Qin Luo, are you robbing the shop? Chang Lei exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. Qin Luo grinned. How could that be? We're about to join the unit, and I was afraid the shop's items would expire and not sell, so I bought everything out. Isn't this a way of supporting the army's construction? Chang Lei's jaw nearly hit the ground. Buying everything because of expiration fear. Is he this extravagant? Luo Gu. Cheng Haonan and the others excitedly rushed over. Is there any for us? Qin Luo pointed. Aren't all of these for you? Feel free to take them. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Don't say I didn't look out for you. Thank you, Luo Gu. You're the best. Everyone immediately went wild. The pickled cabbage is mine. Ooh, I want the spicy chicken feet. The happy jelly is mine. Ooh, I want to be an astronaut. No one can steal from me. Everyone, don't fight. There's enough for everyone. Let's divide it evenly. For a moment snacks were flying everywhere, and everyone was grabbing them with great enthusiasm. Chang Lei's eyes twitched. What a bunch of foodies. Hide these snacks. Well, after we join the unit, they must be consumed quickly. Understood. Understood, squad leader. Cheng Haonan said with a mouthful of spicy strips, grinning. With this I could eat everything in one night. Even a mouse would have to leave in tears. Chang Lei was speechless. What kind of people have I brought along? Squad leader. Qin Luo suddenly stuffed a few packs of cigarettes into his hands. Chang Lei looked at them, and they were all Huazi. He was taken aback. What are you doing? Before he could return them to Qin Luo hurriedly pushed them back. Squad leader, this is just a little token of appreciation for your hard work during this time. Without you I wouldn't have achieved such good results. A verbal thank you is enough. These things are too precious. I can't accept them. Squad leader, just accept them. Qin Luo smiled and said, I have plenty of these at home. Squad leader, Qin Luo's family is wealthy. You should take them. The others nearby laughed and shouted. Chang Lei looked at the cigarettes in his hand, and then at Qin Luo. I'll consider these cigarettes as temporarily stored for you. Besides, what you said earlier isn't right. The effort I put in is because you are my soldier and because you want to improve. Don't feel embarrassed or think you owe me. We are comrades. After hearing this, Qin Luo's smile froze for a moment, and his nose felt a little sour. He turned his head and hurriedly stuffed a few more packs into Chang Lei's hands. Squad leader, please take these to the platoon leader and the instructor. I can't take these back. I, a backdoor soldier, have caused them quite a bit of trouble this past month. Don't say that. You're doing great. Chang Lei said with a smile. I can pass these cigarettes to you, but whether they accept them or not I can't say. Luo, good, do we get some too? Give us some. Cheng Haonan and the others started to yell. Qin Luo laughed as he took out the last few packs from his bag, handing them all over. Yes, everyone gets some. No one can be left out. While these are all good cigarettes, we've hit the jackpot. No one is allowed to take more. We'll divide and share. Looking at everyone's delighted expressions, Qin Luo's smile gradually faded and his mood sank further. I hope you won't blame me. Once the mission is completed, I will come back to find you. Really, I will definitely come back, definitely. P.S. Thank you to all the Iron Dads for your support. The author is deeply grateful. To repay all the Iron Dads, the author will work hard tomorrow. I will also try to update Lin Huey's book more as a way of showing gratitude. Tomorrow the author is all in. I hope everyone can click on the free updates and gifts. The author is kneeling in request. In the dead of night, Shirlu was eating instant noodles while teasing a parrot. Stay away from it. Hu Fei quickly pushed him away, saying, don't let it get exposed to the smell. Shirlu rolled his eyes. Braised beef noodles, how fragrant. If that bird can smell this, it would have died happy. Peh. I spent a lot of money on this, and I hope it lives a long life. Hu Fei shot him a glare. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go pick someone up. Got it. But Shirlu stared at Hu Fei. Chief of Staff, will he come? Hu Fei smiled. During the new recruit assessment of the 5-kilometer run, he could have run with his comrades since they were leading the pack anyway. But he finished first by himself. Hu Fei said nonchalantly, "This kid really wants to improve. Our Tianlang is far better than the reconnaissance unit. He definitely wants to join." Shirlu nodded, suddenly asking then, "Can he stay?" Hu Fei glanced at him, a faint smile creeping on. Beep beep beep. All troops assemble. New recruits excitedly rushed out of the barracks heading towards the training ground. They were about to leave the new recruit company for a strange new unit, each recruit, filled with both anticipation and excitement. To everyone, the end of the new recruit company meant the end of suffering. Going to a unit would surely be much better than this, and they wouldn't have to endure such hardships anymore. "Luo, go hurry up." Cheng Haonan shouted excitedly. "We 10 brothers are going to the reconnaissance unit together." "Off to the reconnaissance unit then." Zheng Qian was all smiles. "Luo Gu, you have to lead us to become the best in the reconnaissance unit." Qin Luo was surrounded by everyone, his face full of awkward smiles. He wanted to tell them that he was going to a better place. But looking at their excited faces, the words got stuck in his throat. After the entire company assembled, Wu Ziyuan issued a command, and everyone marched in unison towards the regiment's training ground. Qin Luo saw from afar that over 20 vehicles were already parked by the training ground. There were trucks, buses, and minibuses. "We must be taking the luxury bus," Cheng Haonan said excitedly. "Going to the best unit in the entire division has to come with the best treatment, right?" Li Dashing said proudly. "Everyone will definitely be envious of us later. I really want my dad to see this." "Who is talking in the ranks?" Wu Ziyuan barked, and everyone quickly fell silent. Each company marched from different directions to the training ground, and then lined up in order. "Attention!" Bang! All the new recruits puffed out their chests. Gao Kun walked to the front of the line with a smile, and said loudly, "At ease." Looking at the neatly arranged troops, Gao Kun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you look like soldiers now." He took a deep breath and addressed them. "Comrades, your training in the new recruit company has ended, but your military journey has just begun. The past 3 months have transformed you from civilian youths into soldiers protecting the country. In the new unit, your company commander, squad leader, and team leader will help you become true warriors. The army is a great melting pot. No matter what you were like before joining, once you're here, you can all become fine steel." Gao Kun said with a smile, "You performed well in these 3 months, so I have nothing to criticize. I only hope that you remember your original intention and continue to work hard in your new unit. Never forget that we are the strong backing of the country and the people. Even though every day may be monotonous, as long as we stand here in this uniform, no one will dare to bully our country, and no one will dare to look down on our people." Gao Kun said loudly, "I wish each of you could create glory in your new unit. Bring honor to your unit and pride to your families." With a swift motion, Gao Kun saluted everyone. "Salute!" the duty officer shouted, and all the soldiers immediately saluted Gao Kun in unison. "All right," Gao Kun lowered his hand. "Let's start assigning troops." "Now we will begin assigning troops." Xia Camu stepped up to the stage and said, "When your name is called, go to your respective vehicles." "Wan Qianfei. Here. 273rd Regiment, vehicle number 4. "Yes." The new recruit excitedly picked up his bag and turned to look for vehicle number 4. He actually got on the luxury bus. Cheng Haonan exclaimed in shock, "Isn't that our ride?" "Just whatever." Zheng Qian whispered, "There are definitely more than one vehicle. Ours must be there too." "Tong Jingxing. Here. 274th Regiment, vehicle number 5. "Yes." "Wang Fei. Here. 275th Regiment." One by one, the new recruits were called, happily boarding their vehicles. Qin Luo looked around, noticing fewer and fewer soldiers on the training ground. "Where is that bastard? He wouldn't really not show up, would he?" "Su Yuchao. Here." Su Yuchao excitedly stood tall. Xia Canmu glanced at him and said, "Reconnaissance Battalion, vehicle number 11. "Yes." Su Yuchao grinned as he picked up his bag, shot a glance at the crowd, and immediately ran to a big truck. Cheng Haonan looked disappointed. Li Dashing sighed, "Shouldn't we be the best? Why didn't we even get a minibus?" Zheng Qian took a deep breath. Calm down, calm down. It's possible we are just too good, and we have to consider the feelings of others. Otherwise, how sad would they be? So we need to be low-key." Everyone nodded silently, sure that was the case. Zheng Qian. Here. Reconnaissance Battalion, vehicle number 11. "Yes." Zheng Qian cheerfully picked up his bag. "Brothers, I'm off first. Save a good spot for Luo Gu," Cheng Haonan reminded. "Absolutely." Zheng Qian winked at Qin Luo and turned to run off. Qin Luo awkwardly smiled, relieved they boarded the vehicle first, otherwise he wouldn't know how to say goodbye. He sighed, "Brothers, I'm sorry, may you ascend to greater heights. I hope we can meet again in the future." Cheng Haonan. "Yes." Cheng Haonan picked up his bag. "Luo Gu, we're off first, I'll wait for you." Qin Luo smiled and nodded, watching him run towards the big truck. "Kai Bingkuan, 273rd Regiment, vehicle number 9. "Yes." The last new recruit picked up his bag and excitedly ran off. The entire training ground was left with only Qin Luo. The duty officer closed the book and said loudly, "Troop assignments completed, we can depart now." "Wait." Chang Lei suddenly ran over from the side. "Sir, there's still one soldier left." Wu Ziyuan quickly ran over as well. "Old Xia, how did you overlook him?" Xia Kanmu smiled awkwardly. "Old Wu, he has other arrangements." "What do you mean?" Wu Ziyuan was furious. His name was at the top when assigning troops. "With so many in the company, I'm only taking these few. Who would dare to compete with me?" "Old Wu." "Stop talking nonsense," Wu Ziyuan yelled. "He is my soldier, no one else can take him." "What are you waiting for?" Wu Ziyuan looked at Chang Lei. "Grab the bag, bring the person along." "Yes." Chang Lei excitedly started to step forward. "Old Wu." Xia Kanmu shouted anxiously. "Stop." Gao Kun suddenly shouted, striding over. Chang Lei's foot froze in midair. "Wu Ziyuan," Gao Kun said coldly. "Qin Luo already has arrangements, you only have so few, just leave." Wu Ziyuan held his head high. "Commander, what do you mean?" "I clearly stated that I must take him. He is my soldier." Chang Lei nodded vigorously, looking at Gao Kun with pleading eyes. Gao Kun took a deep breath. "I said he already has arrangements. This is not your decision to make." "No way." Wu Ziyuan glared at Gao Kun, showing no signs of backing down. "Commander, let me emphasize again. I must have this soldier." "Wu Ziyuan," Gao Kun raised his voice. "Are you messing with me again? This is the army, not your home. You can't just take whoever you want to obey orders." Wu Ziyuan's neck turned red with anger. "Fine, then I can give up all the other soldiers, just take him. Do you think this is a market for buying vegetables?" Gao Kun was furious. "Get out of here immediately, or I will punish you." Wu Ziyuan lifted his head high. "Commander, where could be better than our reconnaissance battalion? He is a good soldier, but if I don't take him back, he'll be wasted." Just as Gao Kun was about to speak, he suddenly saw a vehicle approaching in the distance. "The person we're picking up is here." Gao Kun sighed. "Just look for yourself, see if they are better than the reconnaissance battalion." Wu Ziyuan immediately turned his head, and a jeep sped over, stopping not far from him. Shirlu smiled as he got out of the car, walked up to Gao Kun, and saluted. "Commander Gao, I'm here to pick someone up." "Comrade." Wu Ziyuan stared blankly at him. "Which unit are you from?" Shirlu smiled lightly. "You must be Captain Wu, my apologies. I'm from the 0451 unit sent here to pick someone up." 0451. Wu Ziyuan was completely stunned. As a member of the reconnaissance battalion, he knew too well what this number represented. Compared to them, the reconnaissance battalion was indeed lacking. "Captain Wu, we're not randomly taking people. We have already consulted Comrade Qin Luo, and he is willing to come with me," Shirlu said calmly. Wu Ziyuan stared blankly at Qin Luo. He suddenly smiled bitterly. "Your choice is right. How many people have fought to go to their unit? Indeed, it is better than our reconnaissance battalion. They will value you more than I do. You will Wu Ziyuan wanted to pat Qin Luo on the shoulder, but halfway through he pulled back. "Qin Luo, you are a good soldier. I wish you all the best, and take care." Wu Ziyuan nodded at Qin Luo, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards vehicle number 11. "Squad leader?" Qin Luo looked nervously at Chang Lei. Chang Lei's eyes were red, but he forced a smile. "Qin Luo, the company commander, is right. Work hard when you get there. That's a place all of us reconnaissance soldiers want to go to. Don't think too much if your choice is correct. If it were me, I would choose the same as you." Chang Lei gave him a slight smile, and then turned to dart toward vehicle number 11. Qin Luo watched their figures disappear, suddenly saluting vigorously. "Company commander, squad leader, I will definitely work hard." Vehicle number 11 slowly drove away. Cheng Haonan and the others were all leaning at the back of the car, shouting loudly for Luo Ge. Soon their vehicle left the camp and vanished down the distant road. "Let's go," Shirlu said as he helped Qin Luo pick up his bag. "We still have a long way to go. Let's get something to eat first." Qin Luo looked longingly at the road where vehicle number 11 had disappeared. "Company commander, squad leader, Cheng Haonan. I will definitely thrive in the special forces." The off-road vehicle roared away from the training unit. Qin Luo looked back and saw all the new recruits leaving happily, not a single person turning back. Yet at this moment Qin Luo felt a bit nostalgic about this place. He had always wanted to leave before, but he couldn't understand why he felt this way now. Shao laughed while driving, saying, "The reconnaissance battalion is a good place, but it's not the best. Our Tianlang is the best. Every year countless reconnaissance soldiers vie to join us, yet only a few can make it in. You as a new recruit have this opportunity that even veterans envy." Qin Luo rolled down the car window to feel the cold breeze, watching the desolate yellow earth slopes retreating rapidly on both sides of the road. Shao smiled and said, "Don't think too much of this is the right choice. Your comrades will be proud of you in the future." "Sir, may I ask a question?" Qin Luo suddenly spoke up. "Go ahead," Shao replied. Qin Luo looked at him. "If I join the special forces, can I still be sent back to my old unit?" Shao looked at him in surprise. "Of course, that's quite normal. Everyone in Tianlang is not fixed in their position. If one day you cannot adapt, or do not meet the requirements of a special soldier, you will naturally be sent back. What are you thinking? We in Tianlang do not keep idle people who only eat and do nothing. Qin Luo gradually revealed a smile on his face. If that's the case, then I can relax, hee. Shile's eyes twitched. What do you mean by that? What does this hee mean? Are you hoping to be sent back? At this moment the frown on Qin Luo's face faded, replaced by a cheerful expression. Just a month, and by then I can find an opportunity to leave. When I look back I can explain it to them, and if it doesn't work out I can just apologize sincerely. As long as my attitude is sincere, everyone will definitely understand. This way I can complete my tasks and receive rewards, and I can also get closer to that girl Shinran. It's simply perfect. Qin Luo felt happy inside. Shinran, you are a soldier, and I am a soldier too. Now we have something. By then things will progress rapidly. He had already begun to imagine that when Shinran saw how excellent he was, she would surely regret how she treated him before. Who knows, she might even come to him willingly. The more Qin Luo thought, the happier he became, grinning widely. Sha was startled and nearly lost control of the steering wheel. What are you laughing at? This kid must have a screw loose, right? Sir, Qin Luo said with a smile, weren't you just saying you would take me to eat something first? This is my first time in the Northwest. Do you have any good restaurants to recommend? After eating we can take a shower and then sing karaoke. It's simply perfect. Don't worry, you'll cover all the expenses. There's no need for the army to pay. Shao nearly spat blood. What's wrong with this kid? He looks like a good for nothing, not like a good soldier at all. Report. Come in. Shinran walked into the office and was immediately stunned. Hu Fei was actually feeding a parrot in the office. At this moment, he was bending over feeding it while teaching the parrot to curse. Shinran felt like her worldview was shattered. Oh, what was this guy up to now? What's the matter? Hu Fei asked without turning his head. He then grinned at the black parrot, lifting his chin. Say idiot, idiot, come on, say it. Shun Xinran's eyelids twitched, then she took a deep breath. As per your request, I have conducted the final screening of eligible soldiers. A total of 32 individuals. The list is here. Put it on the table. Hu Fei pointed to the desk and said with a smile to the parrot, idiot speak, idiot. Shinran placed the document on the table. You can leave now. Yes. Shinran gave him a speechless glance, but just as she opened the door she stopped. What's wrong? Hu Fei asked as if he had eyes on the back of his head, not turning around. Shinran took a deep breath, closed the door, and turned around. Chief of Staff, are you really going to recruit that new soldier? According to past practices, we usually select outstanding veterans with more than a year of service from grassroots. The main targets for recruitment are reconnaissance battalions or reconnaissance companies. There has never been a precedent for recruiting new soldiers, no matter how outstanding his assessment results are. All right, I get it. Hu Fei interrupted her. I have my own arrangements. You can leave now. But Shinran hesitated. Hu Fei suddenly turned his head, asking with a smirk, what do you know this news? Shinran felt a jolt in her heart, but maintained a serious face. Chief of Staff, I'm just following regulations. All right. Hu Fei smiled. Regulations are dead, but people are alive. Have you ever seen such an impressive new soldier? His assessment scores surpass some of the veterans here. That kid has great potential. Our Tianlang has always been different. As long as he has the ability, he can join us. Now you can go out. Yes. Shinran helplessly saluted and turned to leave. Once outside, she suddenly took a few deep breaths. She almost let something slip just now. Hu Fei's eyes seemed to have some magical power. He guessed she knew Qin Luo just from a casual remark. This guy is too terrifying. However, what Shinran just said was also the truth. She indeed had some prejudice against Qin Luo. After he left that day, she secretly investigated Qin Luo's background. But the results of the investigation left her very disappointed. Apart from being wealthy, he seemed to be worthless. Shinran was quite surprised. How could someone like this even enter the army? Well, perhaps this guy has changed, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for him to become the top new recruit in the entire army in just a month. But even so, Shinran still felt a bit anxious and apprehensive. She didn't know how she would face Qin Luo after he was specially recruited. Should she pretend not to know him and avoid him, or act as if nothing had happened? The more Shinran thought, the more confused she became, even doubting whether this guy had come to the army for her. No way, that shouldn't be possible. No one would be that bored. She shook her head violently and quickened her. Just as she exited the building, a lieutenant ran over. Chief Shun, I was just looking for you. Is there something? Shinran asked curiously. The lieutenant smiled. Someone is looking for you outside. It's an old man who looks quite wealthy. Shinran was taken aback and shook her head directly. I don't know him. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. But the deputy team leader called, asking you to go meet him. What? Shinran was about to leave when she suddenly stopped. The deputy team leader asked me to go meet someone. Yes, the lieutenant spread his hands. I heard he seems to be a patriotic entrepreneur who often sends condolences to our military district and has a good relationship, so Shin Shinran frowned slightly. What does a businessman want with her? Moreover, how could he establish a relationship with Tianling? Who exactly is he? You should hurry and go. He's waiting outside, the lieutenant said enviously. He came in a very expensive car, it looks quite impressive. Shin Shinran felt a bit helpless, but she could only walk out with doubts. When she reached the Barak entrance, she saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside from a distance. A well-dressed, middle-aged man stood respectfully with a smile beside the car. Shin Shinran approached with confusion. Comrade, are you looking for me? Wang Rifa looked her up and down, nodding with a smile. Young master's taste is indeed good. He is really handsome and outstanding. No wonder, no wonder. Off. Shin Shinran was momentarily stunned. Miss Shin, hello. I am Wang Rifa, please get in the... Wang Rifa smiled. Shin Shinran looked at him warily. Comrade Wang, I'm busy. Just tell me what you need. Wang Rifa opened the car door and smiled. Miss Shin, it's not me looking for you, it's our master. There are some things that are not convenient to say here, so you should get in the car. We found the command post and asked Deputy Commander Luo to grant you a half-day leave. What do you think? Shin Shinran was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Who on earth is this guy that he has connections all the way to the command post? No wonder the deputy team leader wanted her to meet him. Shin Shinran stared at him closely. Can you tell me what this is all about? Wang Rifa smiled politely and said, when we get to the place you will naturally know. Shin Shinran looked at him, then at the car, still reluctantly got in. Drive. Wang Rifa gently closed the door and immediately ran to the passenger seat. An hour and a half later, outside the Junhua Hotel, the doorman respectfully opened the passenger door. Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Rifa nodded slightly and hurried over to open the door for Shin Shinran. Shin Shinran got out of the car and looked at the luxurious hotel in front of her, eyeing Wang Rifa with suspicion. Wang Rifa still wore a smile. Miss Shin, this way please. Shin Shinran nodded slightly and followed him inside. If it weren't for the superior's order, she would want to leave right now. But since she was already there, she would see what they were up to. They took the elevator all the way to the top floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, over 30 well-groomed, beautiful waiters stood in 2 rows, collectively bowing to her and greeting, Miss Shin, welcome to the Junhua Hotel. Shin Shinran was slightly taken aback, clearly a bit unaccustomed. She had seen many things while carrying out her missions, but she had never seen such grandeur. This made her even more curious about the identity of the master that Wang Rifa had mentioned. Mr. Wang, Chairman Shin is already waiting over there. A manager hurried over, nodding and bowing to Wang Rifa, then smilingly extending his hand to Shin Shinran. Hello, Miss Shun. You can call me Manager Xiao Chun. If you need anything, just let us know, and we will definitely serve you wholeheartedly. Miss Shin, please this way. Wang Rifa gestured invitingly. Since she was here, Shin Shinran didn't think much more and walked forward confidently. Above her was a gigantic rotating arc-shaped restaurant where one could overlook the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The internal decoration was much simpler compared to the opulence below, but still exuded an extreme sense of luxury. At this moment, the entire restaurant was empty except for a large table placed in front of a giant floor-to-ceiling window. A middle-aged man with silver-dyed hair stood at the table with a smile. You must be Shin Shinran, Miss Shun. Shin Shinran nodded politely. Qin Jiaqing looked her up and down, nodding in approval. Not bad, not bad. You're indeed beautiful and outstanding. No wonder Xiao Luo likes you, no wonder, no wonder. Shun Xinran's eyelids twitched violently. What is wrong with these people? Why do they keep muttering? Wang Rifa stepped forward to introduce. Miss Shin, let me introduce you to our master Qin Jiaqing. Our master is a very famous patriotic entrepreneur and a good friend of many leaders in your military district. Hello, Chairman Shin. Shin Shinran nodded. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Xiao Shun, that's too formal. Just call me Uncle Qin. Let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Qin Luo's father. Huh. Shin Shinran was caught off guard and couldn't react for a moment. Who? Qin Luo, the Qin from Qin Shi Huang, and the Luo from Luo Bin Wang. No way. You don't know who Qin Luo is. Qin Jiaqing was instantly dumbfounded. He felt furious inside. This little brat. After all this time, she doesn't even know you, and you're rushing to join the army to chase her. What a joke. Will this even work out? Qin Jiaqing looked at Shin Shinran with a broad smile and asked, do you remember now? Shin Shinran shuddered, looking at him in disbelief. It was hard for her to connect Qin Luo with the middle-aged man in front of her. Although Qin Jiaqing wore a smile, he exuded an indescribable aura that commanded respect. How could a patriotic entrepreneur who donates so much to the military every year have such a frivolous son who only knows how to spend money? Is this a genetic mutation or a failure in education? Sir, shall we serve the dishes? Wang Rifa approached and asked. Go ahead. Qin Jiaqing elegantly waved his hand, saying, let the head chef present the highest standards, the best quality. Yes, sir. Wang Rifa nodded with a smile. After inquiring if Shin Shinran had any dietary restrictions, he turned to leave. Miss Shun, Qin Jiaqing adjusted his cashmere sweater and leaned back against the soft chair saying, the executive chef here used to prepare state banquets. He is a master of Huayan cuisine. Although he has switched to Western cuisine, now the flavors are unique. I hope you can evaluate it later and feel free to express any concerns. Shin Shinran felt a bit embarrassed and said, Mr. Qin, please don't be so polite. Just call me Xiaoshan or Comrade Shun. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Alright, I will call you Xiaoshan. And you don't have to call me Mr. Qin. Oh, just call me Uncle Qin. It sounds more friendly, ha ha ha. I think I will stick with Mr. Qin. Shin Shinran forced a polite smile with a hint of embarrassment saying, Mr. Qin, I have something to attend to later. If you have something to say, please go ahead. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand with a smile saying, no rush, no rush. Let's eat first, we can talk afterward. You can set your matters aside for now. I have already spoken to your leader. Shin Shinran interrupted him, Mr. Qin. I really have urgent matters to attend to, so let's get straight. Seeing the undeniable assertiveness in her brows, Qin Jiaqing nodded in satisfaction, saying, no wonder Xiaoluo is willing to endure hardship in the military. I understand now. Xiaoluo. Qin Luo. Shin Shinran frowned slightly as she guessed what Qin Jiaqing was about to say. Mr. Qin. Qin Jiaqing interrupted. Xiaoshan, since you are straightforward, I will be straightforward as well. He crossed his fingers in front of him and smiled, saying, the main reason I invited you today is to discuss your marriage to Qin Luo. Shin Shinran almost spat out her drink, utterly shocked, and looking at Qin Jiaqing in disbelief. Qin Jiaqing seemed to have anticipated her reaction, smiling widely. Marrying into a super-rich family like ours, that's the dream of countless young women. It's only natural to be shocked when a pie falls from the sky. Shun Xinren's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Do you even know what you are saying? What marriage? What wedding? I am not even familiar with your son, not at all. Mr. Qin, I think you are misunderstanding. I understand. Qin Jiaqing said to himself. Our Qin family is not an old-fashioned feudal family. We would never resort to coercion like in the old days. He said seriously, once you are in our Qin family, you become part of us. Suddenly he extended a hand. What do you mean? Shin Shinran's eyes widened. 500 million. Qin Jiaqing said generously, 500 million cash as a bride price, plus another 50 million in gold and silver jewelry, and I will also give you a seaside villa. You can choose any car you like. Yachts and helicopters are also options. Bang. Shin Shinran slammed her palm on the table, startling Qin Jiaqing. Shin Shinran suppressed her anger, saying, Mr. Qin. I know. Qin Jiaqing waved his hand. 500 million is too little, right? Then let's add another hand, 1 billion. If you have children in the future, I will reward you with an additional 1 billion along with a private estate. Plus 5 of the shares in the Shanghai Group worth 5 billion. How about that, Mr. Qin? Shin Shinran's eyes were blazing with fury as she stood up abruptly. I respect you as a patriotic entrepreneur and honor the tremendous contributions you have made to the military, but you should also learn to respect others. Not everything can be bought with money. Respect. Qin Jiaqing fell silent for 2 seconds before seriously asking then. Shall I add a bit more? Shin Shinran was nearly furious, clenching her fists and looking at him. It has nothing to do with money. I have no feelings for your son. I don't even know him. Qin Jiaqing was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly burst into laughter. You have a personality. No wonder Xiaoluo is willing to endure hardship in the military for you. Shin Shinran was completely stunned. It really is like this. It really is like this. This crazy person actually came to the military. Mr. Qin, since you know, why didn't you stop him? Why would I stop him? Qin Jiaqing chuckled. For an outstanding girl like you, it's worth it for him to endure some hardships. It at least shows that he is sincere about you. Come, Xiaoshan, let's sit down and talk some more. If you think 1 billion is too little, I can add more. You can propose the conditions. I can accept them all. Shin Shinran could no longer bear it and turned to leave in anger. Hey. Xiaoshan, we haven't finished talking yet. Wait a moment. Shin Shinran reached the elevator, suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at Qin Jiaqing. Don't call me Xiaoshan. Mr. Qin, we are not familiar with each other. You should either call me by my name or Comrade Shin. And starting today, do not come to find me again, and please ask your son not to harass me. I cannot afford it. With that, she strode away. Qin Jiaqing stared blankly as she entered the elevator, sitting back down after a long while. Wang Rifa hurried over from the kitchen and seeing the now empty chair asked in confusion, Sir, Miss Shun. She left. Qin Jiaqing sighed. Her temper is really fierce. What are women in the military thinking? With so much money, isn't she even a bit tempted? Or is she playing hard to get with me? Wang Rifa smiled wryly. Sir, not everyone in this world loves money. Especially those in military uniforms and police uniforms. Wasn't Madam also? Qin Jiaqing suddenly glared at Wang Rifa, making him shut up immediately. Not everyone is like my wife. Qin Jiaqing looked out the window, a gentle face appearing in his mind, and sighed. Forget it, this path is not feasible. Oh, let's find another way for Xiaoluo. Wang Rifa nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, let's arrange a more relaxed position for the young master. The rest should be left to him. Whether he can catch up depends on his own abilities. Qin Jiaqing sighed, standing up. He won't come back now if this is all we can do. I just hope he doesn't suffer too much in the next few days. Squeak. The off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of a certain barracks. Shilu pointed at Qin Luo and said, "Get down and wait." Huh. Qin Luo looked outside confused. "You're not taking me in." Shilu shot him a disdainful glance. "This place is not somewhere just anyone can enter. I need to report first and get a pass before I can take you in." So troublesome. Qin Luo rolled his eyes and got out of the car. Forget it, he hadn't planned to stay in this broken place for long anyway. As the car door closed, the off-road vehicle roared away towards the barracks. The black smoke spewed out from the rear, making Qin Luo cough heavily. He waved his hand vigorously. "What a broken car. And it's a special forces vehicle. The equipment is too poor." "Comrade, step back behind the yellow line and wait," a soldier suddenly shouted. Qin Luo looked down and realized he was standing right on the yellow line. He smiled and raised his head. "Squad leader, I am here too. Step back behind the yellow line." The soldier raised his voice, his tone becoming much more serious. Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and he could only helplessly step back. "What kind of place is this? I can't even step on a line. Don't they know I am a genius specially recruited? No awareness at all. If I encounter you again, I'll make you salute me every day." Suddenly Qin Luo perked up his ears. He turned to look. The road was empty. But just a few seconds later, an off-road vehicle drifted beautifully, skidding onto the main road and rushed towards the barracks. Qin Luo hurriedly stepped back, afraid of being hit. "It seems my super senses are still working. Ooh, I can detect a car coming from so far away." The off-road vehicle roared past him, but just before reaching the barracks entrance, it suddenly braked hard. The tire. Did it hit someone? Qin Luo turned in surprise. Just then the off-road vehicle suddenly reversed and came roaring towards him. Damn it. Qin Luo grabbed his bag and immediately jumped to the side of the road. With a screech, the off-road vehicle stopped right where he had just stood, the tires smoking again. "Can't you drive?" Qin Luo yelled angrily at the off-road vehicle. "If you can't drive, go back to driving school and learn again. Driving like this will kill old grandpas and grandmas." "You." Suddenly the car window rolled down and Qin Luo was frozen in place. That beautiful face, which he would never forget, was none other than Shinran. Shinran glared at him fiercely, her eyes sharp as knives. Shinran. Qin Luo's face instantly blossomed into a smile like a flower, surprised. "Happy. Did you not expect to find me? Your man has some skills, huh?" "Huh." Seeing him so smug, Shinran's eyes twitched violently, as if she had eaten 10,000 dead flies, feeling nauseated. Just got insulted by Qin Jiaqing with money, and now she sees this jerk. Over the past few days, she had nearly forced herself to forget what happened that night. But now seeing Qin Luo appear in front of her, that night's events flooded back like a burst dam, instantly overwhelming her. "You jerk. How did you know my name?" Shinran pushed the door open and jumped out of the car angrily. Watching Shinran storm toward him in fury, Qin Luo approached with a proud, beaming grin. "For me, learning your name was far too simple." Qin Luo looked at her with triumph. "I told you I defined you. So, seeing me now, aren't you surprised, astonished, delighted?" Shinran fixed him with a steely stare, her eyes blazing with anger. She had once thought that Qin Luo's feat of ranking first among all recruits would change him, make him different from before. But what she witnessed today dissipated those hopes entirely. "Qin Luo," she drew a deep breath, "I'm telling you, keep your from today. No, from this moment. Stay as far away from me as possible." With that, she spun on her heel and strode toward the SUV without looking back. "Wait." Qin Luo hurried after her. "How can you go back on your word? We agreed that as long as I found you—" "Shut up." Shinran snapped, turning back to glare at him. "I said that then only to stop you from pestering me. Nothing more." She enunciated each word. "You saved my life, and I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. You are a good man. I can repay my debt to you. Whatever compensation you seek is fine, but that matter is in the past. I don't want any entanglement with you, and I will not fall in love with you. Do you understand?" She lowered her voice. "That night. Let it be a misunderstanding. I have already forgotten, and I hope you will forget it too." "Forget it." A bitter smile flickered across Shinran's face. In truth, she had never forgotten, nor could she. It had been the first time Qin Luo was the first man in her life, and he had saved her. How could she possibly forget? Seeing Qin Luo now, she felt both shocked and delighted. Shocked that he had actually joined the army, delighted that he had changed so dramatically. She had even allowed herself to imagine all the possibilities of meeting him. But Qin Jiaqing's words had wounded her deeply and made her feel Qin Luo was unchanged from before. "No." Qin Luo clenched his fists. "You made me work like a beast for over an hour. I nearly dropped. Are you asking me to pretend none of it happened?" Qin Luo took a breath. "I stubborn. I used to be a layabout, and you looked down on me. Fine. But now I'm like you, a soldier. And an exceptionally capable one at that." He lifted his chin, slightly proud as he faced Shinran. In recruit evaluations I was first in the entire army. I even broke a 20-year record. Even the commanders praised me, called me a fine soldier. Tianlang's special recruitment proves it. I am no longer who I once was. I am a soldier king now. Shen Xinran smiled with a faint shake of her head. What are you laughing at? Qin Luo said anxiously. If you don't believe me, you can check. I believe you. Shen Xinran studied Qin Luo intently. You are powerful now, but you are not a true soldier. What do you mean? Qin Luo glared. Shen Xinran said calmly, everyone who joins the army has their reason. Some do it to secure a good job after discharge, some to remain in the ranks, some are sent by anxious families to gain experience and resilience. She stared at Qin Luo. Whatever their original motives, in the end they become qualified soldiers. They stop dwelling on why they came and begin to think only of the responsibility on their shoulders and what the uniform means to them. But you are different. Shen Xinran shook her head. Even if you are strong now, you still think about why you came in the first. You only want to win me over and then get discharged. Do you call that being a soldier? Remembering Qin Jiacheng's proposition today, Shen Xinran's gaze toward Qin Luo brimmed with disappointment. The meaning of the uniform to her few could understand it was a legacy. Do you think wealth is admirable? Shen Xinran shook her head. You have no idea why I don this uniform, nor do you understand that money is meaningless before it. Qin Luo stared at her dumbfounded and momentarily speechless. For Shen Xinran was right. At least half his motive had been her, that had not changed to this day. As for the duties of a soldier or the meaning of the uniform, he had never considered them. Shen Xinran gave a weary smile. You do not know me at all, we are fundamentally different people. Even if you wear this outfit, you are still that spoiled scion. Shen Xinran stepped back 2 paces, creating distance between them. So please forget that night. Walk your own path well. We are not suited. Goodbye. She cast him one last deep look, then turned toward the driver's seat. And don't let your father come after me again. Tell him I am unworthy of you and cannot reach his standards. The car door slammed. Shen Xinran pressed the accelerator and the SUV shot into the camp. The sentries at the gate saluted and then glanced bewildered at Qin Luo, who stood beyond the yellow line, dazed. This kid knows Staff Officer Shun. They seemed familiar with each other, but it looked like they were arguing. The guards murmured while Qin Luo stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Shen Xinran's words echoed in his ears long after she left. He could not fathom why she had been so impassioned. What were a soldier's responsibilities? What did the uniform signify? Qin Luo clenched his fists. In his current state, he felt utterly perplexed. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Shen Xinran had mentioned Qin Jiacheng, which meant his father had sought her out. Qin Luo couldn't help a rueful laugh. Always more bungling than accomplishment, isn't that right, father? You must have messed things up. No wonder she exploded at me for no reason. Why did you bother her when there was nothing wrong? I was about to finish everything, you just delayed things for no reason, sigh. Qin Luo exhaled, convinced his father had stirred up trouble and thus poisoned Shen Xinran against him. But he would soon enter the Tianlang special unit. She would surely see his excellence then, and winning her over should be no trouble. Hey, come here. As Qin Luo schemed, Shirley's voice cut through. He jerked his head up to see Shirley waving to him from the gate. He hurriedly picked up his bag and sprinted over. Sign here, Shirley instructed, pointing to a document. Once Qin Luo signed, Shirley greeted the guards and led him into the camp. They passed long corridors and several office blocks until a vast training ground suddenly unveiled itself to Qin Luo. Platoon after platoon roared through exercises, their shouts like thunder. Qin Luo was immediately captivated. From a building, 3 soldiers suddenly leaped down. Qin Luo gaped in alarm. Yet as they neared the ground, ropes behind them tightened, suspending the trio steadily with their heads only inches above the earth. Before he could relax elsewhere, soldiers were hurled by comrades into the air. Qin Luo gaped again, but those thrown landed with unerring steadiness, then leapt forward, daggers in hand, to engage their partners. Explosions detonated in succession, and Qin Luo jumped in fright. Turning, he saw figures racing along ropes through columns of flame, while detonations kept erupting beneath them. Shirley looked at Qin Luo's wide-eyed expression and grinned proudly. You won't see training like this in regular units, only here. These people know not of fatigue, they know not of pain. Each one here is the elite of the elite. He patted Qin Luo. You're lucky, soon you'll be one of us. Others will envy you to death. Qin Luo's eye twitched hard. What on earth is there to envy? It's grueling as hell. Basic training was much easier than this. He drew a deep breath. Once his business here was done, had better make himself scarce. This place was far too dangerous. No place for a man to linger. He had no wish to stay. As for Shen Xinran, had fine chances to win her over later. Soon Shirley led Qin Luo to a small building. They arrived at an office door on the 2nd floor. Shirley knocked forcefully, reporting in. Come in. Shirley pushed the door open and nodded to Qin Luo. Qin Luo squared his shoulders and stepped in, saluting briskly to Hu Fei, who was amusing a bird on his shoulder. Sir, hello. Qin Luo reporting for duty. Idiot. Huh. Qin Luo's face fell. Why were people swearing as soon as he arrived? Not you, Hu Fei said with a laugh, turning his head. I'm teaching this dumb bird to talk. Qin Luo looked at the black mina and managed a weak smile. The people in this special forces unit were truly eccentric. Close the door. Hu Fei strode toward his desk. Yes. Shi Lu turned and shut the door, then stood to attention at the side. Hu Fei sat down with a smile, appraising Qin Luo from head to toe. To be first in a whole army's recruit assessment and to break records that stood for years, that's extraordinary, Hu Fei said with a smile. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Thank you for the praise, sir. You've worked hard, Hu Fei chuckled. Shi Lu. At ease. Hu Fei waved his hand. Have him fill out some forms, then take him to a proper meal while we await the results. Yes. Shi Lu immediately pulled a form from his bag and handed it to Qin Luo. Fill it out. Be thorough. Qin Luo took it but froze when he read the words. A psychological health test. Qin Luo shot his head up. You think I'm mentally unwell? Shi Lu quickly waved his hand, saying, that's not true. You don't seem like someone with mental health issues, ha. Hu Fei said lightly. This is just a form that everyone who enters Tianlang must fill out. Qin Luo cautiously took the pen, saying, all right. Shi Lu chuckled and patted him. Just go with your first thought, no need to overthink it. Once you finish filling it out, we'll head to the cafeteria. The food here is up to pilot standards, something you can't find elsewhere. Qin Luo leaned over the table, carefully reading the questions. Can you accept solitude? During an earthquake, would you eat your dog that you've raised for 10 years? Qin Luo was at a loss for words, wondering what kind of absurd questions these were. Is this a test of psychological issues? He felt the person who wrote the questions had problems themselves. He didn't want to think too much, quickly filling it out. Done. Qin Luo handed the form to Shi Lu. Great, let's go eat first, Hu Fei said with a beaming smile. I'll have the experts evaluate it later. Shi Lu wrapped an arm around Qin Luo and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, it was opened again by a female officer with a cold expression who walked up to Hu Fei. See, Hu Fei handed her the form. Be serious, don't make mistakes. The female officer replied coolly, Chief of Staff, please trust science. Hu Fei forced a bitter smile. Qin Luo actually liked it here a bit. So how's our food? Not to. Shi Lu was picking his teeth. Qin Luo nodded and curiously asked, what's next for me? Shi Lu smiled, don't rush. Let's first check your evaluation results. Qin Luo hesitated and asked, what if the evaluation results aren't good? That's not a big deal. You can fill it out again later. Shi Lu laughed heartily. Qin Luo sighed with relief. They had come this far, and it was crucial to finish the test. So much had happened in the past few days that his mindset had changed. Especially after Wu Ziyuan said he was a good soldier, and after meeting Shen Xinran. Qin Luo suddenly wanted to know what being a good soldier meant. For now, I won't lie flat. Let's start from here, he said with sharp eyes. At least 2 years of service. I need to understand what being a soldier truly is, otherwise why bother coming? Report. Come in. Shi Lu pushed the door open and pulled Qin Luo inside. Hu Fei smiled at Qin Luo. Xiao Qin, how's our food? Very good, Qin Luo nodded. Glad you like it, Hu Fei laughed. I'll have Shi Lu take you to enjoy our cafeteria's variety for a couple more days. My. Qin Luo looked at him in surprise. Chief, what do you mean? Shi Lu was also stunned, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Hu Fei looked at Qin Luo and after a long pause said, Xiao Qin, there's something about your test. You didn't pass, so this year is off. But next year you must come back. I believe you'll definitely make it next year. Qin Luo's head buzzed, and he trembled all over. Chief, you can't joke like this. Qin Luo stared at him fiercely. Haven't I already joined the Tianlang Special Forces and become one of them? The transfer order is right here. He immediately pulled out the document and slapped it on Hu Fei's desk. Look, I'm already here. Why send me back? Are you kidding me? Hu Fei coughed lightly. Qin Luo, it's like this. That invitation. It's just an invitation, not a formal order to transfer to Tianlang. You still need to pass a psychological evaluation and undergo a 3-month selection. Bang! Qin Luo slammed both hands on the table. If you'd said this earlier, I wouldn't have come. Are you guys just messing with me? Qin Luo. Shi Lu quickly pulled him back. Calm down. How can I not be angry? Qin Luo yelled with red eyes. I promised my comrades I'd go to the reconnaissance battalion. It was because of your invitation that I chose to come here. Now you want me to go back? How am I supposed to face them? Shi Lu looked at Hu Fei helplessly, who also wore a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Qin Luo, Hu Fei said seriously. Our rules are like this. Everyone who comes here faces the same situation. Qin Luo stared at him intensely. Just because of that one broken form, it decides my fate. Those questions must have come from a lunatic. You actually believe that instead of believing in me, a living person? Hu Fei smiled bitterly. Qin Luo, that's not an ordinary form. The questions inside can test whether you're already a qualified soldier. Qin Luo was stunned, staring blankly at Hu Fei. How come it was this phrase again? Hu Fei lightly said, we only select veterans, and usually everyone passes. I admit that I was too anxious this time. Because your performance was so outstanding, even better than some of the veterans we selected. So I insisted on inviting you despite everyone's objections. Hu Fei sighed. I'm sorry, Qin Luo, I misjudged you. But don't worry, Hu Fei said with a smile. I believe you'll definitely pass the test next year, and you won't have any issues in the subsequent selections. Qin Luo will meet again at the peak next time. Qin Luo's eyes twitched fiercely. Meet at the peak. I'll punch you in the lungs. With a thought, his one-punch man ability erupted instantaneously. Hu Fei felt a gust of wind suddenly rush at him and instinctively stepped back. But Qin Luo was too close, and he was caught off guard by a punch. No matter how fast Hu Fei retreated, he still got grazed by the fist. Bang! The punch landed on his chest, and Hu Fei stumbled back 2 steps before stopping. Damn! Shi Lu was startled and quickly stood in front of Hu Fei. Qin Luo, are you crazy? You guys are the ones who are crazy, Qin Luo yelled with red eyes. I was just fine being a soldier, but now I can't stay in the special forces, and I can't go back to the old unit either. Hitting him is too light. Qin Luo, Shi Lu shouted angrily. What you're doing could get you confined, or even— It's nothing. Hu Fei pushed Shi Lu aside and said to Qin Luo with a bitter smile. It's my fault, I'm very sorry. If you're still angry, just hit me a couple more times. Qin Luo glared at him fiercely, but hitting him now would be useless. His mind was suddenly filled with images of Wu Ziyuan-Chang, Lei Chung-Haonan, and the moment they parted ways in the recruit company filled with reluctance, yet still blessing him. And what about him? If he went back now, how would he face them? Hu Fei noticed his dilemma and said, if you have any worries, I can help you resolve them. I'll explain the situation to your old unit, and I'll take full responsibility. I won't let you be in a tough spot. Qin Luo glared at him in anger. No need, just stay out of it. Goodbye. No, never again, he said angrily, turning to leave. Hey! Hu Fei shouted after him. I sincerely invite you to come back next year, you'll definitely make it. Get lost. I'll never come back again, Qin Luo said, walking away without looking back. Seeing Qin Luo storm out, Shi Lu approached Hu Fei. Chief, you really did something unfair here. You have no idea what it was like when I picked him up. Hu Fei chuckled bitterly. I calculated several times, with his outstanding results his mindset should be fine. Otherwise, how could he have endured so much to strive for first place? He sighed helplessly. I who miscalculated this time, I didn't anticipate it. Why don't you hit me once for him to make me feel better? No. Shi Lu waved his hand hurriedly. You'll settle the score with me later, I can't take it. After saying that, he turned and ran out to chase Qin Luo. Make sure he's arranged well, Hu Fei shouted. Once Shi Li's figure disappeared, Hu Fei turned to the parrot and said, You idiot, you're really an idiot. Shen Xinran stood by the window watching the somewhat staggering Qin Luo get into the car. She slightly furrowed her brows, saying, Goodbye, Qin Luo. No, we probably won't meet again. I hope that when you retire you'll understand the meaning of being a soldier. These 2 years, I hope they become the most beautiful memories of your life. In the conference room of the division, Qin Luo sat quietly. His mood had completely calmed down. Hu Fei's mistake this time made him feel as if he wanted to kill Hu Fei. The initial purpose of joining the army had been completely cast aside. Whether it was a system task or pursuing Shen Xinran, none of it mattered anymore. In this life, he had never been toyed with like this. Now returning to the reconnaissance battalion, regardless of whether they still wanted him, how could he face Wu Ziyuan, or how could he face Zhang Lei and Chung Haonan? After all, he had given up the reconnaissance battalion and chosen Tianling. Although Wu Ziyuan and Zhang Lei both wished him well for going to Tianlong, Qin Luo still vividly remembered their disappointed expressions that day. Thinking of this, Qin Luo truly wanted to perish together with Hu Fei. He clenched his fists and said, Hu Fei, you big fool, you've ruined me. I am now left with nowhere to go. Qin Luo took a long breath, and suddenly thoughts of Shen Xinran emerged in his mind. He remembered how excited Shen Xinran had been at that moment, feeling that he must have truly hurt her, which led to her misunderstanding him. What is going on with her? Qin Luo took a deep breath. Never mind. He looked up at the ceiling and quickly made a decision in his heart. He would return to the reconnaissance battalion and rise again where he had fallen. He needed to apologize to the company commander and to Zhang Lei and Chung Haonan. Even if they beat him up, it was fine. This time, he absolutely had to stay. Shun Xinran's words and that damned form from Tianlang ignited his competitive spirit. Before joining the army, who dared to deny him the super-rich second generation? No matter what he did, everyone praised him for being the best. But now everyone said he was not a real soldier, and he wanted to show everyone that he could be a real soldier. Especially that damn Tianlang, and Hu Fei. Qin Luo tightened his fists. Hu Fei, you wait for me. I will make you understand that the form is just nonsense. Today you missed out on the best soldier. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and Shi Lu walked in. Qin Luo looked over coldly, his eyes filled with fury. Shi Lu forced a smile, and said, Don't look at me like that. It's not me who wants to drive you away, nor is it our chief of staff. It's all because of that form, bit science. Science my foot. Qin Luo stood up abruptly. A mere broken form can decide life and death. I will let you know how ridiculous you are. You missed out on an unseen a century, good soldier. Ha ha ha. Shirley laughed until he doubled over nearly in tears. Qin Luo glared at him angrily. What's so funny? You think I'm bragging? Shirley covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Isn't that the case? Ha ha. Little Qin, you are the best braggart I have ever seen among new recruits, not even a bit shy yet, so righteous. Ha. Qin Luo's eye twitched violently, and seeing his expression, Shirley quickly held back his laughter. Having ambition is good. You seem to be doing better now. That's great, now I can rest assured. However, you still need to be pragmatic in the future. We Tianlong are the best in the entire military district. Each one is a king among soldiers. Even if you become the best in your army, you might not necessarily enter our ranks. We require comprehensive quality. One person can be used to lead a company. You still have a long way to go, so don't talk big in the future, at least not before you succeed, or you will be laughed at. Qin Luo stared blankly at him. Shirley wore a bright smile, showing no intention of mocking him, but rather genuinely guiding him. Thank you. Qin Luo nodded at him. Shirley smiled slightly. It's nothing. I brought you here, and now I'm sending you off. To be honest, if it were an old soldier, I wouldn't worry about him. But you're a new recruit, and I'm afraid this blow might ruin you. I don't know if you're a Ancient Century talent, but you are definitely talented. Seeing that you have regained your fighting spirit, I am relieved. Qin Luo sincerely shook his hand. Sir, I really appreciate your words. I promise when we meet again next time I will definitely be different. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. I'm leaving you from now on. It depends on how your division arranges it. Sir, take care. Although Qin Luo didn't join Tianlong, Shirley was full of confidence in him. Because what couldn't be defeated would ultimately lead him to become stronger. Although he was a member of Tianlong, to be honest, he was a bit looking forward to seeing the day when Qin Luo would astonish Tianlang. After all, he was still young and enjoyed the excitement. In the office of the commander, Qi Shengli paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, frowning. Zheng Wei sat on the sofa with a smile, staring at him. Old Qi, you've been pacing for a long time. Why don't you settle on a plan? Qi Shengli suddenly stopped and looked troubled. How can I settle on a plan? This kid chose to go to Tianlang and refused the division's reconnaissance battalion. He has already offended everyone, and this matter has long spread in the division. Now which regiment or company dares to take him? How do you suggest I arrange this? Zheng Wei sighed with a wry smile. It's common for special forces to recruit people. In previous years, a few people joined the special forces, but those were all veteran soldiers. There has never been a case of a new recruit being specially recruited right after joining. Although the special forces are indeed better than the reconnaissance battalion, joining the special forces is also a legitimate choice. But the army values personal connections. If you go, no one will stop you, but if you want to come back, that's a different story. The reconnaissance battalion also has its pride. It's not as simple as wanting to come and go. If they don't want him, who else would dare to take him? Even if Qin Luo is good, it would be wasted. They can indeed forcibly arrange it, but they also have to consider everyone's feelings. If it really doesn't work. Zheng Wei thought for a moment and said, just arrange him as a clerk in the division. He can serve tea and sweep the floor, and 2 years will pass. Didn't his father also give you a heads up wanting to arrange for him to have an easier position? Qi Shengli sat down bitterly. I want to arrange it this way, but this kid is the top new recruit in the entire army. Such a good soldier, letting him serve tea and water would be a waste of talent. I'm not willing. Zheng Wei spread his hands. Then what do you suggest? Simply assign him to any regiment and let the company commander below worry about it. That won't work. Qi Shengli suddenly stood up, anxious and pacing. Aren't you just letting them? Ding ding ding. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Zheng Wei gestured to him, and Qi Shengli picked up the phone with annoyance. Hello. Who is it? In the next second, he straightened his chest. I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. I didn't realize it was you. I ate something spicy, and my temper is a bit high. Yes. Qi Shengli nodded repeatedly. He suddenly frowned, his mouth wide open, as Zheng Wei hurriedly leaned over. But, yes, I understand. Yes, executing orders. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Wei asked anxiously, what happened? What's going on? Qi Shengli sighed. The special forces returned that kid, and they reported it to the army. The army has arrangement. Zheng Wei's eyes widened. The army personally arranged it. Was it because of his father's connections? Qi Shengli smiled wryly. Qin Jiaqing knows our army commander. He has donated more to the army than to our division. He is a god of wealth, and a particularly thick thigh at that. Zheng Wei nodded enviously. Having a good father is... Let's go find that kid. Qi Shengli strode toward the exit. The door creaked open again. Qin Luo, who was lost in thought, saw the division commander and Zheng Wei walk in and hurriedly stood up. Hello, sir. He saluted vigorously. Qi Shengli walked up to him and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, division commander, I've embarrassed the division. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Qi Shengli patted him. Being sent back by the special forces isn't something. Every year we have veterans selected by them, and most of them are sent back. Oh, everyone still continues to serve well. Division commander. Qin Luo said with red eyes, please let me return to the old battalion. I will apologize to our company commander and will definitely be a good soldier. Where I fell, I will rise again. Qi Xingli smiled wryly. You can't go to the division's reconnaissance battalion now. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Is it because our company commander won't take me? Zheng Wei smiled. It's not that he doesn't want you, but since you chose to go to the special forces, there's no position for you in the reconnaissance battalion. The people there are very proud being sent back as a backup. They definitely won't accept you. I made a mistake. Even if the company commander gets angry and punishes me, it's only right. Qin Luo said seriously. But I want to go back. My squad leader and my comrades are there. I will make them accept me. Division commander, please let me go back. Qi Xingli and Zheng Wei were taken aback and exchanged glances. They underestimated Qin Luo a bit. If it were any other soldier who would dare to go back, who would have the face to return. But this kid Qin Luo actually had the courage to face his mistakes. Qi Xingli waved his hand. Enough, don't think about going back. Arrangements have already been made for you. Qin Luo's face fell in disappointment. Then which regiment and which company am I assigned to? Division commander, do I still have a chance to go to the division's reconnaissance battalion? Qi Xingli smiled slightly. You won't go to any regiment or company, and as for the division's reconnaissance battalion, don't even think about it. The army has ordered you to go to the garrison command. Qin Luo was stunned. Garrison command? What kind of... In the evening in a dormitory, Qin Luo sat on a stool holding a white helmet with the big words patrol written on it. He stared blankly at the helmet, his eyes twitching. Qin Luo. Qi Xingli stood across from him with a smile. Just do well here. Although you're no longer in a grassroots company, the patrol position is still very important. The military's discipline and decorum depend on you to supervise. Your significance is great. Division commander. Qin Luo suddenly stood up, looking at him with grievance. But I... Qi Xingli waved his hand, smiling. Don't think about going back. Isn't it good here? You'll save yourself from seeing Wu Ziyuan's grim face. Rest assured, even if he knows you are here, he won't dare to trouble you. Patrol duty is something that even ghosts fear in the army. Do well here. You can still become a good soldier. Work hard. I'm leaving. Division commander. Division commander. Qi Xingli smiled at him and walked away without looking back. Qin Luo stood at the door, blankly watching him leave, his grip on the helmet tightening. Damn it. I had planned to work hard and then hit Hu Fei hard in the face, but now I've ended up assigned to patrol. The primary responsibility of patrol is to inspect and supervise the troops, not combat troops, so there is basically no training. Without training, it's hard to improve strength. How can I go back to Tianling? Qin Luo looked at the white helmet in his hand, then at Qi Xingli, who had already gotten in the car and left. Flames of anger surged in his eyes. All right, you want me to do patrol, huh? Then I will make sure you regret it. The main content of discipline: first, adhere to political discipline. Second, adhere to organizational discipline, democratic centralism, obey the organization and resolutely maintain. Third, adhere to combat discipline, obey orders, follow commands, and fight bravely. Follow orders without question and stop when there are prohibitions. The inspection team leader Yuan Hong wiped his cold sweat and interrupted Qin Luo. Squad leader. Qin Luo stared seriously at Yuan Hong. I can recite it back to you. Do you want to hear it? Yuan Hong's manual fell to the ground along with his jaw. He swallowed hard, a bitter smile on his face. Damn, is this kid's memory really that good? After just 2 hours, he can recite the manual fluently. Squad leader. Qin Luo fixed his gaze on Yuan Hong. Can I go on duty now? He was already a bit impatient. Yuan Hong sized up Qin Luo. Initially, he wanted him to familiarize himself for a few more days, but now the kid knew the rules better than he did, and his military posture was more impressive. There was no reason not to let him go on duty. Moreover, he was directly introduced by the commander of the Sea Army. Yuan Hong coughed and said seriously, Shao Qin, very good, you have memorized it well. I think tomorrow you should join my group, and I will personally guide you. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo excitedly saluted. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. However, before going on duty, I still need to explain our responsibilities to you. Yuan Hong proudly said, the inspections are divided into 3 types. 1 is internal, mainly checking grassroots officers and soldiers. The second is external, mainly checking military vehicles and personnel going out. And we are the 3rd type, also the most powerful one. Yuan Hong's head was held high. We are called the Triforce Inspection, officially known as the Triforce Joint Inspection. This name sounds really impressive. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Our authority is even more impressive. Yuan Hong was instantly elated, patting his own shoulder. Don't look at me as just a 3rd-level non-commissioned officer. Even generals have to keep their distance when they see me. Is it really that impressive? Qin Luo was thrilled. Qi Xingli is just a colonel. Since Yuan Hong can make generals wary, then he can make Qi Xingli afraid too. Thinking of this, Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Do you think the squad leader is boasting? Yuan Hong glared at him. Let me tell you, the most powerful aspect of our Triforce inspection is that no matter who we encounter, our rank immediately elevates 1 level higher than them. We can't manage those above the rank of army commander. Below the deputy commander level, we have the authority to manage them. Qin Luo excitedly asked, can we manage brigade commanders? Yuan Hong looked disdainful. Of course we can manage them. As long as they violate discipline, you can make them stand by the roadside and recite the rules. Really? Qin Luo was already fired up. There won't be any repercussions, right? Yuan Hong confidently snorted. This is the authority granted to us by higher-ups. If they dare to cause trouble, they are asking for it. He patted Qin Luo's chest vigorously. Whoever dares to cause you trouble, the squad leader will back you up. Dealing with a brigade commander is a piece of cake. We are the most formidable in the whole army. Qin Luo's face already showed a mischievous smile, and with Yuan Hong's words he felt reassured. Next he could act boldly. Did they not want him to be on inspection duty, not letting him return to the old unit? Well, Qin Luo clenched his fist. Then I will be the most outstanding and incorruptible inspector. I must make Qi Shengli and the others happy. By the way, squad leader, Qin Luo tentatively asked, can we go to the Sea Army? Yuan Hong looked at him and suddenly smiled mischievously. I know what you're thinking. You want to show off after coming from the Sea Army, right? And vent your frustrations on a couple of people you didn't get along with before. Qin Luo hurriedly waved his hands. Squad leader, I absolutely do not have such thoughts. Yuan Hong slapped him on the shoulder. That's the right idea. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Yuan Hong cheerfully said, as inspectors we must be strict and impartial. Even if we encounter acquaintances, as long as they violate discipline, we cannot show any leniency. He looked at Qin Luo with admiration. Many newcomers find it hard to be strict, so our usual practice is to start with acquaintances. If we can handle acquaintances, we can withstand any pressure in the future, no matter who we face. Qin Luo felt awkward. As for those troublesome guys, being an acquaintance of theirs is really unfortunate. But you don't have to worry, Yuan Hong said slyly. If in the future you cannot stay in the unit, you will be discharged earlier than other soldiers. Even if they have grudges and want to find trouble with you, they won't be able to find you then. So just act confidently, maintain military discipline, ha ha ha. Qin Luo's eyelids twitched. He had now determined that these guys were particularly troublesome. Tomorrow I will take you to the Sea Army, so you can show off properly. Yuan Hong patted Qin Luo. Thank you, squad leader. Qin Luo excitedly saluted. Thinking about being able to walk around confidently in the Sea Army, his heart was already full of anticipation. The next morning, Qin Luo arranged his military uniform in front of the mirror. Looking at his tall and handsome self in the mirror, Qin Luo's mouth curled into a charming smile at a 45-degree angle. You won't let me go back and want me to be an inspector, huh? Well, you guys better not run into me. Qin Luo, let's go. Coming. Qin Luo adjusted his cap and strode outside. Several open-top SUVs were already parked neatly outside, and soldiers from each squad quickly ran towards their vehicles. Drive, Yuan Hong commanded, and the SUV immediately roared out. Upon reaching the entrance of the Security Command Department, the vehicles immediately scattered in different directions toward various camps. Stop! Yuan Hong suddenly shouted, and the driver immediately slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle could come to a complete halt, Yuan Hong jumped down in a flash. Comrade, stop right there. Qin Luo turned his head and saw 3 lieutenants walking while eating. As soon as they saw the inspection team approaching, the 3 immediately stood at attention. Wow, they really are that impressive. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. Even a second lieutenant could make new recruits shiver during his time in the recruit company. But now the lieutenants were trembling in front of the inspectors instead. Now you know our might, right? An old soldier laughed and patted him. Come on, you can watch how we do it from the side. Okay. Qin Luo nodded with a smile and immediately followed them out of the vehicle. Sorry, we won't do it again. One lieutenant pleaded with Yuan Hong. Comrade, please give us a chance. Yuan Hong looked at their credentials seriously without raising his head. If you were soldiers, I would definitely give you a chance. But you are staff officers. Did you not see how you were just now? 3 in a row, 2 in a line, and you still didn't notice. Your discipline is so loose, and you are eating while walking. Yuan Hong looked at them coldly. This is already at the entrance of the office. How can I give you a chance? Another lieutenant quickly pulled out a cigarette, but Yuan Hong emphatically waved his hand to refuse. Comrades, we truly know we were wrong. We won't do it again next time. Please at least don't report us otherwise. Yeah, comrade, please give us another chance. Yuan Hong sighed. Fine, I won't report it, but you have to stand here and recite the rules for half an hour. All right, no problem. The 3 lieutenants immediately stood tall with their chests puffed out, standing straight like new recruits. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Wow, the Triforce inspection is really impressive. The squad leader didn't lie. A flower of joy blossomed on his face, and he was now filled with confidence. When he gets to his old unit later, he must show off his skills. Qin Luo turned his head to see a car stopping on the road. Shirlu poked his head out of the window, looking surprised. It really is you. Qin Luo was stunned, not expecting to run into Shirlu here. He hurried over to salute. Chief. No need to be polite. Shirlu smiled as he got out of the car and looked him up and down. Didn't I send you back to your old unit? How did you end up here as an inspector? Qin Luo sighed helplessly. It's a long story. Seeing the disappointment on his face, Shirlu patted his shoulder. You really are unfortunate. Not only can't you return to your old unit, but you also became an inspector. To be honest, I hate seeing you guys in white hats. That really pisses me off. Qin Luo's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Shirley didn't realize what was wrong yet, and cheerfully patted Qin Luo. You actually look quite decent in that hat. You have the demeanor of a leader, like a big turtle. But I must warn you, everyone hates and fears your kind. Be careful, especially when walking at night, or you might get hit on the head, or even thrown into a toilet. Qin Luo's smile had completely vanished, and his eyelids were twitching. This guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. All right, I'm leaving, Shirley said with a smile. You continue with your duty. It's good to have you around. If I violate discipline in the future, you have to let me off the hook. Shirley turned to get in the car, but found the door wouldn't close. He turned to see Qin Luo, firmly gripping the door. What's wrong? Shirley looked puzzled. Get out of the car, Qin Luo growled. Show me your credentials. What? Shirley's eyes widened, then a smile crept onto his face. Hey, don't joke around. Do I have things to do? Get out of the car, Qin Luo shouted. Show me your credentials, and stand here. This is your first warning. Get out immediately. Shirley looked confused, and nearby Yuan Hong and others turned their heads in unison. Who did Qin Luo stop? Yuan Hong squinted to look over. It seems to be a special forces soldier, one soldier said. What the hell? Yuan Hong was so startled that he almost jumped up and his hat nearly flew off. Is this kid crazy? I was just boasting with him, and he actually believed it. Turn off the engine, get out, stand straight, and show your identification. Qin Luo raised his voice. Hey, Shirley were old friends. Shirley forced a smile. Don't joke around, I have things to do. Qin Luo immediately took out his camera and started taking pictures of him. Hey, what are you doing? Shirley hurriedly covered his face. Little Qin, what's wrong? Yuan Hong rushed over, blocking between the two. Still smiling and nodding at Shirley. Chief, it's all right, let's go. Shirley nodded, still shaken, and was just about to get in the car when Qin Luo's hand pressed against the car door. You can't leave. Shirley looked to Yuan Hong for help. Yuan Hong stared at Qin Luo, lowering his voice. Don't get carried away. He's from the Special Forces and has privileges in the combat zone. Qin Luo said seriously. Yesterday you said that anyone below the rank of Major General can be checked regardless of which unit they belong to. Besides, he's just a major. Look at his clothes, unbuttoned shirt, no hat, and his car is parked in the middle of the road. By the way, his license plate is all muddy, which raises suspicion of deliberately obscuring the plate. As an inspector, I must correct him. Yuan Hong was dumbfounded. He had indeed said this yesterday, but at that time it was just boasting. At any place, one must pay attention to personal relationships and be flexible. Checking the grassroots soldiers is one thing, but encountering a high-ranking officer, can we really enforce it? Chief, I've already taken photos and recorded it in the notebook. Hearing this, Yuan Hong was completely stunned. Inspectors are not allowed to make corrections or tear up their work. The photos are on film, and they cannot be deleted either. If we let him go now, he will face disciplinary action when he returns. Yuan Hong helplessly shrugged at Shirley, indicating that he was also powerless. Just accept the punishment. What the hell, this is already recorded. I really have a mission, I really have urgent matters. Shirley was in a hurry. Please cooperate with my work immediately, otherwise I have the right to detain you. At this moment, Qin Luo resembled an emotionless, cold-faced killer. Shirley could only hand over his identification to Qin Luo as required. Qin Luo snorted coldly. Stand straight. Don't you know how to stand at attention? Shirley's mouth twitched. You little rascal, fine, I even thought of you as a friend. It's useless to be close to the inspectors. Saying this, Qin Luo recorded it in the notebook. Shirley's eyes were about to pop out. They were really recording this. Yuan Hong rolled his eyes helplessly. Now it's over, we offended the Special Forces. With a screech, the SUV stopped in the Sea Army's camp. All inspectors got out of the car, and the surrounding officers and soldiers quickly stood at attention. Some had quietly turned away, quickly adjusting their uniforms. Chief, we're heading this way. Chief, we're going that way. Chief. Yuan Hong nodded, and the whole team immediately dispersed, heading in all directions. Chief, are we going to the A Division? Qin Luo asked eagerly. Yuan Hong looked at him, his cheeks twitching violently. I have to say this first, if you encounter officers above the rank of colonel violating regulations later, you must notify me first. Also, how to punish them must be discussed with me. It can't be like just now letting someone stand at the door for 2 hours. They're from the Special Forces. What if they really have an urgent mission? Qin Luo chuckled. Chief, I'm following the regulations exactly as you said. You said yesterday that inspectors must not show favoritism and must be as impartial as Judge Bao. Yuan Hong almost passed out. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to boast with this kid? He's such a stickler. Yuan Hong took a deep breath. All right, following the regulations isn't wrong. But take it easy, take it easy. Yes. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Yuan Hong felt a bit guilty, but now that they were here, there was nothing he could do but lead him toward the A Division. The two walked from one camp to another, and almost everywhere they went Qin Luo could find problems. His super senses were fully activated. Even without looking, he could sense everything within a 50-meter radius. Who had poor military appearance, who did not walk in formation, or who violated discipline. As long as they entered Qin Luo's perceptive field, he could sense them in advance, even through walls. In just one morning they checked 19 groups of people. On the playground, on the path, beside the flower bed, everywhere were officers standing in punishment. Yuan Hong ran after Qin Luo, panting and sweating. After so many years of inspection duty, today was the most exhausting. The morning hadn't even ended, and he had covered a distance equal to a whole day's work. But what shocked Yuan Hong even more was that many times even he, the experienced inspector, couldn't see them, yet Qin Luo could always pinpoint them accurately. His nose was sharper than a dog's. What was worse was that when Qin Luo encountered soldiers, it was mostly about criticism and education, but when he met officers, he directly punished them by making them stand and recite regulations. It was simply reckless. Oh, isn't this the top recruit of the entire army, Qin Luo? A voice suddenly came, and Qin Luo and Yuan Hong stopped and turned their heads in unison. They saw a captain walking over with his hands behind his back, smiling. Qin Luo was taken aback, immediately recognizing him as Zhao Tian, the company commander of the 6th Company from the initial recruit training regiment. The two immediately saluted, and Zhao Tian returned the salute. He looked Qin Luo up and down, teasingly saying, "During the initial recruit assessment, you stole the show. I heard the military leaders appreciated you a lot. What happened? Didn't you go to the special forces? Why are you here, and even became an inspector?" Zhao Tian chuckled at him. "Qin Luo, did the special forces not want you and kicked you out? Serves you right." Qin Luo's expression suddenly darkened, and Yuan Hong looked at him with concern. Zhao Tian laughed and said, "You complained about the reconnaissance battalion being bad, and you disliked your squad leader and platoon leader, so you wanted to climb the ranks, right? I didn't expect they would look down on you. You deserved it. Huh? No matter how great your abilities are, you can only be an inspector." He snorted coldly and glared at Qin Luo before turning around and leaving. Yuan Hong worriedly nudged Qin Luo. "Hey, are you okay? Don't take it to heart." Qin Luo's eye twitched violently, and he suddenly turned around. "Stop." Zhao Tian turned around in surprise. "What? Want to find fault with me? I just checked, there are definitely no mistakes." Yuan Hong nodded at Qin Luo. "He has no faults, don't be impulsive." Qin Luo marched over, gazing sternly at Zhao Tian. "Comrade, which regulation allows you to walk around the camp with your hands behind your back?" Zhao Tian's face turned pale, hurriedly putting his hands down to his sides close to his pants seam. But Qin Luo had already pulled out his notebook. "Stand straight identification." Zhao Tian's eyes twitched. He wanted to scold him to vent his anger, but unexpectedly he really got caught in a mistake. "Qin Luo, is this necessary? At least back then." "Identification." Qin Luo extended his hand. Yuan Hong smiled wryly. "Just take out the identification, he has already recorded it. If you don't cooperate, you know the consequences." Zhao Tian resigned, could only take out his identification and hand it over. Qin Luo quickly recorded it, coldly staring at him. "As a company commander, you don't even know the basics. Stand here for half an hour and memorize the regulations carefully." Yuan Hong looked at Zhao Tian, who was turning pale with anger, shaking his head helplessly. This kid had already dealt with several lieutenant colonels this morning. Why did he have to provoke him? In the afternoon, in the division commander's office, the phone suddenly rang. Qi Shengli put down the document in his hand and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Qi Shengli. Commander, that Qin Luo has returned." "Off." Qi Shengli was taken aback, then smiled broadly. "That kid didn't go to the garrison command as an inspector. Is he back to visit his family?" "Visit family?" On the other end of the line, Gao Kun was anxious. "This kid has already caught over 30 groups since morning in our division. From deputy regimental commanders to ordinary soldiers, he hasn't let anyone off." "What?" Qi Shengli jumped up, his eyes twitching. "What does this kid want to do? This is his old unit, his family. Oh, why is he catching people here? And so many?" Gao Kun smiled wryly. "Commander, this kid clearly has a lot of grievances. You let him be an inspector, but didn't let him return to his old unit. Now he has come to cause trouble. Did I stop him from going back to his old unit?" Qi Shengli was almost about to explode with anger. It was clearly an arrangement by the military, but what did it have to do with him? "In any case, Commander, you'd better be careful." Gao Kun awkwardly said, "This kid is strict. He acts like a living llama. Anyone who violates discipline, he catches them all. If you get caught by him and have to stand by the roadside for an hour, that would be too." "He dares." Qi Shengli slammed his hand on the table. "He has turned against me, and he dares to find fault. I'm the division commander, and he's a soldier from our unit." Gao Kun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "My dear commander, don't forget he's from the military inspection department. In principle, even military commanders can be checked, and he reports directly to the military district. You'd better be careful. This kid has lost his mind, catching people everywhere." Putting down the phone, Qi Shengli's eyes were twitching. He never imagined that Qin Luo would pull such a stunt. What on earth is the military thinking? Just send him to the logistics base to raise pigs, why let him be an inspector? Qi Shengli sat down helplessly exhaling, forget it, just avoid this kid. In the evening the camp was filled with the rich aroma of food. Each unit blew their meal whistles. Yuan Hong, panting heavily and covered in sweat, looked at Qin Luo. All right, Qin Luo, today is enough, let's head back, it's time to switch shifts. Chief. Qin Luo smiled at him. It's time for dinner, let's eat first, and then go. Yuan Hong's eyes widened. You want to eat in their cafeteria? Are you not afraid of getting beaten? Don't you know how many people you caught today? Qin Luo smiled mischievously at him. Chief, we are the most awesome in the military, just with our hats and armbands everywhere we go we are respected. Especially with you around. Who would dare to roll their eyes at us? We would punish them immediately. Besides, you are an old inspector, who wouldn't give you face. Hearing Qin Luo say this, Yuan Hong suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Although he boasted a lot with Qin Luo last night, most of it was true. The power of inspectors is indeed significant. The military's fear isn't just a saying. Plus, after today's glamorous display in the A division, Yuan Hong felt a bit pleased with himself. All right, I'm indeed hungry, let's finish eating here before heading back. All right, Chief, let's go. The two smiled as they headed toward the nearest cafeteria. Qin Luo glanced over at a distance, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen anyone from the headquarters all day, and they wouldn't be hiding, would they? However, we will switch shifts soon, they should come out then. More of this dish, and this one too. Yuan Hong pointed at the dishes while the cook serving the food glanced at him sideways, his ladle trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Although he scooped a spoonful, only 2 pieces remained in his bowl. Yuan Hong's eyes darted around, surveying his surroundings. From the company commander to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was casting sidelong glances at him. He regretted his decision, deeply wondering why he had listened to Qin Luo's suggestion to come eat here. The entire cafeteria seemed to look at him as if he were a nemesis. Yuan Hong dared not linger and found a corner to sit down. Where's Qin Luo? He curiously glanced around. Just moments ago that kid had finished getting food first, yet where did he go? Meanwhile, in the small grove next to the command building, Qin Luo crouched behind a tree, intently watching the command building. Does this count as fishing law enforcement? But he quickly shook his head, asserting that he was merely fulfilling his duties. If they weren't at fault, they wouldn't mind him lurking here. Qin Luo suddenly turned, instinctively glancing towards the reconnaissance unit beside the command building. He wanted to approach, but dressed in this uniform, how could he face Chong Lei and Chung Haonan? Qin Luo sighed helplessly, but his gaze towards the command building turned fierce. All I want to do is go back, yet you insist on making me a patrol officer. Fine, I'll go all out against you. Suddenly his super senses picked up a reaction, and he quickly turned his head. Below the command building, Qi Shengli and 2 officers were smiling as they walked out. That kid has gone back, right? Qi Shengli looked cheerfully towards the outside of the command building. He's gone, a nearby lieutenant nodded. They switched shifts at 5 o'clock, and tonight it will be another group of people. Qi Commander, why are you so afraid of that kid? He is just a rookie. Qi Shengli glared at him fiercely. Who said I was afraid of him? As a proud commander, I can't possibly fear a rookie. I'm just busy during the day. The 2 officers nodded vigorously, suppressing their laughter. Everyone knows what you were thinking. Now the whole division is aware of Qin Luo, this impulsive youth. Relying on his position as a patrol officer, he fears no one, and certainly not retaliation afterwards. Besides, the patrol officers retire early. The key is that he conducts inspections fairly and reasonably. And his insights are piercing, making it impossible to refute, and everyone is afraid of being caught by him. This kid shows mercy only to the soldiers, never to the officers, always imposing heavy penalties. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Let's go eat, Qi Shengli said, hands behind his back. There's a pile of work, stop right there. Qi Shengli was taken aback. Did he just tell me to stop? The 3 turned around in unison, but the next second they were all startled. Suddenly a patrol officer in a white cap strode towards them. Qin Luo. Qi Shengli's scalp tingled. Didn't he go back? Didn't you say he switched shifts? I don't know either, the nearby lieutenant stammered. Just then Qin Luo had walked up to them. Before they could react, he had already pulled out his camera and snapped 2 quick shots of them. What are you doing? Qi Shengli quickly covered his face. Don't take pictures the moment we meet. Qin Luo put away his camera and then pulled out his notebook. Sorry gentlemen, you have violated relevant regulations. You cannot have 2 people walking together and 3 people lined up. Furthermore, none of you are wearing hats, and not only are your uniforms unbuttoned, but you have also unbuttoned 2 extra buttons. Please stand aside and present your identification. Qi Shengli's eyes twitched. This kid is serious. Qin Luo. The lieutenant glared at him. This is the commander, and you are a new recruit from our division. How? Snap. The flash suddenly lit up, and the guy stared wide-eyed in shock. Qin Luo put away the camera and wrote in his notebook. Not only did you deliberately get familiar, but you also attempted to threaten the patrol officer in the execution of his duties. I didn't do that. I was just reasoning. Stand aside. Qin Luo pointed to the side. Present your identification. The two officers were furious, their eyes blazing. Qi Shengli awkwardly said, Qin Luo, don't do this. After all, I am the commander. You can't make me stand here. What will others think? It will look so bad. Qin Luo looked up smiling at him. Commander Qi, not only do you have to stand here, but I also need to report to the higher-ups. With your position leading the way and violating so many regulations, it will certainly be reported to the military district. We will also report it. Qi Shengli's eyes widened. Qin Luo, my father is a friend of yours. We have a good relationship. Even if my father came, I'd still make him stand here, Qin Luo said sternly. Comrade officer, please cooperate with my work, or else. Seeing that his pen was about to drop again, Qi Shengli hurriedly shouted, all right. I'll stand here, I'll stand. Fuming, he pulled out his identification and handed it over while the other two officers reluctantly did the same for Qin Luo. After Qin Luo finished recording, he returned them. Gentlemen, please stand here for half an hour. I will watch you memorize the regulations. He stepped back 2 paces. Let's begin. Are you feeling cocky? Qi Shengli glared at him angrily. Qin Luo took out his camera again. Memorize, all right. Qi Shengli glared angrily at the two beside him. Recite it, give me. Oh. The two officers immediately started to recite. Qi Shengli followed along, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Luo. This little brat taking personal revenge, huh? How ruthless. He shouldn't be a patrol officer, he should be raising pigs. Later that night around 8 o'clock, Qin Luo entered the dormitory wearing a steel helmet. As soon as Yuan Hong saw him, he jumped up as if his butt were on fire. Qin Luo, you. He yelled as if he had taken gunpowder. You left me alone in the cafeteria and you went to capture the commander of the A division, forcing him to stand at attention for half an hour and memorize the regulations for another half hour. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Qin Luo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Squad leader, the leaders just praised us. Praise? What praise? I was just boasting and you really made the commander. Yuan Hong suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? Who praised you? Qin Luo smiled and said, I submitted today's notebook and photos and the leaders affirmed our work, saying you led while being strict and fair, enforcing the law without mercy. The leaders also said that you executed the military district's requirements for strict supervision very well, ensuring the combat effectiveness of our entire army, and they mentioned a commendation for you. Yuan Hong's face suddenly blossomed with a smile. Really? Did the leaders really praise me? Qin Luo nodded. The leaders also said that they hope you will keep up the good work, not only for our squad, but also to lead other squads, ensuring strict supervision across all units, treating everyone equally from top to bottom. They told us not to worry, that any issues would be handled by the higher-ups. We are the guardians of discipline. With discipline, our troops can maintain combat effectiveness. Yuan Hong couldn't keep his mouth closed from smiling, clapping Qin Luo on the back. The leaders have overpraised us. This commendation is half mine and half yours. Little Qin, you did a great job. Let's continue like this. Just as I said before, below the rank of division commander, anyone who violates discipline must be strictly checked. We are executing the orders of the higher-ups. Qin Luo smiled at him. So squad leader, today we. Yuan Hong instantly perked up. Keep going, we still have a group tomorrow. You little brat with your sharp eyes, go and check confidently. The squad leader will back you up. Yes. Qin Luo saluted excitedly. Commander Qi, we will meet again tomorrow. I hope you will follow the rules properly. Early the next morning, Yuan Hong seemed to be energized, leading the entire squad directly to various barracks. Many people initially wanted to rest, but seeing them go out, they had to jump into vehicles immediately. In the following days, Qin Luo and Yuan Hong struck out everywhere, visiting every company in the A division. They caught people smoking improperly, using cell phones, violating rules by going to the convenience store during training, and even caught some going out to buy things in violation. They had run through almost every corner of the division. Even in the most remote spots, there were traces of their footsteps. They moved unpredictably, sometimes coming out from the woods, other times emerging from behind a wall. With his super senses, Qin Luo caught everyone off guard, causing the entire A division to be in a state of alarm. As long as the soldiers stepped out of the dormitory, they nervously glanced around, fearing they might see a flash of white. But the most unfortunate were still in the command building. Yuan Hong was fully supporting Qin Luo and didn't even switch shifts at night. He specifically followed Qin Luo around the command building, aiming to catch big fish. The lights-out signal sounded and Gao Kun lay in bed, just turned on the TV to watch for a while, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. As soon as he opened it, Qin Luo began snapping photos of him. Gao Kun was stunned. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Officer, you are still awake after lights out and watching TV, which is a serious violation. Yes, Yuan Hong nodded. Qin Luo, I am the commander of your training regiment. Gao Kun panicked. Qin Luo nodded. Yes, you were the commander before, and you taught me to be a good soldier. Now I am a patrol officer, so I must fulfill my duties. This is also according to your teachings, striving to be a good soldier. Yes. Yuan Hong nodded vigorously. Gao Kun was furious, his eyes blazing. Get lost. Wait, Qin Luo said, blocking the door. Please turn off the TV and lights, then go downstairs to memorize the regulations for half an hour. What? Gao Kun was on the verge of exploding. In the middle of the night, Qi Shengli pushed open the quilt groggy and opened the door heading towards the bathroom. Just as he was halfway through, he suddenly felt heat at the back of his neck. As he turned his head, a figure in a white cap emerged from the darkness, staring coldly at him. Damn! Qi Shengli jumped up and fried his pants damp. What are you doing? Qi Shengli shrank into the corner, trembling as he pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo was recording something in his notebook and then looked up at him. Comrade officer, I am on duty. You have no issues, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he turned and left. Qi Shengli covered his wildly beating heart and squatted down. You're crazy. Duty in the bathroom. Scaring me to death, scaring me to death. Downstairs, Yuan Hong stretched and looked up. Is it about time? There's nothing to check at this late hour. Qin Luo turned back, a slight smile on his lips. They had already conducted enough checks in recent days. Qi Shengli and the others were almost psychologically traumatized by their encounters. He smiled slightly. You wanted me to be a patrol officer. Let's see how long you can hold on. You could try sending me back to the lower ranks. Let's go, squad leader. Let's go back to sleep and continue tomorrow. Let's go. Yuan Hong nodded with a smile. The night breeze was slightly cool as the off-road vehicle slowly drove down the road. Yuan Hong was all smiles, feeling great. Although they didn't check as much today as yesterday, it indicated that their efforts were yielding results. Little Qin, our division is now orderly thanks to us. The leaders specifically sought me out this morning to praise us and asked me to give everyone a briefing. Yuan Hong laughed heartily. I feel like this is the rhythm of making achievements. Qin Luo smiled faintly. That's all thanks to the squad leader. You are strict and fair. The A division has been revitalized from top to bottom, and it is only right to award you a second-class merit. Bang! The wine bottle was heavily placed on the table, and Shirlu angrily said, Chief of Staff, you have no idea how embarrassed I was at that moment. He burped, his face filled with frustration. That was right at the entrance of the command headquarters. So many people were passing by looking at me, and there were civilians too. How many people pulled out their phones to take pictures of me? He said, as a dignified major, I stood there for 2 hours reciting regulations. I've lost all face. You were even reported by the entire army, don't forget that. Oh right. The captain even gave you a punishment. Hu Fei chuckled, sipping his cold beer. Shirlu grew more and more furious, taking big gulps of beer. That bastard is ungrateful. I brought him over and sent him off, and I even comforted him. When I saw him become a patrol officer, I even congratulated him. But he turned around and refused to acknowledge me. He is such a piece of work. If I see him here, I will. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with you? Shen Xinran asked cheerfully. Are you planning to hit someone? Run. Shirlu dropped the wine bottle and suddenly turned to run. He knocked over a chair and leaped directly into the flower bed nearby, disappearing without a trace. The two stared in shock, dumbfounded. What stimulated this guy? Shen Xinran shook her head in confusion. Could it be he's in a hurry to go to the bathroom? Hu Fei chuckled. He just drank a bit too much, this kid. He turned his head and suddenly saw a figure rushing towards them. The white hat on the head was strikingly visible in the dark. Hu Fei's eyes widened, almost reflexively jumping up. Run. Run. Huh. Shen Xinran didn't. Click, click, click. The flash suddenly started to flicker. Hu Fei, stop. I've already taken your photo. If you run, it will be considered resisting inspection. Hu Fei's foot that was about to step out suddenly froze in midair, his face turning green with anger. How unlucky can I be? Just when I mention that bastard, he shows up immediately. He awkwardly turned his head, forcing out a smile. Oh, isn't this Qin, the young master? Didn't you return to your old unit? Why are you still a patrol officer? To be honest, this outfit really suits you. It looks quite handsome. Shen Xinran watched Qin Luo approach, her expression somewhat complex. She thought she wouldn't see him again, but unexpectedly they met so soon and in such a manner. Qin Luo glanced at Shen Xinran, directly overlooked her, and faced Hu Fei while pulling out a notebook. Stand straight, show your ID name. Hu Fei's eyes twitched. Cut it out, Xiao Qin, didn't you just call my name? We're familiar enough, there's no need to. Deliberately trying to get close with the patrol officer, trying to build connections. Qin Luo glanced at him, then wrote it down in the notebook. Alright, don't write it. Hu Fei angrily said, where's your chief? Right here. Yuan Hong quickly ran over. Hu Fei smiled at him. Comrade, I am the chief of staff of the Tianling Special Forces, Hu Fei. Oh. Yuan Hong's mouth formed an O shape as he nodded repeatedly. Seeing that there might be room for negotiation, Hu Fei quickly said, we just completed a mission, hadn't eaten lunch or dinner, and just stopped for a late-night snack on the way back. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Look, isn't this like the flood hitting the Dragon King temple? Comrade, how about? Cut us some slack. Yuan Hong looked at Qin Luo, and then at him lifting his head and sneering. What's so great about Tianlang? Is being a chief of staff such a big deal? I'll tell you, even the division commander has been punished by us, let alone you a chief of staff. Hu Fei's eyes were almost popping out. Qin Luo remained unyielding, but why is your squad leader messing around with him? Stand straight. Yuan Hong glared at him, ID name. Hu Fei, infuriated, had his eye twitching. Comrade, I am from Tianlang, we are. Yuan Hong interrupted directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will notify the military district headquarters and have your captain come personally to take you. Exactly. Qin Luo said coldly. Going out in military uniform, not maintaining military decorum, sitting with your legs crossed drinking beer while driving and parking recklessly. If I were your captain, I might not even want to come and collect you. Hu Fei was practically exploding with anger. They had done similar things often in their daily lives. The patrol officers saw it and turned a blind eye. Who told them they were Tianlang? Who told Tianlang they were so impressive? But why did they have to run into these two? Especially Qin Luo. This kid was simply a harbinger of disaster. One last time, please cooperate. Qin Luo pointed the camera at him and took several photos. Otherwise, all right. Hu Fei, annoyed, took out his ID and glared fiercely at Qin Luo. You're holding a grudge, aren't you? Qin Luo took the ID, smiled faintly. Hu Fei, are you a good soldier? Haha. You don't even follow the most basic military discipline, and yet you're educating others on how to be a soldier. Seeing the mocking expression on Qin Luo's face, Hu Fei was about to explode. This is definitely a grudge, absolutely. And one more thing, Qin Luo returned the ID to him. That day, I left in a hurry and forgot to tell you. He leaned closer to Hu Fei and lowered his voice. I will make you regret saying that on that day, one day, I will return to Tianlang, and it will be at your personal invitation. You're dreaming. Hu Fei's eyes widened. Qin Luo took 2 steps back. Stand straight, recite the regulations for an hour. And you too. He looked at Shen Xinran. Huh. Shen Xinran was confused. What do you mean, huh? Stand with him. Don't think just because you look good you won't be punished. Shen Xinran's eyes twitched as she thought Qin Luo would show her some mercy, but unexpectedly. She walked to Hu Fei's side, puffed out her chest, and began reciting the regulations. Xiao Qin, this is so satisfying. Yuan Hong laughed heartily while driving. These Tianlang people, each one with their eyes on top of their heads, usually looks down on people. Especially when they look down on us patrol officers, they don't take us seriously at all. I've wanted to deal with them for a long time. Today we actually dealt with their chief of staff. How satisfying, how satisfying. Qin Luo smiled at him. Squad leader, aren't you afraid of retaliation? What do I have to be afraid of? Yuan Hong immediately perked up. With leaders backing us up, what do I have to fear? Moreover, I will be transitioning out this year. What is there to be afraid of? He smiled at Qin Luo. You're quite bold, you've got guts. Being with you, I finally vented all the pent-up frustration from these years, haha. Qin Luo smiled slightly, looking at the rapidly passing scenery outside, the figures of Hu Fei and Shen Xinran emerging in his mind. He didn't want to hold a grudge, he just wanted to convey a message. Qin Luo was no longer the person he used to be. As long as he wanted to be a good soldier, he would certainly become one. Just wait, I will prove myself and slap you all in the face. Chief of Staff, get in the car. Shen Xinran opened the car door. I won't. Hu Fei, furious, said with fiery eyes. I want to walk for a bit, get some fresh air, or I'll suffocate. Shen Xinran smiled as she closed the car door and walked to his side. Hu Fei grumbled. You drive back by yourself, no need to follow me. Shen Xinran smiled. I ate so much I also want to walk a bit, digest it. Hu Fei snorted coldly just as he was about to speak. Suddenly a big head full of leaves poked out from the nearby bushes, startling both of them. What is that? Hu Fei growled. It's not allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country. I show yourself quickly, hurry up as per the law. Shirlu grinned widely. Chief of Staff, Xiaoshin, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. After saying that, he shook off the leaves on his body and jumped out of the flower bed. Hu Fei glared at him angrily. You ungrateful fellow. When you saw the harbinger of disaster, didn't you know to grab me and run? You just ran off by yourself. The words I gave that kid should all go to you. Selfish, self-interested, despicable villain. Exactly. Exactly. Shen Xinran also complained. At least you could shout a couple of times. You ran faster than a monkey, and in an instant you disappeared without a trace. Shirlu said, aggrieved. I had to run. After that day, when he dealt with me, the captain had already warned me. In that kind of situation, if I were caught again and reported, wouldn't the captain have killed me? I had to save myself. Hu Fei snorted. That kid is just holding a grudge, deliberately looking for trouble. Right. Shirlu nodded vigorously. Chief of Staff, you said that nonsense to him, wanting to undermine his belief in being a soldier. He will definitely come after you. Huh. Hu Fei glared at him. Are you saying I was wrong? Shirlu quickly shook his head, smiling. In the past I thought you were wrong, but now I feel you are right. That kid deserves to be dealt with, deserves to be kicked out. Hu Fei rolled his eyes at him. That kid is showing off to me, trying to make me change my opinion of him. He wants to return to Tianlong, and he expects me to invite him. Hu, let him dream. As long as I am here, there is absolutely no place for him in Tianlang. I stand by that. Oh, right. Sure, Lu followed along. That kid is already a patrol officer. He'll never have this opportunity again in his life. Even if he does, I'll help you kick him out. We must avenge this grudge. Looking at the two figures, Shun Xinran smiled bitterly. Last time she thought Qin Luo would never find her, but he did. Shin Xinran had a premonition that this time he might be able to do it as well. Although they hadn't interacted much, she knew that Qin Luo was such a strange and complex person. Forget it, I won't think about it. Shin Xinran shook her head and quickly caught up. The next morning, the assembly. A colonel shouted in front of the barracks, and everyone froze for a moment. They thought it was just the attendance whistle, but it turned out to be an assembly. Soon everyone quickly gathered. The colonel scanned the crowd and smiled slightly. Yuan Hong, Qin Luo. The two shouted together. Step forward. Yes. The two ran to the front of the formation and saluted the colonel. The colonel returned the salute and then looked at everyone. The purpose of today's assembly is to announce some good news. He said loudly, comrades Yuan Hong and Qin Luo have been diligent in their duties and strict in supervision recently. The Sea Army's A Division has been rejuvenated under their supervision. Yesterday, the superior leaders inspected the Sea Army, and the military appearance and condition of a division were much better than those of the other two divisions and other units. The superiors fully acknowledged our achievements. It is precisely because of the efforts of comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong during this period that a division has resolutely decided to rectify from top to bottom, which led to the commendation from the military district leaders yesterday. Therefore, today we are publicly commending comrades Qin Luo and Yuan Hong, and each will receive a third-class merit medal. Everyone should learn from them. Applaud. Clap. In an instant, everyone applauded vigorously. Yuan Hong smiled so broadly that he couldn't close his mouth. I was just strict with discipline, and how did I end up getting a third-class merit? The leaders are really great. His eyes glanced at Qin Luo, his face beaming like a sunflower. Qin Luo was simply his benefactor. Qin Luo's eyes twitched, looking perplexed. He offended so many people, yet he could still receive third-class. The colonel solemnly handed the wooden box containing the military merit badge to Qin Luo. He then smiled and said, Comrade Qin Luo, at such a young age you have managed to be fair and just unafraid of power. You are a role model for our inspection team, and I hope you will continue to work hard. Yes. Qin Luo saluted vigorously, saying, Chief, I assure you that as long as I discover any acts of misconduct, no matter who it is, I will handle it seriously. He lowered his head, gazing at the military merit badge in his hand, feeling speechless. It was too easy to obtain. He just wanted to create some issues to have the inspection team send him back. Unexpectedly, he could still achieve merit for this. The colonel laughed heartily, saying, You can work boldly. The garrison command supports you. He patted Qin Luo on the shoulder, smiling as he said, Also, don't just focus on the A Division for small gains. If you keep at it, you'll end up with nothing. You should widen your scope to the entire Sea Army or even other military districts. With your abilities, you can surely rejuvenate the image and discipline of other divisions. Yes. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Thinking back, he had been focusing all his energy on the A Division, and the entire division was already on edge. Even if they couldn't see the white hats, the discipline and military appearance were excellent, and there were almost no flaws to pick at. Since that was the case, he should aim for the entire army. With that thought, a sly smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Meanwhile, the colonel turned to look at the others, saying, Everyone must learn from Qin Luo. Don't just focus on the grassroots soldiers, you should also look above the rank of major. It's just a change of position, there's not much difference otherwise. You don't have to be afraid. If anything happens, the garrison command is your backing, and I will support you. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Continue your duty. The colonel turned and left. As soon as he was gone, everyone immediately surrounded Yuan Hong and Qin Luo. Squad leader Yuan, you are truly impressive. Yeah, you have a keen eye. As soon as Qin Luo arrived, you recruited him. He is about to be transferred, yet he has already received a third-class merit. It's really enviable. Have you accumulated 3 third-class merits? You can get a good unit when you return. Yuan Hong laughed, unable to contain his joy, waving his hand and saying, Calm down, it's just a third-class merit. You all can achieve it too. The team leader just said that as long as you learn from me and Qin Luo, you also have the chance. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. They clearly said to learn from Qin Luo. When did it include you? Squad leader Yuan, let me team up with Qin Luo today. No, let me team up with him. I want to learn his spirit of being fair and just. I want to learn too. Usually, I am the most timid. I don't dare to stop a captain casually. I need to get close to Qin Luo to improve my skills. Let me do it. Let me. A group of people squeezed next to Qin Luo, making faces at him. Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He knew exactly what these people were thinking. Opportunities for inspection merit are simply too scarce. Everyone step aside. Yuan Hong pulled Qin Luo behind him, glaring fiercely at everyone, saying, whatever your intentions are, don't even think about targeting Qin Luo. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, and let me tell you, Qin Luo belongs to me. Qin Luo almost knelt down. Squad leader, that statement makes me hesitant to respond. Bang bang bang. Gao Kun stared in astonishment as Qi Shengli picked up the documents and slammed them on the table like a chimpanzee smashing a walnut with its head tilted. Chief, what are you doing? Qi Shengli angrily slammed the documents on the ground, saying, I've been criticized by the army again. And I've been listed as a negative teaching material, a target for assistance. The ones helping me are the commanders of Division B and Division C. He lamented, I have been competing with them for 20 years, and I have always had the upper hand. Now it's better, they can come to educate me. I feel like killing someone. Gao Kun stood across, shocked, with his mouth agape, asking, Chief, you won't be criticized again, will you? What happened this time? What else could it be? Leaving without permission. Qi Shengli covered his face in pain, saying, I managed to sneak out in the middle of the night, early in the morning, and during the lunch break. But I never expected that on Sunday I would not be able to sneak out. On Sunday, a rest day. He excitedly pounded the table, saying to Gao Kun, even during rest times there's no peace. That kid Qin Luo appeared like a ghost, and even discovered that I left half an hour early during my duty. Now I have been classified as a typical case by the military district. He weakly slumped into his chair, saying, it's just half an hour, I even had the chief of staff cover for me, yet I still got caught out by him. Gao Kun looked embarrassed. You are truly unlucky. Such things happen frequently in the army, and everyone just gives a little nudge, but something that's common and shouldn't be taken too seriously. But ultimately it is indeed a violation of discipline, and the evidence is irrefutable. There's no way to explain it. I just can't take it anymore. Qi Shengli looked at him with frustration, saying, Gao Kun, among the several regimental leaders, you have the most scheming mind. I'll quickly think of a way for me. Gao Kun's mouth twitched. What I have is called resourcefulness. He said with a bitter face, Chief, you can't come up with a solution, so I have no ideas to offer either. Qi Shengli waved his hand, saying, forget it. If it doesn't work, I will go to the military directly, and if that doesn't work, I'll find his father to discipline his son properly. Suddenly the phone rang. Qi Shengli picked it up, irritably saying, hello? This is Qi Shengli. Old Qi, why are you so angry? The voice of military chief of staff, Chen Long, came from the other end. It's chief of staff. Qi Shengli's attitude immediately softened a bit as he said aggrievedly, how can I not be angry? I just got criticized by the army and have been listed as a negative teaching material, a target for assistance. Old Qi, I called to ask you about this matter. What exactly happened to Qin Luo? Why does he act like a mad dog, specifically targeting your division? Qi Shengli said with a bitter face, this has nothing to do with me, but it's all arranged by your military. Us? Chen Long asked in surprise. When did we offend that kid? Of course it's you guys, Qi Shengli said angrily. That kid was returned from the special forces and only wanted to return to his original unit. But you all just transferred him to the inspection team. What kind of place is the inspection team? It's a place that is forever insulated from the grassroots units. He must be unhappy. All his grievances are directed at us. Chief of staff, he said aggrievedly. You all need to think of a way. Our division really can't take it anymore. Gao Kun nodded frantically beside him. Qi Shengli continued. Even I am starting to find it hard to cope. The soldiers now have to be fully armed, even when they go to the bathroom. At least give us a breather. We have no way to solve it. The chief of staff chuckled bitterly. You think it's an order from the army. It's actually an order from the military district. The army is just executing it on behalf of them. What? Qi Shengli was stunned. His father has even reached out to the military district. Chen Long said helplessly, Qin Jiacheng's Shanghai group has been a deeply cooperative unit with our military district for many years. Over the years they have provided our military district with countless supplies and consolation funds, and they recently donated several thousand air conditioners for free to the military district. He and Deputy Commander Luo are old friends. Even the commander has some connections with him. Qi Shengli's face fell, saying, so there's no way. He sat down heavily in his chair, saying, it's over. This kid will keep an eye on me until I retire. Please promote me to brigade commander. That way he won't be able to keep an eye on me. Old Qi, find a way to solve the problem. Don't say such things. Chen Long said coldly. I called you to find a way to solve the problem. What can I do? Qi Shengli said irritably. I have already begged you all. This isn't my intention, it's the army's intention. Chen Long said solemnly. What? Qi Shengli stood up. Chen Long said coldly. After all, Qin Luo is a new soldier from your division. There must be someone in your division who understands him. Any issues he has need to be resolved by your own people. As long as there is a solution, the army will fully support you. You have 3 days to resolve it. He shouted, this kid has already come to the army to cause trouble. Just yesterday, he detained Director Wang from the propaganda department along with his car. Qi Shengli's eyes twitched. It turns out Qin Luo has shifted his target to you guys. No wonder you are panicking. Old Qi, I seem to hear you laughing. No. Qi Shengli forced himself to hold back his laughter, saying, I'm thinking of a solution. You better think quickly. 3 days, just 3 days. If you can't resolve it, the brigade commander will personally come to find you. Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. After hanging up, Gao Kun leaned in slyly asking, Chief, does that mean that kid is no longer targeting our division? Qi Shengli smiled and nodded, saying, our division has been criticized so many times and has corrected twice. Qin Luo probably can't find any faults, so he went to the army. Great, we are finally free. Gao Kun said excitedly, almost in tears, but that kid is really bold. For grassroots soldiers, it's usually just a few words of education. The bigger the officer he encounters, the more energized he becomes. Isn't it because he has a good father? Qi Shengli said unkindly. His father knows the commander and the deputy commander, and they enforce the law impartially, and he hasn't actually committed any wrongdoing. Who can do anything to him? Otherwise the army wouldn't have called me to solve the problem. All right, let's think of a solution together. He looked at Gao Kun, saying, the army has issued an order. We must immediately and quickly resolve the problem with Qin Luo. How do we solve it? Gao Kun's eyes widened, asking, do we kill him to silence him? Boom. A lightning bolt split the sky and a deep thunder echoed across the land. Qianlong walked to the window, watching as large raindrops pelted the ground. It's only 3 in the afternoon, and it's already this dark. Qianlong shook his head. This rain won't let up. Sir. A nearby officer handed him a hot water bag. You should warm your shoulders. It's useless. Whenever the weather changes, my shoulder inflammation only improves with hot water. These won't. Then you should hurry and take a hot shower, the officer urged. Qianlong glanced at his watch, hesitating. But today is my combat readiness duty. It wouldn't be good to leave now. The officer chuckled. Are you worried about the inspectors coming? In this downpour, no one will come to check. Don't worry, you'll keep an eye out for you. If anything happens, I can handle it in no time. Qianlong looked outside, where the torrential rain blurred the horizon beyond 20 meters. He chuckled. True, anyone who would come out to inspect in such weather must be out of their mind. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Just keep an eye on things for me. Yes. Qianlong walked out with a smile, holding an umbrella as he hurried towards the dormitory. Joyful drums sound out the celebrations of the year. As he undressed, Qianlong sang happily as he entered the bathroom. Once the hot water started flowing over his shoulders, his facial expression immediately relaxed. The water is really hot today. After 10 minutes of this, my shoulder should stop hurting. Qianlong leaned against the wall, preparing to find a comfortable position. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted. A bright light flashed through the window, startling Qianlong. What the hell? Is the lightning this intense? He quickly turned around, his eyes widening in shock. The bathroom had only one air vent, which was now filled. Rainwater dripped wildly from the person's white hat, and a face soaked with rainwater was grinning at him. The terrifying appearance was more frightening than a water ghost. Holy crap! Qianlong jumped up, slipping and falling hard on the floor. Sir, are you all right? Yuan Hong helped Qianlong up, sitting in the corridor with a look of reproach. You're just too jumpy. We're simply on duty. There's no need to be so scared. Qianlong glared at him angrily. How would you feel if a head suddenly appeared outside the window while you were showering, grinning at you? Oh, is that what you call normal duty? Who climbs up the pipes to patrol? It was the 5th floor, the 5th floor. Yuan Hong glanced at Qin Luo, then smiled awkwardly at Qianlong. We had no choice. We couldn't break down the door and damage your property, so we had to take pictures from the window. You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. You know what danger is? Qianlong was about to explode, trembling as he spoke. Are you crazy? What if you fell and died? Qianlong glared at him angrily. It was just a shower. Was it worth all this commotion? Leader, Qin Luo said seriously. I can't interfere with your personal showering habits, but I checked the duty roster, and today is your combat readiness duty. Qianlong's expression suddenly darkened. Leaving during combat readiness duty without permission was a serious matter. Even he couldn't cover for that. Leaving your post during combat readiness duty and sneaking back to take a shower. Qin Luo smiled, slightly shaking his camera. I've captured evidence, crystal clear, indisputable proof. Qianlong felt like he was about to break down. Who the hell said it wouldn't rain? This guy wouldn't come right. The logic that applied to normal people had no effect on this guy. Sir, please stand still, show your ID, and cooperate with our work, Qin Luo said calmly. Yuan Hong looked equally excited, seeing Qianlong, as if he had spotted a military honor. Sir, please get up. You're currently our highest-ranking catch. Qianlong felt like his head was going to explode. Leaving his post during combat readiness duty to take a shower, if this was reported, he would definitely face consequences. And the photos he took. Could those get out? Qianlong suddenly stood up, startling Yuan Hong. Qin Luo looked at him. Sir, are you going to resist law enforcement? Click, click. The camera lifted, capturing 2 more shots. Long's anger was instantly sealed by the bright flashes, his mouth twitching awkwardly, then forcing a smile. Qin Luo, do you not remember me? I praised you during the new recruit assessment and commended you for your bright future. We are old acquaintances. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Long nodded back. We really are acquaintances, let me off this time. Caught red-handed while trying to get cozy with the inspectors, given your position, it's a serious offense. Qin Luo began writing swiftly in his notebook. No. Long immediately covered his notebook with his hands, wearing a distressed expression. Qin Luo, let's keep a line open for future encounters. How can you treat me this way? I'm a dignified chief of staff in the army, and do you really want to make this awkward? Qin Luo looked at Yuan Hong. Squad leader, doesn't it seem like he's threatening me? Yuan Hong nodded seriously. I can confirm it's not just an impression, he is indeed threatening you. Then that's a serious offense. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Long was about to vomit blood, lamenting. Qin Luo, what exactly do you want? I know you have grievances, but we didn't transfer you to inspections. It was the military district's decision. Qin Luo smiled, pulling him aside. Sir, I know your struggles, and I also know you can't transfer me back, so I can only work hard and fulfill my duties in my current position. Little Qin, I'm trying to find a way, isn't that? Long shouted anxiously. Qin Luo. Suddenly a voice rang out. Enough. Qin Luo's body jolted. He was all too familiar with that voice. He turned around swiftly to see Wu Ziyuan standing at the top of the stairs, his expression stern and soaked. At that moment, Chang Lei emerged from the stairway, standing behind Wu Ziyuan with a beaming smile. Following them were Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo. One by one, familiar faces appeared. They all stood behind Wu Ziyuan, and though they said nothing, each one stretched their necks, smiling as they looked at Qin Luo. Cheng Haonan and the others even playfully winked at him. Long fell silent, watching Wu Ziyuan and the others slowly withdrawing his hand. Yuan Hong curiously leaned over. Little Qin, who are they? Bang! The notebook slipped from Qin Luo's hand, crashing to the ground. He stared at the suddenly appearing group, trembling uncontrollably. He had done all this just to get himself After going back, no matter how he apologized, he would have to stay. He had made one mistake. This time, he absolutely had to remain with his brothers. But now, seeing Wu Ziyuan and the others in front of him, he found himself at a loss for words. Wu Ziyuan walked step by step towards Qin Luo. He gave him a cold glance, then saluted Long. Hello, sir. Xiao, we are here. It's great that you came. Long said with a beaming smile. He is the soldier you trained you. Sir, please leave first, they'll handle things here. All right. Long nodded vigorously. Wait, you can't leave yet. Yuan Hong was about to stop him when suddenly his voice cut off. He felt a pair of piercing eyes scanning him, making his hair stand on end. Turning to look, he saw Wu Ziyuan staring coldly at him, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Yuan Hong smiled, awkwardly retreating a couple of steps, forcing a polite, yet awkward smile. Wu Ziyuan turned to Qin Luo. Qin Luo, are you done causing trouble? Squad leader, you came. Qin Luo straightened up slowly. Wu Ziyuan glared at him coldly. I didn't want to come, but your antics have disturbed everyone, so. He fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. So Qin Luo, are you a good soldier now? Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Squad leader, whether I'm a good soldier or not shouldn't be for me to decide. It should be judged by others. I was wrong before, and I want to apologize to you, to the squad leader, and to them. He looked at Cheng Haonan and the others. I was wrong, though I shouldn't have chosen to leave. I really made a mistake. He stared firmly at Wu Ziyuan, speaking each word clearly. Squad leader, I want to go back to be with my squad leader and my comrades. Chang Lei and the others clenched their fists tightly, staring intently at Qin Luo. In fact, even without today's speech, they had already forgiven Qin Luo long ago. Bear soldier. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly, abruptly turning. Come with me, I'll take you home. At that moment, tears streamed down Qin Luo's face. He vigorously wiped his tears. Yes. Hey, wait. Yuan Hong suddenly shouted. Qin Luo, where are you going? Lieutenant, where are you taking him? If he leaves, what will I do? How will I report back? Wu Ziyuan suddenly turned around, two sharp gazes shot out once more. Yuan Hong felt as if pierced by two blades and hurriedly chuckled, waving his hands. I understand, I will explain myself clearly and organize my words. Please take care, I want to see you off. Qin Luo, remember to keep in touch, you are always welcome to visit me. Let's go. Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Qin Luo smiled slightly and then bowed to Yuan Hong. Class leader, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will never forget the moments we shared together. Take care in the future and keep in touch. After saying this, he dashed out. Yuan Hong washed his back, feeling aggrieved. It was clearly you taking care of me during this time. How could it be the other way around? Now that you're gone, who will I achieve merits with? Without Qin Luo, he didn't have the courage to seek out his superiors for mistakes, let alone someone like Chen Long, the military chief of staff. Yuan Hong sighed deeply. He had originally hoped to earn a few merits with Qin Luo, perhaps he could stay in the team. The military salary had increased, and the patrol was so demanding, much better than going back to the local area. Bang! Gao Kun excitedly burst through the door. Qi Xingli was startled and quickly covered his legs, him taking a dump. Gao Kun leaned against the door frame excitedly, saying, "Commander, good news, good news. That brat Qin Luo has been captured by Wu Ziyuan." "What?" Qi Xingli's eyes widened. "Did Wu Ziyuan beat him?" "What beat him?" Gao Kun waved his hands. "He was taken away by Wu Ziyuan, taken from the patrol, and brought to their second company." "Really?" Qi Xingli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true." Gao Kun chuckled. "Just now Chief of Staff Chen called specifically. He was almost caught by Qin Luo for mistakes, but luckily Wu Ziyuan arrived in time. Chief of Staff Chen also said he wants to treat us to drinks." "Ha ha ha." Qi Xingli let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly there was a series of splashes from the Gao Kun hurriedly covered his nose and stepped back in disgust. "This is such good news. I've been constipated for a week, and now it's all cleared up. So comfortable." Qi Xingli beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly he frowned again, but Wu Ziyuan took Qin Luo away. "Oh, what about the patrol team?" Gao Kun smiled and waved his hand. "Commander, don't worry. Chief of Staff Chen said the military will handle this matter. It will be treated as a forced requisition. After all, Qin Luo is just a new recruit, not an important figure. The patrol team won't obstruct it. Moreover, Chief of Staff Chen personally intervened, so they will give some face." That's good, that's good." Qi Xingli sighed with relief again. "But what if Qin Dong asks about it? He has already contacted the deputy commander. This year our division's barracks renovation relies heavily on his generous sponsorship. Ooh, what if? If Qin Luo refuses to leave, then that would be troublesome. But since he wants to leave on his own, even if Qin Dong asks, we can still explain it well. Besides, if we don't tell him, how would he know?" Right. Gao Kun nodded vigorously. "The biggest fear isn't that the patrol team won't let him go, but that Qin Luo won't leave. Now that he is leaving on his own, it has nothing to do with us." "Ha ha ha." The two laughed heartily together. Suddenly the sound of splashing echoed again. Inside the toilet it sounded like a battle was raging, cannon fire booming. Gao Kun was startled and quickly retreated several steps, looking terrified. "Commander, how many days have you been saving this up?" 7 days without any release. What do you think?" Qi Xingli laughed heartily. "Look, my belly has shrunk." The rain poured fiercely against the car. The wipers strained with all their might, frantically scraping the windshield. But no matter how fast they moved, the glass was instantly covered with rainwater again. Wu Ziyuan stared out the window as if the sky and earth were merging into one with the rain. Even the trees by the roadside appeared somewhat blurred. A smile suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly vanished. Xiong. After Qin Luo left, he had been feeling uneasy. Upon hearing that this brat had been sent back by the special forces, he wanted to be happy, but couldn't bring himself to feel that way. Qin Luo became a patrol officer, enforcing discipline throughout the division, yet he had never come to the reconnaissance camp. Wu Ziyuan was rather disappointed. During that time, he didn't even know what he was thinking. Was it that he didn't want to see Qin Luo again, or was it that he wanted to see him? Until Gao Kun found him, urging him to think of a way. Wu Ziyuan hesitated not at all, immediately bringing along Qin Luo and those old comrades to take him home. He exhaled, and only when he saw Qin Luo did he realize what he truly wanted. He turned his head. The driver was focused on driving, his eyes wide open. The car was extremely quiet, only the sound of rain pouring outside could be heard. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Wu Ziyuan awkwardly turned his head, trying to find a topic. But in the next second his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Cheng Haonan, Zheng Qian, and others desperately winking at Qin Luo, as if sending a telegraph. Wu Ziyuan frowned. "What are you all doing with those gestures?" Cheng Haonan awkwardly said, "Squad leader, we noticed that you seemed a bit unhappy, so we didn't dare to speak." "Yes, squad leader." Zheng Qian cautiously added, "So we communicated with our eyes, didn't want to disturb you." Wu Ziyuan shot them an annoyed look, and then turned to Qin Luo. Qin Luo quickly sat up straight, puffing out his chest. "Don't think that just because I brought you back I've forgiven you." Wu Ziyuan said angrily, "I just don't want you to embarrass yourself out there. After all, you were someone I brought out." Qin Luo quickly sat up straight, puffing out his chest. "Don't think that just because I brought you back I've forgiven you." Wu Ziyuan said angrily, Wu Ziyuan snorted, and immediately turned his head away. Sitting in the back, Chong Lei smiled helplessly. How long will the squad leader's pride last? Before coming out, he clearly saw Wu Ziyuan excitedly running down from the building, thrilled, like a child weighing over 100 pounds. He clearly liked this soldier Qin Luo, yet he always pretended, wasn't he tired of it? Before long the minibus turned onto an internal path. Qin Luo's heart suddenly raced. He had walked this path countless times in recent days, but had never been to the reconnaissance camp. He was getting closer to that place he had never seen, but felt very familiar with, yet he inexplicably began to feel, "Luoga, it's going to be fine." Cheng Haonan whispered in his ear, "We've already boasted about you to the old soldiers." Qin Luo opened his mouth in surprise. Cheng Haonan chuckled, "Although you weren't here, you have already become a legend. The old soldiers admire you." That's right, that's right." Zhang Qian nodded. We praised you as a once-in-a-century genius going from useless to the top recruit. In less than a month, many old soldiers look up to you. Luoga, how Duo grinned. You're finally here. With you around, no one will dare bully me anymore. You are now the legend of our company and the reconnaissance camp. The few of them smiled broadly, tightly grasping Qin Luo's hand. Qin Luo's heart sank. Why did it feel like this wasn't a good thing? We've arrived. The car slowly came to a stop. Wu Ziyuan opened the door and stepped out first. Get out, get out. Chang Lei smiled and patted Qin Luo's shoulder. Qin Luo took a deep breath and followed them out of the car. But as soon as he stepped out, he was stunned. It wasn't the heavy rain soaking him, but the crowd outside the reconnaissance camp, which was packed tightly. Over 100 people inside and out were completely drenched, standing at the camp gate like pillars. Qin Luo, you're here. This is the reconnaissance camp. Wu Ziyuan smiled, hands behind his back. These are our soldiers. Qin Luo swallowed hard and awkwardly smiled. Squad leader, this isn't necessary. Wu Ziyuan looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Qin Luo chuckled. I know I'm already a legend in the entire company, but I made mistakes before. There's no need for everyone to stand in the rain to welcome me. They could just wait inside. Wu Ziyuan was almost choked with anger, glaring at him fiercely. Which eye of yours saw that they were welcoming you? Huh? Qin Luo turned his head. The old soldiers all had fierce expressions, their eyes glaring at him as if they wanted to tear him apart. Qin Luo swallowed hard. I had a feeling this wouldn't end well, and indeed it hasn't. What are you doing? Old Go, what are you watching? The reconnaissance battalion commander Go Jian waved with a smile. Old Sun, come here for a smoke, come here for a smoke. The reconnaissance battalion instructor Sun Nianqing walked curiously toward the window. What are they so excited? As he approached the window, he was stunned. What are the people from the second company doing all gathered at the entrance in this? I have to go down and take a look. Don't. Go Jian pulled him back. There's a good show to watch. Why are you causing trouble? Sun Nianqing looked at him suspiciously. Old Go, do you know something? Go Jian chuckled. You know Qin Luo. Sun Nianqing was taken aback. Of course, he's the inspector who has been causing chaos in our regiment lately. I heard he even captured the regiment commander. So do you know he was brought by Wu Ziyuan? I know that kid changed his mind and went to the special forces when he was assigned to the company. Wu Ziyuan was angry about this for several days, right? Go Jian chuckled. Today Wu Ziyuan brought him back. Sun Nianqing hurriedly leaned against the glass, straining his eyes to see. Although he saw a few figures, they were too far away to see clearly. That kid isn't in the military inspection brigade. How could Wu Ziyuan? Enough, it was arranged from above anyway. Go Jian skillfully took a pack of cigarettes from Sun Nianqing's pocket, lit one, and stuffed the rest into his own pocket. But even if he was brought back, that kid shouldn't expect to easily enter our reconnaissance battalion's gate. He chuckled. The guys in the second company are just like Wu Ziyuan, all have dog tempers. They think of the second company as the Lingxiao Palace of the Jade Emperor, and when someone refuses to come to them, they now want to return. Tisk tsk tisk, this is not an easy thing. Old Go, Sun Nianqing glared at him. Isn't this obvious? The people from the second company are fools. Why are you still watching the show and not stopping it? I have to go. All right. Go Jian grabbed him. Don't be a killjoy. If something happens, that kid Wu Ziyuan will stop it. Do you really think Sun Nianqing was taken aback and thought carefully. Although Wu Ziyuan had a fiery temper, he would protect his own soldiers no matter what. Since he is determined to bring Qin Luo back, it means he has acknowledged him, and there shouldn't be any major issues. Go Jian exhaled a few smoke rings with a grin. This kid's reputation has already spread throughout our battalion even before he arrived. They all say this kid is a legend. Looking down on our reconnaissance battalion, it's not just the second company, the whole battalion is holding its breath. Now that this kid wants to come back, unless he shows some real skills, not just our second company, I won't let him in either. Does he think our reconnaissance battalion is a vegetable market where he can come and go as he pleases? Damn. Sun Nianqing looked at him speechlessly. You say the soldiers of the second company are fools, but I think you are the biggest fool. The rain grew heavier. The downpour hit Qin Luo hard. Chang Lei glanced at him and hesitantly said, Squad leader, it's raining too heavily. Shouldn't we greet everyone and head back? Why don't you go greet them? Wu Ziyuan glared at him, then turned to Qin Luo. Don't you want to come back? I'm waiting for you inside. You were brought in with all your effort back then. Since you refused later, you have to put in all your effort to come back. At least let everyone feel you deserve it. After saying that, he walked inside with his hands behind his back. The crowd parted and Wu Ziyuan walked through them, stopping under the rain canopy behind the gate. Squad leader. Cheng Haonan looked towards Chang Lei for help. Why don't you say something to everyone? Don't make it difficult for Qin Luo. Yes, squad leader, Zhang Qian said. There's still a long way to go. It won't be long before everyone knows whether he deserves it. How Duo kept nodding. If someone like me can come in here, if Luo Ge can't come in, then we all will be sent away. Chang Lei nodded. All right, Squad leader. A sudden shout came from the crowd. A young second lieutenant stepped out of the crowd and shouted loudly. We know he is your soldier, but your soldier isn't that great. We know you protect your own, but you better not meddle because this concerns the honor of our Iron Blood Second Company. Right. Another second lieutenant stepped out coldly staring at Qin Luo. If this kid doesn't come back, that's fine, but now that he has returned. A soldier who once looked down on our reconnaissance battalion must earn everyone's respect to pass this test, right? Everyone shouted in unison. Our second company is not a place where he can come and go as he pleases. The reconnaissance battalion is not inferior to anyone, and he is not a backup candidate. If he wants to come in, he must show some real skills. Squad leader, bring your people over. Don't stand there, it makes us seem like we're not on the same side. Zhang Lei looked at Qin Luo with a wry smile. Qin Luo. Squad leader, I understand. Qin Luo took a deep breath. From the day I left the special forces to return, I knew I was wrong, and I must bear the consequences. I will rise again where I fell. He smiled slightly. I'm already very happy to see you and the squad leader greet me together today. He then looked at the crowd. Squad leader, you all go ahead. What the squad leader said is right. If I want to enter this door and gain everyone's approval, I have to rely on myself. Luo Ge Luo Ge. Cheng Haonan and the others all crowded in. You guys don't chatter, just go in with the squad leader. Qin Luo looked at them. Zhang Lei sighed helplessly. Be careful. Let's go. He waved his hand, and Cheng Haonan and the others reluctantly followed him, but every few steps they turned back to glance at Qin Luo. After they entered, Qin Luo strode toward the crowd and stopped 5 meters away from them. Hello, veterans. Qin Luo stared at them seriously. I know that my previous choices hurt you, and I apologize to everyone here. All eyes were fixed on him, some fists clenched tightly, and the coldness in their eyes grew more intense. Wu Ziyuan stood at a distance watching him closely. Kid, don't let me down, show your full abilities. Boom. A rumble of thunder sounded, and the sky seemed to brighten a little. Qin Luo's piercing gaze swept across everyone as he loudly declared, although I have never been to the reconnaissance battalion, I know from the squad leader that the Iron Blood Second Company is the pride of the reconnaissance battalion and the glory in every soldier's heart. My choices hurt you, and I apologize here. Hearing Qin Luo's words, many people's gazes softened, but in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They saw Qin Luo suddenly leap up, spinning a full 360 degrees in the air, before landing heavily, splashing a lot of rainwater. In the next moment, he pointed skyward, emanating an indescribable aura. Avoid the thunder. Dodging the SHD and avoiding the thunder, avoiding the thunder, avoiding the thunder. As Qin Luo shouted energetically, he looked at everyone with a seductive gaze. His finger, which was pointing to the sky, slowly pointed at each person, his eyes filled with provocation. What are you doing? A platoon leader stared wide-eyed in shock. What are you doing? Another platoon leader directly blurted out foreign words. Qin Luo suddenly stretched out his left hand, looking at the sky with a proud expression. Wait a moment, just a moment. After saying that with a loud clap, he raised his right leg and slapped it hard. Everyone was so startled that they took a step back, their eyes wide in shock. Snap, snap, snap. Dad, listen. There has to be a reason for the words, and there has to be a D, a B, or am I. It has to be understood that there are many clouds. Qin Luo suddenly turned his head, winking seductively at everyone. Everyone was so frightened that they swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. Even Wu Ziyuan in the distance took a step back. Die hard. Die hard. Qin Luo sang more passionately, making a platoon leader yell angrily. You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Qin Luo chuckled. Chief, can't you tell I'm performing? I studied this for 2.5 years. The platoon leader was so angry he wanted to shout, but at that moment Qin Luo alternated left and right legs, clapping his hands on his legs, spinning in place, and suddenly froze. The platoon leader was so scared that he swallowed his words. Qin Luo glanced at everyone, suddenly spread his legs, and pointed his right hand skyward again. Avoid the thunder, avoid the thunder. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing stood at the window dumbfounded. The cigarette burned his fingers, causing Go Jian to jump up suddenly. What is this kid doing? Sun Yinqing shook his head. I don't understand, I really don't understand, but everyone seems quite engrossed. Everyone. Go Jian's eyes twitched. They won't just let him in like this, right? On the other side, Wu Ziyuan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is this kid apologizing in foreign language? Why does it look a little familiar? What the hell are you doing? A dark-faced platoon leader yelled. Aren't you apologizing? What are you doing here? Qin Luo slowly retracted his hand and suddenly patted his chest several times, as if he had Parkinson's, startling everyone again. Qin Luo smiled at everyone. Veterans, I just performed a world-famous superstar Michael Jackson's dance, dodging the thunder, as an apology. I hope everyone likes it. Can I go in now? Everyone looked at each other, and then their eyes all shot out flames of anger. 3 platoon leaders shouted angrily, go in. Qin Luo glanced around, and it seemed everyone was even more fired up than before. What the hell, was the talent show not enough? It seems they are quite discerning. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Right, he was missing the most classic move. Veterans, it was my fault just now. Qin Luo quickly gestured with his hand. I still need a signature move. I'll do it right now. Everyone watched closely. After saying that, he suddenly stood up straight, puffing out his chest. Everyone in the second squad stared in disbelief as his body leaned forward little by little in the ring. However, just as he tilted to 60 degrees, he suddenly toppled forward. Everyone's faces immediately showed disdain. I'm sorry. Qin Luo awkwardly waved his hand. This move is a bit difficult. I might not be able to do it alone. Can someone come help me out? Shut up. The black-faced squad leader who spoke first could no longer hold back, pointing at Qin Luo and shouting, Qin Luo, do you think this is child's play? Performing a ridiculously bad show will let you through the gate. Dream on. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched. He thought his dance was quite energetic, just that he didn't hold the last 45-degree lean well. Qin Luo took a deep breath. Since the performance didn't work, he would switch to the tried and true approach. He looked sincerely at the black-faced squad leader. Sir, I have an idea. What do you think? Speak. The black-faced squad leader crossed his arms, and the others looked at Qin Luo with great interest. Qin Luo immediately smiled and said, starting today, within a month, I will cover all instant noodles, ham, sausages, biscuits, Red Bull, cola, and cigarettes for everyone in the entire squad. If there's anything I haven't thought of, everyone can suggest it. As long as it can be bought at the convenience store, I will cover it all. No limit on the quantity per person each day. Qin Luo winked at the black-faced squad leader with a smile. I also have extra intentions for you all, sir. Crackle. A lightning bolt struck the ground, the pale light illuminating the faces of everyone in the second squad. Here it comes again. Wu Ziyuan weakly lifted his head and sighed. Chang Lei also awkwardly turned his head away. Qin Luo. The black-faced squad leader shouted angrily, You. Are you bribing us? Qin Luo's smile suddenly froze on his face, and he quickly waved his hand. Sir, don't misunderstand. I'm sincere. Shut up. The black-faced squad leader was so angry he almost jumped up. You insolent brat, what do you take us for? Blocking you here to extort you. I'll tell you the reason we won't let you in is because you underestimated the second squad, which we regard as an honor. The black-faced squad leader said word by word, the second squad that you look down upon, the second squad you treat as a backup, is the pride in each of our hearts, and it is our home. Now if you want to enter our home, you need to show all your skills and make us feel that you are qualified to become one of us. Boom. Another thunderclap reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking Qin Luo's heart violently. His gaze swept over all the veterans in the second squad, who, although the rain was heavy, it could not extinguish the blazing flames in their eyes. The corners of Qin Luo's eyes twitched fiercely. Damn, Hu Fei, you've ruined me. He really didn't know what sins he committed in his past life to meet such a foolish person as Hu Fei. Qin Luo felt exhausted. No matter how he explained now, it was useless. The black-faced squad leader was right. He could go to the special forces, but wanting to re-enter the reconnaissance camp wouldn't be so easy. Sir. Qin Luo walked up to the black-faced squad leader, puffing out his chest. You tell me, how can I prove that I am qualified to go in? The black-faced squad leader's expression softened a bit as he turned to look behind him. The other 2 second lieutenants and several non-commissioned officers all gathered around. After a moment, the black-faced squad leader faced Qin Luo again. We have discussed, and we'll give you 3 options. First, start from here, rush into our camp, then run a lap around our camp, and come back here. That counts as you being qualified. Of course. He sneered. We won't let you in, or we will use all means to kick you out. Second, we will line up in 2 rows, and you walk through us. We will beat you, but if you can endure the beating and keep running to the end, that also counts as you being qualified. All the veterans showed wicked smiles, looking at Qin Luo with mocking scrutiny. What's the third? Qin Luo hurriedly asked. He wasn't stupid. He didn't want to choose the first, and second neither was good. Third, you can just roll away right now. Go back where you came from. The black-faced squad leader looked at him coldly. It was even worse than the first 2 options, and Qin Luo rolled his eyes. His gaze swept past the crowd. Squad leader. Don't call me that. Wu Ziyuan said coldly. Although I brought you back, whether you can enter our squad is not up to me alone. The second squad is a collective. Usually they listen to me. But this matter I have to listen to everyone. Qin Luo felt speechless. Why couldn't he just say directly to give him a warning? He knew that with Wu Ziyuan's bad temper, he would definitely not forgive him easily. He was cunning in the rookie training, and it's still the same now. Qin Luo was so angry his teeth were itching. Ding, a new task is released. Please successfully integrate into the reconnaissance unit. Upon completion, a superpower or super ability points will be randomly awarded. Moi. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, my previous task hasn't been completed yet. Didn't it say? Report to the host. The previous task was the main storyline task and was released early. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought he wouldn't get superpowers for a long time. As long as he could continue completing tasks, he could continue to gain superpowers. In the future, returning to Tianlang, and giving Hu Fei a good slap in the face would be a small matter. Hey, what are you grinning about? The black-faced squad leader shouted irritably. Qin Luo suddenly reacted and quickly said, "Reporting, sir, I finally know how to gain everyone's recognition, so I'm genuinely happy." The black-faced squad leader's eyes twitched, looking at his companions around, then back at Qin Luo. "So you won't choose the third option anymore? Only a fool would choose that," Qin Luo said with righteousness. "Since the squad leader came to pick me up, no matter the difficulties, I will not leave." Wu Zhuan silently nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Chang Lei looked at him speechlessly. Stubborn, just stubborn. Clearly likes him, yet has to put on this act. The black-faced squad leader nodded. "Then you choose the second." "Only a donkey would choose the second option." Qin Luo waved his hands crazily. "You want to beat me up? Are you insane? Then are you choosing the first option?" The black-faced squad leader glared at him. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. "As long as I run a lap and come back here, that's so simple. Thank you all for your care. I choose the first." "Hey." The black-faced squad leader's eyes widened. "I just didn't explain clearly, or did you not understand? You have to rush in from here, and we will chase you." I understood. Qin Luo smiled cheerfully. "That's very simple. It's nothing difficult. I can do it." "What the hell?" All the veterans gasped in shock. Did he not take any of them seriously? Was he blatantly provoking all these veteran scouts as if they were just decorations? Wu Zhuan also narrowed his eyes. This kid is seeking death. He even dares to provoke. Squad leader, Chang Lei whispered anxiously, "Shouldn't you reconsider the arrangements? There are too many people in a squad, and quite a few are skilled ambushers. Qin Luo definitely can't handle it. Why not have one-third?" Wu Zhuan's sharp gaze swept over, and Chang Lei could only obediently shut up. "Our second squad has never had a soldier who fled from battle." Wu Zhuan snorted coldly. "Since he wants to come back, he must gain everyone's recognition. Otherwise, he won't be able to establish himself here in the future. No one will like him, and he will find it even harder to integrate. This hurdle he must pass." "Who told him to choose this himself?" Chang Lei looked at Qin Luo helplessly. "Can't you just have a better attitude? You? The black-faced squad leader pointed at Qin Luo, momentarily too angry to speak. "Sir, when do we start?" Qin Luo asked with a smile. "It's quite uncomfortable getting drenched in the rain." The black-faced squad leader's mouth twisted in anger, stepping back 3 steps. "You brat are very arrogant. All right, let's see how simply you can rush past us. You." Before he finished speaking, the black-faced squad leader felt a shadow flash before him. While everyone was stunned, Qin Luo had already circled to their side and leaped onto the wall. "I said it wasn't difficult." Qin Luo chuckled, then jumped in. What the hell? He actually climbed over the wall. The black-faced squad leader reacted, suddenly shouting in panic. "What are you standing around for? Stop him, stop him. Grab him. Don't let him escape." All soldiers of the second platoon abruptly pivoted and surged en masse toward the barracks compound. Wu Zhuan and his comrades were jostled violently, stumbling sideways until they were pinned helplessly against the wall. Slow down, slow down." "Oh, who jabbed me in the kidney?" Wu Zhuan howled in pain. Chung Haonan and the others, however, wore exhilarated grins, thrill-seekers eager to witness the chaos unfold. "Brother Luo, run!" Chung Haonan shouted wildly, voice cracking with excitement. "Just like you humiliated me before. Crush them utterly, leave them far behind." Suddenly, several veteran soldiers whirled around sharply. Zheng Qian, startled, clapped a hand over Chung Haonan's mouth and forced a sheepish smile. "Sergeants, please. Hurry and pursue him. He's already vanished into the distance." The veterans shot Chung Haonan a fierce warning glare before sprinting off again. "Haonan, are you out of your mind?" Zheng Qian glared, exasperated. Chung Haonan scratched his head sheepishly. "I was just cheering Brother Luo on. I accidentally blurted out what I really thought." Zheng Qian shot him another sharp look, then gazed after the retreating crowd. "What level is Brother Luo really at? Don't we all know? Still, to avoid trouble, let's cheer him on silently. Otherwise we'll get beaten black and blue." Everyone nodded in unison, their lips curving instinctively into quiet, knowing smiles. They had all witnessed Qin Luo's extraordinary capabilities firsthand. Unless cornered and blocked in a dead end, he could not be caught. Not across such an expansive barracks compound, not even by over 100 elite reconnaissance soldiers of the second platoon. Even the most elite recon troops would struggle to apprehend him. "Old son, hand me another cigarette," Go Jian muttered without turning, rummaging casually through Sun Yinqing's pockets. Sun Yinqing swatted his hand away, annoyed. "Go Jian, can't you buy your own smokes? You've been freeloading off me for days. Don't you have any shame?" Go Jian grinned, pulling out a cigarette. "My girlfriend's got me on a tight leash. Light it up, quickly. The show's about to peak." Sun Yinqing glanced out the window. Truth be told, this Qin Luo runs astonishingly fast. The second platoon can't even catch him. Go Jian exhaled a slow plume of smoke. If this lad lacked exceptional talent, how could he possibly have ranked first among all new recruits in our entire military base? And how else could Wu Ziyuan have dragged him here so desperately? Go Jian stroked his chin, watching Qin Luo's sprint with amused admiration. This young man. He's truly promising material. Sun Nianqing nodded emphatically. I wonder why the special forces rejected him. Such a fine soldier. Go Jian scoffed dismissively. Those people. Heaven knows what nonsense fills their heads. Better they passed him up. We've just stumbled upon a gem. But will he pass the second platoon's trial? Sun Nianqing asked, puzzled. Hard to say. Go Jian shrugged. Another cigarette. How can the climax be enjoyed without smoke? Reload, reload. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gale force winds lashed his face, torrential rain stung his cheeks like shards of ice, nearly sealing his eyes shut. Qin Luo narrowed his gaze and activated his hypersensory perception. Instantly his entire being transformed into a miniature radar system. Every detail within a several-meter radius registered with crystalline clarity. He drew a deep shuddering breath and bolted forward with every ounce of strength he possessed. His physical conditioning had long surpassed that of top-tier reconnaissance soldiers. Yet even with wind and rain impeding speed, he swiftly widened the gap between himself and the pursuing platoon. Just one lap, one final lap. Qin Luo gasped raggedly. Reaching the main gate meant victory and reward. No one would dare deny him his place here. At that thought, he lowered his head and charged forward like a live artillery shell cleaving through the curtain of rain. What's going on? What in the world is happening? The commotion echoed across the compound, drawing soldiers from the 1st and 3rd platoons outside. Hey, 2nd platoon. Are you letting this new recruit lead your training session? Ha 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 ha, you're truly pathetic. Even a fresh recruit outruns you now. Don't boast any more about being the elite of the reconnaissance battalion. I'm embarrassed for you. Hurry up, hurry up. That new recruit's about to vanish right before your eyes. The 2nd platoon soldiers were already frustrated at failing to catch Qin Luo. None had anticipated he'd sprint so explosively, as if powered by a hidden motor. Now mocked openly by their sister platoons, their fury boiled over. Faces flushed crimson. In the military, honor is sacred. Day to day, the 3 platoons of the reconnaissance battalion competed fiercely, yet the 2nd platoon had consistently reigned supreme. Today, if Qin Luo escaped them, the 1st and 3rd platoons would mock them relentlessly, for years. Charge! All of you! Bellowed the dark-complexioned platoon leader, voice raw with desperation. Can't even outrun a single recruit. Do you still call yourselves soldiers of the 2nd platoon? Sir, panted a veteran soldier, breathless. We're giving it everything we've got. Or why don't you give chase? Up. The platoon leader's face burned crimson. If I could catch him, do you think I'd be standing here shouting at you? As Qin Luo sped farther away, nearing the final turn, the leader's frustration peaked. He roared, flank him from the side. Cut off his path. What? Another platoon leader stared wide-eyed. Xia Dong. Surely that's beneath us. Xia Dong snapped back, irritated. If he escapes, we'll lose all face. In front of the 1st and 3rd platoons. But once we apprehend him, the narrative stays ours. Xia Dong growled low. Worst comes to worst. We'll simply accept him. Surrounding soldiers instantly nodded in agreement. Originally, their intent had been only to test Qin Luo's mettle. After all, Cheng Haonan and his friends had sung his praises like gospel. Now, witnessing his stamina, velocity, and reflexes, they saw unmistakable hallmarks of elite reconnaissance potential. He belonged in the 2nd platoon, without question. Go! Xia Dong signaled sharply, and a dozen soldiers fanned out, converging on Qin Luo from the flank. Qin Luo rounded the bend, preparing to accelerate, when suddenly his senses flared, a dozen figures surging toward him from the side. Damn! Qin Luo reacted instinctively, swinging his arm outward. Smack! Xia Dong, leading the charge, took the full force of the blow square across the face, and froze stunned. The others halted mid-stride, staring dumbfounded at Xia Dong, who stood clutching his cheek. Sir, Qin Luo stammered, mortified. I did that on pure reflex. You told me to resist you with everything I had, so I just meant to push you aside. I swear I never meant to. You dared slap me. Xia Dong recovered instantly, fury erupting like a breached dam. Not even my father has ever struck me across the face, and you dared. Qin Luo waved his hands frantically. Sir, I didn't mean it. I swear it was accidental. Get him! Xia Dong bellowed, tears welling. Slap him. Hard. Yes, sir. The squad roared, and surged forward as one. I truly didn't mean it. Qin Luo cried, and spun to flee. But those precious seconds of hesitation cost him dearly. Dozens closed in, front, rear, left, right, roaring with righteous fury. Don't injure him. Xia Dong shouted urgently. Just drag him out. A tide of bodies crashed toward him. Qin Luo staggered backward step by step. Don't come closer. Don't come any closer, or I will strike. Strike. The soldiers laughed in unison. Then go ahead, strike. If you won't move first, we won't even feel right laying hands on you. As the mob closed in, Qin Luo inhaled deeply. I never wanted this. but you've left me no choice. His one-punch hero ability surged online, his right fist blazing with concentrated power. He whirled and drove a devastating blow straight into the abdomen of the soldier blocking his path. Thud. Oof. The veteran's face contorted violently, mouth stretched into a perfect O. His body curled inward like a shrimp and launched backward airborne into the storm. Crash, crash, crash. 6 more veterans behind him were swept off their feet in a domino collapse, leaving a sudden gaping breach in the ranks. Damn. Every soldier gaped, eyes wide with disbelief. Xia Dong swallowed hard. This punch's sheer destructive force was terrifyingly immense. Seizing the stunned silence, Qin Luo lunged for the opening. Stop him. Xia Dong snapped back to awareness and leapt forward like an arrow. Don't run. Hold your ground now. Veterans everywhere regained composure, clenching fists, faces hardened with grim resolve as they charged Qin Luo anew. Damn. Qin Luo's eyes bulged. This was no longer a game. It was real combat. Escape was impossible now. You brought this upon yourselves. Fists clenched, he skidded to a halt. If flight was denied, then fight. Topple enough men, break through the line and sprint free. Qin Luo trusted his speed would leave them far behind. Elevator War God. At his mental command, overwhelming power erupted throughout his body. But before he could savor the surge, he nearly choked on bile. Beneath his feet appeared a small, immovable circle, visible only to him. It functioned as a localized power amplification field, an inescapable stationary buff. Step outside it, and the enhancement vanished, leaving him utterly ordinary. Only within its confines did he reign supreme. Yet the circle was absurdly cramped, barely large enough for one person to squat comfortably, let alone fight. And if anyone else entered, the effect remained unchanged. So long as opponents stayed outside, they could batter him endlessly, while he stood helplessly rooted in place. Was this the Elevator War God, or the Con Artist War God? Was he truly meant to stand frozen, absorbing blows like a punching bag? Is this really how you're going to screw me over? Qin Luo stood paralyzed, mind reeling. He should have endured those first few punches, used the chaos to slip past. Now, trapped, utterly irrevocably trapped. Catch him. The crowd surged forward. Qin Luo's pupils constricted sharply as his super senses activated. In an instant, he sensed hands reaching for him from several directions. Qin Luo had no time to evade and could only crouch down immediately. 2 old soldiers grabbed at empty air and stepped forward, preparing to seize the crouching Qin Luo. But in the next moment, it was as if Qin Luo's body was guided by some force, his fists shooting out like lightning. The 2 men felt a sharp pain in their abdomens, their mouths forming an O shape, and they flew backward, colliding with several people behind them. Damn, that was intense. Qin Luo exclaimed, his face filled with excitement. Just moments ago his mind had been blank and his body had acted on its own. Before he could celebrate for long, his super senses suddenly detected several hands reaching out from the left. This time there were 3 people, and Qin Luo had nowhere to evade. Instinctively, he jumped back a large step. Ding, reminder, the host has jumped out of the field range, and the Elevator War God amplification effect has vanished. No wonder he was so fierce just now, it was the effect of his ability. But this field is too small. This is clearly not the Elevator War God, it's more like a birdcage. At that moment several old soldiers charged over again, and a light bulb went off in Qin Luo's mind. Then I can just jump back and right. As the group closed and they suddenly saw Qin Luo jump back again, he faced one old soldier directly, nearly bumping noses. What are you doing? The old soldier's eyes widened. Qin Luo grinned, instantly activating the Elevator War God. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning-fast punches struck directly at vital points, clean and efficient. Before the old soldiers could react, they were sent flying again, crashing into more people. Awesome. Qin Luo cheered. Although the Elevator War God field was small, as long as his body remained within it, he could receive amplification. Simply put, as long as he was in the field, Qin Luo was invincible. This was far more exhilarating than being one-punch man. Catch him, catch him. Xia Dong was anxiously shouting from outside the crowd. Slap. Qin Luo suddenly felt several old soldiers grip his shoulder from behind. You bastard, still trying to make a move. Get out of my way. But before they could exert their strength, Qin Luo gritted his teeth, dragging them as he stepped into the field. Then he jumped back, creating distance while stepping on the edge of the field. Sorry, gentlemen. While the 3 old soldiers were still dazed, Qin Luo had already thrown his punches. Bang, bang, bang. His fists were so fast they were barely visible, and the mouths of the 3 old soldiers instantly formed O shapes. Their feet left the ground, and their bodies flew backward, knocking down a large number of people. On the upper floors of the camp, Go Jian and Sun Yinxing were left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. In their eyes, Qin Luo jumped left in place, then jumped right. With each jump, several people were inevitably sent. In a short time, the soldiers surrounding him had been knocked down in droves, with old soldiers sprawled all over the ground. What kind of fighting style is this kid using? Go Jian looked confused. It looks like he's dancing cha-cha, but also like he's waltzing. Old son, have you ever seen such an impressive fighting style? Sun Yinqing looked at him with exasperation. You are the military supervisor, and you haven't seen it. How would— Go Jian continued to watch, his face lighting up with joy. No wonder Wu Ziyuan is so eager to bring him back. This guy is a talent. He should stay in our reconnaissance battalion. Ha ha ha, those guys from the Tianlang team must be blind. How could they not want such a good soldier? Have they had their heads kicked by a donkey? Sun Yinqing gazed at the distant Qin Luo, nodding deeply. Every soldier in the second company is fierce. This kid can hold his own against them for so long and take down so many. We can't find a second one in the whole battalion. He must be given priority in training, definitely. Go Jian excitedly clenched his fists. If Wu Ziyuan can't train him well, they'll help him train. Sun Yinqing nearly choked on his own saliva. He gave up his face just to bring Qin Luo back. I guarantee if you try to take him, he will fight you to the death. He wouldn't dare. Go Jian shouted with a laugh, looking over with a broad smile. At that moment, bang, 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 Qin Luo's fists landed on the old soldier. However, these few old soldiers did not fly away like the others. They merely felt a bit of pain in their chests. The three looked at the impacted area in astonishment, then tilted their heads puzzled as they glanced at Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at his own fists, then at their awkward expressions. Damn. Time was up, and the elevator war god ability had vanished. Look, a flying saucer. Qin Luo took advantage of their unpreparedness and threw a few punches at their faces before running away. Bastard, how dare you play tricks on us? The old soldiers covered their noses, nearly brought to tears from the pain. Don't run. Xia Dong pushed through the crowd, exerting all his strength to chase after Qin Luo. You bastard. Don't run if you're tough. Don't run, keep fighting. Just as he was about to grab the corner of Qin Luo's clothes, Qin Luo suddenly turned around, his gaze turning sharp. Xia Dong suddenly felt a wave of danger approach, but it was too late. One Punch Man had finished cooling down. Qin Luo charged up a punch and directly struck Xia Dong in the stomach. Xia Dong's features contorted, his face quickly puffing up. His whole body began to soar, and he heard the swishing sound of wind by his ears. He shot backward like a cannonball, knocking down over a dozen people who rushed in from behind like bowling pins. This is simply terrifying. Qin Luo smiled slightly and turned to run. Damn. On the upper floor of the camp, Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were left in shock, their jaws nearly— Go Jian stared in disbelief. This kid actually sent someone flying 3 or 4 meters away with a single punch. Not just 3 or 4 meters. Sun Yinqing shook his head. If there hadn't been people behind, he would have flown even farther. The company commander's face was full of smiles. A talent. He must be prioritized in training. Squad leader. Are you okay? The old soldiers who caught up immediately went to help Xia Dong up. Xia Dong pushed away the person who helped him, angrily shouting, Don't worry about me, chase him. Gag. Before he could finish, his stomach began to churn violently, and he fell to the ground retching. The surrounding old soldiers quickly stepped back a few paces, looking disgusted. In the distance, Cheng Haonan, witnessing this familiar scene, nearly jumped up in excitement. The first squad leader finally experienced what I felt back then. I bet he won't be able to eat for the whole day today. The other new soldiers wore smirks, having personally experienced how fierce Qin Luo was. Though these were all old reconnaissance soldiers, Qin Luo's immense strength showed no favoritism. Squad leader. Chang Lei said with a grin, I told you not to let everyone challenge him, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, we've lost face in the entire battalion. Wu Ziyuan's mouth was agape, utterly shocked by Qin Luo's ferocity. He had originally thought Qin Luo was merely decent at various military skills. He assumed that as long as he showcased a bit in front of the old soldiers, he would gain their approval, perhaps losing a small amount. But he never imagined that Qin Luo could fight so well and take down so many people in one go. You kid, did you already know he could fight? He glared at Chang Lei. Chang Lei chuckled, I only knew a little, I reminded you, but you didn't listen back then. Wu Ziyuan was furious. If he had known Qin Luo was this formidable, he would never have agreed to block Qin Luo's way for the whole company. Now it's all over. The second company has embarrassed themselves in front of the entire battalion. Just as he was lost and thought, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Wu Ziyuan turned around sharply, only to see Qin Luo burst through the rain, looking like a child who had just detonated cow dung, with an excited expression as he ran toward the gate. Wu Ziyuan's eye twitched. Damn, this kid is having quite the fun. Now he regretted it so much he could have turned back. He had only wanted to give Qin Luo a warning, to tell him that the reconnaissance battalion was full of hidden talents so that he could be more stable in the future. But unexpectedly, Qin Luo had given the entire company a warning as soon as he arrived. Whoosh! Qin Luo quickly dashed past him. Cheng Haonan and the others excitedly shouted, Go Luo Gu. Luo Gu is the best. Luo Gu, you are the cotton candy in my heart. Shut up. Wu Ziyuan yelled angrily, What Luo Gu in the army? We only have comrades, not brothers. The others quickly fell silent, but still stuck out their tongues at each other, smiling and winking. Bang! Qin Luo rushed out the door, stomped his right foot, and stood tall. He saluted Wu Ziyuan emphatically. Report, Company Commander, I have completed the Old Soldiers Challenge. Am I now officially a member of the 2nd Company of the Reconnaissance Battalion? Wu Ziyuan's mouth fell open as he stared dumbfounded at Qin Luo, unsure of what to say. Don't run, don't run. A group of old soldiers simultaneously chased after him, each one gasping for breath, glaring fiercely at Qin Luo. What are you shouting about? Wu Ziyuan yelled irritably. Everyone was suddenly taken aback. Company Commander. What do you mean, Company Commander? Wu Ziyuan glared at them. He completed your challenge, ran a lap, and took down so many of you. Now he is asking you if he qualifies to be one of you. After saying that, he turned angrily and walked away. All the old soldiers looked at each other, then gazed at the smiling Qin Luo outside the gate. Xia Dong, clutching his stomach, waved impatiently. What are you still standing there for? Come in, ancestor. Cheng Haonan and the others excitedly rushed over, lifting Qin Luo high. They shouted Luo Ge, happily carrying him into the gate. Chang Lei, smiling broadly, picked up Qin Luo's bag and followed suit. As he passed by the old soldiers, he shook his head helplessly. I brought out this soldier. Why did you have to challenge him? It's really like digging a hole to bury themselves. They didn't establish authority over the new soldiers, but instead ended up suffering a huge loss and losing face. Many people fell down like mud monkeys, and a few were still bleeding from their noses. Damn it, we've lost all our face. Don't leave, don't leave. Xia Dong, supported by others, came over, looking at Qin Luo being carried away, angrily shouting, just now, I was careless, I didn't dodge. If you have the guts, come again, Onion. Gag. Before he could finish, he was retching on the ground, about to throw up his... The second squad leader shook his head helplessly. All right, let's take the squad leader away. He's embarrassed enough here. Several old soldiers quickly lifted him up. I'm fine, I'm fine. Gag gag. Xia Dong retched while being carried away. Seeing his state, everyone felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was Xia Dong who chased after him, otherwise they would have been in big trouble. Heavy rain poured down. The corridor was filled with chattering sounds. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing walked down the stairs, and immediately saw that the corridor was crowded with soldiers pointing and discussing towards the direction of the 2nd platoon. What are you doing? Go Jian shouted, startling all the soldiers into standing at attention. It's raining today, no training, and you have nothing to do, right? Isn't each platoon organizing some study? Go back, go back. Sun Yinqing waved his hand to send all the soldiers back, but many still turned back to look every few steps. Go Jian saw them all leave and immediately turned his head. What were they looking at just now? Sun Yinqing rolled his eyes. When it comes to gossip, you're not any better than anyone else. Captain, the 1st platoon leader and the 3rd platoon leader approached. What's going on with the 2nd platoon today, oi? Go Jian curiously asked. What's the matter again? Look over there. The 3rd platoon leader pointed. They just finished teaching the new recruits. Oh no. They were taught a lesson by the new recruits, and now the service personnel are non-stop delivering things to them. Go Jian looked over in astonishment, as sure enough 2 service personnel were pushing a cart out from the 2nd. On the other side, 2 more service personnel were pushing a cart full of cardboard boxes towards the 2nd platoon. That's already the 7th trip. Are they trying to empty the service department? The 1st platoon leader said. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing were momentarily dumbfounded. The people in the 2nd platoon were usually quite hot-tempered. What was going on today? It's one thing to establish authority over the new recruits, but are they really preparing to host a welcome banquet for them? When did these people change their ways? Captain, what background does this new recruit have? I heard he was brought by Lao Wu. How did he end up back here after going to the special forces? I can tell he's quite impressive. His physical fitness is undeniable, and he's tough in a fight, taking down dozens by himself. Such a tough guy, and the special forces don't want him. Are their standards that high now? Go Jian put away his smile and stared sternly at the 2. It's not that the special forces have high standards, it's that our reconnaissance battalion standards have become higher. Huh. The 2 widened their eyes. Go Jian snorted coldly. From now on we will set our expectations according to this new recruit. No. According to Qin Luo's standards, he is the training benchmark for our entire battalion. If you can't reach his level, don't even think about it. Whether it's raining or hailing, you all will train harder. Understood? Yes. The 2 platoon leaders nodded helplessly. Why even ask this? It would have been better not to ask at all. Go Jian waved his hand. Go back, keep an eye on your soldiers. The 2 nodded and turned to walk towards their respective platoons. Let's go see what's going on. As soon as they walked away, Go Jian excitedly headed towards the 2nd platoon. Let's go see what they're up to. Sun Yinqing shook his head helplessly. Even the old lady at the village head isn't as nosy as you. The 2 holding umbrellas quickly arrived at the entrance of the 2nd platoon. As soon as they approached, the 2 were instantly stunned. The scent of various instant noodles and snacks mixed together rushing into their nostrils. In the study room, Qin Luo was surrounded by several new recruits, while other veterans were scattered around. While enjoying a feast, they kept giving Qin Luo thumbs up. Qin Luo, you're too polite. One bowl of noodles is enough. You even added 3 more. This is too embarrassing. Qin Luo, I can tell you're an easygoing person. Instant noodles, braised eggs, hail you. We're just good friends, huh? Xiao Qin, you're too kind, bringing so many drinks. You're too generous, too generous. It's just a couple of punches, there's no need to give me 5 bottles of water. I'm too embarrassed. Qin Luo chuckled, comrades, I apologize for my previous behavior. What a good soldier. The veterans exclaimed loudly. Qin Luo scanned the entire room, his face filled with joy. Indeed, making friends in the military is better with instant noodles and hot dogs than with cash. It's 1,000 times more effective. He won over the entire platoon in an instant. This kid is quite skilled in interpersonal relationships. Go Jian swallowed hard. Sun Yinqing nodded deeply, coming in and establishing authority over the whole platoon, now treating them to food and so much of it. It's like hitting a stick to get a date. This kid really knows how to win people over. Looking at Qin Luo fitting in so well, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Initially worried that Qin Luo would embarrass the second platoon, fearing he would cause trouble for the whole group. Unexpectedly, this kid effortlessly won over the veterans. He's quite capable. Yes, understood, Captain. Suddenly, 2 service personnel from the next room nodded and walked out. Seeing the battalion commander and the instructor, the 2 immediately saluted. Hello, Captain. Hello, instructor. Go Jian nodded. What are you 2 up to? One soldier smiled slyly. All our instant noodles, biscuits, and drinks are gone. Wu Yin said we should go buy more and bring back a lot. The 2 immediately widened their eyes. This was an order from Wu Ziyuan. This doesn't match their impression of Wu Ziyuan at all. Captain, what should we? Go. Go Jian waved his hand, and the 2 ran off immediately. Go Jian and Sun Yinqing exchanged glances and walked into the room with suspicion. As soon as they entered, the 2 were instantly stunned. They saw 3 bowls of instant noodles on Wu Ziyuan's desk, with several hot dog skins and 2 bags of spicy chicken feet beside them. The 2 stared, their corners twitching. Is this really the Wu Ziyuan we know? Noticing someone, Wu Ziyuan hurriedly raised his head, slurping the noodles into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. Captain, instructor, Wu Ziyuan exclaimed. Finish eating before talking, you sound like a dead rat. Go Jin approached to take a look. Wow, you finished 3 bowls of instant noodles and are still gnawing on chicken feet. You've got quite an appetite. He glared at Wu Ziyuan. Eating so much alone, aren't you afraid of bursting? I was picking up Qin Luo earlier. I didn't eat breakfast or lunch, so. All right. Go Jian looked at him with his hands behind his back. You're quite something. You went to the new recruits platoon, brought back soldiers, and returned reborn. The Wu Ziyuan I know is a stern platoon leader who rarely smiles. What's going on now? You're letting the new recruits treat the whole platoon. Yes. Sun Yinqing asked. If you're letting them treat, why are you sending service personnel outside to restock? Isn't that too much food? Captain, instructor. Wu Ziyuan smiled awkwardly. People change, you can't always be so rigid. I think what Qin Luo did was right, quickly uniting everyone and integrating into the group. That's a way too. Sun Yinqing furrowed his brow. Wu Ziyuan, I warn you, this must be voluntary on his part if I find out. No way. Wu Ziyuan quickly shook his head. This was his choice. I couldn't stop him if I tried. He chuckled. Captain, don't worry, this is definitely within his ability. He has the money. The corners of their eyes twitched. It seems this Qin Luo is indeed extraordinary. Not only is he strong militarily, but he also knows how to navigate social situations. Sun Yinqing frowned. Wu Ziyuan, I warn you, this must be voluntary on his part if I find out. Wu Ziyuan immediately laughed. If it wasn't voluntary, feel free to punish me. All right. Go Jian waved his hand. We came here because we were worried your platoon wouldn't be able to accept this new recruit, but now it seems. He smiled slightly. We both saw this soldier's performance just now. He's a good soldier. But I must remind you to train him well. If you don't train him properly, then he'll step in. Wu Ziyuan quickly waved his hand. Captain, you don't need to worry about that. I know my soldiers well enough. You can focus on other matters. Go Jin's mouth twitched, momentarily lost for words. Sun Yinqing stifled a laugh. I told you taking his soldiers is like taking his life. However, Wu Ziyuan has indeed changed, or at least he's become a bit more personable. I just wanted to remind you. Go Jin coughed lightly and turned to look. What are you still standing there for? Bring some instant noodles for me and the instructor. Is this how you treat guests? Wu Ziyuan chuckled. Okay, you'll prepare them for you right away. Do you want braised eggs and hot dogs? The full set. You little rascal, you think you can eat alone. Bring us 3 portions too. Go Jin slapped his leg. 1 portion is enough for me. Sun Yinqing quickly added. The heavy rain continued to pour down. The world grew darker. Only when the lightning split the sky would there be a brief flash of white. In the company leader's office, Wu Ziyuan sat in his chair, coldly staring at Qin Luo, who stood opposite him. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. I originally thought it would take you a long time to be accepted by the whole platoon, but unexpectedly, everyone liked you right away. Report it's all thanks to the captain and the squad leader's good teaching. Alright. Wu Ziyuan waved his hand. If I had taught you well, you wouldn't have chosen to go to the special forces and abandon us here. Qin Luo's face turned awkward. Captain, that's all in the past. Do I know I was wrong? I realized my mistakes and came back to you right. Bear soldier. Wu Ziyuan glared at him. I brought you back to spare them the sight of their comrades longing for you, like Meng Jiangnu. How unlucky. Qin Luo grinned mischievously. After such time, he already knew that the captain was tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. After all, Wu Ziyuan is a person who values reputation. If he didn't acknowledge me, he definitely wouldn't have brought me back. Qin Luo straightened his chest. Captain, can I go back to my squad leader now? Who said you could go back? Wu Ziyuan snorted coldly. Huh. Qin Luo was stunned. Let me tell you. Wu Ziyuan pointed at him. Even though I brought you back in my eyes, you're still a bear soldier. Qin Luo widened his eyes. Then where should I go? You want make me a clerk or a communication soldier, right? I absolutely refuse. Clerk or communication soldier? You wish. Wu Ziyuan stood up directly. The kitchen brigade. Qin Luo stared in disbelief, nearly thinking he had misheard. He had come back from the inspection team with determination, ready to rise from where he had fallen. But now he was assigned to be a cook. He didn't want to lie down anymore, he wanted to be a good soldier. Company commander. Qin Luo straightened his chest and said excitedly, I was one of your soldiers. I ranked first in the assessment among the 3 divisions and broke many records, you know this. You brought me back and I passed the tests of the entire company. Even if I am not assigned to our squad leader, at least let me stay in the combat team. With my skills I can bring glory to our company. I guarantee I will work hard in the future. Wu Ziyuan looked at him calmly and said, Are you done? Qin Luo's eyes twitched. Company commander, I know nothing about cooking. I only know how to train. Please keep me in the combat team. It would be a waste for someone as talented as me to go to the kitchen brigade. Wu Ziyuan chuckled, looking at him cheerfully. Do you think you are a talent? Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Wasn't that obvious? I told you I was an ancient century talent when we first met. I ranked first among all new soldiers in the army, and even the special forces recruited me as an exception. Oh, doesn't that prove it? What new soldier can be as formidable as me? Wu Ziyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, you are still so confident. That's good. Yes, you are right. Your military abilities are unmatched by all new soldiers this year, and even many veterans cannot catch up to you. In this regard, you are indeed a talent, which is why I brought you back. However, he said lightly, I noticed you were particularly anxious after they sent you back. Qin Luo's eyes widened as he looked at him. Wu Ziyuan continued, You are a good soldier, but you are too eager right now. You are rushing to show us all, and want to make up for your past mistakes. Wu Ziyuan patted him. But in reality, those things are not important. What matters is that we hope to have a comrade we can trust to watch our backs, not someone who is always desperate for quick success. Wu Ziyuan said seriously, Go to the kitchen brigade and take your time to hone your skills. There you will find peace. Wu Ziyuan smiled and said, I will come to pick you up. He grinned. After eating your instant noodles, I have to take responsibility for you. Looking at Wu Ziyuan's sincere smile, Qin Luo suddenly felt warm inside. He had never thought that this company commander who always found faults with him would one day care for him like this. Company commander. Qin Luo said earnestly, This time my words count. I will definitely become a good soldier. The reconnaissance battalion's 3 companies were actually in the same courtyard, each in its own small building. Wu Ziyuan's office was also on the upper floor. Qin Luo walked out of the office, letting out a long sigh. In the army, the combat team and the kitchen brigade were 2 entirely different concepts. Although they were part of the same unit, the kitchen brigade was part of logistics. Regardless of assessments or selections, they had nothing to do with the kitchen brigade. Qin Luo looked at the distant kitchen brigade and took a deep breath. He didn't want to go at all, but he felt Wu Ziyuan. Recently, during his time in the inspection team, he had indeed felt a bit anxious. He was afraid he might never return, afraid of facing everyone again, and worried that they might not genuinely accept him. Just go to the kitchen brigade and find peace. Qin Luo exhaled. I will definitely come back. He strode downstairs, preparing to pack his things. But just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Qin Luo suddenly froze. He saw that the corridor was filled with people. Almost all the officers and soldiers from the 2nd Company were there. A smiling captain walked over. Qin Luo, I am the instructor of the 2nd Company, Li Kong. Hello, instructor. Qin Luo quickly saluted. Li Kong returned the salute, smiling as he patted him. Go to the kitchen brigade and work hard. I believe you will be back soon. The whole company is waiting for you. Qin Luo. Xia Dong glared at him. You hit me once and am still feeling it. I didn't eat anything from the instant noodles and hot dogs. You owe me this, and you must come back to treat me. No excuses. The 2nd squad leader chuckled. Don't listen to him. Since you've entered our door today, you are one of us in the 2nd Company. We ate your food, so we are comrades and brothers now. No matter what you did before, you have the courage to come back, so we recognize you. The second company will always keep a spot for you. Everyone looked at Qin Luo with deep affection. Cheng Haonan and Zheng Qian puffed out their chests, their eyes full of reluctance. Hao Duo was already in tears. If there weren't others around, he would have rushed over to hug Qin Luo. Finally meeting, they thought they could be together, but before they could say anything intimate, Qin Luo was assigned to the kid. The brothers from their new soldier company who had walked together felt a deep sense of reluctance inside. Qin Luo's gaze swept over everyone, and his heart was tumultuous. We rise and fall together, share honor and disgrace. I will definitely return soon. After saying that, he saluted vigorously. Swish. All the veterans returned the salute in unison. We are waiting for you to come back. At that moment, Qin Luo's eyes were moist. He suddenly felt grateful that Hu Fei had sent him back. Otherwise, he might never feel what it is like to trust his back to a comrade. Let's go. Chang Lei came over and picked up his bag, smiling as he said, "They'll take you there." Yes, squad leader. Qin Luo rubbed his eyes, picked up another bag, and followed him toward the kitchen brigade. Although they were in the same company, after going to the kitchen brigade, he could no longer train, eat, or rest with everyone. Qin Luo's footsteps were slow, and he felt a bit lost inside. Luo Gu is leaving. Hao Duo's tears flowed down like rain, matching the heavy rain outside. Why are you crying? Cheng Haonan glared at him angrily. It's not like Luo Gu is dead, he's still here. But he just saw us and is already leaving us again. Hao Duo wiped his eyes. Cheng Haonan's mouth twitched, feeling sad, and not saying anything. Zheng Qian patted Hao Duo. Don't be sad, Duo. The kitchen brigade isn't far from us. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Moreover, you have to believe in Luo Gu. He looked at Qin Luo's back. Luo Gu said he would find us. He means what he says, otherwise he wouldn't have come back. We will wait for him to return, believing it won't be long. Hao Duo was momentarily stunned, then nodded vigorously, tears everywhere. Yes, Luo Gu keeps his word. The cafeteria isn't far, but only takes 5 minutes to get there. I won't go in with you. Chang Lei handed the bag to Qin Luo and smiled at him. Qin Luo, you mustn't blame yourself. I'm really happy for you to go to the special forces. Being sent back isn't a big deal, it just means you're not mature enough. In your squad leader's eyes, you will always be a good soldier. It's my pride to raise a soldier like you, and I'm waiting for you to come back in the combat team. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Squad leader, don't worry, it won't take long, I will definitely come back. Chang Lei smiled broadly, glancing into the kitchen brigade, then lowered his voice. The kitchen brigade has hidden talents. The company commander brought you here for a reason. When you get there, be humble, and humble again. Don't cause trouble like you did in the new soldier company. Remember, you must build good relationships with your comrades. Looking at his serious demeanor, Qin Luo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had long heard that the kitchen brigade was filled with experts. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Qin Luo even began to imagine the scene of various experts flying around in the kitchen brigade. Squad leader, rest assured, I am not the old me anymore. I will definitely get along well with everyone and integrate with them. Chang Lei awkwardly smiled. All right, you can go in now. I'm leaving. After saying that, the two exchanged salutes. Chang Lei held up the umbrella and turned to run into the ring. Qin Luo silently watched his back for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Where I fell, I will rise again. If I want to rise, I have to start over. He turned his head and looked towards the kitchen, instantly filled with confidence. Let's start here. What's so great about the small kitchen brigade? I can handle it easily. He picked up his bag and strode inside. Report. New soldier Qin Luo here to report. Come in, please. A lazy voice came from inside. Qin Luo took a deep breath, pushed open the kitchen door, and walked in. But as soon as one foot stepped inside, Qin Luo froze as if struck by lightning. Inside the kitchen stood 9 muscular men, averaging a height of nearly 6'3", like double-door refrigerators, all staring at him in unison. Furthermore, each of them was wearing only a tank top with muscles that outshone even Stallone and Schwarzenegger, all exposed to the air. The whole kitchen was filled with an explosive atmosphere of hormones, and the vibe felt somewhat off. Qin Luo swallowed hard. Is this the kitchen brigade? This must be a happy house for gay men, right? Are you Qin Luo? An old soldier licked his lips, looking at him with a smile. Come here, let the old soldier check your body. Holy crap. The foot that Qin Luo had stepped in immediately recoiled in fear. Old Qin, thank you for the air conditioning assistance this time. The deputy commander Luo Zhanghai said cheerfully over the phone. You have truly helped us solve a major problem. You have no idea, during the summer when the temperature soars, our soldiers can hardly sleep at night. Even with a fan, they keep sweating profusely. Now that we have air conditioning, the soldiers should be thanking you. Qin Jiaqing laughed heartily. Old Luo, why are you being so polite with me? Thanks to your arrangements for my little Luo, this small gesture of mine is nothing. Within a month, I will donate another 5,000 air conditioners to you to install in those remote units, so the soldiers don't have to suffer so much in the summer. Luo Zhanghai said excitedly. Old Qin, thank you so much. I must treat you to a drink representing our military district. Let's have a big feast together. I know you have money, but don't look down on our subpar wine. Qin Jiaqing chuckled. Absolutely, I will definitely grace you with my presence, and I will drink you all pour ha. The two burst into hearty laughter. By the way, Qin Jiaqing suddenly asked, Old Luo, how has my little Luo been recently? Luo Zhanghai said cheerfully, Old Qin, your son is truly remarkable. I've transferred him to the inspection team, and since he arrived at the inspection squad, he has been busy non-stop. He is strict and fair and has even raised the standard of the inspection squad. Recently, he even achieved, really? Qin Jiaqing laughed widely. This kid can achieve merit. Don't worry, Old Qin, I will keep an eye on him for you. Luo Zhanghai said, when he returns he will definitely be very different. Qin Jiaqing smiled and said, then I must thank Deputy Commander Luo. By the way, I will also donate some additional supplies to their inspection squad and improve their barracks. No, let's just rebuild. What do you think? Luo Jianghai's face lit up with delight. Sure, I will definitely agree to such a good deed. The two chatted a bit more before hanging up. Luo Zhanghai shook his head. This old Qin's so indulgent with his son, even sending him to serve in the military. He truly desires the best for his child, yet also wants him to endure some hardship. Such is the heart of every parent. He smiled slightly. Inspection team, you all will be enjoying blessings with Qin Luo. When the barracks are rebuilt, you must thank him properly. However, he still did not know that at this moment Qin Luo had already been taken to the regiment's reconnaissance unit by Wu Ziyuan. On the other side, Qin Jiaqing lay comfortably in a rocking chair smiling. Wang Rifa brought him a cup of coffee. Sir, you seem so happy. Has the young master sent word? Smart. Qin Jiaqing said cheerfully. It's because I used my connections to arrange this. Little Luo nearly got into trouble because of you. Once I stepped in, he immediately went to a comfortable position. Now he is inspecting people and has even achieved merit. He's truly promising. Ha. Wang Rifa quickly agreed. That's for sure. My reputation comes from you, sir. When you step in, things are definitely different. He hesitated and said, even if the young master achieves merit, returning home won't leave any regrets. The only regret is that Miss Shun. Qin Jiaqing frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. No need to worry, he is now an inspector and can check on everyone in the entire army. This kid will definitely find a chance to connect with her. With his skills, it will absolutely be fine. Even if there are issues, I will help him out later. He smiled contentedly while sipping his coffee. Now I can be completely at ease as long as he can comfortably spend a year and 9 months he can return home. What are you doing standing outside? Come in. A voice came, causing Qin Luo to feel a chill down his spine. Who is speaking? He scanned the room. 9 burly men were staring at him lewdly, but none of them spoke. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Come in, can't you see how little we're wearing? It's cold, hurry up and close the door. Qin Luo's eyes widened, his pupils dilated. Finally, he realized who was speaking. Behind the counter a head was peeking out, and the one speaking was him. Just now Qin Luo almost thought he was looking at a pig's head. He took a deep breath, stepped inside reluctantly, and closed the door, leaving a small crack. Just in case something happened later, he could still escape. These guys look too abnormal. Your situation has already been explained to me by Wu squad leader. The man behind the counter fixed his gaze on Qin Luo. His square face exuded righteousness, and his eyes were bright and piercing. You're quite impressive. The man smiled as he sized up Qin Luo. In our division, everyone, whether new recruits or veterans, is eager to get into the reconnaissance unit. You are the first in many years to jump straight from the reconnaissance unit to the special forces. Quite impressive. This kid looks like he's going to be quite something. The old soldiers looked at Qin Luo with even more fervent eyes. Qin Luo felt a tightness in his chest and swallowed hard. Could it be that he had really stumbled into a den of perverts? Was Wu Ziyuan sending him here to either toughen him up or make him submit? All right, don't be nervous. Since you're here, just settle in. The man smiled. Let's get to work. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Jiumei, the cooking team leader. Qin Luo nearly spat out blood. You. Team leader, what did you just say your name was? The man snorted. I have 8 older sisters. They had a hard time raising me, so they gave me this name. Is there a problem with that? Qin Luo swallowed hard. The cooking team was not a den of hidden talents, but a gathering of eccentric characters. He thought those 9 guys were already strange enough, but the team leader turned out to be the pinnacle of oddity. Zhao Jiumei. A grown man named Jiumei, just thinking about it gave Qin Luo goosebumps. Let me introduce you to the bald guy, Qi Gang, the deputy team leader. A bald giant waved at Qin Luo with a smile, his armpit hair sticking out. Qin Luo awkwardly smiled back, considering it a greeting. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongzhen are chefs, both first-class cooks with certifications. Hi, the two pouted at Qin Luo and winked. Qin Luo felt his heart tighten again. These 2 guys looked anything but trustworthy. Xiong Fei Corporal, the one who buys groceries. Hello. Qin Luo was startled by his voice. This guy looked the most delicate among them, yet his voice was the roughest, like a heavy object hitting the ground. Jiang Chaoda Zhou Yong Zhao Chong. These are all veterans. They can cut vegetables, make pastries, and sometimes even cook. They all smiled at Qin Luo, who nodded back in response. Let me explain something to you, Zhao Jiomei said, looking at Qin Luo. Our cooking team is different from any other cooking team. Because in the camp we are the only cooking team. We are responsible for the entire camp's meals. Qin Luo's mouth dropped open. This was his first time hearing about such a thing. Usually each company has a fixed cooking team, but they were actually responsible for 3 companies at once. Qin Luo's scalp went numb as he finally understood what the team leader meant. This place was truly not simple. It meant they were doing 3 times the work of others. Zhao Jimei looked at him. Although you just arrived, don't think it will be easy. Our tasks are very demanding. We must ensure that every soldier in the camp eats well and enough. The entire camp's combat effectiveness relies on us. So from now on, no matter what tasks you are assigned, you must complete them with all your strength. Moreover, stop thinking about all those chaotic matters from the combat team. You belong to us now and can only think about us. Qin Luo was so scared, he wanted to cover his rear and chest. What kind of predatory words were these? It's raining outside today. Oh, just stay here and help everyone out. Whoever needs you, go and assist them. Yes. Do you have any questions? Zhao Jimei looked at him. Qin Luo stared intently at him and suddenly awkwardly smiled. Team leader, I'm really curious. Our team is so formidable. How did you become the team leader? Zhao Jimei was taken aback, and everyone turned to look at him in unison. What do you mean? Suddenly a mountain rose behind the counter. Qin Luo's smile immediately froze on his face, and his eyes nearly popped out. He thought others were already tall and strong, but he didn't expect the team leader to stand up and be a whole head taller than them. The oversized tank top shamelessly clung to him, looking like it was about to rip apart at any moment. It was just so awkward. Kid, you didn't think the team leader was short, did you? The deputy Qi gang looked at him. The other veterans laughed. Did you misjudge? It's the table that's too low. The team leader is afraid of lumbar strain, so he sits to work. Looking at Zhao Jimei, who resembled a towering giant, Qin Luo swallowed hard. This guy's head was almost touching the ceiling, at least over 2 meters tall. Wouldn't it be better to sit down to work? With such a robust physique, how could he endure always bending over? Qin Luo gulped, forcing a smile. Sorry, I was rash. You kid, adjust your mindset. Zhao Jimei glared at him. Once you're in the cooking team, don't think about any other nonsense. We won't use the old soldier's way to pressure you, but as you can see, you are the smallest and shortest here. Outside you can be as grand as you want, but here everything is the smallest for you. Qin Luo nodded vigorously, his eyes already glancing at these guys' pants. They bulged indeed, seeming a bit larger than his own. Fortunately, Cheng Haonan and the others hadn't come, otherwise he would feel even more inferior. Get to work. Zhao Jimei sat back down, glaring at him. Wu squad leader told me that you really want to return to the combat team. If you come, we welcome you. If you leave, we will also be happy for you. However, as long as you are here at this moment, you must do your job well. Yes. Qin Luo straightened his chest, feeling anxious. No wonder earlier everyone wanted to send him off in the corridor, making it feel like a farewell of life and death. No wonder the squad leader would say such things, and the team leader would say this place is full of hidden talents, urging him to get along well with everyone. This place was truly not for ordinary people, and leaving from here was not easy at all. Xiao Qin, come over and work with me. Ma Shuai smiled and waved at him. Qin, come work with me. Little Luo, come here, be good. A few veterans were throwing flirtatious glances while lewdly waving at him, their chest muscles occasionally. Qin Luo felt the hair on his body stand on end and his toes curled tightly. Should he go over or not? Wu Ziyuan, what are you playing at? With a loud bang, the office door was pushed open and Go Jian stormed in. Good day, company commander. Chong Lei and Xia Dong stood upright immediately. Wu Ziyuan saluted. What's the matter, company commander? Go Jian took a deep breath and waved his hand. You two step outside for a moment. Yes. The two saluted and hurriedly ran out. What's up with the company commander? Could it be a hemorrhoid flare-up? Chong Lei asked curiously. Xia Dong glanced back, smiling faintly. It's probably about that soldier. Qin Luo. Chong Lei asked in surprise. Who else could it be? Xia Dong smiled slightly. Our company commander loves good soldiers the most. As long as they have the ability, he would readily associate with them. That kid embarrassed us right from the start. He must be a treasure in the company commander's eyes. Now the platoon leader has put him in the cooking squad. The company commander will definitely be unhappy when he finds out. Chong Lei said with a big smile, so Qin Luo can stay. Dream on. Xia Dong replied with annoyance. Have you forgotten who our platoon leader is? Chong Lei's smile immediately froze on his face. That's true, with the platoon leader's temper, he would dare to slam the table even in front of the commander. He chuckled bitterly in his heart. Qin Luo, you better hold on well in the cooking squad. Are you working against me? Go Jian glared at Wu Ziyuan. I just told you to train him well, and you send him to the cooking squad. Have you lost such a good soldier, and you send him to cook? Does the cooking squad need him? The combat squad needs him. Wu Ziyuan was splattered with saliva. If it were Gao Kun, he would definitely be slamming the table. But Go Jian's status in his heart was different. He smiled and wiped his face. Company commander, you've been a bit short-tempered lately. Maybe drink some chrysanthemum tea. The flavor is too strong. It's all because of you. Go Jian pointed at him and shouted, you hurry up and bring him back. If you don't go, I will. Company commander. Wu Ziyuan smiled and pulled him back. Hold on, let me talk to you for a moment. Go Jian angrily sat down. Spit it out. Wu Ziyuan sat across from him with a grin. Company commander, you know me well. What I love most are good soldiers. Qin Luo is quite capable in all aspects of military ability, but he just needs to work on his mindset. He slowly put away his smile. You know our company. In the past, whether it was fighting the Japanese or going to war against the Koreans, our company has lost its formation several times. But every time the seniors who survived from our company brought everyone else back. What we need are comrades we can safely entrust our lives to. But he still lacks a bit of that. Go Jian glared at him fiercely. Then teach him. I am teaching him. Wu Ziyuan said, you also know Zhao Jumei from the cooking squad. There isn't anyone in our division who can provide more peace of mind than he can. If Qin Luo can settle down in the cooking squad, he will surely become the soldier I want, and I will personally go to bring him back. Looking at Go Jian's tightly furrowed brows, Wu Ziyuan said seriously, company commander, he is a good steel, but he needs to be tempered in fierce fire to become an unparalleled sword. I know what you're thinking. I believe since he dared to come back with me, he will definitely change. In the future, he might even become the backbone of our company, but first he needs a little time. Go Jian stared at him intently, and after a long while he let out a breath. All right, as you say, give him some time. That Zhao Jumei is capable. It's good for him to stay under his wing. But he fixed his gaze on Wu Ziyuan. Don't let it take too long. I don't want such a good soldier to waste too much time in the cooking squad. I will talk to Zhao Jumei. Wu Ziyuan nodded. I'm leaving. Go Jian stood up abruptly and stormed. Wu Ziyuan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. The whole division regarded him as the stern company commander. But compared to Go Jian, he was still lacking a bit of the fire. Qin Luo. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. You should be getting along well with those in the cooking squad now, right? Qin Luo's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. It was simply impossible to sleep. These guys snored louder than each other, especially the squad leader, Zhao Jumei, whose snoring had a twist to it. It was like a magical sound swirling around his ears. Qin Luo covered his head with the blanket. Someone give me a punch to help me fall asleep. Help me. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Luo finally fell into a drowsy sleep. In his dream, Zhao Jumei and a few others were grinning surrounding him, their eyes gleaming with ill intent. Yet Qin Luo couldn't move at all. Even trying to run was futile, and he could only watch them approach him with wide eyes. He was so frightened that he sat up, abruptly gasping for breath. But the next second he exclaimed in shock, shrinking into the corner. Zhao Jumei and a few others were surrounding the bed, looking at him with predatory eyes. Qin Luo hurriedly covered his chest. What do you want? What are you doing? Yelling like a ghost. Hurry up and get up, it's time to work. After saying that, they turned and walked outside. Qin Luo watched their retreating figures, letting out a huge sigh of relief, feeling the sweat on his back. Tomorrow night, I must wear more clothes to sleep. It's too scary. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 4:30 in the morning. What? Getting up this early? Qin Luo, hurry up. Zhao Jumei's voice rang out from outside. It's going to be busy soon. Got it. Qin Luo helplessly put on his clothes and quickly followed outside. By the time they got to the kitchen, Zhao Jumei and the others were already busy. Qi Gang and Zhou Yong were chopping onions and carrots with a clanging noise. Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin each held 2 knives, chopping a lump of meat so fast that their hands were almost invisible. Jiang Chaodao was pouring 3 bags of flour into a large basin. Then, like practicing Tai Chi, he moved his hands with the large basin of dough. After finishing, the 2 of them each took a large pot and swiftly ran towards the stove. Qin Luo gulped, looking at them. These guys really resembled martial arts masters. How could normal people work like they did? Qin Luo, start the fire. Zhao Jumei shouted while working. All right. Qin Luo rushed to the stove. Is it to light this? Yes, light all 4 stoves. Can you do it? I can. Lighting a fire is no problem. Qin Luo picked up a match from the side, looked around, and found a pile of old newspapers, so he took them. After lighting one, he immediately stuffed it in, but the paper burned out without igniting the fire. Squad leader, I can't light it. You need to turn on the gas, you idiot. Qin Luo's face turned red with embarrassment. He had never done this at home. Where's the gas? Everyone nearly fell over. Zhao Jumei pointed over there. Just turn that handle, listen for the gas sound, then light it, and turn on the fan. Right the handle you're pointing at. Oh. Qin Luo followed the instructions and turned it. He indeed heard a hissing sound of gas. Then he lit the newspaper again and stuffed it in, simultaneously turning on 2 valves. Boom. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 large pots flew up, startling Qin Luo to retreat hastily. Clank, clank. The two pots crashed heavily onto the stove, making the entire stove shake violently. Are you trying to kill someone? Everyone yelled in panic. Qin Luo looked innocent. Squad leader, I've never done this before. Then don't try. Zhao Jumei said sternly, whether in the cooking squad or elsewhere safety is paramount. If you know how, that's fine. If you don't, ask for help. Don't try to show off, understand? Yes. Qin Luo nodded vigorously. Go help Jiang Chaodao with the dough. Yes. Qin Luo ran over and Jiang Chaodao smiled. Help me pour in some water. Sure. Qin Luo picked up a bucket and poured water into the flour as instructed. Don't worry about it. Jiang Chao smiled. Everyone is the same when they first come. Oh, just take your time to get familiar. Listen to the squad leader and ask questions. We're all easy to talk to. Looking at the smile on his face, Qin Luo felt a bit better. Since entering the army, no matter what he did, he was always capable, but here he felt completely out of his depth. Thankfully, everyone's attitude towards him was tolerant and didn't blame him much. Suddenly, Qin Luo felt that these people's appearances and their hearts seemed a bit different. His preconceived notions about the cooking squad began to change. After breakfast, Qin Luo neatly arranged the plates, stood up, and stretched. The soreness in his waist made him grimace in discomfort. The work in the cooking squad was not easy at all. Just sorting the plates for the entire camp was exhausting, even more grueling than training in the combat squad. Qin Luo shook his head helplessly. Adapting is really not a quick task. By the way, the task the system issued last time, hasn't it been completed yet? Didn't I successfully join the reconnaissance battalion, and didn't the second company already accept me? He scratched his head, but the system didn't respond at all. Probably I need to go back and completely become a member of the second company for the task to be considered completed. He took a deep breath. I need to step it up. To complete the task and go to that damn Tianlong, I first need to leave. Qin Luo, what are you doing? Come to the back. Zhao Jumai's voice rang out again like a death knell. Qin Luo immediately ran to the back. Behind the kitchen was an open area with a water tower standing, and underneath the water tower were 4 large stoves. At this moment, all the old soldiers were gathered around the water tower exercising. Xiong Fei was doing a handstand with 2 fingers and was also doing shoulder supports up and down. Qi Gang lay on the grass holding up Jiang Chaodao, who was stiff as a stick. He was rhythmically doing bench. What was most impressive was Zhao Jumei, who was squatting while carrying Ma Shuai and Fan Yongjin using the water tower for support. Qin Luo was shocked and dumbfounded. These guys are truly not normal. This training is too extreme. What are you dawdling for? Come over here. Zhao Jumei turned his head and shouted. Qin Luo quickly walked up to him. Zhao Jumei, drenched in sweat, looked at him. In our cooking squad, we can't neglect training aside from cooking. Don't think that just because you're in the cooking squad you can skip training. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner we all need to do physical training. Now that you're here, you'll join us. Yes. Qin Luo puffed out his chest. Don't misunderstand. Zhao Jumei continued squatting, saying the reason we train is to serve the entire camp better. Without a good physique we can't do our jobs. Understood. Qin Luo nodded, then curiously asked, squad leader, your military quality must be top-notch, right? Everyone burst into laughter, leaving Qin Luo confused. Did I say something wrong? What do you mean by being top-notch? Zhao Jumei laughed. As I just told you, we train just to complete our duties. The combat squad trains to enhance combat capability and protect the country, while we ensure the combat squad has the strength to train. Wherever you are, just perform your duties well. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about and focus on doing your own work. That's what makes a good soldier. Qin Luo was taken aback. Is that all it takes to be considered a good soldier? So simple. Looking at your thin arms and legs, you won't be able to keep up with our training for now. So let's start with some basics, starting with chopping wood. Huh. Chopping wood is also training. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Of course. Qi Gang pointed at the 4 stoves we cook here for lunch and dinner, so we need firewood. Where does the firewood come from? We have to chop it ourselves. Zhao Jumei nodded. From now on, the job of chopping firewood will be yours. Over there, go grab an axe and chop. Be careful. Do you want me to teach you? Qi Gang said with a smile. No need, I'll give it a try myself. Qin Luo turned and walked away. Looking at the pile of firewood, he took a deep breath. Once he entered the cooking squad, he was completely a novice, unable to do anything. Back home, everything was done for him by Wang Rifa and the servants. He was used to having everything handed to him. Chopping wood was something he never imagined he would do one day. The army is truly a melting pot. No matter who you are outside here, it's all the same. Qin Luo picked up a piece of wood, placed it on the ground, and then grabbed an axe from the side. At the moment the axe was in his hands, suddenly a strong tremor coursed through his body. At that moment it felt as if the axe had merged with him. Blade God ability. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. When he obtained this ability, he always thought it was useless. What, axes and kitchen knives? I thought they wouldn't be of any use. Unexpectedly, it became useful now. Looking at the wood in front of him, a surge of power suddenly flooded through Qin Luo. It was a perfect opportunity to test it out and see how this ability worked. Qin Luo raised the axe with a fierce motion, lifting it up in an instant, his right hand shifting up while his left hand grasped the lower end of the axe, creating a beautiful arc in the air. With a swift motion, the axe struck down. Bang! The thick piece of wood was instantly cleaved in two. All the soldiers training turned their heads and shocked their eyes wide. Damn! You kid are impressive, you got it right away. You're even better than I was. It took me 2.5 days to learn. Before they could react, Qin Luo swung the axe again, this time even faster and with greater strength. The wood was once again chopped in half. But Qin Luo's axe only paused on the ground for 0.1 seconds before he twisted his waist and swung it again. Bang! 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 At the water tower, Zhao Jumei and 9 old soldiers nodded their heads in rhythm to the sound of chopping wood. In just a short while, Qin Luo had already mastered the technique. After finishing a section of wood, he swung the axe with great force as if playing golf. All the chopped wood rolled neatly to the side, some even flying up and landing perfectly together. The axe spun in the air and precisely picked up a piece of wood, smashing it onto the ground. In the next moment, the axe came crashing down. The axe in Qin Luo's hand bounced back up as if it was equipped with a spring, immediately springing back after touching the ground. Before the split would even hit the ground, a log had already been split into 8 pieces. Following that, Qin Luo swung the axe again, turning 8 pieces into 16 and 16 into 32. Bang! The thin pieces of wood were sent flying aside with his swing stacked neatly. Is this kid almost done with the pile of wood? Qi Gang's mouth dropped open. The pile of firewood, which had once looked like a small mountain, was now reduced to a third. Everyone swallowed hard. This was the amount they had chopped in 3 days. This kid looks like he's enjoying it. Look at that smile on his face. Xiong Fei said in disbelief. Look at the firewood he chopped. The sizes are almost identical, as if measured with a ruler. Squad leader, Ma Shuai said with a bitter face. Don't let him chop anymore. If he keeps going, how will we ever have the face to chop wood again? Everyone turned to look at the squad leader, and Zhao Jumei swallowed hard. It wasn't just that they didn't dare, they wouldn't be able to chop wood again themselves. Compared to Qin Luo, the firewood they chopped looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. He wasn't chopping firewood, he was creating art. Qin Luo. Hey! Qin Luo turned to look. What's up, squad leader? Come here, no need to chop anymore. No problem, I can keep chopping. Honestly, this job is quite interesting. I feel like I found my rhythm. He was enjoying it, and couldn't stop. As he spoke, he tossed the wood into the air, twirled the axe around. Bang! 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 The ability of the blade god activated, slicing an entire piece of wood into 6 segments in midair. Don't chop anymore. The 10 soldiers almost shouted in unison. Qin Luo was startled. What's wrong? That's enough, that's enough. It's too much. We can't burn that much firewood all at once. Save some for tomorrow, it don't finish it all today. Zhao Jumei swallowed hard and said. No problem, I'll do something else tomorrow. It's perfect for learning. He'll finish it quickly. Qin Luo swung his arms wide, making beautiful arcs with the axe around him. Squad leader, you should continue. How can I continue? Zhao Jumei said irritably. He's working hard, how can I stop him? Everyone sighed helplessly, and for a moment none of them felt like training anymore. They all turned away, watching any longer would make them feel embarrassed. 20 minutes later, Qin Luo exhaled comfortably. This feels great. He truly had found his groove. The blade god ability was indeed powerful. With merely a clever ability, he could wield such a heavy axe, as if it were a small knife. He had just learned that if he maxed out the blade god ability, this axe would feel like an extension of himself. Qin Luo smiled broadly. It seemed that none of the abilities given by the system were useless. Squad leader, he approached the others. Is there any problem with my chopping? You must tell me. I will definitely improve. Everyone felt as if they had been slapped hard. How could they call this bad? What were they supposed to do? Zhao Jumei awkwardly smiled. Well, good, very good, you've already reached our class average standard. Just keep it up. Great. Qin Luo nodded. I'll practice a bit more. I feel like I can chop even finer, as thin as chopsticks, which would burn better. No problem. All the old soldiers turned to Zhao Jumei in fright. Squad leader, we strongly suggest that Qin Luo not chop wood anymore. Huh? Qin Luo looked at them in surprise. Didn't they say he needed to train himself? Why were they suddenly stopping him from chopping? Qin Luo Qi Gang said with a smile, chopping wood is just for physical training. You seem to have good physical fitness, no need to waste time on this. Really? Qin Luo looked at their muscles, and then at himself. It seemed he was still lacking. Really very real. Qi Gang patted Qin Luo's shoulder forcefully, almost knocking him down. Squad leader, I think from today on let Qin Luo peel fruit. Right. Ma Shuai nodded vigorously. Peeling fruit is also a skill. In the entire camp, including the company and battalion, there are over 500 people, each needing a portion of fruit for every meal. This is a heavy task and an important test. Comrade Qin Luo, can you handle it? Everyone stared at Qin Luo. The corner of Qin Luo's eye twitched. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of peeling fruit? Squad leader. He looked at Zhao Jumei with a questioning gaze. Zhao Jumei stared at him seriously. Can you do it? I guarantee I will complete the task. Qin Luo nodded. The blade god ability does include a fruit knife, so this would be just perfect. Zhao Jiumei also smiled. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Everyone's heavy burden was finally lifted. This kid would finally stop chopping wood, or at least this would give them some food. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Ma Shuai shouted as he ran into the cafeteria. All squads come and serve the food. What delicious meal did we have today? A group of soldiers excitedly rushed into the kitchen. For the tired reconnaissance soldiers, the happiest times of the day were mealtime and sleep. This was also their rare time for rest. Wow, it smells so good. Squad leader Zhao, your braised pork ribs are even better than my mom's. Today's fish is also great. It smells so fragrant that I'm drooling. Listening to everyone's compliments, Zhao Jiumei couldn't stop smiling, and the others were also beaming. Eating and sleeping were the joys of the combat squad. Hearing everyone's praises and affirmations about the food was the only joy for them as cooks. As long as everyone was satisfied and happy, no matter how bitter or tiring it was worth it. Watching bowl after bowl of dishes being served, Zhao Jiumei shouted, all squads go to the small room to get the fruit. One by one, soldiers put down the dishes and ran towards the small room next to the kitchen. Just as Zhao Jiumei was about to turn around, a sudden gasp came from nearby. He froze for a moment. What happened? What's going on? It seems it's over at Qin Luo's side, Qi Gang said. Can this kid cause trouble just by cutting fruit? Oh no, I hope he didn't cut himself. Hurry, let's go check it out. A few of them rushed over, and just as they reached the door, they saw a soldier carrying a beautifully arranged fruit platter coming out. Zhao Jiumei and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide open. The watermelon was cut into a small mountain. The apple slices were arranged like a lotus platform. The bananas were shaped like lotus roots surrounded by oranges, jujubes, and pears forming a beautiful lotus pond. Even the edge of the plate had an orange representing the sun, looking splendid. Squad leader Zhao, you guys are too impressive. This knife skill is simply divine. This is an artwork. I can't even bear to eat it. Watching platter after platter of fruit being taken away, the cooks were left in shock. Quick, let's go in and take a look. Zhao Jiumei and the others entered the small room to see Qin Luo cleaning up a pile of fruit peels. Qin Luo. Qi Gang stared at him in disbelief. Did you make those fruit platters? Qin Luo shrugged. Yeah, what's up? I've reached everyone's average level, right? Everyone swallowed hard, all looking at Zhao Jiumei. She awkwardly smiled as if she were about to dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment. Yes, you did. That's great. Qin Luo smiled. But the first time was still a bit lacking. If I do it 2 more times, it will definitely look much better. Everyone was shocked. He wanted to do it 2 more times. They all turned around and squeezed Zhao Jiumei out. Squad leader, what's going on? Zhao Jiumei found herself surrounded by old soldiers. Qi Gang said, seriously, we just wanted him to peel some fruit and cut some slices. Everyone gets 1 portion. How can you allow him to create artworks? Yes, squad leader Ma Shuai said with a bitter smile. What he made is so good it makes us look incompetent, like failures and pathetic. Xiong Fei covered his face. Earlier we said we would teach him. If he keeps going like this, how can we face him? His fruit platter is worlds apart from what I made. I almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. Captain Wu sent him here to train him, but it seems he's here to train us instead. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Jiumei wiped the sweat from her forehead. Let him do it once more. Tomorrow I'll have him chop vegetables and meat. He has plenty of energy, I'll let him use it all up. How about that? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Good. This sounds good, let's do it. Every day in the entire camp, the vegetables and meat chopped would pile up like a mountain. By the end of the day, he would definitely be worn out. At that point, Qin Luo wouldn't have the energy to create any more artworks. They turned to look back, their faces breaking into mischievous smiles. Sorry, Xiao Luo, but don't blame us for stifling your artistic talent. You're just too exceptional, and we're about to be overwhelmed by you. What's going on with the cooking squad? Go Jian stood up excitedly, looking at a piece of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha and playfully flicking it with his finger. Duong, the tofu bobbed up and down slightly. Very lively. Go Jian looked around and found that every table had such a plate of tofu carved into a sleeping Buddha. The cooking squad must be praised. This is simply too creative, adding a touch of excitement to our monotonous lives. He smiled and said, come on, everyone, give a round of applause for the cooking squad. Clap, clap, clap. The cafeteria erupted into enthusiastic applause. In the kitchen, Zhao Jiumei and the others almost knelt down together. Squad leader, was this intentional? Nonsense. Zhao Jiumei said bitterly. Qi Gang looked at her with a bitter expression. This kid carved so many sleeping Buddhas with a kitchen knife. He's clearly a master with a knife, and you let him cut vegetables. Exactly. Jiang Chaoda said impatiently. All the bones were chopped to the same size, almost as if measured with a ruler. Squad leader, did you intentionally want to make us feel awkward just to undermine our confidence? Fan Yongjin smiled bitterly. You haven't seen him cutting potato slices. That kid actually cuts with both hands at the same time, and can even turn his head to chat with me. I watched, and those potato slices were thinner than toothpicks. Are we even allowed to work here anymore? Squad leader, squad leader. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Zhao Jiumei covered her face in despair. I didn't know he was this skilled. That kid must have been the head chef among 800,000 cooks. Squad leader. Just then Qin Luo walked in from outside. Seeing them all gathered with grim faces, he curiously asked, "What's wrong with you all?" Qi Gang quickly put on a smile. Nothing, we were just praising you." Yes, we were singing your praises." The others nodded eagerly. Qin Luo chuckled, "No need. I came here to be trained. But right now I really am enjoying myself. I feel like I'm starting to like it here." Huh. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Squad leader Qin Luo said cheerfully, "I think my vegetable cutting skills are already good enough. Let me learn how to stir fry today." "No way." 9 voices shouted in unison. This was their last line of defense. If Qin Luo even learned how to stir fry, what else could they do? They all turned to Zhao Jiumei, almost simultaneously lowering their voices. "Squad leader, think of a way. With Qin Luo here, we're becoming useless. There's barely room for us left." Zhao Jiumei's eye twitched, and she helplessly closed her eyes. She was already regretting agreeing to Wu Ziyuan's request back then. Was this kid someone who needed training? He was clearly here to train the cooking squad. "Quick, use the nunchaku." "Hehe, quickly use the nunchaku. The benevolent are invincible," Wu Ziyuan sang, while rhythmically applying soap to his body. Suddenly a hand as big as a palm leaf patted him on the shoulder. Wu Ziyuan turned back in surprise and saw a mountain-sized figure before him. Zhao Jiumei was looking down at him, smiling shyly. "What are you doing?" Wu Ziyuan was so startled that he quickly stepped back, but as he slipped he fell backward. But just as he shouted, he found himself floating in the air. Looking down, he realized he had been caught by Zhao Jiumei just in time. "Be careful, the ground is slippery." Zhao Jiumei smiled at him. Wu Ziyuan shouted in fright, "What are you doing? Put me down, let me go." Wu Ziyuan wiped his head while glaring at Zhao Jiumei. "Jiumei, do you have a problem? Although everyone says your cooking team is like that, I have never discriminated against you. But you can't." Zhao Jiumei shot him an annoyed glare. "Weren't you about to fall just now? I was just trying to help you, otherwise you would have hit your head against the wall." "So what if I hit the wall?" Wu Ziyuan shouted, feeling wronged like a little wife. "I fell because of you." Zhao Jiumei felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't talk, just get dressed first." Zhao Jiumei looked speechless. "Big brother, this is the bathroom." "Then get dressed." Wu Ziyuan was furious. "Hurry up, hurry." Zhao Jiumei had no choice but to turn around to put on her clothes. "Can we talk now?" "Go ahead, what do you want?" Wu Ziyuan said irritably. Zhao Jiumei sighed helplessly. "That soldier you gave me, please get rid of him quickly." Wu Ziyuan's brows furrowed instantly. "Qin Luo. What is he up to now? Is he not working, or is he being negative about his job?" Zhao Jiumei looked even more distressed. "He works very hard and finds work to do himself." "Zhao Jiumei." Wu Ziyuan widened his eyes. "Are you out of your mind? He is working, and you still want me to get rid of him?" "It's because he works too hard that our entire team is running out of work. He is worth several of us." "What?" Wu Ziyuan widened his eyes. "Zhao Jiumei, don't mess with me at night. Your team's abilities are known even within the department. One team can handle the meals of an entire battalion. A rookie like Qin Luo who knows nothing comes to your team and steals your work. Who would believe that?" "I don't want to believe it either," Zhao Jiumei said bitterly. "But the fact is this soldier is really good. There's no need to test him anymore. Just get rid of him quickly. Leave some work for us to do, otherwise our muscles will be useless. Look at me, my biceps and chest have shrunk a whole size." Wu Ziyuan was astonished, his mouth agape, but looking at Zhao Jiumei's expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Moreover, it was late at night. Unless he was bored out of his mind, he wouldn't come up with lies to deceive himself. A slight smile gradually appeared on Wu Ziyuan's face. "It seems that Qin Luo has really changed." Old Wu. Wu Ziyuan suddenly reacted. What's wrong? When are you going to take him away?" Zhao Jiumei said anxiously. "This kid's energy is something our cooking team can't handle. You should take him to the combat team to exhaust him more. And about what you said regarding his anxiety and instability, I think you are just talking nonsense. Can anxiety lead to such meticulous work? Can instability turn a kitchen knife into a work of art? This kid is stealing our work and giving us time to rest. Isn't that disunity?" Wu Ziyuan chuckled. Got it. You go back first. After a couple of days, when I've arranged everything, I will bring him back." "You better." Zhao Jiumei pointed at him. "You better keep your word." Of course. You must hurry, absolutely hurry." Zhao Jiumei wished Wu Ziyuan would take Qin Luo away right now. Whether or not to steal work was irrelevant. The key was that Qin Luo did his job much better than them, which was incredibly embarrassing. But how could she say such things? So many seasoned soldiers were outdone by a rookie. Didn't they care about their pride? Zhao Jiumei walked away, looking back 3 times, and even reminded Wu Ziyuan again at the window. Once he was far enough away, Wu Ziyuan suddenly burst out laughing. "Good kid, you can stay in the cooking team, and even make these big freaks afraid of you. You have some skills, it seems you have really changed." Zhao Jiumei walked dejectedly towards the cooking team's dormitory. In just a few days, Qin Luo had taken on the tasks of cutting fruit, chopping vegetables, and even kneading dough. Zhao Jumei sighed deeply. What are we going to do if this continues? He knew that Qin Luo had the strength and would definitely return to the combat team in the end. However, if he left, everyone in the battalion would have to get used to him preparing fruit platters and his daily artistic dishes. If he suddenly disappears, won't the cooking team be scolded out of their wits? Hurry up, hurry up. While everyone hasn't fully adjusted, yet we must quickly send him back to the combat team. The cooking team is too small to accommodate such a big Buddha. Squad leader, you're back. Suddenly, several veterans rushed out of the team grinning and surrounding him. Zhao Jumei quickly waved her hand. I've already talked to Wu Ziyuan and clearly expressed my position. Don't worry, in 2 days, at most 3 days, he will take Qin Luo away. Squad leader, you must be mistaken. Shi Gang quickly said. How can you let Qin Luo go? Yet Qin Luo is such a good comrade. I already consider him a brother. How can you take him away at this time? Comrade Jumei, I must seriously criticize you. You cannot push someone away just because you feel jealous of their talent, nor because a new comrade is doing better than you. Zhao Jumei was stunned, stepping back a few paces, glaring at them fiercely. Clarify your words. Didn't you tell me to get rid of him? Are you turning against me now? And Ma Shuai, who the hell told you to call me Jumei? Jumei is not a name you can just call out. Have some respect. Everyone exchanged glances and burst into mischievous laughter. Shi Gang stepped forward. Squad leader, times have changed. Hasn't the situation changed too? Xiong Fei said to the suspicious Zhao Jumei. Just now the instructor came to our team. Zhao Jumei suddenly became nervous. Could it be that they were going to be criticized? Of course it's a good thing. Everyone grinned mischievously. The cadre from the department came to our cafeteria to eat today and highly praised our dishes, especially the fruit platter and the intricately carved tofu. They said we not only take good care of the soldiers' stomachs, but also add a splash of color to their monotonous lives. So the department is going to give us a commendation, and the battalion will also reward us. The instructor also mentioned that the department is preparing to invite leaders from the military to visit. As long as we perform well, we might even get a merit. Zhao Jumei suddenly realized, her eyes widened. No wonder these kids suddenly changed their attitude and didn't want Qin Luo to leave. If this kid leaves, how on earth will they earn merits and show off? The cooking team is responsible for cooking for the battalion, and to earn a merit in that role is even harder than in the patrol team. Such a rare opportunity must not be missed. Zhao Jumei scanned them. So what do you all think now? Everyone exchanged glances and said in unison, we absolutely cannot let Qin Luo leave. He is one of us in the cooking team, our precious treasure. Zhao Jumei smiled as well. With your words, I understand. The next morning, Qin Luo helped me cut the vegetables. Can you slice these cucumbers into potato chips and keep them connected? Sure, no problem. Qin Luo immediately ran over and started chopping. Qin Luo, come help, we have noodles for lunch. Can you use your fruit knife to carve out some designs? Little rabbit or little mouse. Even carving a cockroach or a dung beetle is fine. Go ahead and show your creativity. Qin Luo, help me flip the spatula. I need to prepare some dishes. All right. Qin Luo dashed to the stove and picked up the large spatula for cooking. When he first arrived, he thought this iron spatula was for digging dirt. But he never imagined that the spatula used to cook in the kitchen was actually the same as the one for digging. After all, cooking for an entire battalion requires large pots, so a big spatula makes sense. Qin Luo grasped the end of the spatula, and his knife god ability was instantly activated. The half-man-high iron spatula was immediately mastered by him with ease. Swish swish. He was seen skillfully wielding a spatula in each hand. The vegetables in the pot flew up as he cooked. Each piece was evenly coated with oil and seasoning, looking crisp and tender. Outside the kitchen, Wu Ziyuan and Chang Lei were so astonished that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This kid must have gotten in through the back door, right? Wu Ziyuan said in shock. Could it be? His family owns a restaurant. Chang Lei looked at him incredulously. Can a restaurant connection get him into the army? Is he catering to the headquarters cafeteria? Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath, his shock gradually fading, and a smile began to appear on his face. Look at this kid. How is he doing now? I never expected he would be so integrated with the cooking team. So many new recruits sent to the cooking team either cry to go back or are thrown back. For Qin Luo to blend in so well, he indeed has some ability. Not just a little ability. Wu Ziyuan smiled slightly. He has really begun to settle down. Don't be fooled by Zhao Jumai's coarse appearance. She is very attentive. If Qin Luo had any ulterior motives, he would never be able to stay here, and the cooking team wouldn't accommodate him. But look at him now. Chang Lei looked at him excitedly. Squad leader, can we bring him back now? Wu Ziyuan shook his head. Zhao Jumei wants me to take him away immediately, but I still want to test him further to see if he is really acting. Can he even be acting? Chang Lei's eyes widened. Didn't you say Zhao Jumei is very observant? How can he possibly act? But Wu Ziyuan said lightly. Qin Luo is clever and crafty. He looked at Chang Lei. Before the army division, he had promised us, and we all thought he would follow us, but at the last moment he changed his mind and went to the special forces. Promises might not matter in society, but they are very important in the military, especially for the second company. So, I need to observe him a bit longer. Chang Lei smiled helplessly. He wanted to tell Wu Ziyuan that since Qin Luo would rather be scolded and despised by everyone, and still came back, it shows that he has changed. Does the current evaluation still matter that much? But the squad leader is the squad leader, who told him to be stubborn. He could only listen to him. Wu Ziyuan stared at Qin Luo's back. There's less than a month until the drill. When the time comes, he'll come to pick you up. During this time, I hope you won't disappoint me. But he didn't know that even if he took Qin Luo away today, not to mention Zhao Jimei not agreeing, all the veterans in the cooking team wouldn't agree either. Suddenly a bucket of water was poured on the ground, flushing blood and pig hair toward the door. Qin Luo picked up 2 brooms and quickly swept the water away. He pushed all the blood into the drain. He looked down at his dirty clothes and smiled slightly. Sometimes he felt it was quite surreal. Those who knew him in the past would never believe that one day this young master of the Qin family would be in the cooking team, killing pigs and cleaning up with everyone. In the past, for someone of his status, this was the work of commoners. But now Qin Luo was particularly happy and found it very interesting. Although it was tiring and dirty, joking and laughing with these comrades was much more enjoyable than his days spent lavishly outside. Whether buying yachts, private planes, or being pursued by others, those were just fleeting moments of joy. But now Qin Luo was genuinely enjoying every single second of happiness. During his time in the cooking team, he gradually began to understand what Wu Ziyuan, Hu Fei, and Shen Xinran were talking about. He also gained a deeper understanding of comradeship and brotherhood. In fact, during this time, he hadn't thought about how to complete the system's tasks, even temporarily forgetting about wanting to slap Hu Fei's face. Clean up, it's getting late. Everyone hurry up and sleep. Zhao Jimei shouted. Tomorrow morning, we still have to make buns. All right. Everyone laughed as they stuffed the sorted pork into the freezer. Zhao Jimei patted Qin Luo on the shoulder. Little Qin, you're impressive. Last week you were scared to kill pigs, but today 1 chop per pig, sharp and precise. You've got the essence down. Qin Luo chuckled. It's all thanks to the squad leader's good teaching. Don't be modest, you learned quickly yourself. Zhao Jimei laughed as she patted him. Let's go, it's time to wash up. You smell worse than I do. The two laughed heartily just as they were about to head to the bathhouse. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly a piercing alarm rang out. Qin Luo's eyes widened. Emergency assembly. What happened? Light rain fell softly as Qin Luo and the veterans dressed neatly stood in front of the cafeteria, eagerly looking towards the direction of the combat team. Qi Gang pointed not far away, saying, It seems everyone is about to depart. Hey, that looks like the commander's vehicle, Ma Shuai remarked. Yes, it's definitely the commander's, Fan Yongjin said with a puzzled expression. With such a grand setup, and even the commander present, what exactly is happening? Qin Luo asked curiously. Wasn't it said there would be a drill in the troops? It's like 2 units playing a real-life CS. Could it be a drill? A group of people looked at him mockingly. If it were a drill, would we still be standing here? Moreover, drills are announced in advance and require preparation. I haven't heard anything about a drill lately. Also, drills are not like real-life CS. That's simulated combat where both sides assume the other is the enemy and engage in a fight to the death. It's serious business. Qin Luo scratched his head. I see. So what are we doing right now? Qi Gang shrugged. Who knows? We'll find out when the squad leader returns. Qin Luo glanced at the second company in the distance, suddenly feeling an urge to set out with them. But that impulse quickly faded. Although his time in the cooking class had not been long, every person and every day here had subtly changed Qin Luo. He was no longer as anxious as before. He felt much more at ease. Because whenever he felt anxious, Zhao Jumai's words would echo in his mind. Every soldier has their duty. Oh, love what you do. If you do your job well, you are a good soldier. Qin Luo silently clenched his fists. There will always be opportunities to return. For now, focus on being the best version of myself. Oh no, a button popped open. Suddenly Qi Gang sighed. Qin Luo turned to see that several buttons on Ma Shuai and Xiong Fei's chests had burst open, unable to be fastened at all. Why don't you sew them up? Ma Shuai said helplessly. We'll figure it out later. That's the only option. Qin Luo curiously leaned in. Everyone, I'm really curious. What's up? Everyone looked at him. Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly. Where did you all get those military uniforms? Although Qin Luo had been in the cooking class for a while, he had never seen everyone wear military uniforms. The cooking class usually didn't participate in training or formations, and since they were responsible for feeding a whole battalion, no one managed them. They typically dressed casually. This was Qin Luo's first time seeing them dressed so formally in military uniforms. However, these guys were simply too big. The stylish camouflage uniform that looked great on Qin Luo turned into tight-fitting clothes on them. Qin Luo couldn't imagine what they would look like squatting down. Their pants would probably burst open immediately. These are custom-made. Qi Gang proudly said. The company commander arranged this specially. Custom-made. Qin Luo's mouth dropped open. And you have this kind of treatment. Ma Shuai said proudly, of course, because we're awesome. We are the only ones in the entire division with this treatment besides the commander. But, Xiong Fei touched his chest, I didn't expect that after just half a year we've grown quite a bit. Last time it fit pretty well. Qin Luo couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Everyone glared at him. What's so funny? Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Hurry up, stop messing around, we're all brothers now. Right, just say what comes to mind, don't be mysterious. Then I'll say it. Qin Luo suppressed his laughter, but don't hit me. Stop talking nonsense, just say it. Qi Gang glared at him. Qin Luo pointed at them. You guys look just like the foolish son of a landlord wearing clothes meant for an 80-year-old at 18. And you also kind of look like the second-rate guy next to Captain Jaha. Old Ma, you look like a skinned bullfrog. This outfit on you is just too embarrassing. Even the dancers don't wear outfits as flashy as yours. All the veterans' faces turned dark, quietly raising fists the size of cooking pots. Their groins were already painfully tight with everything that shouldn't be protruding sticking out. How dare Qin Luo laugh at them? Everyone's faces were serious as they slowly approached Qin Luo. Hey, it was you guys who told me to say it. Qin Luo quickly backed away. Seeing the expressions on the veterans' faces as if they were serious, Qin Luo's laughter abruptly stopped. Hey, it was just a joke, hey. Alright. Just then as Qin Luo was being lifted up, Zhao Jiumei rushed over. Everyone immediately set Qin Luo down and gathered around Zhao Jiumei. Squad leader, what's going on? Disaster relief, Zhao Jiumei said coldly. Everyone was stunned and Qin Luo squeezed out of the crowd. Disaster relief. What disaster? Flood, Zhao Jiumei said coldly. Wei City has been hit by heavy rain causing severe waterlogging in a short time. Many places are already affected. Since our military is the closest, the higher-ups have ordered us to head to the disaster area immediately to protect the lives and property of the people. Including Qin Luo, everyone became extremely serious. The word flood already signified how serious the situation was. Zhao Jiumei continued loudly. Our battalion has already set off, or we will depart immediately as well. The commander has entrusted us with the task to ensure every soldier is well fed and, if necessary, to cook for the disaster-affected civilians. In critical times, we must also provide disaster relief. Comrades, the task is arduous. Do you have confidence in completing it? Yes. Everyone shouted. First battle, call me, victory will be mine. Hearing those 8 words, a thunderous sound echoed in Qin Luo's mind, and his body felt as if it was inexplicably ignited. Even Qin Luo himself did not realize that when he shouted those 8 words, the blood of a soldier had slowly integrated into his very bones. Good, let's set off immediately. Zhao Jiumei waved her hand, and everyone rushed towards the military truck. Military trucks loaded with soldiers sped past on the road as the light rain formed a crimson stream from the tail lights. On an off-road vehicle, Qi Shengli's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with the voice of Go Jian. Report, Commander. The reconnaissance battalion has all set out and has caught up with the main force just behind you. Good. Qi Shengli said coldly. This situation is extremely urgent. When you arrive, your reconnaissance battalion will take the lead and must do it beautifully, creating an impressive momentum. Yes. Until the flood recedes, we will never retreat. Go Jian roared from the other end. Just as Qi Shengli hung up the walkie-talkie, the nearby Gao Kun asked in surprise, Commander, has the entire reconnaissance battalion been mobilized, including that Qin Luo? Yes, Qi Shengli nodded solemnly. Since it's a full mobilization, it certainly includes him. Their cooking class is also part of the troops, and they need to step up in critical moments. But, Gao Kun said anxiously, Commander, do you forget who Qin Luo's father is? Qin Jiaqing donates money and goods to our troops every year and is currently preparing to repair our barracks. He only has this one son, and if we... Enough. Qi Shengli glared at him. I don't care who his father is as long as he wears this military uniform. He is a soldier. When danger strikes, if he is a soldier, he must charge forward. Don't say he is Qin Jiaqing's son. Even if he were my son or the son of the commander, he must go to the front line. Gao Kun sighed helplessly but hesitantly said, but what if something happens? Qin Dong will. Qi Shengli said solemnly. Qin Jiaqing is a patriotic entrepreneur. He understands better than ordinary people what the army is for. Since he has sent his son to the army, he should be mentally prepared. As long as danger arises and the country and the people need us, we are just soldiers without any special identity. Even I am the same. Yes. Gao Kun nodded heavily. Qi Shengli silently clenched his fists. Although he had promised Qin Jiaqing the duty of a soldier, did not allow him to protect Qin Luo at such a time. We are all soldiers. Others have parents too, and no one is special. Qin Dong, I'm sorry. Qi Shengli sighed. Creak. The off-road vehicle suddenly slammed to a halt, nearly colliding with the truck in front. Qi Shengli and Gao Kun's heads struck the front seat heavily, causing both to grimace in pain. What happened? Qi Xingli barked irritably. Why have we stopped? The driver, clutching his head and enduring the pain, replied, reporting commander, the vehicle ahead suddenly stopped, so I hit the brakes in a hurry. What situation? Qi Xingli frowned. We're rushing to the disaster area. Who ordered us to stop? Gao Kun immediately leaned out to look ahead, then quickly recoiled. Commander, all the vehicles in front have stopped. What? Qi Xingli hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. He walked to the roadside and looked ahead, and indeed the entire road was filled with vehicles. What the hell is going on? What happened ahead? Qi Xingli shouted. They'll ask right away. Please don't rush. Gao Kun comforted while searching for the radio. Hello. Meanwhile, Qin Luo popped his head out of the vehicle and looked ahead. Activating his eagle eye, the surrounding darkness instantly lit up like daylight. His eyes acted like a magnifying glass, gradually enlarging the objects ahead. This ability is incredible. It could be used as night vision. Qin Luo peered a bit further ahead and suddenly froze. Why is the commander standing by the roadside? He saw Qi Xingli pacing frantically, looking quite odd. Xiao Qin, what's going on? Zhao Jumei asked curiously. I don't know either. Qin Luo retracted his head. It seems like there's a blockage ahead. Many people have gotten out of their vehicles, and the commander is also standing by the roadside. Is something wrong, class leader? Qi Gang asked curiously. Zhao Jumei shook her head. We just left not long ago. We're still some distance from the disaster area. What could happen here? Class leader will go find out what's going on, Qin Luo said. Since all the vehicles have stopped. Zhao Jumei nodded. Alright, go listen to what's happening, but don't get too close. Okay. Qin Luo smiled slightly and jumped out of the vehicle. Commander, I found out what's going on. Qi Xingli anxiously looked at Gao Kun. What exactly is happening? Gao Kun said helplessly, a mudslide. There's a landslide ahead. The original wide road now only has a small path, just enough for one vehicle to pass. B Division and C Division have also arrived at the intersection. It's chaotic over there, and everyone is trying to get through. Qi Xingli's mouth dropped open. He didn't expect all the vehicles to stop for this reason. Immediately send the guard company over. Qi Xingli took a deep breath and said, control the intersection. Well, go through first. Huh. Gao Kun looked confused. Huh. Qi Xingli snorted. In our C Army, we always lead the charge with our division at the forefront. They can assist us, but they want to take the credit. Let them dream. The three divisions of the C Army always competed, even shouting slogans louder than each other when they met. Now faced with such a significant issue, Qi Xingli naturally wouldn't concede. Gao Kun smiled bitterly. Commander, if we had arrived early, it would be one thing. But our three divisions arrived almost simultaneously. If we want to go, they want to go too. If we send the guard company, it will definitely lead to conflict. Disaster relief is the priority, Gao Kun said solemnly. Now is not the time to compete. Qi Xingli clenched his fists tightly. He knew Gao Kun was right. The situation in the disaster area was urgent, and for soldiers, nothing was more important than saving the lives and property of the people. Now is indeed not the time to compete. Qi Xingli sighed. But if no one clears the traffic, no one will get through. The people in the disaster area are still waiting. He could imagine that the area where the landslide occurred would be in complete chaos. Everyone wanted to be the first to pass, but the more anxious they were, the more chaotic it would become. Go have Go Jian take the reconnaissance battalion and come with me. Commander, Gao Kun said anxiously, it would be best to notify the other two commanders to let them come to the scene together, otherwise it really will. There's no time for that, or we can't worry about so much. A disaster relief is the priority, Qi Xingli shouted. Call Go Jian over. Just then a dark figure suddenly rushed towards Qi Xingli. Qi Xingli jumped in surprise, and when he focused, he found it was Qin Luo. Qin Luo. Qi Xingli glared at him unhappily. Who told you to run around? Hurry back. Qin Luo smiled broadly. He had initially leaned in to listen to what was going on. Unexpectedly, he discovered an opportunity for merit. Commander, I just heard everything. I have a way to resolve. Qin Luo stared at him closely. You have a way, you. Qi Xingli suddenly looked puzzled at him. What method do you? Qin Luo grinned. Just give me a call, and I can sort it out with a phone call. You can sort it out with a phone call. Qi Xingli gasped, his mouth agape. Are you calling the Jade Emperor, or Buddha? Two off-road vehicles parked one after the other by the roadside. Commanders Yin Jun and Deng Wingguang got out of their respective vehicles. Looking at the trucks all jammed in the road and unable to move, both furrowed their brows. Why has everything stopped? Why hasn't the road been cleared? Reporting, an officer ran over and saluted the two. The road ahead is too narrow, only one vehicle can pass. Now all three divisions have arrived simultaneously, and everyone is trying to get through. So Yin Jun frowned. It must be a division. They should know better than to compete at this time. Deng Wingguang cursed angrily. Old Qi is such a scoundrel. He definitely wants to be the first to the disaster area. Every time there's a rush for the first battle, it's always him. This time, we cannot let him win. He looked at the aide. Has Qi Xingli arrived? The aide immediately shook his head. Not yet. Deng Wingguang smiled immediately. Yin, since old Chi hasn't arrived, yet let's not be polite. You come with me to clear the road. Yin Jun smiled broadly. All right, well, be fair. You clear one regiment, and he'll clear another, letting old Chi's group go last. All right, Deng Wenguang nodded with a grin. This time the first battle is ours. The two immediately walked towards the intersection, followed closely by a group of soldiers. The road ahead was piled up with stones, leaving only a narrow path against the cliff that barely allowed one vehicle to pass. Coincidentally, this was a three-way intersection, which is why all the vehicles from the three divisions were stuck here. Clear the way, an aide shouted while walking. Commanders Yin and Deng are here now. This road is under the command of the two commanders. Everyone clear out. Clear the way. What's going on over there? Everyone step aside. Suddenly a voice came from behind, and everyone turned to look. But the next second, Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang were both dumbfounded. They saw a dozen inspectors wearing white hats rushing over in the rain. Inspection team. The two commanders exchanged glances. Why are they here? Yuan Hong, panting, rushed to them and immediately saluted the two commanders. Gentlemen, please step aside. Huh. Deng Wenguang and Yin Jun opened their mouths wide. Yuan Hong said seriously, our inspection team heard there was a landslide here and all three divisions' vehicles are stuck and unable to reach the disaster area. So now we need to clear the road and guide you to the disaster area swiftly. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang exchanged helpless smiles. There was nothing they could do. The inspection team had this authority, let alone a small road. Even in battle, as long as it wasn't on the front line under heavy fire, they had the authority to manage all military vehicles and ensure the road was clear. Yin Jun coughed and quickly waved his hand. Everyone step aside and cooperate with their work. Yes. The personnel from the two divisions immediately retreated. Deng Wenguang smiled at Yuan Hong. Comrade, we are the commanders of B Division and C Division. Since we're here, can you let our people go first? Yuan Hong smiled. He'll take care of it. He turned around and began directing. Yin Jun and Deng Wenguang exchanged smiles. Today the first battle would not be won by Qi Shengli. Finally, it was their turn. Come on, that vehicle, shift a little to the left. That one, back up a bit. Yes, clear the intersection. Let a division's vehicles go first. What? The two commanders' eyes nearly popped out. They never expected that with the arrival of the inspection team a division would be allowed to go through first. So they came for nothing. This first battle still belonged to Qi Shengli. Military trucks roared one after another, rushing out of the checkpoint and speeding towards the disaster area. Squad leader, thank you. Qin Luo's head popped out from behind the tarpaulin as he waved vigorously at Yuan Hong. Safe travels, take care. Yuan Hong waved back energetically. All right. The two commanders, seeing the familiar interaction between Qin Luo and Yuan Hong, were instantly infuriated. I wondered how these inspectors arrived so conveniently. Turns out they were invited by people from Division A. That damn Qi Shengli, how dare he pull this trick on us? Despicable, vile, shameless, I will not let this go. Old Yin, old Deng, it really is you. At that moment, an off-road vehicle passed by the two men, and Qi Shengli cheerfully poked his head out to greet them. You guys are directing traffic here for me. Thank you so much. Qi Shengli said with delight. Then I won't be polite. I'll take my troops to aid in the disaster relief now. You all hurry up, don't delay things, quick. We're off by. Watching Qi Shengli wave triumphantly, the two commanders were nearly ready to explode. Qi Shengli, damn you. The two commanders shouted in unison. Qi Shengli leaned back in his chair, grinning. Refreshing, really refreshing. Old Gao, did you see their expressions? Ha, they think they can compete with me for the first battle. Do they have the capital for that? Gao Kun chuckled. This Qin Luo does have some skills. He hasn't been with the inspection team long, yet he managed to call them over with just one phone call. Impressive. Qi Shengli beamed. If this kid didn't have talent, how could he have brought the inspection team to block me? Suddenly Qi Shengli's voice cut off, unable to continue. This reminded him of the scene when Qin Luo had blocked him in the restroom, startling him in the middle of the night. It was truly a nightmare. Gao Kun noticed what he was thinking and awkwardly chuckled. Commander, Xiao Qin has made some contributions. A look. All right, I forgive him. Qi Shengli raised his head. I won't hold past matters against him. Gao Kun forced a smile. I was talking about contributions. Qi Shengli shot him a glare. I'm not holding anything against him. Does he still want to make contributions? He should be grateful I didn't make things difficult for him. Gao Kun shrugged helplessly. Qin Luo, I did try to advocate for you. But you've committed too many sins. There's nothing I can do. Achio. Qin Luo sneezed violently. Who is thinking about me? Qin Luo rubbed his nose. It couldn't be the commander, considering giving me some merit, could it? Upon realizing this, Qin Luo's face broke into a smile. Although he had begun to enjoy the comfortable life in the cooking squad, his heart still belonged to the combat squad. If he could earn some merit, he could return to the combat squad. Everyone make the most of your rest. Zhao Jiumei suddenly said. Once we reach the destination, we might have to fight for our lives. This is our last chance to rest. Got it, squad leader. Get to sleep immediately right now. Qi Gang and Ma Shui adjusted their positions, and soon snoring filled the air. Qin Luo glanced around the truck and shook his head helplessly. Other vehicles could accommodate a whole platoon, but theirs could only fit about 10 people. There was no helping it. These muscular men were all huge, equivalent to 3 regular soldiers. Lying down, they occupied even more space. Besides, they had brought a lot of logistics supplies, pots, pans, and dishes, making it impossible for anyone else to squeeze in. Qin Luo. Here. Zhao Jiumei smiled as she leaned in closer. You really are something, managing to bring the inspection team here and have them follow your orders so readily. Those white hats are like ancestors. Qin Luo chuckled. What can I say? I'm just good at dealing with people. With one phone call, the inspection team dropped everything and rushed over to help me. They couldn't be stopped. Zhao Jiumei's lips twitched. After complimenting the kid a bit, he was already floating on cloud 9. Zhao Jiumei said seriously, you should also take this time to rest. I heard the disaster is quite severe. Once we get there, we may not even have a moment to drink water or catch our breath. Understood. Qin Luo leaned against the side, unconsciously starting to imagine what the disaster scene would be like. His only impressions were from those European and American disaster films. After all, he had never seen a flood in real life. Beyond that, he couldn't think of anything more specific. It shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Qin Luo sighed, deeply leaning against the truck, gradually falling asleep. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill whistle sounded from outside the vehicle. Zhao Jiumei and the others sprang up as if they had springs in their legs. Get out, everyone out. Qi Gang and Xiong Fei grabbed their gear and jumped out of the vehicle. Qin Luo followed behind them, his head feeling a bit dazed. After arriving at the unit, he had never experienced anything like this and was completely unprepared. As soon as he jumped out of the truck, a torrential downpour hit him, heat and instantly drenching him. Before Qin Luo could regain his senses, Zhao Jiumei and the others immediately pushed forward. Beep, beep, beep. Form up, everyone gather. A hoarse voice echoed down the path. Then a thunderclap roared across the sky, leaving everyone with ringing ears. Qin Luo was still in a daze when 3 bolts of lightning struck the sky in quick succession, as if trying to split it open. Qin Luo blankly followed the others as they rushed forward, his mind a complete blank, while the rumbling noise continued. He turned his head to look and froze. On the other side of the road, what should have been a town had transformed into a murky waters submerged the entire town, with many houses only showing their rooftops. Various debris floated in the rushing waters. Some large trees, surrounded by people, and rooftops were crowded with individuals. Their situation was extremely precarious. On some rooftops, people stood excitedly, waving vigorously towards the soldiers who had arrived. Comrades, we are over here. Liberation Army uncles, save us. Soldier brothers, come rescue us. Do you see? The entire town erupted in chaos as everyone shouted towards the troops, their voices even overshadowing the sound of the rushing waters. Qin Luo swallowed hard. So this is a flood. At that moment, he suddenly realized how insignificant humans are in the face of nature. If the waters surged a bit more, a single wave could sweep away countless lives beneath. Qin Luo had come filled with ambition, ready to make a significant impact. But now, watching the terrifying scene, he felt a bit dazed, even forgetting what he was supposed to do next. Not just him, many soldiers after jumping off the truck were also left in a daze. They were merely 18 or 19-year-olds while their peers were still in school, yet they had to go to the most dangerous places to guard the country and its people. Even if they had learned many military skills, suddenly facing this terrifying natural disaster still left them feeling scared. But everyone hesitated for only a moment, under the commands the entire unit quickly assembled. Now they couldn't afford to be afraid. Stop dawdling, move. Qi Gang nudged Qin Luo. Only then did Qin Luo come to his senses and hurriedly follow the others towards the main force. Moments later, the entire division stood in several rows on the main road. Qi Shengli held a megaphone and stood on a mound shouting at everyone, Division 8, did you all see? The flood has submerged the homes of the people and now threatens their lives. I believe many of you saw that when we arrived, the trapped citizens were desperately waving at us. Why is that? Because we are the soldiers of the people, the strongest support for the nation and its people. When they see us, they see hope and the possibility of survival. Regardless of whether it's war or disaster, we will always be at the forefront, using our flesh and blood to shield the nation and its people from all dangers. This is why the citizens are waving at us. Everyone instantly felt a surge of blood boiling within them, and even Qin Luo tightly clenched his. Qi Shengli, shedding his usual demeanor, seemed like a different person, fiercely waving his hands, training soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for a moment. We come from the people, and in times of crisis, we must take action. Comrades, the citizens in the disaster area are watching us, and the people of the nation are also watching us. Today I will fight alongside you on this land. If I cannot rescue the citizens and complete the mission, I, Qi Shengli, will never take a step back, even if I drown in this flood. I will never retreat, never retreat. Everyone roared in response. Use me for the first battle, with me victory is assured. Qi Xingli swung his fist vigorously. Use me for the first battle, with me victory is assured. Everyone shouted fiercely, their voices shattering through the rain curtain. Qin Luo also shouted along as if his entire being was on fire. This was the first time he experienced the heavy responsibility of being a soldier since joining the unit, filling him with pride. Seeing everyone's morale high, Qi Xingli knew the mobilization could come to an end. The disaster was as urgent as a fire, and the citizens in the water couldn't wait. All units immediately organized to enter the water for rescue. Qi Xingli shouted, attack must conquer, battle must win. We Division A must rescue every citizen here today onward. Auntie, please rest here for a moment. A soldier gently seated an elderly woman on the hillside. Though utterly exhausted, he still managed a warm smile. Our mess unit will bring you food. Please rest a while. He nodded briefly to Qin Luo, then dashed headlong down the slope. My home, my house. The old woman sat motionless on the ground, gazing at the surging floodwaters as tears streamed down her face, and her palms beat helplessly against the earth. Seeing her utter desolation, Qin Luo's heart clenched with unbearable sorrow. He turned and saw thousands upon thousands of displaced civilians already seated across the hillside. Soldiers from Division A continued arriving, without pause, ferrying newly rescued survivors up the slope. Every pair of eyes on that hillside remained fixed, unblinking upon their homes swallowed by the flood. Faces bore the weight of loss and despair. Some wept silently, others wailed with raw guttural anguish. Some clung to one another, others stared wordlessly into the torrential rain, hollow-eyed and spiritless. For the people of Longhua, home was not just shelter, it was root, origin, identity. Qin Luo scanned the crowd, his chest constricting as if gripped by an invisible fist. He had originally come hoping to earn merit through disaster relief, yet now witnessing countless families torn apart, some even mourning lost kin. In that moment, all he wished was that this catastrophe had never occurred. No honor, no accolade could ever outweigh the simple sacred peace of safety and wholeness. Hey, what are you staring at? Zhao Jiumei nudged him sharply. Qin Luo snapped back to awareness. Nothing at all. Watching his expression and the sea of grief around them, Zhao Jiumei spoke gravely. Though homes are gone, lives remain. As long as people endure, home endures. Houses can be rebuilt. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Qin Luo nodded fiercely. Now go, distribute the meat buns. Don't let anyone go hungry. Yes, sir. Qin Luo rushed into the tent and emptied several steaming bamboo baskets of buns into a large bucket. Then, hoisting it high, he began moving steadily among the survivors, handing out warm buns one by one. Young man, thank you. Without you, our entire family would be lost. Young man, thank you for saving my life. Thank you so much. Comrade, you're even younger than my son. If only he could grow up half as accomplished as you. Soldiers truly are extraordinary. As Qin Luo walked the line, praise followed him like a tide. Some embraced him tightly, others gripped his hands, refusing to let go, many wept openly before him. Each word of gratitude poured from the depths of their hearts. And with everyone, something deep within Qin Luo shifted, stirring emotions he had never known, complex, overwhelming, profound. Pride, honor, and all of it, woven into the very fabric of his uniform. All of it born from the single solemn word soldier. After all, it was his comrades who had braved the floodwaters to rescue lives, while he himself had remained safely behind, kneading dough and steaming buns. The people's gratitude belonged not to him, but to the uniform he wore. Qin Luo returned with the empty basket, and for the first time since enlisting, he looked slowly, deliberately from collar to hem at his own uniform. What's wrong now, kid? Huh? Qin Luo looked up to find Sergeant Zhao Jiumei watching him with quiet concern. He gave a wry smile. Sergeant, I just went to distribute buns. Everyone kept thanking me, praising me. But they shouldn't be thanking me. They should be thanking. Don't overthink it, Zhao Jiumei said, firmly clapping his shoulder. To the people, we're all soldiers in uniform. They're thanking all of us, not just one man. You were simply standing in for the whole unit. Xiong Fei laughed heartily. Qin Luo, don't dwell on it. Later share their thanks with everyone. We'll all take joy in it. Now move, fresh steamed buns just came out. Take them forward now while they're hot. Zhao Jiumei swiftly loaded the bucket as she spoke urgently. Our troops are utterly spent. Hurry, give them strength before they collapse. Qin Luo, I'll go with you. I'll carry water, Xiong Fei offered. No need, Qin Luo replied, drawing a deep breath. I may not fight floods, but let me do something. Xiong Fei glanced at Sergeant Zhao, who gave a silent, knowing nod. He could see it, the change in Qin Luo. Not pride, but purpose. He refused to accept gratitude he hadn't earned, and now he meant to earn it. Let him go, right? I'll get back to cooking. With a grin, Xiong Fei slung a heavy water bucket onto Qin Luo's back. Zhao Jiumei handed him a steaming bucket of buns. Go now. Yes, sir. Qin Luo seized the bucket and sprinted toward the riverbank. Once a highway, now a flooded frontier. Water lapped at the road's edge, rising fast, threatening to swallow it whole. He burst onto the roadside and shouted to the charging soldiers, "Comrades, take a moment. Eat these buns. Replenish your strength. No time. Later. Step aside. Don't block the path. Move. Move." One after another soldiers sprinted past him, shoulders heaving sandbags, eyes glazed with exhaustion, yet burning with fierce, unyielding resolve. Each was caked in mud, yet each stood like tempered steel. Many had trembled with fear when they first arrived. But now, they were forged anew, hardened, sharpened, indomitable, like blades refined in fire. Qin Luo shouted until his voice cracked, yet no one paused. Each soldier hurled his sandbag into the churning water and instantly turned racing back for more, ignoring the buns, ignoring the water. Dozens staggered, swaying on unsteady feet, yet still they charged back along the same path, determined to lift another sack. None so much as glanced at the food or drink held out to them. "Just eat one bite. You'll collapse." Qin Luo cried desperately. A mud-splattered captain surged forward. "Over there. Go to the rest area. Those being rotated out are waiting. Give the food to them. We'll eat after we're relieved." "Sir," Qin Luo called out as the officer, "we're racing against time. No time to eat. Go now." Without looking back, the captain hoisted a sandbag and sprinted forward. Qin Luo watched the blur of passing figures, fists clenched tight. In that instant, his original motives for joining the army vanished entirely. To hell with systems. To hell with... His blood roared, fervent, incandescent. All he wanted now was to stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, even if it meant dying here exhausted and spent rather than standing idle. Clutching the buns tightly, Qin Luo made his decision: deliver the supplies first, then request permission from Sergeant Zhao. "I'm going to the front line." Wearing this uniform meant never shrinking back, never playing the coward. Without hesitation, he seized the bucket and raced toward where the captain had pointed. Below the low slope, at least 2 full companies lay sprawled across the rain-soaked ground, too spent even to stir, letting the downpour lash their bodies. "Comrades, eat something." Qin Luo pressed buns into their hands one by one. "Eat. Restore your strength. Just one bite." "Thanks, thank you." An old veteran grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Go on, eat up." Qin Luo smiled back. "You'll be back on your feet soon. Eat well. There's more if you need it." The veteran nodded and raised the bun to his lips. Qin Luo moved on, then paused, turned, and froze in disbelief. Every soldier who'd just accepted a bun still held it tightly, fast asleep. Not one had taken a bite. Even the veteran, though the bun rested in his mouth, was already snoring deeply. Qin Luo's jaw tightened, his mind reeled, thunderstruck. The exhausted soldiers on the bank and those collapsed before him merged in his vision, layer upon layer, until all dissolved into a single blazing character being, soldier. This was the true soldier Shen Shinran had spoken of. This was the true soldier the company commander had sought. The basket crashed to the ground. Qin Luo tilted his face skyward, letting the rain fall freely upon his cheeks. A bitter, self-aware smile crossed his lips. In that moment, he understood Shen Shinran completely. Compared to these real soldiers, he fell immeasurably short. "Division commander, no. Please no." A cry pierced the air. Qin Luo jolted upright and whirled. Far away, Gao Kun and others struggled to hold back Qi Xingli. Qin Luo hesitated only a heartbeat, then sprinted toward them. "Let me go." Qi Xingli roared. "The flood's too strong. The sandbags are breaking apart. The flood crest is coming. We must, damn it now. I must go, division commander." Gao Kun bellowed. "You're the division commander." "Commander? What's that worth?" Qi Xingli snarled. "I swore I'd fight beside my soldiers, right? If the flood breaks through here, I'll be the first to bear the guilt. Get out of my way." "Division commander." Gao Kun shoved him aside. "Then I'll go first." Thud, 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 thud. A chorus of splashes erupted. All turned, stunned, to see soldier after soldier locking arms and leaping one by one into the raging current. The torrent threatened to sweep them away, yet in the next instant another wave of soldiers plunged in behind them, forming a second rank that braced the first, holding them fast against the flood's fury. "Second company, jump." Wu Ziyuan stripped off his shirt and flashed a calm, resolute smile at the stunned Qi Xingli, then leapt side by side with political instructor Li Kong. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens more followed without hesitation, locking arms in 2 unbroken lines, their bodies becoming living bulwarks against the flood's violent surge. "Ironblood's second company." Wu Ziyuan roared, voice raw and ragged. "We will not retreat. We will not retreat." The entire company bellowed in unison, every chest straining, every muscle locked, holding back the flood with sheer defiant will. Wu Ziyuan turned, locking eyes with Qi Xingli on the bank, and bellowed, "Division commander, we're here. This is second company's position. Where soldiers stand, the position stands. Deploy us in the first battle. With us, victory is certain." Watching his men wage life and death combat with the flood, Qi Xingli's eyes flooded crimson, his whole body trembling. Then, a monstrous wave crashed down. Second company's formation shattered. Several soldiers vanished beneath the churning water. Only the second line's desperate grip saved them from being swept away entirely. Hold fast. Qi Xingli screamed. He spun sharply. Order the second regiment. No rest. Fill this breach. Now, and stop the flood. Yes, sir. Gao Kun saluted sharply and sprinted off. Boom. Another colossal wave rose. Qi Xingli whirled and gasped. A 4 to 5 meter wall of water bore down, slamming into second company with crushing force, nearly shattering their human rampart. Qi Xingli tore off his jacket. Everyone who can move, follow me in. Help second. At that instant a figure shot past him like lightning. Qi Xingli's eyes widened. Qin Luo lunged forward, vaulting into the flood with a thunderous splash, landing squarely at the very front of the line. Qin Luo. Qi Xingli stared dumbfounded. Brother Luo. Sheng Haonan beamed with unrestrained joy. Brother Luo, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Zheng Qian laughed aloud with exhilaration. Brother Luo, how Duodwa's eyes brimmed with tears. Company commander. Sergeant. Qin Luo pressed close, voice ringing clear, I'm back. In that moment Wu Ziyuan saw again the radiant, unstoppable recruit from basic training, his gaze blazing with renewed awe. You're back. That's all that matters. How do you feel? Chang Lei asked, grinning broadly. Qin Luo met his eyes and smiled softly. It's good. So good. To be with my comrades. Good. Wu Ziyuan's eyes burned red, his face alight with triumph. Second company. Hold the line. Hold the line. Their voices tore from raw throats, hands gripping tighter bodies, straining, rebuilding the human wall with ferocious unity. On the bank, Qi Xingli felt his eyes burn with sudden, overwhelming moisture. Yet before he could even register the feeling, black shapes blurred past him once more. No, mountains. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Jiumei and the others leapt in one after another, locking arms to form an unshakable barrier ahead of second company, solid as stone, vast as hills. Sergeant. Qin Luo's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Zhao Jiumei and the others turned as one and grinned. If you came, how could the mess unit stay behind? We've never split up. Whatever we do together. Qin Luo Qi Gang chuckled. Don't think we only know how to cook. We're soldiers first and always. When crisis strikes, we stand up. Exactly. Ma Shuai winked. If you got hurt, who'd protect us? So, we had to come. Mess unit. Zhao Jiumei bellowed. Hold the line. Hold the line. Qin Luo's entire being ignited. White-hot, unquenchable. He released the hands beside him and forced his way to the front row, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Jiumei and the others. They exchanged fierce, wordless smiles, then straightened chests thrust forward, and roared into the flood's roar. Come on, try me. On the bank, Qi Xingli's tears broke free, falling hard and fast, unbidden. Damn it. He roughly wiped his eyes. You damned fools. Don't dare make an old man cry. You blasted magnificent fools. Master, look. There's been a torrential downpour in Weiqing, and the floods have come. Wang Rifo approached with a tablet in hand. Qin Jiaqing set down the red wine in his hand, gazing at the image on the tablet, and sighed heavily. The common people are likely to suffer. I hope everything will be safe, and that there will be no casualties. Wang Rifo nodded. The comrades from the army have already gone to rescue and provide disaster relief. There shouldn't be any problems. It's dangerous for the soldiers too. At times like this they risk their lives to save others, especially with a flood of this magnitude. Qin Jiaqing furrowed his brow. Dear viewers, this is Urban Golden Eye reporting live from the front lines of the flood relief efforts. At this very moment, our beloved soldiers, the most admirable people, have resolutely jumped into the water to block the flood, protecting the lives and property of the common people downstream. The camera focuses on them, our most admirable people. United in will and purpose, they use their strong chests to build a steel wall for us. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is kind. As long as our soldiers are present, we will surely overcome the flood and safely navigate this disaster. Qin Jiaqing watched the images on the television, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted, and took a sip from his wine glass. Suddenly, he spat it all out. Qin Jiaqing jumped up in shock, pointing at the television. Master, what happened? Wang Rifo asked her. Little Luo, that's little Luo in the water. Qin Jiaqing shouted anxiously, and suddenly darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Bang! 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 Debris in the water struck Qin Luo and the others one after another, causing them to grimace in pain. Hold on. Zhao Jiumei shouted. Our cooking team has never failed a mission. Let the combat team see our strength. Good. Everyone shouted, but the constant debris crashing into them made their faces grow increasing. Qin Luo tightly grasped the arms of Qi Gang and Ma Shuai, realizing that no superpowers could help them now. They could only brace themselves. With a loud crash, a piece of wood struck Qin Luo heavily. Tears streamed down his face from the pain, yet strangely visions of villagers expressing their gratitude to him filled his mind. Damn it. I can't let them thank me so much for nothing. Qin Luo turned his head, seeing those he cared about behind him was Yuan Chang, Lei Cheng Haonan Zheng Qian, and Hao Duo. As their eyes met, each one gave a trusting smile. Qin Luo gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously at them, then roared, "I'll be the first to fight." In the next moment, everyone shouted almost in unison, "Victory is ours." "Hold on," they all shouted hoarsely together. On the shore, Qi Shengli, drenched to the bone, watched the soldiers in the water, tears mixed with rain rolling down his face. He took a deep breath, turned, and snatched a sandbag from a soldier's shoulder. "Give it to me." "Commander." The soldier hesitated, his face filled with difficulty. "Don't just stand there," Qi Shengli shouted. "Keep carrying sandbags, hurry." "Yes." The soldier shouted in reply and turned to run. Gao Kun and the others watched as Qi Shengli threw the sandbag into the water, and they rushed over, grabbing sandbags from the soldiers and throwing them into the water with all their might. "Old Qi." At that moment, Deng Wenguang rushed over with at least a battalion. Seeing Qin Luo and the others standing in the water, waves crashing over them. But as the waves receded, they stood firm like Mount Tai. Deng Wenguang was stunned, and his soldiers were also shaken by the sight. "What took you so long? Stop dawdling." Qi Shengli glared at him. "Don't just stand there watching the show, get— Oh! Deng Wenguang turned around suddenly and shouted hoarsely, "Everyone listen up, fight alongside the brothers from Team A. We won't retreat until the flood recedes." "Yes." As evening approached, the rain continued to pour and the water level kept rising. But the gap leading downstream had already been blocked, and exhausted soldiers lay along the shore. Qin Luo sat by the fire staring at the steaming steamer. Even now he could hardly believe that he had risked his life to jump into the flood today. The water flow was swift, and there were many debris in the water. A single misstep could sweep him away. If swept away, Qin Luo let out a long breath and added 2 pieces of wood to the fire. Although it was perilous, he was certain that if given another chance he would jump again without hesitation. Not for any other reason, but because he wore this military uniform, and for the brothers who absolutely believed in him. Qin Luo gazed into the distance, seeing that the second squad had already laid down by the roadside to rest. Cheng Haonan and his group were utterly exhausted, although they were not close. Qin Luo could still hear their snoring. A faint smile crept onto Qin Luo's lips. Today's events would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Qin Luo turned around to see Zhao Jiumei smiling as she handed him a plate of steaming dumplings. "Squad leader." Qin Luo stood up. "No need for pleasantries, eat up. They're pork and cabbage fillings." Holding the plate, Qin Luo's gaze remained fixed on her. "Squad leader, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Zhao Jiumei asked, surprised. Qin Luo smiled wryly. During their time in the water, countless debris had come rushing toward him, but most of it had been blocked by Zhao Jiumei and the others. Even now their arms and bellies were covered in bruises and bloodstains. Yet afterward they acted as if nothing had happened and said nothing. Looking at Zhao Jiumei's beaming smile, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile back. "Thank you for making me dumpling." Zhao Jiumei laughed heartily. "Once you join our cooking team, your family, don't use polite words with me, or I'll turn against you." Qin Luo nodded vigorously, feeling warm inside. Initially he thought it was lucky to make friends with Cheng Haonan and his group, but he never expected to find such good brothers in the cooking team. Although they seemed unreliable and a bit flamboyant at times, true feelings show in moments of crisis. If it weren't for them, he with his delicate skin would surely have been injured. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly a piercing whistle sounded. The resting soldiers instinctively jumped up. "What's going on?" Qin Luo looked in shock at the source of the whistle. "Don't ask, hurry." Zhao Jiumei waved his hand, and the others jumped up, all running towards the shore. But before they could reach the shore, a huge explosion suddenly erupted. Qin Luo's eyes widened as he saw the flood wash away the gap they had blocked during the day. Water gushed up into the sky, reaching over 10 meters high. Boom. Another loud crash, and a segment of the stone dam next to the gap collapsed violently. The fierce flood surged downstream through the massive gap. Qin Luo's heart trembled, standing dazed in place. Is this the power of nature? Earlier the soldiers from both of their battalions had risked their lives to block that gap. But nature used a single blow to scatter all their hard work. This is the terror of floods. At this moment, not just him, but all the soldiers witnessing this scene were stunned. Not far away, the townspeople on the high ground heard the noise and stood up. Watching the surging flood, everyone was dumbfounded. "Don't just stand there." Qi Shengli ran towards the crowd shouting, "Can't you see the gap? Hurry, hurry, move it." "Yes. First company, follow me. Third company, follow me." The crowd immediately rushed towards the— "Let's go too." Zhao Jiumei waved, and Qin Luo and the others quickly followed him in a sprint. Everyone knew that downstream lay not just Weiqing, but also Angguang County. The county town was currently evacuating personnel. If the flood rushed through, who knows how many lives would be lost. So every second counted. The soldiers from Team B also rushed over, and Yin Jun yelled anxiously, "Quick, grab the sandbags, hurry. Get moving now." "Yes, yes, yes." The soldiers from Team B all rushed towards the sandbags. The entire embankment was filled with moving figures. On the high ground not far away, more and more townspeople gathered, all staring intently at the flood below and the running soldiers. Everyone's hearts raced, because the soldiers were rescuing their homeland. Bang, bang, bang. One sandbag after another was thrown into the flood, but the flood still surged fiercely downstream. It's completely useless. Gao Kun wiped the rain from his face and shouted, "The flood is too swift, the sandbags are being swept away. Commander, we need a solution." Qi Shengli's eyes turned red. He could see that without something to anchor the sandbags together, they would be ineffective. But there was no time to find such things now. The raging flood would not give them a moment to breathe. Drive, drive. Qi Shengli shouted, "Bring all the vehicles over, block the gap, and then put down the sandbags." "Yes." Gao Kun shouted as he ran. "Vehicle company, hurry up, bring the vehicles over, block the—" Gao Kun's voice gradually faded into the sound of the rain. Qi Shengli, looking at the fierce flood, felt his eyes turn red. There's no time. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Comrades, I'm organizing a suicide squad now. Whoever dares to jump in with me, let's hold back the flood before the vehicles arrive." "I will." In an instant, everyone on the shore raised their hands. The shout shook the heavens. "Good," Qi Shengli shouted. "Grab ropes, at least 20 people tied together, each holding a sandbag, jump in, and buy time for the vehicle company." Quickly. In no time, everyone was looking for ropes. Qi Gang ran over with a piece of rope, and Zhao Jumei quickly tied it around her waist. "Everyone tie it tight, and make a dead knot, otherwise we'll be swept away." "Understood, squad leader." "Qin Luo, stay by my side," Zhao Jumei said, looking at Qin Luo. He nodded vigorously at her resolute gaze. This was not the time for distractions. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for hesitation. "Cooking team," Zhao Jumei shouted, "jump with me, turn right." Several people turned right simultaneously, each holding a sandbag. "Jump," Zhao Jumei shouted, and started running. As they reached the shore, they leaped into the water. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, figures crashed into the water. The ferocious flood violently tugged at their bodies, trying to sweep them downstream. "Hold on, stand firm, and no one take a step back." Qin Luo and the others roared, their legs straining as they stood their ground like pillars. Qi Shengli watched as they struggled against the flood, his eyes filled with bloodshot urgency. "Quick, jump, hurry, they won't be able to hold on much longer." Bang, bang, bang. Just as his words fell, a group of people jumped in, blocking behind Qin Luo and the others. "Luo, good." Qin Luo was taken aback and turned slowly. He saw Cheng Haonan and the others jumping into the murky water, smiling at him. "Luo, go, we're here too." Zheng Qian and the others all smiled at him, but the flood immediately crashed down on their faces, making them cough. Qin Luo, Chong Lei smiled at him. "We're fighting side by side again." Qin Luo glanced at them, his eyes full of smiles. "Yes, we're fighting side by side again." "Little Qin," Zhao Jiumei grinned, looking at the flood. "Don't you have a lot of friends?" Qin Luo laughed heartily. "Not just friends, but comrades and brothers." Bang! A series of figures plunged into the rushing flood. However, the force of the flood was too great. Many were overturned as soon as they entered. If they weren't linked together, many would have been swept away after jumping in. "Link up, hold hands." Wu Ziyuan shouted. "Those at the back support those in front, jump down closely behind them, and support the ones in front." Bang! More people jumped down. The gap that was opened was stubbornly blocked by the people from Team A, forming two human walls. Taking advantage of the slightly reduced flood, the soldiers from Team B immediately began throwing sandbags into the water. However, even with hundreds of sandbags, it seemed to have no effect on the gap. "Team B, you also get down there. Don't let Team A's brothers bear it all alone. Everyone help out." "Yin Jun, everyone follow me up." Bang! Another wave of figures jumped down without hesitation. Behind the two human walls, a new wall of people formed to firmly support the ones in front. Qi Shengli was anxiously pacing on the shore. Even with 3 human walls, they still couldn't withstand the fierce flood. Waves crashed in one after another, directly surging over the bodies of the soldiers rushing downstream. But he knew that now was not the most dangerous time, as the next round of flood peaks was about to arrive. Just one wave, and these soldiers would all be doomed. Gao Kun, where the hell are you?" "Where did—" Qi Shengli shouted anxiously. "Hurry and bring the car over." Beside him, Yin Jun grabbed him. Old Qi stopped shouting like a lunatic. "Calm down." "How can you expect me to calm down?" Qi Shengli glared at him fiercely. "Our task is to block the gap. If we can't close it, not only will our soldiers sacrifice, but the downstream county, even the entire Wei city, will be finished. Do you know how many people will die? At that time, even if all 3 of us leaders are killed, it won't be enough to repay the debt." Yin Jun's eyes turned red. "If it really comes to it, we should stop throwing sandbags and tear down the surrounding houses to throw stones in." "What good will that do?" Qi Shengli roared. "Going down there will still be swept away by the flood, unless we can throw a whole house down." "Then let's tie the stones together." Yin Jun shouted. "We have to think of something." Qi Xingli clenched his fists and turned to look. All the soldiers were resisting desperately, using their flesh and blood to block the flood as much as possible. The tallest Zhao Jiumei and others had their heads down, unable to even speak. He looked over at Qin Luo, Wu Ziyuan, Chang Lei, and others. Each person was struggling against the flood, veins bulging on their necks. A pang of pain gripped Qi Xingli's heart. These weren't just his soldiers, they were someone else's son's husbands and closest ones. But at this moment, to protect the lives and property of the downstream citizens, they all risked their lives. Damn it! Where did Gao Kun go? Qi Xingli shouted with red eyes, turning back in anger. How come the cars are still not? Suddenly, a blinding car headlight broke through the darkness, illuminating his eyes. Qi Xingli and Yin Jun turned around abruptly, but the next moment they were dumbfounded. They saw a civilian off-road vehicle bumpily driving towards them from a nearby high ground. What is that car doing? Qi Xingli was taken aback. Stop, stop. Several soldiers rushed forward. Comrade. A middle-aged man poked his head out of the car. I just heard you shouting to bring the car over to block the gap. Your vehicles are over there unloading sand, and there's no time to come. Let me push my car down to block it first. Several soldiers looked at him in shock, then looked at Qi Xingli and the others. The middle-aged man also looked at Qi Xingli and the others. Leader, don't hesitate. My family lives downstream. I'm doing this to protect my home. Let me through. And the comrades in the water are about to give out too. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. We can't just let you risk your lives to protect our home. I also want to protect it myself. Qi Xingli was momentarily stunned, his heart aching, but before he could speak, bang bang bang. More headlights lit up behind. One after another private cars came down the slope, forming a long line. The drivers poked their heads out, and although they didn't speak, their eyes were as determined as the middle-aged man's. Their reasons were very simple and straightforward. Because this is their home. The soldiers protect them with their lives, and they must do something in return. Those in front, hurry up, the PLA comrades can't hold on anymore. Damn it, who is blocking the road? Can't you see those young guys are struggling? How can you be so cruel? Clear the way, hurry up. If you don't want to help, at least don't block the road. Let me through. The drivers stuck behind began to shout. Qi Xingli looked back, and it wasn't just cars, countless citizens were rushing this way. Many had already taken off their shirts, clearly preparing to come and help. Yin Jun's eyes turned red as he looked at Qi Xingli. Old Qi, what do we do? What is there to say? The military and the civilians are one family. Our troops will always rely on them. Let them get out of the cars, we'll take over. The most dangerous tasks still have to be done by us. Qi Xingli turned to his subordinates and shouted, register the vehicles, and after it's over, we'll compensate the citizens. Yes. Up, hurry. With Qi Xingli's shout, the soldiers rushed forward. Although the car owners were reluctant to get out, they eventually gave way at the soldiers' pleas. Then the soldiers drove the cars, following instructions, slowly charging towards the gap. Everyone below, be careful. The people on the shore shouted in unison, the cars are coming down. Qin Luo looked up and saw an off-road vehicle roaring towards the gap. As the soldier driving jumped out at the last moment, boom. The off-road vehicle plunged into the water, creating waves 4 to 5 meters high and slowly sinking before them. Qin Luo suddenly felt the impact of the water rushing towards them lessen a bit. Another wave is coming, watch out. Boom. Another vehicle crashed into the water. In the fierce flood, the stubborn vehicle slowly sank. Damn. Qin Luo exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Where did these private cars come from? Of course they were provided by the citizens. Zhao Jumei shivered, forcing a smile. Did you see? We soldiers will never fight alone. Oh, at critical moments the citizens will always lend a hand. Qi Gang also smiled and said, they say we are the people's backbone, but in fact the people are our backbone. Boom, boom, boom. One vehicle after another plunged into the water, splashing waves all over their faces. Qin Luo watched as one private car after another sank, his heart surging with emotions. His mind was filled with Qi Gang's words, we are the people's backbone, and the people are also our backbone. It is precisely because of this that the modern Longwo army can be called the pinnacle of light infantry, defeating one powerful enemy after another. No other country and no other army can compare to the Longwo army. Because Longwo soldiers are never fighting alone in times of crisis, they stand behind countless citizens. I ask, who can defeat such a country and army? As long as everyone is united, Longwo can even defy. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of crisp sounds rang out. Qin Luo looked up and was instantly stunned. He saw several electric scooters suddenly descending from the sky, accurately landing in the gaps left by the sinking cars, directly filling some of the gaps. What the hell, Shamate? Sheng Haonan exclaimed in shock. Qin Luo turned in surprise, and the next moment his jaw almost dropped into the water. He saw a group of young people on the shore suddenly appear, wearing tight pants and colorful shoes with hair dyed in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. What the hell is this? Qin Luo was stunned. He swallowed hard, mixed with mud and sand. Isn't this non-mainstream? In his impression, these people should be hanging out in internet cafes, dancing to dance games, getting into online fights, and causing trouble. How could they suddenly appear in a place like this? It felt so out of place. Just then one after another electric scooters revved up and sped towards the water. Whenever an electric scooter was about to fly out, these shammate would jump off. Although they looked extremely clumsy when getting off, the moment they launched the scooters was simply stunning. Qin Luo's eyes instantly filled with tears as he watched those young people get up from the ground. Although they looked reluctantly at their scooters sinking into the water, their faces were filled with excited smiles. Qin Luo took a deep breath. He knew that the sinking scooters were likely the most valuable and perhaps the only possessions these young people had. But in the face of this natural disaster, they resolutely sent their most precious belongings out. "Look quick!" Zheng Qian shouted. Qin Luo quickly turned his head again, his eyes nearly popping out. On the other side, more shammate were mingling with a group of elderly men and women scrambling to hand sandbags to the soldiers from Team A. Although they were as thin as bamboo poles, struggling to carry a sandbag, and even stumbling more than the elderly, they still used all their strength to pass sandbags to one soldier after another. "Did you see?" Zhao Jumei smiled slightly. "Which expert said this generation of young people is useless and only knows how to lie flat and enjoy?" "Exactly. When has this generation of young people ever been useless? At critical moments, they can still step up. The predecessors sacrificed their lives and shed blood hoping that the younger generation can have a good and comfortable life. What's wrong with them lying flat on usual?" "You're not wrong. The younger generation has never been cowardly. Also, I suggest those stupid experts shut up." Many people started to laugh, and a smile gradually appeared on Qin Luo's face. Shen Xinran and Hu Fei said he was useless, but they would never know that once he put on this uniform, he would truly step up in times of crisis. These future young people are the same. Even though they usually joke around and just play games and watch videos, when danger strikes, they will also fight fearlessly and step forward. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. When the young people are strong, the future will have hope. In this moment, a flame ignited in Qin Luo's heart as he shouted loudly, "Everyone hold on, don't let the villagers laugh at us." "Good!" Everyone shouted together. It was as if they were infused with new strength, firmly blocking the fierce flood. At this moment, all the soldiers felt as if they had transformed into a different person. They suddenly felt immensely tall, for they stood on the shoulders of countless citizens.